When the apocalypse descended, humanity had no time to react. Frigid air swept across the globe, temperatures plummeted, and blizzards buried the world beneath a mantle of snow. Natural scientists from every nation gathered in vain, powerless to alter anything. Frail elders and weak children froze to death one after another, and the order of the world disintegrated into ruin. Just as people were losing all hope, the blizzard ceased and the temperature began to rise again. Everyone thought the catastrophe had passed, but they never expected the era of extreme heat to arrive. Ice and snow melted into floods, and incessant torrential rains drove the water level higher and higher, until at last it became a deluge, floodwaters raging and drowning entire cities. Tsunamis, plagues, earthquakes, eternal night, acid rain, infestations of insects and rats, and hurricanes together reaped the lives of 90% of all beings on Earth. Supplies ran dry, civilization collapsed, and the world degenerated into living hell. People were reduced to livestock on two legs, children were traded and eaten, and human lives were as cheap as ants. The grotesque, bizarre world resembled a horror film, twisted and deformed until it finally shattered to pieces amid ragged, labored breathing. When Suyun struggled to sit up, she was already drenched in sweat. Her face was deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her beautiful eyes quivered with terror so intense that her vision shook. Everything before her seemed to overlap and blur together. The violent sense of being yanked and torn made her react purely on reflex. A shrill scream at her ear instantly dragged her back to reality. She realized she was pressing down on a delicate, pampered girl beneath her. The girl's soft body writhed desperately, her piercing voice seeming shrill enough to tear through another's eardrums. "Suyun, you wretched thing. How dare you hit me? I'll make Dad and Mom throw you out." From the corridor came the sound of hurried footsteps. A heartbeat later, the solid wooden door was flung open with a crash. A stylishly dressed woman in her 40s rushed inside. Her expression was dark as she shoved Suyun aside and hurried to pull the girl on the bed to her feet, fussing over her in distress. Only after her beautiful eyes had scrutinized the girl and found no injuries did she awkwardly turn her face away. "Xiaoyun, I thought you were a sensible child. How could you strike your elder sister like this?" Suyun shook her head slightly, momentarily dazed by everything happening before her eyes. Hadn't she died already? She had died 10 years into the apocalypse, torn apart during a hunt by cannibalistic fiends. The one who sold her out for a few mouthfuls of food had been none other than her half-sister Su Qingqing. Then what was this familiar scene before her now? Had she been reborn? Ignoring the mother and daughter beside the bed, Suyun instead focused her attention on the furnishings around her. Light blue curtains, warm sunlight, a bookshelf with a missing corner, a desk with peeling paint. This arrangement was identical to the room she had lived in when she returned to the Su family at 18. Her bloodfather had originally intended to settle her in the guest room, but her stepmother Huang Ying disagreed. With apparent kindness, she had taken Suyun's hand and insisted they clear out the storage room beside her own bedroom for Suyun instead. She had said that being close by would help father and daughter grow familiar with each other sooner. At first, Suyun had truly believed she was being considerate, trying to ease the tension between father and daughter. Only later did she learn that it was Su Qingqing who objected to her staying in the guest room. After days of making a scene, they were left with no choice but to clear out the cramped storage room for Suyun. In her previous life, she had just come of age, shielded too well by her grandparents and utterly ignorant of how vicious the human heart could be. Filled with yearning for paternal affection, she tried to draw close to her father. To please him and to blend into this family, she endured silently even when she was framed by Su Qingqing again and again. She had never imagined that her bloodfather would loathe her more than anyone. He had agreed to take her back not because her grandparents had passed and he feared his daughter would be left uncared for, but to swindle the shares her mother had left behind, forcing himself to don the mask of a doting father. No sooner had her comingafage ceremony ended than her father coaxed her into signing a transfer of shares. From that moment on, she was nothing more than a discarded pawn that could be thrown away at will. If not for the fact that the foolish son of the Zhang family, the wealthiest clan, needed a bride for a political marriage, she would have long since been kicked out. Fortunately, before the engagement ceremony, the apocalypse erupted and order collapsed, and that absurd wedding was never held. In order to remain at home and take shelter from the killing cold, and for the sake of that pitiful sliver of father-daughter affection, she shouldered all the dangers. Even so, that lofty father of hers never once regarded her as his daughter. For the sake of a little benefit, he could sever her without the slightest hesitation. After 10 years of clawing through the apocalypse, she finally saw the true faces of this family clearly. In this life, she would not merely send them all to hell, she would return 100-fold every ounce of pain they had inflicted upon her. The commotion upstairs drew Su Xiao to come up. He felt an indescribable disgust toward his younger daughter before him. She resembled her mother far too much. The way she looked at people was exactly like that proud woman. Under such a gaze, he always felt he could never lift his head. "What are you doing? All this shouting and bickering, what do you think you look like?" Su Zhao's gaze swept across the three faces before finally settling on Su Yun. "Xiaoyun, you've just come home, and already you're turning everything upside down. I don't know how your grandparents raised you to be so ill-mannered." In her past life, even when she was heartbroken, Su Yun would never have dared clash with her father. In this life, she had no intention of suppressing herself. "Then does father possess manners? My grandparents are your elders after all. Since when does a junior have the right to disparage his elders?" Su Xiao choked, his face flushing crimson with rage. His raised hand itched to strike that hated face. Su Yun folded her arms leisurely, convinced that until he had those shares in hand, he would not dare shred the facade just yet. Sure enough, Su Xiao only lifted his hand, then ultimately let it fall. "Explain yourselves. What exactly are you all making such a fuss about?" Huang Ying patted Su Qingqing's back, playing the peacemaker. "Oh, come now. What deep enmity could there be between sisters? It's just some petty squabbling between girls. Qingqing is the elder sister, of course she ought to yield to her younger sister." Su Yun arched a brow and could not help a cold laugh. Old foxes all around, yet they insisted on acting out a ghost story. As if receiving a signal from her mother, Su Qingqing immediately rose and walked to Su Zhao's side, clinging to his arm. In a soft, syrupy voice, she whined and forced out 2 tearful drops. "Please don't be angry, father. It's Qingqing's fault." Qingqing saw a beautiful jade pendant on Sister Yun'er's neck and thought, "We're all family, so I wanted to borrow it to wear for a while. I never expected Yun'er would treasure it so much she wouldn't even let me look at it, and even made me fall. It's all Qingqing's fault." Su Xiao patted Su Qingqing's hand, then turned to glare at Su Yun. "It's just a worthless piece of jade. You're all family. What's wrong with letting Qingqing wear it for a bit? It's not as if it will break. Even if it does, Dad will buy you 100 more. Why let sisters fall out over something so trivial?" Su Yun rolled her eyes ever so slightly, then immediately donned the guise of a fragile little flower, tears welling in her eyes and spilling down in large drops. "Father is right, it's all Yun'er's fault. It's just that grandmother once warned me this jade pendant belonged to mother when she was alive. She said that aside from me, if anyone else wore it, it might invite ill fortune. That was why I stopped elder sister from wearing it." Hearing that it was his late wife's keepsake, Su Xiao's expression grew much darker. "Since it's a relic, you should keep it properly for yourself. What are you doing flaunting it around your neck?" Su Yun covered her face with both hands and let out soft sobs, yet not a single tear could be seen beneath her palms. "I'm only trying to uphold Dad's dignity. After all, I'm the second young miss of the Su family, but I don't even have a decent dress or piece of jewelry. People at school always laugh at me. If it weren't for this acceptable jade I'm wearing, others would think the Su Corporation has gone bankrupt." Just like that, he left. It was said that this young man was typically very... Her clothes, though without any holes, were obviously cheap branded knockoffs that bore no resemblance to a rich heiress attire. Aside from that piece of jade, there really was nothing on her that could be shown off. Even if he disliked his daughter, she was still the face of the Su Corporation. Moreover, Su Yun's current class was filled with the children of wealthy families. If word reached their parents, he might well earn a reputation for mistreating his own daughter. Realizing that his daughter had been thinking of him, his expression softened considerably. He pulled a card from his wallet, handed it to Su Yun, and told her to go buy some clothes and jewelry. Under Su Qingqing's murderous glare, Su Yun accepted it with a bright, sweet smile. "Since we're all one family, if Big Sister and Aunt Huang can share my things, I'm sure they're also happy to share theirs with me. I wonder if I can go to their rooms and pick out something I like to wear." The moment Su Qingqing heard this, she bristled like a cat whose fur had been stepped on, completely forgetting her obedient persona in front of her father and opening her mouth to curse. Huang Ying, quick-eyed and quick-handed, immediately clapped a hand over Su Qingqing's mouth. She still wore the facade of a gentle, loving mother, yet a trace of viciousness flickered deep within her eyes, barely noticeable. That flicker, however, did not escape Su Yun's gaze. "You just got your hand pierced by me this afternoon. Do you still want to see what it's like to have your head pierced? Hurry up and tell your subordinates to put down their knives, cover their heads with both hands, and squat outside the door." Soft, gentle. "We're all family. What belongs to Aunt Huang and your sister is also yours. Whatever you like you can take," she said. Su Yun looked completely harmless as she gazed at Su Xiao with yearning eyes. "Really? Daddy, you're all so good to me. Whatever I want, you give it to me. In the future, I'll treat you the same way. Whatever Dad wants, I'll give it to him." Hearing this, Su Xiao couldn't help but think of the shares in Su Yun's hands. The refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back down. Putting on the look of a benevolent father, he squinted his eyes in a smile and nodded. "Of course. Anything you like in your Aunt Huang and your sister's rooms, you can take as you please. Soo-yoon's lips curled into an utterly harmless smile. With practiced ease, she pulled a huge fertilizer sack out from under the bed and swaggered out of the room. As the bedroom door swung shut, she seemed to hear Su Qingqing's resentful curses from inside. Only after leaving the room did Soo-yoon's racing heartbeat gradually calm. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she tapped her phone screen. The time displayed made her eyes sting with sudden tears. The date shown was April 16, 2023. It was 1 month before the onset of the apocalypse. Suppressing the surge of wild joy in her heart, Soo-yoon tightened her grip on the jade pendant. This time she was determined to survive the end of the world. Before the three of them could react, Soo-yoon shoved open the door to Huang Ying's bedroom. Unlike her own cramped little room, Huang Ying's bedroom overflowed with gilded opulence and decadent luxury. Not only were all the furnishings from top-tier brands, but the walk-in closet and jewelry vanity alone occupied more than 100 square meters. By the time Soo-yoon smilingly spread open the fertilizer sack, Su Xiao and the other two had also entered. Huang Ying glared at Soo-yoon, her face dark as iron, yet the words of refusal never made it past her lips. Even though Soo-yoon had grown up in the countryside, she was anything but unfamiliar with luxury goods. Back when her mother was still alive, she had been a modestly well-known designer who often created jewelry and decorative pieces. In terms of knowledge about luxury materials, the combined understanding of the three opposite her could not compare to that of Soo-yoon alone. Under Huang Ying's heartbroken gaze, Soo-yoon went to work like Zhu Beiji, gobbling down ginseng fruit, tossing one jewelry box after another into her feed sack. Even Su Xiao couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth as he watched. On 5 jewelry tables lined up in a row there were probably several hundred pieces. After Soo-yoon swept every last one into the sack, she turned her gaze toward the watches. Among those exquisite watches, quite a few were truly top-tier pieces. Seeing Soo-yoon's eyes lock onto them, Huang Ying's face went a shade of green. She spoke carefully. "Yooner, you're still a student. You can't exactly wear watches like these. Why not just leave them?" Soo-yoon's face flushed and she awkwardly drew her hand back, scratching her head as though at a loss. "Are these very expensive? Is Aunt Huang reluctant to part with them?" "It's fine, we're not really one family anyway. I'll just sell my shares and buy my own." At the mention of selling shares, Su Xiao's face darkened considerably. He rose to his feet, opened the glass case, and gently patted Soo-yoon's head. "It's all right, Yooner, you can take them all. Your Aunt Huang is only worried you can't wear them to school. And don't talk about selling shares, those are what your mother left you. Other than your father, no one is allowed to touch them, understand?" Soo-yoon tilted her head, pointed at the watches, and looked at Huang Ying with innocent eyes. "So I can take them." Huang Ying's freshly manicured nails dug into her palms as she forced out a shaky "go ahead." Soo-yoon almost burst out laughing. Beaming with delight, she shoved over 100 watches into the sack and quietly left the room. Just as Huang Ying let out a long sigh of relief, Soo-yoon came back in lugging a new sack. She opened the cabinets in Huang Ying's walk-in closet and began stuffing in furs, fur-lined carpets, ivory chess sets, and expensive custom bedding. Just before leaving the bedroom, she swept all of Huang Ying's high-end cosmetics into the sack, as well determined not to leave a single thing behind. Huang Ying's lips were nearly bitten through as she clutched her chest in agony, sitting stunned on the sofa for a long time. Su Qingqing's eyes were brimming with tears, yet she dared not resist. She could only watch as Soo-yoon entered her room. The moment Soo-yoon came out, Su Qingqing rushed in, and what followed was a frantic chicken-like shriek. Though Su Xiao's face was dark, he still forced out a smile. "Yoon, have you taken enough? Whatever you want to eat, he'll have Aunt Huang cook it for you later." After Soo-yoon hauled everything back to her room with great effort, she stood there smiling at Su Xiao, staring at him without blinking. The way she looked at him sent a chill down his spine, and he couldn't help asking, "Sweetheart, why are you staring at Dad like that?" Resting her chin in one hand, Soo-yoon asked, "Dad, we are a family, aren't we?" Although Su Xiao had a bad premonition, he could only nod in agreement. Soo-yoon pulled out a fresh sack from behind her smile as pure and harmless as ever. "Since we are, I can't play favorites, can I? I've taken from Aunt Huang and Big Sister, so of course I have to take from Dad too. Only then are we truly one family." Su Xiao froze in his tracks, cold sweat breaking out all over. Just as he was about to refuse, Soo-yoon spoke again. "If Dad gives to me without holding anything back, it proves you love me. And when I give things to Dad, I'll be doing it of my own free will." Thinking of the value of those shares, Su Xiao ultimately could not refuse. Soo-yoon charged into the study like a raider, not even sparing the gold-crafted pens and carpets. Smiling from ear to ear, she packed 3 full bundles and dragged them back to her room. After Soo-yoon returned to her room, she casually tossed several packages aside. She carefully searched the room and, confirming there were no surveillance or recording devices, boldly took off the jade pendant from her neck. She was not lying, this jade was indeed her mother's heirloom. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have discovered the secret of the jade just before her death. Thinking of the jade, Soo-yoon's heart raced as her fingertip cautiously rubbed over its intricate patterns. This was a piece of high-quality jade. The jade was carved with beautiful designs of mountains and rivers, vivid and lifelike. Even someone unfamiliar with jade could tell that this piece was extraordinary. Soo-yoon held the jade in her palm, and through the sunlight it emitted a faint halo, soft and imbued with a hint of green, full of vitality. Because it was left by her mother even in her past life, no matter how difficult things got, she never considered trading the jade pendant for food. This jade pendant had long been coveted by Su Qingqing, who, after selling her out to a murderer, even attempted to snatch it. If it hadn't been for the struggle between the two, Soo-yoon's blood wouldn't have dripped onto the pendant, revealing its secret. Inside it existed a peculiar space, quite spacious, featuring mountains and rivers. At the foot of the mountains lay a vast expanse of greenery, and in the center stood an ancient courtyard reminiscent of a wealthy household from ancient dramas. Unfortunately, in her previous life, just as she discovered it, the man-eater arrived, leaving her no chance to learn more. In this life, with the space of the pendant and 10 years of memories, surviving should not be difficult. Soo-yoon stuck her finger in her mouth, biting down for a long time, and apart from the pain, she didn't even break the skin. The scenes in dramas where characters bite their fingers are simply foolish. After 10 years, Soo-yoon felt quite unfamiliar with the room. After rummaging through the cabinet for a long time, she finally found a rusty sewing box. She squinted her eyes, contemplating for a while before picking up the embroidery needle and piercing her fingertip. The moment blood droplets fell onto the pendant, a flash of green light flickered, and Soo-yoon felt her vision brighten before returning to normal. Looking down at the pendant again, although its appearance hadn't changed, it had lost a bit of warmth and liveliness, resembling an ordinary jade pendant. Meanwhile, a red mark about the size of the pendant mysteriously appeared in the center of her collarbone. This mark, if not examined closely, looked like a birthmark that had been there since birth. But Soo-yoon knew this was the location of the space. She walked to the bathroom mirror and carefully examined the birthmark on her chest, which resembled the shape of the pendant, and even had varying depths of patterns. After activating the space, Soo-yoon finally had the thought to seriously look at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had a high ponytail, her face full of collagen, exquisitely sculpted, with a pair of large, lively, and adorable eyes. Although she grew up in the countryside, her skin was fair and rosy, clearly well protected by her family. Unable to resist, she took a few steps forward, tracing her outline with her fingers on the mirror. In her previous life, being constantly hungry, the food she had difficulty finding was hardly left by the time it reached her. Gnawing on tree bark and eating weeds was the norm. Occasionally catching a glimpse of her face in the reflection of dirty water, she would turn away in disgust. That face, looking withered, seemed like that of an old woman at just over 20. She was almost forgetting herself. After cleaning the blood off the pendant, Soo-yoon hung it back around her neck. She locked the bedroom door and, focusing her consciousness, entered the space. The space was vast, with a gentle breeze that brushed against her, providing a comforting sensation. The courtyard, though small, was fully equipped, and in the corner of the yard stood an ancient well, its water clear and seemingly drinkable. In the 3-entry courtyard there were many rooms, all furnished with rustic wooden furniture. It seemed the previous owner of the space was not a modern person. After taking a stroll around the courtyard, Soo-yoon stepped out and focused her gaze on the surrounding environment. The courtyard gate was lined with a row of fruit trees, the fruits small and indistinguishable in variety. Next to the fruit trees was a long wooden frame resembling a wooden corridor with some vines hanging down, presumably growing grapes. It was uncertain whether these grapevines would still bear fruit. Behind the yard there was a small stream that flowed seamlessly through the space, its water clear, with fish occasionally visible swimming. In the middle of the stream, a simple wooden bridge had been constructed, and crossing it would lead up the mountain. The entire space was surrounded by thick white mist. When Soo-yoon pressed her hands against it, it felt like pressing against an invisible piece of glass, its purpose unknown and impenetrable. Before she could fully explore the space, a tremendous force pulled her out of it. Soo-yoon glanced at her watch. Only 30 minutes had passed since she entered the space. It seemed that there was a time limit for humans entering the space, though she wondered if animals had the same restriction. To understand the space better, Soo-yoon decided to conduct a test. She prepared 2 cups of steaming hot water and, with a focus of her consciousness, placed one on the stone table in the center of the courtyard and the other on the grass outside. To her surprise, the cup on the grass quickly cooled down while the one in the courtyard showed no signs of change. It seemed the several hundred square meters of the courtyard had some preservation function. Then Soo-yoon took a fish tank filled with goldfish to conduct another experiment. As she suspected living creatures could also enter the space, the goldfish in the tank swam normally on the grass. As soon as she entered the courtyard, it was as if she had been frozen in place. After roughly understanding the situation of the space, she shifted her focus to the impending apocalypse. After 10 years of apocalyptic experiences, natural disasters were rampant, seemingly ready to wipe out humanity. With her memories still clear, she needed to make early preparations to survive in a world where humans preyed on each other. Soo-yoon took out paper and pen and wrote down all the natural disasters she had experienced during the apocalypse based on her memories. Then she looked for reliable countermeasures on the internet, according to what she had written. The notes were densely packed, and the shopping list was a long one, giving her a headache just to look at it. Soon 2 hours had passed. At lunchtime, the maid Hwang Ma knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Soo-yoon realized she was hungry. After locking the bedroom door, she happily went downstairs. In the dining room, the originally harmonious atmosphere fell flat with her arrival. Though Su Xiao and Huang Ying did not wear stern expressions, their faces were not pleasant, likely feeling distressed over their belongings. As for Su Qingqing, being younger, she showed a displeased expression, subtly shifting her chair as if unwilling to sit next to Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon paid no mind to her little thoughts, picking up her chopsticks and starting to eat voraciously, resembling a starving ghost. Watching her eat, Su Xiao couldn't help but frown. Yoon, you are already a grown girl. Why is your eating manner so unrefined? What will you do when you arrive at your in-laws? Others will think that I, Su Xiao, did not educate my daughter well. Su Qingqing, upon hearing Su Xiao mention in-laws, felt delighted inside. Soo-yoon didn't know, but she had long heard her mother mention it. Her cheap younger sister was promised to the fool of the Li family, and in the future she would be the fool's wife. Soo-yoon looked at Su Qingqing, who was stifling a laugh, and understood she was gloating, yet she was not angry. I am not one to be taught, hardly fit for the grand hall. If anyone marries me, it would be like marrying an enemy. They would probably come back to find my father for a reckoning on the same day. As Soo-yoon finished speaking, she smiled at Su Qingqing and said enviously, unlike you, Sister Qingqing, a proper young lady cultivated from childhood with a knack for business. If you marry into a wealthy family, you might only stir up trouble in the inner chambers. If you marry into that family's foolish heir, wouldn't the entire family be uprooted? The speaker was oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. Soo-yoon's words, though seemingly casual banter, enlightened Su Xiao. His keen eyes shifted back and forth between his two daughters. He pondered over Soo-yoon's words. The Li family was a top-tier wealthy family. 10 Su families combined would not equal the thickness of the Li family's pinky finger. If it weren't for the Li family's son being naturally foolish, this marriage proposal would never have been a bargain for the Su family. Soo-yoon's reasoning just now made sense. She had just been found having been apart from her father for over a decade, and he wanted to cheat her out of her shares. There was hardly any emotional bond. If she was to support him in the future, it would be a difficult road. Moreover, Soo-yoon's personality was coarse, having no relation to a refined young lady. If she married into the Li family, it might provoke the parents' displeasure. At that time, the annulment of the marriage would be a minor issue, but if it harmed the Su family, would it not plunge his own enterprises into turmoil? And Qingqing was different. Having been raised closely since childhood, the affection was deep, and he had cultivated her like a successor. If Qingqing were to marry into the Li family, once the Li couple passed away, wouldn't the Li estate be at his fingertips? With this thought, Su Xiao's gaze brightened significantly. Looking at Su Qingqing, aside from a hint of pity, there was also a touch of madness. Huang Ying had been by Su Xiao's side for many years and knew him well. Seeing the way her husband looked at their daughter, her heart sank, realizing something was amiss. She picked up a piece of shrimp and placed it on Su Xiao's plate, saying, "Old Su, don't always talk about Yun. She's still young and needs to be slowly nurtured. As her stepmother, I will definitely ensure Yun grows well." Although Su Xiao nodded, his gaze never left Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing had not inherited her parents' intelligence and was secretly competing with Soo-yoon at the table, completely unaware that Soo-yoon's one remark was about to change her life trajectory. Everyone had their own thoughts during the meal, and Huang Ying found it hard to swallow, quickly pulling Su Qingqing back to their room. Soo-yoon, having eaten her fill, patted her belly, and after grabbing her backpack from upstairs, leisurely walked out. Inside her bag were 3 bank cards. One was the money her mother had saved for her before passing away, which amounted to over 100,000. The second was her grandparents' life savings, totaling over 400,000. The last one was just given by Su Xiao. She had no idea how much was in it, but guessed it wouldn't be much. This money could cover some simple food supplies. The natural disasters in the future would be endless, and to live without worry there was far too much to prepare. This amount would definitely not suffice. Although there was a month left, Soo-yoon was too lazy to waste time on Huang Ying and her daughter. The Su family's villa was located quite far. It took half an hour to walk from the house to the outside of the community. To save time, she decided to have the driver take her. Su family's driver Li Tao was quite a character. In his 30s, he was muscular, having been a fitness coach before and with good looks. Later, he was introduced by Huang Ying and became a full-time driver for the Su family. This man appeared refined and gentlemanly on the surface, but had mingled in the nightlife for years, knowing well how to please women. In her previous life, Su-yoon had discovered more than once that he and Huang Ying were flirting, but both were very cautious. She had secretly observed for a long time, but never found concrete evidence of their affair. However, her cheap sister thoroughly enjoyed Li Tao's attention. At the age of burgeoning feelings, encountering a gentleman with both good looks and figure was hard not to be moved. She would always act coyly to have Li Tao drive her to and from school. This was Su-yoon's first time using the car. When Li Tao brought the car out, a hint of sarcasm played at the corner of his mouth. He did not get out to open the door as he usually did for Su Qingqing, but instead sat firmly in the driver's seat smoking. Due to Su Xiao's lack of attention, the household servants somewhat looked down on Su-yoon. Climbing high and stepping low is a common human tendency, one gets used to it. After the car drove out of the villa area, Su-yoon asked Li Tao to pull over. She got out and walked a short distance, browsing a supermarket by the street before hailing a taxi to the city center. Changjiang Road near the city center is famous for its real estate. All the well-known agencies are located there. Su-yoon took a round and entered a shop with a good facade. During lunchtime, there weren't many staff members working. A few real estate agents only glanced up before continuing to eat, clearly unwilling to entertain. Seeing that no one got up, a beautiful young lady set down her dishes and walked over. She appeared to be in her 20s, exuding the charm of a mature woman with every move. "Little beauty, are you looking to rent a house for your parents?" Although Su-yoon's soul was over 30, her appearance was that of an 18-year-old. Claiming to rent for herself was unrealistic, so she had to use her parents as an excuse. She nodded and sat down in the reception area with the young lady. Since time was precious, as soon as she sat down, Su-yoon got straight to the point. "My parents want me to rent a house in Jinyuhua Court for a short term, and the price is negotiable, and if I find one I like, I can place an order directly. I wonder if you have any listings here." As soon as the name Jinyuhua Court left her lips, the others in the room immediately turned their heads. This neighborhood is known as a wealthy district situated halfway up a hill with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of half the city's scenery. Most importantly, it has a high safety factor, with all materials being earthquake-resistant, and the advertisement emphasizes safety and reliability. Upon hearing Jinyuhua Court, the sales lattice eyes lit up. Whether for rent or sale, properties here are not cheap. Even for renting, she could earn a fair commission. Beaming, she stood up while preparing tea for Su-yoon and brought over a book filled with pictures. "Little beauty, you came to the right place. I dare say no one has as comprehensive listings for Jinyuhua Court as we do." Su-yoon flipped through the book. The pictures of the rooms were similar, differing only in floor and decoration. Not seeing the actual property, she still felt uneasy. As if sensing Su-yoon's concerns, the sales lady took a large bunch of keys from the wall and smiled, saying, "Little beauty, seeing is believing. It'll take you to see the property, and if you like it, you can rent it." The saleswoman's car sped smoothly, and soon the agent's vehicle entered the Jinyuhua Ting community. The security here is strict. Entry requires a pass card and registration to be allowed in. The security office was familiar with the agent's vehicle and quickly permitted entry. The saleswoman led Su-yoon in a tour of the apartments, but the first few were either on low floors or not available for short-term rent, failing to satisfy Su-yoon. "You still have the mood to put on a facial mask while my video is in that shameless Su-yoon's hands. If we don't tell Dad, how will she give it to us?" Huang Ying spoke in a calm tone devoid of any emotion. "The third floor is too low and is prone to flooding during heavy rains." Without much thought, Su-yoon had the saleswoman take her directly to the top floor unit. The saleswoman's expression turned slightly grim as she hesitated for a while before kindly reminding Su-yoon. "The top floor apartment is quite large, spanning 2 levels. Unlike the other units in this building, which are all single level with 1 unit per floor, this one has a total area exceeding 1,000 square meters when including the common areas, making the rent quite steep. Shouldn't you discuss it with your parents?" Su-yoon waved her bank card, reassuring the saleswoman. "Don't worry, as long as I like it, the rent won't be an issue. My parents have entrusted everything to me. I am already an adult and can sign today." Seeing that Su-yoon was serious and not joking, the saleswoman could only take her to the last building. As they reached the base of this building, Su-yoon felt an undeniable attraction. This building is situated at the highest point of the entire community. Even the other apartments on the top floor cannot compare to the view here. After entering the elevator, the saleswoman swiped her card. The elevator chimed as it reached the 12th floor and came to a halt. 1 unit per floor. Stepping out of the elevator led directly into one's own space. The corridor spans over 100 square meters with 2 windows on each side. On the right wall is a red fire extinguisher box, and just after exiting the elevator a pair of crimson double doors awaited. The quality of the door looked excellent and very heavy. Soo-yoon opened the iron door to take a look, revealing an outdoor staircase. The saleswoman waited for her to finish before unlocking the apartment's security door. The interior was meticulously decorated with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that made the entire space appear exceptionally bright. The apartment was divided into 2 levels, with the lower floor boasting over 800 square meters. It featured 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 3 bathrooms, a study, a storage room, 2 servant quarters, and a multimedia room. The kitchen was split into Chinese and Western styles with top-grade appliances, indicating that the owner had invested a considerable amount in the renovation. The spiral staircase had a futuristic feel with vertically suspended glass lights shining brightly. After taking a round on the first floor, Soo-yoon followed the saleswoman upstairs to the second floor. The second floor offered over 500 square meters of indoor space, with the remainder dedicated to a huge terrace. The upper level was also beautifully decorated, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a children's play area, and a gym. Next to the gym was a bath area that included a sauna, clearly not cheap. Soo-yoon pushed open the outward-facing glass door, revealing a private courtyard. The homeowner clearly understood the art of living, having designed the terrace with great ambience. Pebbles and gray tiles interlaid with a vegetable garden of several dozen square meters on the left, constructed with wood and cement. To the right was a living area adorned with beautiful decorative lights and 2 long swings. Next to the swings stood a barbecue grill and an assortment of unknown green plants, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Aside from a set of exquisite sofas and a coffee table, along the wall was a relatively large pond with a self-circulating water system. The water wasn't too deep, but quite wide, with several koi swimming, none of which were small. Soo-yoon leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, taking in half the city's view, a picturesque scene that filled her with serenity. At that moment, she finally understood the meaning of wealth. It was indeed both luxurious and enviable. Seeing Soo-yoon's satisfaction, the saleswoman glanced at the price and couldn't help but click her tongue. This apartment is indeed beautiful, but the price is quite high. If a small beauty like you is moving in with 2 others, it might be too big. Have you considered other options? Soo-yoon looked at the vegetable garden, then surveyed the terrain again and shook her head. Though her cash was limited, she had enough to cover the rent, not to mention, she still had several bags of luxury goods and jewelry. If necessary, she could sell a few items for cash. Upon seeing Soo-yoon's determination to rent this apartment, the saleswoman beamed with joy. She called the homeowner. The homeowner's family was far away in the United States and had no plans to return soon. The apartment had a minimum rental period of 6 months for a monthly fee of $400,000 along with a $200,000 deposit. Thinking about the future, Soo-yoon gritted her teeth and decided to go ahead with the rental. After signing the contract with the saleswoman, she swiped her card to pay. The saleswoman left her with the keys and elevator card, leaving delightedly. Swiping the 2 cards at once drained her, and Soo-yoon felt a pang of heartache. After spending a large sum, only $140,000 remained in her bank account. She drafted a list of items needing renovation before heading downstairs, making a beeline for the high-speed rail station. An hour later, she arrived in Lin City. After casually hailing a taxi, Soo-yoon struck up a conversation with the driver. The young, beautiful girl had a sweet tongue, and soon the driver opened up, taking her to the entrances of several reputable renovation companies. Nowadays, finding a reliable renovation company is not easy. After visiting several, Soo-yoon chose one with high-quality materials. This renovation company was quite capable. The owner was a retired soldier who had previously reinforced bank vaults and confidently promised Soo-yoon, "As long as the money is in place, the house will be fortified like a fortress." After presenting her ideas, Soo-yoon noticed the owner's frown deepening. He pointed to the paper and joked, "Little beauty, this isn't just decorating a house. You're planning to build a fortress." Soo-yoon chuckled, offering a casual excuse, "I'm a fan of apocalyptic themes along with a few friends. I happen to have some spare cash and we're creating an apocalypse-themed apartment for parties." The owner's eyes lit up at this, as he admitted to being a fan of the apocalypse as well, filled with ideas, but lacking an outlet. He vowed to make this renovation secure and sound. He then inspected the materials, frowning deeply. Aside from following Soo-yoon's suggestions, he also made improvements and filled in many gaps. After Soo-yoon paid a $100,000 deposit, she left them with the address and keys. The renovation costs were not low. The total would exceed $100,000 plus accommodation and meal expenses. The renovation boss quickly provided a planned double-layered explosion-proof glass, rerouting the range hood, reinforcing the walls with steel, soundproofing the entire house with cotton 3-layered fencing, bank security doors, vault doors, solar-powered surveillance. Equipment waterproofing, all windows, steel plates, heat-resistant stickers, insulation, cotton, anti-peeping stickers, rooftop waterproofing, and a liftable rooftop steel plate. All materials were to be the best. The project would be completed within 20 days and any damage during the renovation would be restored to its original state. After confirming everything, both parties signed the contract. The owner regarded her as a wealthy person with leisure time, even joking with his friends about her being a big spender. With the renovation of the apartment sorted, Soo-yoon felt extremely good. After getting off the high-speed train, she rushed to the rental company and picked out a truck to rent. By the time she returned to the villa, it was already past 7 in the evening. The Soo family's dinner had long been finished. The living room was empty with only Soo Ching-ching sitting on the sofa, her eyes red. Upon seeing Soo-yoon return, she stood up somewhat awkwardly and approached her warmly. Soo-yoon took a step back, unsure of what this young lady was planning. Soo Ching-ching, noticing her retreat, did not stop. Instead, she moved closer. She hugged Soo-yoon's arm like an ordinary sister wanting to express her affection. Yoon-yoon, it was all my fault before. We are sisters. From now on I will treat you well. Soo-yoon withdrew her arm, subtly observing Soo Ching-ching. She must have cried a lot and for a long time. Hwang Ing probably shared her suspicions with Soo. Soo Xiao was a person who always prioritized his interests. Even his biological daughter could be sacrificed without hesitation. It was impossible to change his mind. If she didn't want to marry a fool, she could only take matters into her own hands. It seemed this young lady was not foolish. She knew how to show weakness. If it were her previous self who valued family ties above all, taught by her mother and elders to only love others and never how to hate. Had she not been reborn, she would have likely believed her words and worked hard to cultivate their sisterly bond. In this life, she wanted to see what kind of scheme Soo Ching-ching had. Soo-yoon said, "Sister Ching-ching, that's not true. It's normal for sisters to tease each other. I didn't take it to heart at all." Upon hearing this, Soo Ching-ching's face lit up. "Really? Then let's go to school together tomorrow." After Soo-yoon nodded in agreement, Soo Ching-ching briskly went upstairs. After a simple dinner, Soo-yoon followed her upstairs. With 4,000 yuan left in her bank card, she opened the PXX app and ordered a lot of instant food for her grandfather's old house. Self-heating hot pot spicy noodles, crossbridge rice noodles, cold noodles, board noodles, ramen, various pickled vegetables, salted duck eggs, instant noodles, river snail rice noodles, spicy beef tripe, self-heating rice nanchang, mixed noodles, hand-grabbed pancakes, xiao mai, buns, pan-fried dumplings, corn porridge, pastries. She bought all the recommended instant food. Since she didn't have much money, she bought very little of each, yet it still cost over 1,000 yuan. Besides instant food, Soo-yoon also ordered a lot of dried vegetables. Dried vegetables don't spoil easily. Although rehydrated stir-fried dishes can't compare to fresh vegetables in taste, they are easy to store and can supplement the body's necessary vitamins at a low cost. Silver fungus, wood ear mushrooms, gongsai bamboo shoots, dried green beans, dried potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, dried lettuce, compressed kelp, tofu skin, cauliflower, dried radish, preserved vegetables, dried tofu daily. She bought 30 jin of each dried vegetable listed above. She also bought a lot of cured meats and sausages from one shop, which cost her over 1,000 yuan again. In the blink of an eye, there was less than 2,000 yuan left in her bank card. After completing her orders, Soo-yoon began downloading knowledge onto her newly purchased USB drive. Knowledge about planting, raising animals, fishing, catching fish, sailing, building houses, machinery, woodworking, welding, and operating various equipment. She filtered and downloaded everything that could possibly be useful. In addition to knowledge, she thought of the lonely life ahead. She also downloaded many TV dramas and novels. Originally, she wanted to purchase these items from PXX, but after looking at the reviews, she decided against it. Many shops were unreliable, the items bought often had issues or were not considerate. It was safer and more reliable to download it herself. After all, these are non-renewable resources, it is better to be cautious. Besides these, she also selected several USB drives specifically to download medical knowledge and medical common sense. After everything was done, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Soo-yoon took a shower and comfortably went to sleep. When she woke up, her alarm hadn't gone off yet, but the door was knocked on. Outside the door, Soo Ching-ching was standing in a white Chanel-style outfit, gently waiting at the entrance. Seeing her open the door, she smiled and took her hand. "Sister, breakfast is ready. After we eat, we need to hurry to school." Soo-yoon's original plan was to find an excuse to drop out of school and stockpile supplies. To uncover Soo Ching-ching's intentions, she still prepared to play along. She quickly put on her school uniform and got ready to go downstairs with Soo Ching-ching. After Soo Ching-ching examined her closely, she suddenly pulled Soo-yoon into her bedroom. After rummaging through the wardrobe for a while, she found a set of clothes identical to her own and insisted that Soo-yoon change into them. Suyun feigned being touched, appearing somewhat undeserving, and changed into the clothes. The two of them finished breakfast sweetly and were sent to the city's prestigious aristocratic high school by Li Tao. Suyun performed excellently in her studies, naturally gifted in learning. Su Qingqing, on the other hand, had average academic performance. Despite Huang Ying hiring numerous tutors, her grades fluctuated around the middle to lower range. Besides having some intuition for business and money, she was lacking in every other aspect. For Su Qingqing, school was a paradise. Every day, apart from eating and drinking with her girlfriends and having fun, there was little time left for studying. Most of the time was spent on vanity or discussing men or bullying the unfortunate ones. And this unfortunate soul was Suyun. Due to Huang Ying's warnings, Su Qingqing usually did not dare to go too far at most. These children came from wealthy families and their paths were paved by their parents. Studying was not important to them, so they were left to play, with some matters being overlooked. Due to Huang Ying's warnings, Su Qingqing usually did not dare to go too far at most. She would use verbal taunts and commands. Xian also chose not to stoop to her level. Today the two of them entered the classroom hand in hand, resembling a pair of twins, which surprised many people. Even Su Qingqing's followers felt like the sun had risen from the west. As soon as class ended, they surrounded them. Su Qingqing acted convincingly, and Suyun thought she should pursue a career in the entertainment industry. The morning quickly passed. Su Qingqing did not have any special actions. She was very obedient. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at Suyun, but would immediately look away when Suyun turned. After lunch, besides self-study, there was also a hard-earned physical education class in the afternoon. After the self-study bell rang, an unfamiliar girl knocked on their classroom door. She said the homeroom teacher was looking for Suyun. Suyun went to the office, but there was no one there. She could only return to the classroom once again. Suyun's desk was very clean, with only a thermos and a book on it. The position of the book remained unchanged, but the moss design faced the other way. Knowing Su Qingqing was up to something, Suyun had been on guard. Upon noticing the water cup had been moved, she immediately understood Su Qingqing's intentions. Fortunately, Huang Ying wanted to impress Su Xiao and made sure that both of them had identical thermoses, However, to distinguish them, Su Qingqing put a pink sleeve on her thermos, making it look much prettier. During physical education class, everyone had their cups, and so did Su Qingqing and Suyun. Su Qingqing was only concerned with secretly watching whether Suyun had drunk water. While running, she collided with a sports student. Taking advantage of others' attention being focused on Su Qingqing, Suyun quickly switched their cups, putting the sleeve on her cup. Seeing that Suyun hadn't drunk any water, she eagerly requested that they drink together. Seeing that Suyun hadn't drunk any water, she eagerly requested that they drink together. Suyun smiled and picked up her cup, drinking a few sips in front of her. Seeing her drink, Su Qingqing relaxed considerably. After the free activities, Su Qingqing approached her, using the excuse of dirtying her clothes to change out of the identical white outfit they were both wearing. She affectionately pulled Suyun along, asking her to accompany her to the school storage room to get the mat needed for the next class. Suyun gladly agreed. The two of them walked towards the dark storage room. After stepping into the blind spot of the surveillance, Su Qingqing began to feel unsteady on her feet. She turned back in disbelief, only to see Suyun's indifferent expression. After Su Qingqing fainted, Suyun dragged her into a corner. She quickly swapped their clothes and took out a mask and sunglasses bought from the school store, carefully dressing both herself and Su Qingqing. Before long, footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. Suyun supported Su Qingqing, standing still. Their figures were quite similar, both wearing masks and sunglasses. After changing their hairstyles and clothes, it was difficult to distinguish between them at a glance. Around the corner, a group of mischievous boys approached, each with a cigarette in hand and behaving frivolously. Among them was a foolish-looking fat boy. The fat boy had his pants pulled up to his chest, saliva dripping everywhere, laughing foolishly while shouting for his wife. The leader of the boys, whom Suyun recognized from previous encounters, was a friend of Su Qingqing's, the son of a supplier under the Su family and obedient to Su Qingqing. His eyes glinted with lewd desire, fixating on the unconscious Su Qingqing. It's best for the young lady not to watch what happens next. It might hinder the boy's performance. I assure you the recording you want will be sent to your email, and you will be satisfied. Suyun arrogantly nodded, allowing the boys to drag Su Qingqing into the storage room. However, she did not leave, but instead snuck in through a back door, crouching down in a concealed shooting position. Su Qingqing was dragged onto a soft mat by the men, quickly stripped bare. The first to act was the leading man, who was also fully masked, concealing his face. After the group had their fill of venting, they pulled the fat boy over. Although the boy was foolish, he couldn't help but imitate the enticing and stimulating scene before him. It seemed they were waiting for the main event. When they saw the fat boy was ready, the leader randomly ripped off Su Qingqing's mask and sunglasses. Before he could, It seemed they were waiting for the main event. When they saw the fat boy was ready, the leader randomly ripped off Su Qingqing's mask and sunglasses. Before he could take a closer look, the fat boy lunged forward. The men adjusted their pants and whistled, urging the cameraman to get clearer shots. After estimating the timing, they hurriedly packed their things and slipped out through the back door. Once the fat boy saw them leave, he stood there somewhat at a loss, holding up his pants and whimpering for his wife. After quickly putting on her school uniform from her space, Su-yoon rushed out through the back door. Just 2 minutes after she left, a noisy crowd arrived. At the forefront was the principal, accompanied by the Lee couple along with Su Xiao and Huang Ying. Huang Ying linked her arm with Su Xiao, smiling brightly. "Principal Chen, I've heard that your school's sports equipment in the storage is quite complete. My daughter often says your school develops comprehensively. This time Qingqing's father and I plan to build another gym for the school to cultivate talent." Upon hearing this, Principal Chen grinned broadly, showering them with flattery and smiles. Several teachers led the way, and the group quickly arrived at the sports storage. As the warehouse lights turned on, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. In the center of the warehouse, a young girl lay on a mat, and beside her stood a man holding up his pants. Anyone who saw the scene could guess what had happened. A fleeting look of satisfaction and vengeance crossed Huang Ying's face, and she appeared even more eager than the school's teachers. She hurriedly stepped forward. Just then, Su-yoon carelessly walked over from the back, holding a few mats and presenting the appearance of a diligent student. "Dad, Aunt Huang, what brings you to the school?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Huang Ying stiffened and turned around in disbelief, her face filled with terror as she looked at Su-yoon. "Su-yoon, how are you here? Who is that on the mat?" As if to answer her, the girl on the mat slowly awakened. She sat up in bewilderment, the tearing pain causing her to gasp in shock. "Ah!" Huang Ying screamed upon seeing the girl on the mat. "Qingqing, it can't be you." She pushed aside the principal standing in front and rushed forward like a madwoman. Su Qingqing had completely awakened from the drug, pulling over her torn clothes to cover herself, tears streaming down her face. Madame Li recognized her son from a distance and rushed over to comfort the somewhat agitated fool. Listening to him mumbling about his wife in white, soft and gentle, Su Xiao gradually came to his senses from his initial shock, glaring fiercely at Huang Ying and her daughter. He then turned his head, casting a probing look at Su-yoon. Su-yoon appeared confused, acting as if it had nothing to do with her. Even if Su Xiao had doubts, he could only speculate in his heart. The Li couple had not reached their current status without being astute. Such small tricks and schemes were evident to the discerning eye. As Su Qingqing sobbed, she shot a venomous glare at Su-yoon, wanting to clarify the scene before her and to say that it was Su-yoon who harmed her. But Huang Ying tightly covered her mouth, preventing her from making a sound. The chaos was broken by... She was a shrewd woman, although her gaze towards Su Qingqing held a trace of disgust and disdain. She still politely spoke up. "Principal Chen, I hope no one will find out about what happened in the storage." Principal Chen was a clever man, immediately nodding in agreement. "Madame Li, rest assured, everyone present will keep it to themselves." Madame Li adjusted the fool's clothes and nodded. "This is not a big deal after all. The Li and Su families have intended to form a bond. The two children merely went a bit too far. A bit of education is all that is needed." As soon as Madame Li finished speaking, Su Xiao hurriedly nodded in agreement. Huang Ying took off her coat and draped it over Su Qingqing, forcing a bitter smile. "Yes, what the mother of the family says is right. They should indeed be educated properly." When Principal Chen and the teachers left, Madame Li's expression darkened significantly. "Although our Li family is not considered a high-ranking family, we are among the best in the Sea City. I don't expect my daughter-in-law to be completely in sync with my son, but at the very least, she should know propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor. I hope Madame Su will manage her well. If education fails again, I am willing to lend a hand." Huang Ying was frightened into silence, her beautiful eyes pleading for help from Su Xiao. Su Xiao's face was filled with shame at this moment. He couldn't care less about Huang Ying and her daughter's fate. After forcing a few smiles, he finally spoke. "Madam, you just need to discipline her. Since Qingqing has already followed young Master Li, she is now a daughter-in-law of the Li family. Whether to kill or to cut her, it's all up to you." Upon hearing her father's words, Su Qingqing was so frightened that she trembled all over, desperately trying to hide in Huang Ying's arms. Su-yoon quietly took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket, humming a cheerful tune while cracking the seeds. Sunflower seed shells scattered all over the ground. Su Xiao's eyes were about to bulge out, yet Su-yoon seemed oblivious, pulling out a bottle of soda from her pocket, gulping it down. After the Li couple left with the fool, Su Qingqing finally dared to speak. She struggled free from Huang Ying's embrace. "Dad, I don't want to marry the fool. This is Su-yoon's scheme against me. You have to stand up for me." Su Xiao was particularly sensitive about his pride, and after Su Qingqing embarrassed him so greatly today, the affection he once had for her had long since dissipated. He slapped Su Qingqing across the face with considerable force, causing her delicate face to swell instantly. You will marry him whether you like it or not. What tricks are you two playing? Do you think I can't see through it? Or do all the onlookers fail to see it? You two are nothing but lowly scoundrels. Su Xiao seemed too lazy to look at them any longer and stormed off angrily. Su Qingqing was stunned by the slap. She had never expected her usually loving father to treat her this way. Huang Ying held Su Qingqing tightly, feeling heartbroken, and called her assistant. After hanging up, she glared fiercely at Su Yun. You wretch, what a good scheme. Far better than your useless mother. All your previous obedience was just an act, wasn't it? Su Yun was too lazy to continue pretending. She smiled and pulled over a chair, sitting down with her arms resting on her chin, watching the mother-daughter duo with amusement. So, how does it feel to reap what you sow? My mother is kind, but I am not. After all, I have poor genetics and can do anything. Huang Ying glared at her, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Wretch, I want you to suffer more than death. Su Yun toyed with her phone, patting her chest. Oh, I'm so scared. The more scared I am, the more my hands shake. If I accidentally send out the video of my sister, what will happen? Everyone in the world will see it, and the Li family will break off the engagement. With Su Xiao's temperament, he might even drown your obedient daughter himself. Su Qingqing trembled uncontrollably. What video? What are you talking about? Su Yun mimicked Su Qingqing's usual innocent look. She opened the video software, and a scene of a group activity instantly came alive on the screen. Does it hurt? Isn't this what you told them to do to me? What's wrong? Are you breaking down when it comes to yourself? Isn't this the game you like? Close-up of a face. Su Qingqing screamed in terror, covering her head and shouting loudly, Get it away, please get it away. Su Yun's smile gradually faded as she walked in front of Su Qingqing, tapping her phone against her face repeatedly. Does it hurt? Isn't this what you told them to do to me? What's wrong? Are you breaking down when it comes to yourself? Isn't this the game you like? Huang Ying reached out, trying to snatch the phone. Su Yun was quick, slapping her hand away. Ignoring the pain in her hand, Huang Ying lunged at Su Yun. Su Yun was no longer the naive child she once was. After enduring the apocalypse, her mindset and personality had changed drastically. Especially since she had honed her skills for 10 years, how could Huang Ying, a sheltered woman, compete with her? In 2 moves, Su Yun tripped Huang Ying, causing her to fall to the ground. With a smile playing on her lips, Su Yun flipped over and pinned Huang Ying to the ground, one hand gripping her hair, while the other took turns slapping her face. From now on, when you see my ancestors, you should speak properly. Smack. A slap. I don't want to hear anything about my mother from your filthy mouth in the future. Smack. Another slap. Oh, and my grandparents too. Smack, smack, smack. 3 slaps. Huang Ying's eyes were filled with stars, her head spinning. She tasted blood in her mouth and spat out a tooth. Su Qingqing watched her mother being beaten and wanted to rush over, but was too terrified, only daring to curl up in a corner and cry loudly. After finishing with Huang Ying, Su Yun turned and gave Su Qingqing 2 hard slaps. Stop crying, you should be laughing, heartily understand. Be grateful to the country. It's a society governed by law, otherwise I'd crush you both. Su Qingqing was beaten into silence, only daring to whimper quietly. Seeing Su Yun glare at her, she swallowed her tears and forced out a smile even uglier than crying. Satisfied, Su Yun nodded, kicked the stool aside, and exited the warehouse through the side door. As she reached the path outside the main entrance of the warehouse, she happened to see Principal Chen tiptoeing to peek inside. This plump principal left a deep impression on her from her past life. He was a despicable person. When the students from wealthy families bullied exchange students, he acted like a blind man, ignoring the outside world, focusing only on building connections and supporting those scoundrels. Su Yun paused her steps, glanced around, and seeing no one and no surveillance devices, she took out a hat from her space and put it on, followed by a mask and sunglasses. She turned a corner and came up behind the principal, giving his shoulder a firm slap. The principal, somewhat confused, asked, "Student, what do you need?" Su Yun pointed to her face. "Do you recognize me?" Principal Chen only remembered the children from wealthy families. He naturally did not recall someone like Su Yun, who was neglected, especially since Su Yun had changed her appearance. "I don't know you." Su Yun grinned widely, revealing her big white teeth. She jumped high, grabbing the principal's sparse hair and bending him over. The principal was momentarily caught off guard. As he bent over, he realized he was in trouble. Su Yun would not give him the chance. With 2 sharp knee strikes, she knocked his nosebleed out. Just as the plump principal stood up dazed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the meat between his legs, causing cold sweat to pour down. In agony, he lay on the ground, hands clutching his groin, groaning like a pig. Su Yun looked at her foot in disgust, deciding to go home and disinfect it with alcohol. As she strolled out of the school, several ambulances passed by her. Soo-yoon grabbed a shared bike, riding back to her villa in a cheerful mood. Soo-xiao was not back, and Hwang-ing and her daughter were also absent. After making herself a steaming bowl of noodles, Soo-yoon returned to her room. After tossing several bags of luxury goods into her space, she began downloading something. That night, Soo-xiao's family of 3 did not return home. Soo-yoon woke up early and took a month off from school. The homeroom teacher, used to it, did not ask for a reason and simply agreed. With a bank card containing 200,000 yuan, Soo-yoon drove her truck straight to the wholesale market. The wholesale market in City C was vast, divided into several areas, each selling different items. Any items and food needed in daily life could be found here. After asking a passerby for the location of the grain and oil store, Soo-yoon headed straight there. The grain and oil street had many shops, and Soo-yoon chose the largest one, parking her truck at the entrance. The wholesale market in City C was vast, divided into several areas, each selling different items. Any items and food needed in After discarding a handful of cards, he cheerfully invited Soo-yoon into the shop. Although the front of the grain and oil store was large, the items inside were well organized, with rice, flour, grains, and legumes, all neatly categorized for easy selection. Soo-yoon had little cash in her pocket, only 20,000 yuan. The rice was priced at 140 yuan per 50-kilogram bag, and she ordered 100 bags, enough to fit in the truck at the door. After spending 140,000 yuan, only over 6,000 yuan remained in her wallet. It seemed she needed to find ways to make money quickly. Finding a deserted corner, Soo-yoon climbed into the cargo box and placed the 100 bags of rice in the courtyard of her space. As she arranged the rice in the storeroom with her consciousness, she suddenly sensed something unusual. The space seemed different from a few days ago. 2 low hills stood majestically lush and green, with overlapping layers of mountains. The stream at the foot of the hills had transformed into a flowing river. Even the wooden bridge over the stream had turned into a wide and sturdy stone bridge. The white mist at the edge of the space seemed to have expanded significantly, but unfortunately there were no special reference points to determine how much it had grown. What struck Soo-yoon most was the courtyard, which had originally been only a few hundred square meters. With the addition of the yard, each room was small. This time it had expanded more than 5 times. Even the furniture, which had been against the walls in the original rooms, had all been pushed to one side, making the space look very spacious. Could it be that the space upgraded? Standing in the center of the courtyard, Soo-yoon was somewhat puzzled. She hadn't paid much attention to the space these days, nor had she done anything strange. Could the space really upgrade by itself? Unable to figure it out, she didn't dwell on it. In a hurry, she began to search for those luxury items, planning to find a gold shop to sell them. She remembered that the bags had been left in the bedroom of the courtyard. However, after rummaging around inside for a long time, she found only 3 empty bags and some furs and bedding. Soo-yoon stared in shock at the bags. Of the gold and jewelry that had originally been inside had all been looted. It seemed this was the key to the space upgrade. Unable to suppress the joy in her heart, Soo-yoon happily exited the space. Without being able to sell the luxury items, she needed to find other ways to make money. When Soo-yoon returned to the villa, the Soo-xiao family of 3 was present. Hwang Ying's face was swollen and bruised, making her look 10 years older, while Su Qingqing cowered, not daring to look at her. Only Soo-xiao appeared normal. When he saw Soo-yoon, he placed his phone on the coffee table and said, "Little Yoon is back, let's eat." Today the dining table lacked the usual atmosphere. Su Qingqing's position had also changed. Previously, she always sat to the left of Soo-xiao, affectionately serving him food during meals. This time she hesitated for 2 seconds at that position before sitting to the right of Hwang Ying, distancing herself from Soo-xiao. Soo-xiao's brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting expression. Soo-yoon looked at the once close-knit family with mocking eyes, enjoying their meal. "Little Yoon, in a few days you'll be 18. I'm planning to hold a comingafage ceremony for you." Soo-xiao put down his wine glass, a smile spilling from his lips. Soo-yoon calculated the days. In her previous life, the comingafage ceremony had indeed been held on this very day, after which Soo-xiao had presented a share transfer document in front of everyone. He had deceived himself with hopeful words, claiming that she was his most cherished daughter. Having received a paternal love he had never known for 18 years, she had believed that no matter what, her father would love her. Without hesitation, in front of the lawyer and guests, she signed her name, cooperating with the notary to have it notarized. That evening she felt like Cinderella from a fairy tale, wearing a princess dress and crystal shoes, dancing to an unfamiliar tune in the center of the ball. Unfortunately, she was even less than Cinderella. While Cinderella ended up with happiness, she could only scavenge for food in the stinking gutter, repeatedly begging her father to keep her. Even when ultimately betrayed, there remained a glimmer of hope in her heart, wishing that her father would, out of affection for their blood relation, protect her. But what about her father? He fought with Su Qingqing for the meager food she had obtained, his disdain for her blatantly visible. In her previous life she had already repaid that bit of blood relation, now apart from being enemies they were nothing else. Sure, I can't wait. Su Xiao didn't catch the double meaning in Siyun's words and felt very pleased with her enthusiastic response. During the meal, everyone ate with their own thoughts. As Su Yun went upstairs, Su Qingqing followed her. She had bruises on her body and anxiously trailed behind Su Yun. Is there something you need? Su Qingqing wore a fawning expression. Yun, can you delete the video recording? Why should I? Because I'm your sister. My reputation is ruined. It will affect you too. I can apologize to you. Surely your anger will subside, right? Hurry and delete the video. Su Yun sneered. Is that your way of begging? Su Qingqing's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. If you don't delete it, I'll tell Dad and let him deal with you. Su Yun opened the door and pointed at the stairs. Take care, I won't see you off. Su Qingqing was met with a closed door, furious as she pounded on it. If you knock again, I won't hesitate to break your hand. Su Qingqing's hand paused, recalling Su Yun's terrifying demeanor in the warehouse. In the end, she dared not knock again and grumbled as she went downstairs. Su Yun opened her computer. Besides continuing to download, she added some items to the inventory list. By the time she woke up the next day, there was no one left in the villa. Taking advantage of the time while the maid went grocery shopping, Su Yun called in the craftsman she had contacted early that morning. They installed pinhole cameras in various corners of the house. The workers were very quick. In less than an hour, all the footage appeared on Su Yun's phone. After the workers left, Su Yun rode a shared bicycle out. After switching to a truck at the entrance of the community, she drove all the way to her grandparents' house. Her grandparents' home was a 3-story self-built villa in a village on the outskirts. This villa held all of Su Yun's childhood memories. The original sketch of the villa was drawn by her and her mother, and it was decorated with the first piece her mother sold. Unfortunately, the impending heavy snow would bury this place. Pushing open the door and entering the familiar courtyard, Su Yun began a day of busy work. She first packed all the items in the house, from the refrigerator and television to every needle and thread. All were thrown into the space. After finishing inside, she went to the vegetable garden and harvested all the vegetables her grandfather had planted before. She also collected the farming tools her grandfather had bought into the space. By sunset, the 3-story villa was completely empty. Even the flowers her grandmother had planted in the yard were moved by Su Yun. Before leaving, Su Yun took a photo of the house with her phone and then drove the truck back to the city. After the mealtime, she didn't rush back to the villa for dinner, but casually found a street stall, ordered a giambingguizi, and, while munching, watched the villa's surveillance. Su Xiao had already finished her meal and was working in the study. Huang Ying was not in her and Su Xiao's bedroom but was applying a facial mask, soothing Su Qingqing. At this moment, Su Qingqing was restless, having lost her usual gentle demeanor. Her face was twisted with rage, filled with foul language. Mom, that shameless woman won't delete the video. What should we do? Should we find Dad? Huang Ying gently patted her face. Silly girl, we can't tell your father. Su Qingqing threw her plush toy on the ground, hysterical. We can't let your father know about the video's existence, otherwise your future won't be peaceful. Su Qingqing was stunned and hesitantly asked, Mom, what do you mean? Would Dad really harm me? Huang Ying smiled coldly. Silly girl, now you are the young mistress of the Li family. Once those 2 old fools from the Li family die, that idiot will be at your mercy. The Li family is a true conglomerate. 10 Su families wouldn't even be worthy to carry their shoes. If the old fools have something to leverage against you, you can be sure they won't hesitate to drain you dry. Su Qingqing hesitated. Mom, would Dad really do that? Huang Ying removed the facial mask, her expression unyielding. Silly girl, after all these years, haven't you seen clearly? Su Xiao is a vampire. As long as you are useful, he will pamper you. But when you are no longer useful, he will discard us like garbage. Haven't you learned from Su Yun? If it weren't for the shares in her hand needing notarization, that old fool would have kicked her out long ago. Su Qingqing kicked the doll away in frustration. Mom, I don't want to marry that idiot. Huang Ying sighed, lovingly stroking Su Qingqing's head. That shameless Su Yun is like a different person. She hasn't fallen into our traps at all. Now the situation has become a foregone conclusion. Marrying into the Li family is better for you. The Li couple is already over 50. The Li family will eventually be handed over to you. With money, what kind of man can't you find? Once those 2 old fools die, you can find a man to have children with at your leisure. When the Li family is firmly in your grasp, you'll just need to find an opportunity to get rid of that idiot. Su Qingqing thought of the easily obtainable Li family, her face flushed, nodding vigorously. But the video is now in Su Yun's hands. I'm afraid that shameless woman will cause trouble. Huang Ying's expression darkened, smiling maliciously. Don't worry, money can make the world go round. Making someone disappear is not difficult. We will first stabilize Su Yun, and once your father tricks her out of the shares, I will make her understand the consequences of offending us mother and daughter. After Su Yun saved the surveillance video, she cheerfully returned to the villa. Aunt Huang was tidying up the table. Seeing Su Yun, she didn't even lift her eyelids. Second miss, you're back late. Dinner is all gone. You can find something to eat yourself. Su Yun ignored her and went upstairs. Huang Ying upstairs seemed to hear the noise and was already standing at the door of the storage room, seemingly waiting for her. Since the mask had been torn off, Su Yun wasn't polite and bypassed her to open the door. Huang Ying followed her, glanced around the corridor, and closed the door. Is there something you want? Huang Ying smiled gently in stark contrast to her earlier harsh demeanor. Xiao Yun, a few days ago it was Qingqing and Auntie's fault. I came to discuss something with you this time. Qingqing is after all your sister and you share the same bloodline. Can't you give the recording to Auntie? Auntie will be very grateful. Su Yun crossed her legs. What, do you still see me as a child? Give a slap, then a sweet date. Huang Ying suppressed her anger, swallowing her frustration. You say, what will it take for you to give us the recording? Su Yun smiled and rubbed her fingers, her intentions obvious. Seeing Su Yun's actions, Huang Ying clearly relaxed a bit. Isn't it just money? This card has 200000. Xiao Yun, take it and spend it. Su Yun didn't take the bank card, shaking her head with a smile. Huang Ying awkwardly smiled. 200000 is a bit too little. How about this? Auntie will give you 1 million as long as you give me Qingqing's recording and let me destroy all copies. I'll also give you a car. What do you think? Su Yun smacked her lips. So the position of the young mistress of the Li family is only worth this much. If I sell the recording to the Li couple, I wonder if they would be more generous. Huang Ying's expression froze as she sat on the bed, a bit annoyed. Su Yun, leave a line for others to follow so we can meet again in the future. Do you really want to be this ruthless? Su Yun laughed. Otherwise. Huang Ying's teeth ground together. 5 million, that's all I have. I advise you to take the deal while it's good, or else if the fish dies and the net breaks, you might not come out unscathed. Estimating that Huang Ying's private stash was about the same, she most likely couldn't produce more. She pretended to be troubled, thinking for a long time before reluctantly nodding. Seeing her nod, Huang Ying's face lit up with joy and she immediately walked out. Early the next morning, as Su Xiao's car drove away from the villa, Su Yun's door was knocked on. Huang Ying and Su Qingqing walked in, accompanied by a young man. The man wore black-framed glasses, carrying 2 heavy bags which seemed to contain money. Su Yun opened the bags and looked at. Indeed, they were stacks of renminbi. She casually flipped through them, confirming they were real and the bills were not connected. She wondered how long Huang Ying had saved up. The money is with you. The video has to be mine now. Su Yun didn't hesitate, throwing her phone over. Huang Ying signaled the glasses man, who immediately took the phone. After a flurry of activity, he nodded at Huang Ying. Huang Ying looked at Su Yun's notebook. You don't mind if we check? Su Yun nonchalantly nodded. The glasses man powered on the phone and checked for a long time. After confirming there were no backups, he returned it to Su Yun. Su Qingqing wore a dark expression the whole time, and as they left, she snorted, coldly reverting to her proud demeanor. Su Yun ignored her. After they left, she went outside, first looking for a recycling point to sell the phone and computer that the glasses man had touched, then went to the express station to pick up her online purchases. Finally, she found the nearest bank and happily deposited 5 million into her bank card. After the new phone showed the money had arrived, Su Yun drove the truck straight to the wholesale market. The old man who sold rice last time was happily smoking his pipe. Seeing Su Yun walk in, he was very pleased and greeted her from afar. This time Su Yun's order was very large. Crabfield rice, long grain fragrant rice, Wuchang rice, fragrant rice, 500 bags of each type, 100 bags of millet, black rice, sorghum rice, Thai fragrant rice, glutinous rice, every type of rice for sale, 100 bags each. In addition to rice, she also ordered 500 bags of flour, assorted grains, and various beans, each 100 jin. For all types of noodles, she ordered 1000 bags, and for peanut oil, sunflower seed oil, blended oil, corn oil, soybean oil, and olive oil, she ordered 500 barrels of each. Even the less common lard, she ordered 200 barrels. While waiting for the boss to prepare the goods, Su Yun wandered over to a nearby spice shop. Soy sauce, vinegar, white sugar, brown sugar, starch, 13 spices, sesame oil, salt, MSG, oyster sauce, cooking wine, hot pot base, barbecued dipping sauce, sesame paste, chili oil. Any spices that could be used. She wholesale purchased 50 boxes, each with salt bought in the largest quantity. These items took Su Yun an entire day to carefully store away in her space. After all, the external space is limitless, while the courtyard currently spans only over 2,000 square meters, so she must be economical. Comforters, silk quilts, down jackets, thick blankets, fleece blankets, summer quilts, bean blankets, bed sheets, and mattresses. She bought 50 sets of each. Down jackets, cotton jackets, military overcoats, lamb's wool coats, leather coats, extra thick thermal pants, wool pants, outer trousers, sportswear, sweaters, summer clothes, skirts, and windbreakers, 200 pieces of each variety. Thermal underwear, intimate clothing, ankle sock, shirts and trousers, hats, fleece-lined socks, gloves, electric blankets, heated insoles, scarves, sneakers, snow boots, and all kinds of seasonal footwear and clothing. At least 500 pieces each, especially underwear, for which she stocked up over 1,000 pairs. These items were readily available in bulk from vendors, and they began loading them into boxes without making Soo-yoon wait long. After 15 days of busyness, she had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies. Pots, bowls, kitchen appliances, cat litter, plastic bags of various sizes, disposable meal boxes, water storage barrels, and bathing tubs. Flashlights, candles, lighters, matches, charcoal, firewood, heaters, coal, large water purifiers, iron barrels, portable gas, stoves, gas canisters, tents, folding chairs, outdoor power banks, solar chargers, telescopes, solar panels, solar heaters, power banks, diesel generators, solar security cameras, solar generators, thermal blankets, fireproof blankets, wilderness, survival gear, flintstones, entrenching tools, solar hand crank radios, cut-resistant gloves, and cut-resistant clothing. Seeds for various vegetables and fruits, saplings, and fish fry. The RV and off-road vehicle were rented, and to prevent tracking, she planned to store them in her space the day before the apocalypse began. After investing a substantial amount, contacts were quickly established. Realizing there were still many items to stock up on, Soo-yoon used her mother's connections to find a bank officer. She mortgaged a 3-story rural villa under her name to the bank. Along with it, she also mortgaged over 1,000 acres of farmland. After the bank assessed everything, they granted her a loan of $3 million, considering Soo Xiao's reputation, and released the funds immediately. Once the funds were deposited, Soo-yoon resumed her stockpiling. Various snacks, puff snacks, canned fruits, canned meats, pickles, salted duck, eggs, milk, beverages, beer, liquor, mineral water, contraceptives, and cigarettes were all included. She bought 50 boxes of eggs. She also acquired a good number of live poultry. 20 live rabbits, 20 live chickens, ducks, and geese each, and 100 fertilized eggs of various poultry. 50 live quails and lu-ding chickens were also purchased. 10 live cattle, sheep, pigs, and donkeys each. Passing by a roadside beekeeper's tent, Soo-yoon bought a beehive along with some live bees and honey. She also purchased 200 pounds of cooked food from a deli. Soo-yoon bought over 100 pounds of every new vegetable and fruit that arrived at the produce market. Thinking of the land in her space, Soo-yoon visited the agricultural market and bought many advanced farming machines along with automatic irrigation systems. With these items, she could save a lot of effort in farming and fruit tree cultivation. To prevent damage, everything was packed into the courtyard, which was now completely filled. Soo-yoon placed the non-compressible items at the bottom and stacked them layer by layer upwards. In the end, she could only place items on the roof. Fortunately, time also stood still on the roof. From a distance, it looked quite spectacular. These acquisitions consumed over $1 million, leaving Soo-yoon with just over $180,000 in her bank account. During those 15 days, Soo-yoon was out early and back late, hardly home at all. Initially, Soo Xiao was worried about her leaving and called every day under the pretense of concern. Once he discovered that Soo-yoon returned home every night to sleep, he relaxed and focused entirely on preparing for the adult ceremony. On the eve of the comingafage ceremony, Soo-yoon went to inspect her house. Her retired elder brother accompanied her throughout, showcasing every feature like a proud owner presenting his treasure. After the inspection, Soo-yoon was very satisfied and transferred the last installment. The stairs had a railing installed by her brother, crafted from pure steel with an astonishing density, making it difficult for general cutting tools to penetrate. This railing was layered with 3 tiers. Soo-yoon arranged for 10 electric nets to be made, preparing to install them in the corridor once the apocalypse began. After bidding farewell to her brother, Soo-yoon headed to an outdoor supply street. She purchased climbing ropes, backpacks, trekking poles, headlamps, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, sunglasses, thick raincoats, umbrellas, quick-dry clothes, climbing shoes, hooks, and several meters of soft ladders. She then visited a diving shop, buying several full swimsuits, swimming goggles, diving suits, and oxygen tanks. In the end times, weapons remained the most crucial. Soo-yoon decided not to think about firearms, but she knew she needed to acquire some cold weapons with lethality. Fortunately, her grandfather had previously enjoyed hunting in the mountains and knew many experienced hunters. Soo-yoon drove directly back to her hometown and sought out Grandpa Zhang, who had a good relationship with her grandfather, under the pretext of going hunting with her companions. Grandpa Zhang loved to collect knives, but due to his old age, he couldn't climb the mountains anymore, and these items were piled in the woodshed. Upon hearing Soo-yoon's intentions, he generously offered to give them to her. Soo-yoon declined his offer and selected several weapons from the woodshed, including daggers, cleavers, and long swords. What excited her the most were 2 crossbows and a long sword that gleamed with a cold light. There weren't many arrows for the crossbows, only 2 quivers with about 50 arrows. Upon learning that Soo-yoon intended to go into the mountains, Grandpa Jung's expression became conflicted, and after a long moment he gestured for her to follow him. The old man returned to his bedroom and pulled out a locked leather case from under the bed. The moment he opened the case, Soo-yoon's eyes lit up. Inside, besides 2 hunting rifles, there was surprisingly a slingshot which had a vintage feel, and in some places it even used titanium alloy, making Soo-yoon unable to put it down. Grandpa Jung looked at Soo-yoon with disdain. He carefully rummaged through the bottom and pulled out a package. When Soo-yoon took it, it felt heavy. Curiously, she opened it to find it contained 20 rounds of ammunition and a bunch of iron eggs. These iron eggs were oddly shaped, especially the last few dozen, which had barbs and appeared extremely sharp. When Soo-yoon inquired about the price, the old man adamantly refused to accept any money. He only cautioned her that these items should not be exposed to light and were only for hunting purposes, absolutely not to be misused. Soo-yoon naturally agreed. Seeing that the old man wouldn't take her money, she came up with another idea. She drove back to the city, bought over 10,000 yuan worth of supplies and food, and prepared a lot of items to resist the extreme cold for the old man before bringing them back in large boxes. The old man was distressed, slapping his thigh, and could only call his grandson to share the food with him in their apartment. Grandpa Jung's grandson was named Jung-e, whom Soo-yoon was very familiar with in her childhood, but hadn't seen much since growing up. He was an active Special Forces soldier, and according to Grandpa Jung, he had taken a year off to come back for a blind date. The marriage house he bought for his grandson was not far from the apartment where Soo-yoon lived, and it was also situated at a higher elevation. Since Soo-yoon was going back by car anyway, she brought the items along with Grandpa Jung. Knowing that Jung-e was home, Soo-yoon bought a lot of compressed biscuits and water at the supermarket and had the delivery brought upstairs to Jung's house. Jung-e was not at home at the moment. After calling to thank Soo-yoon, he added her on WeChat. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Jung, Soo-yoon checked out the local delicacies, buying a bit from every store before returning to the villa. The villa was bustling today. The 3 members of the Soo family were in the living room, each of them beaming with joy, seemingly awaiting the comingafage ceremony the next day. Even Soo Ching-ching, who had upheld the rules at the Lee family, returned. At that moment, she was wearing a white princess dress adorned with thousands of sparkly diamonds on its long train, looking dazzling. In her previous life, Soo Ching-ching had dressed this way. At this 18-year-old comingafage ceremony, she stole the spotlight while Soo-yoon felt like the ugly duckling beside the princess, reduced to mere decoration. It was only when signing the share transfer document that everyone remembered this was the comingafage ceremony for the second daughter of the Soo family. Soo Ching-ching walked with her head held high, as if she had forgotten her previous meekness, smirking maliciously. Sorry, Yoon, this outfit will definitely overshadow you. There's no way around it, a dad says, in the future mistress of the Lee family, and I naturally can't be small-minded in my attire. Soo-yoon merely tugged at the corner of her mouth, non-committally, directly ignoring her. Su Xiao, in a good mood, chastised Soo Ching-ching and then looked affectionately at Soo-yoon. Yoon, after completing your comingafage ceremony, you're an adult now. Whatever you do, you must prioritize the family's interests, especially for Dad. After all, we are a family. Upon hearing the words family, Soo-yoon felt an overwhelming disgust. However, this was not the time to tear off the facade. She was waiting, as she wanted him to watch as he lost the very thing he thought was easily within reach. Soo-yoon had been busy hoarding supplies and hadn't slept soundly for over 10 days. Now overcome by drowsiness, she quickly washed up and hurried into bed. Early the next morning, Soo-yoon was awakened by hurried footsteps. Several makeup artists, manicurists, and hairstylists hurriedly entered Huang Ying's room. Soo-yoon leaned against the door frame, yawning, watching Huang Ying and Soo Ching-ching busily preparing for the evening banquet. The more extravagant their preparations, the happier Soo-yoon would be when she saw them fall into despair. The day passed quickly. At 5 in the afternoon, Su Xiao sent a car to pick them up. Soo-yoon did not change into the dress Su Xiao had prepared for her. Instead, she wore the toast dress her mother had worn at her wedding. Although it was outdated, it fit Soo-yoon's figure perfectly, accentuating her heroic and capable demeanor. When Su Xiao saw her at the door, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale and displeased. He gripped Soo-yoon's wrist firmly, lowering his voice in discontent. What do you mean by this? Why aren't you wearing the dress I prepared for you? Why must you put on the clothes of the deceased? Are you trying to bring bad luck to your father? Soo-yoon blinked innocently. Dad, I just want my mother to see my moment of happiness. After all, today is going to be an unforgettable day. Su Xiao's face darkened, but he still managed to keep his composure. Stop with the antics. The people here today are either rich or noble, many of whom are my business partners. Just follow the process properly. Siyun made an okay gesture, smiling as she entered the venue. Su Xiao indeed put a lot of thought into today. The best hotel, the most grand venue, the highest quality ingredients. The crystal archway adorned with flowers exuded a faint fragrance. At the entrance stood several live-sized standees of people, but there was no photo of Su Yun. One was of Su Qingqing, another of the foolish heir of the Li family, and another was their group photo. The display screen at the end of the hall was filled with photos of Su Qingqing. A banner at the top of the banquet with a red background and yellow words displayed a line of large characters. Congratulations to the Su family's precious daughter, Su Qingqing, on her engagement to Li Detzi, the young master of the Li family. Behind the large banner, a small banner followed with a line of small text. Welcome, everyone, to the comingafage ceremony of Miss Su, the second daughter of the Su family. Even her name isn't mentioned here. This father really dotes on her. Siyun wandered around the venue, occasionally nibbling on pastries and sipping juice. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she seized the opportunity to sneak to the back. In the back studio, the host was still running through the program. Upon seeing Su Yun, he politely asked her to return to the hall. Siyun first identified herself as the second daughter of the Su family and then took out a prepared USB drive. She informed the host that this was a surprise she had arranged for her sister's engagement. After the proof of shares was completed, she asked him to play it on the big screen. The host looked at Su Yun's ID and recognized that this was indeed the genuine second daughter of the Su family. Assuming it was a sisterly bond, he readily agreed. Su Yun sweetly stuffed a wad of cash into the host's pocket, saying, "Keep it a secret, okay?" The host made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, miss, leave it to me." After completing all this, Su Yun quietly returned to the front hall. Fortunately, the people of the Su family treated her like heir, and no one noticed she had left for a while. The banquet soon began. Su Xiao first thanked everyone for attending, then began the opening dance. Some businessmen gathered, either discussing business or talking about women. Su Yun stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling out of place. Soon the clock struck 8. Su Qingqing slowly descended from the right side of the second floor, her long skirt trailing behind her, complementing her fair skin, resembling a princess with a beautiful and generous smile. On her left side from the staircase, a foolish idiot stumbled down, dragging his pants and laughing foolishly. Su Qingqing's expression froze, her genuine smile stiffened considerably. The fool rushed down quickly, stepping on Su Qingqing's skirt, which was very long. Unable to stabilize, both of them tumbled down the stairs. The Li family's fool immediately burst into tears. While crying, he pounded Su Qingqing's back. "Stupid woman, you tripped me, you tripped me." This sudden turn of events caught both families off guard. Madame Li hurried forward to help her son up, carefully comforting him. Huang Ying's face turned ugly as she hurried a few steps to pull Su Qingqing up. The originally glamorous princess seemed to have fallen into the dust, her hair messy, her dress dirty, and her face stained with tears of shame and anger. This scene was absurd yet comical, yet not a single person dared to laugh. Su Qingqing, at 18, still inexperienced in the world, couldn't help but cry at the pitying gazes of others. Helpless Huang Ying could only pull her to the back hall. The host at the scene was very experienced. He skipped this process and quickly moved on to the next. Su Xiao stood on the stage waving at Su Yun, signaling her to come up. However, Su Yun remained rooted in place, unmoving. Even when a servant came to invite her, she stood below like a spectator, raising her glass to the sweaty Su Xiao. Su Xiao was so angry that his teeth itched, wanting to rush down and drag her. At that moment, the main door opened. A high-ranking military officer walked in first, followed by several influential leaders. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. These figures were not ones that could be invited with money. The Su family truly held a high status. Su Xiao did not expect these figures to attend, immediately flabbergasted, running down from the stage, nodding and shaking hands, being exceedingly courteous. The leading officer spoke with a strong voice. "Today is Miss Su Yun's comingafage ceremony. She has made such great contributions to the country, so we naturally had to be here." The other leaders echoed in agreement. Su Xiao was somewhat at a loss and could only look up at Su Yun. Su Yun, however, chuckled. Finally, the moment she had been waiting for had come. Since the day she was reborn, she had been contemplating how to handle her shares. Shares worth billions could not be sold in a short time. Even selling them to Su Xiao's rival, getting notarization before the comingafage ceremony, was basically impossible. She couldn't let Su Xiao benefit from it, nor could she just give it away to others. It would be better to hand it over to the state. Only when the shares reached the government's hands could they be turned into money in the short term. With these billions worth of resources, perhaps more soldiers could survive in the end times. With the general praising me, so I might just float away. I'm just an ordinary citizen doing what an ordinary citizen should do, Soo-yoon said, elegantly greeting the general while holding up her glass. The general patted Soo-yoon on the shoulder. You have donated all the shares under your name to the station soldiers. On behalf of everyone in the military region, I express our gratitude. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao staggered, nearly fainting. All shares. That was worth tens of billions. That money was clearly his, and without those shares his influence in the boardroom would diminish. If the rivals acquired the scattered shares, the Su family would undergo a transformation, and all his scheming would end up benefiting someone else. Su Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could strangle Soo-yoon right then and there. But he understood that with the general and the other leaders present, if he obstructed now it would surely cause a commotion. Yet it was unbearable to see such a readily obtainable opportunity slip into others' hands. Fortunately, he still had a bargaining chip. As long as Su Qingqing could marry into the Li family, he could still maintain his standing. The notary soon brought over the notarized document. This notarized document was different from the previous life. In this life, Soo-yoon donated all the shares under her name to the stationed military equivalent to contributing to the nation. A group of people witnessed Soo-yoon signing her name, completing the notarization, and taking photos for remembrance. After everything was done, the display screen suddenly went black. Huang Ying and her daughter just returned, thinking the shares were already in hand, looking at Soo-yoon with ill intentions. Soo-yoon smiled back, pointing at the display screen. Here's a surprise for you. You will definitely like it. Soon the display screen lit up. Huang Ying and her daughter were seen in a room plotting to kill the young master of the Li family and slandering Su Xiao, all clearly captured. Su Qingqing was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Huang Ying frantically ran to the backstage, wanting to stop the recording. Su Xiao's glass fell to the ground. He realized everything was over. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He only wanted to kill Soo-yoon. He lunged at Soo-yoon with a fierce expression, wanting to grab her by the neck. The soldier standing nearby, without needing the general's signal, kicked Su Xiao, sending him flying. Soo-yoon smiled, sweetly resembling an elegant swan politely exiting under everyone's gaze. Huang Ying and her daughter were taken away by the arriving police. Su Xiao was also brought back to the police station for intentional injury. The Li couple announced they would suppress all of Su's businesses. Soo-yoon left the banquet hall, not returning to the Su family villa, but instead grabbed a shared bicycle and leisurely rode back to Jinyun Hoarding. As she swiped her Soo-yoon left the banquet hall, not returning to the Su family villa, but instead grabbed a shared bicycle and leisurely rode back to Jinyun Hoarding. As she swiped her card to enter, a chubby security guard puffed and rushed over. Hello, homeowner. The computer shows that you have not joined the property group. Please apply when you have time, as this is to improve the service for everyone. Soo-yoon politely took out her phone and scanned the QR code to apply. Soon a group chat appeared on her chat page. After setting her messages to Do Not Disturb, she rode her bicycle to the foot of Building 50. The lobby was brightly lit, and several girls around Soo-yoon's age were chattering while waiting for the elevator. Soo-yoon was the last to enter the elevator and swiped her card to select the 12th floor. The girls seemed quite interested in Soo-yoon, occasionally stealing glances at her. Noticing that Soo-yoon had no desire to engage in conversation, they began gossiping again and quickly got off the elevator at the 6th and 8th floors. The elevator ascended all the way up and finally stopped at the 12th floor. The elevator entrance on the 12th floor was also equipped with an electric gate, which was not in use for now, so Soo-yoon retracted it. Before the security door opened, her phone rang. Soo-yoon took it out to take a look. It was a call from Su Xiao. After pressing the reject button, the other party persistently called again. As Soo-yoon opened the door, she simultaneously blacklisted and deleted the contact in one go. Unfortunately, before she could settle down for 2 minutes, Su Qingqing's call came in. Huang Ying and Su Qingqing could only be considered as conspirators and had not caused any substantial harm to Li Xiao. Uncle Hat probably just offered a reprimand and warning before quickly releasing the three of them. After being blacklisted, Soo-yoon enjoyed the rare peace and quiet. After wandering around the house, she chose the bedroom on the left side of the first floor, the closest room to the front door. If there were sounds at the door, she would be able to hear them. With 5 days left until the apocalypse, the temperature was still quite high. Without air conditioning, it was impossible to sleep well. After making the bed, Soo-yoon set the temperature of the central air conditioning to 22 degrees. Not too cold, not too hot. For her, the temperature was just right. The refreshments from the banquet were merely snacks that did not satisfy her hunger. Soo-yoon fried an egg and boiled a bowl of river snail rice noodles. After returning to the living room with the river snail rice noodles, she took out her phone. The Su residence was pitch black, and after adjusting several camera angles, she finally noticed a faint light. There was no one in the house, only a light in the yard. Soo-yoon slurped the river snail rice noodles, staring for quite a while, but there was still no reaction from inside. The three of them probably had not returned home. After a simple dinner, Soo-yoon went upstairs. After running on the treadmill for 2 hours, she washed up and went to bed. Early in the morning, her phone rang. She had originally thought the call would be from Soo Xiao using a strange number. Unexpectedly, the caller was Uncle Hat. It turned out that last night Soo Xiao's car had an accident, and all three of them were currently in the hospital. Soo-yoon suppressed her urge to laugh out loud. Did they die? Uncle Hat on the other end did not expect Soo-yoon to ask that, leaving him momentarily. No, all three of them only sustained minor injuries and bumped their heads. They are currently in a coma. I checked the system to contact you, and they are in the emergency room of the city center hospital. After politely thanking him, Soo-yoon hung up the phone. In a cheerful mood, she dressed up and happily stepped out. There was no way she was going to the hospital, as she was the one who most wished for their demise in the world. Unfortunately, order had not yet descended into chaos. Eliminating them now was too risky. She could only let them live a few more days. With over 140,000 in her bank account, Soo-yoon only planned to keep 20,000 in cash and convert the rest into supplies. After the truck arrived at the supermarket, Soo-yoon got off. She pushed the shopping cart around the supermarket and found that she still missed quite a few items. After noting them down in her notebook, she headed straight to the steel market. Sand cement calipers, wood rebar, electric saws, electric drills, cutting machine screws, wrenches, electric welding glue, electric screwdrivers. She bought a bit of everything that was available for sale in the hardware store. With these tools, she could build a livestock shed in her space whenever she had the time, and also make some chicken coops. If she had no house to live in later, she could put one together herself. After leaving the hardware store, she was attracted by a newly opened shop across the street. The opposite side was brightly lit with a grand opening banner hanging. The store was wafting with rich aromas, and the chimney was emitting curling smoke. This was a specialty food store with shelves displaying unique delicacies from all over the country. When Soo-yoon walked in, a server was offering a plate of crystal-clear meat for customers to taste. Having been starved in her previous life, Soo-yoon wanted to eat everything she saw in this life. After wandering around the store, her mouth was nearly watering. Sauce meat from Suzhou and Hangzhou, sweet sausages from Western Yunnan, soy sauce meat from Shaoxing, salted meat from Jiangxi, smoked Cantonese sausages, black pork sausages from Sichuan, sticky rice, cakes, lean meat, oil residue from Guizhou, finger mochi, fresh milk skins. Knife-up meat, Huangshan cakes, coconut powder from Hainan, Junyi, steamed meat, vegetable diet sausages, spicy sausages, air-dried 5-flour bacon, Chaozhou pork rolls, duck gizzards, lantern shadow beef strips, southern meat, Zongzi. Soo-yoon nearly emptied the store's inventory, even buying quite a few jars of specialty pickled vegetables from various regions. Such a large purchase caught the boss' attention, and he personally came out to receive her, even sending her off with a number of gifts. Soo-yoon really liked noodles, but she didn't know how to make them herself. To ensure she wouldn't go without in the future, she found a processing shop. She bought dumpling skins, wonton skins, hand-rolled noodles, vegetable noodles, bun skins, preparing to make them herself during the apocalypse. She also found a shop specializing in steaming buns and making pancakes, and ordered 1,000 steamed buns, 1,000 flour rolls, 1,000 sugar buns, and 1,000 oil pancakes, 1,000 gluten pancakes, and 1,000 spring pancakes. When the door opened, Sia, you could not be bothered with small talk and went straight to the point. Uncle, I heard from my grandma you still want to buy our house. Soo-yoon squatted in the back of the truck, storing everything she could find into her space, while maintaining the freshly cooked warmth of all the ingredients. After everything was collected, it was already dark. Soo-yoon finally drove back home. After preparing a sumptuous dinner, she habitually opened the surveillance page. The moment the camera connected, a chill shot up from her feet to the top of her head. On the other side of the lens, a pair of crimson eyes was ominously staring at her. Su Qingqing's eyes were bloodshot, and on her youthful face there was a murderous intent that did not belong to her age. She held a greasy chicken leg in her left hand and stuffed a bun into her mouth with her right, looking as if she hadn't eaten in several lifetimes. In the dining room, Su Xiao devoured his food with chopsticks like a whirlwind, while Huang Ying cried and shoveled food into her mouth, showing no dignity of a wealthy lady. The aunt nearby was dumbfounded, hastily bringing dishes out from the kitchen. On the marble dining table, the emptied plates were piled high, indicating the three had been eating for quite some time. Perhaps her stomach could hold no more. Su Xiao waved his hand, dismissing several servants. Su Qingqing, too full to move, smeared the grease from her hands all over her clothes. After turning on the light, Soo-yoon lay on the soft sofa and blacklisted both Su Qingqing and Huang Ying. It was not surprising that they were released so quickly. The three of them sat at the dining table, forming a triangle, the atmosphere exceptionally eerie. Unlike their usual close-knit family, they all maintained a distance from one another. Huang Ying didn't even put down her knife and fork her face wary as if she were ready to fight at any moment. Breaking the silence was Su Qingqing, her face dark, a twisted smile on her lips. You all are back, aren't you? Huang Ying's eyes flashed with malice as her grip on the knife changed direction. The blade pointed at Su Qingqing. You are. Su Xiao's thoughts were shrouded in mystery. He silently stared at the mother and daughter on either side of him, his mind calculating something. After 10 years of the apocalypse, the fragile familial bonds among the three had already crumbled. In her previous life, Huang Ying had perished due to the schemes of the father-daughter duo. She even died before Su Yun. After all, Su Yun could still find food for them, while Huang Ying's presence would only take away more. The pair plotted together and knocked Huang Ying unconscious, with a brick dragging her to a marketplace where they could exchange her for food. They exchanged her for a woman of similar weight to Huang Ying, and Su Xiao initially wanted to kill her immediately. However, Su Qingqing disagreed, saying that the flesh of the dead was not fresh, and if they cut off a bit each day they could have fresh meat for several days. Su Xiao found her reasoning sound, and the father-daughter duo tormented the woman for 7 days before she finally died. It was at that moment that Su Yun had made up her mind to leave them. Unfortunately, Su Qingqing kept a close watch on her, even taking a sharp knife with her when going out to look for food. After food became scarce, Su Qingqing turned around and sold Su Yun to an organization that took pleasure in hunting. She originally intended to keep the food she exchanged for herself, but was discovered by Su Xiao. The two got into a scuffle and Su Xiao jabbed a stick into one of Su Qingqing's eyes while Su Yun seized the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, Su Qingqing was well-fed and much stronger than her, quickly catching up. The space of the jade pendant was also discovered during their struggle. Though Su Yun did not witness Su Xiao's fate in his previous life, she could easily guess it. When Su Qingqing chased after her, she was carrying a bloody long knife dripping with blood that was clearly not her own. Su Xiao was a businessman, and businessmen value profit. After contemplating the current situation several times, he was the first to discard his weapon, saying, "Since we are all back, we should let go of our grudges and seize this opportunity. After all, the apocalypse is approaching." Su Yun's heart raced as she monitored the situation. They were back. The three of them had surprisingly returned, which made it all the more interesting to kill. Su Qingqing thought for a few seconds, suddenly laughed, baring her teeth, and staring at Huang Ying. "Mom, put down the knife, don't be afraid. Soon we will be soaring to great heights. As long as we have food in the apocalypse, it will be our world and no one can harm us again." Seeing that the two were unarmed, Huang Ying slowly set the dining knife down beside her. "What should we?" Su Xiao contemplated for a moment. "Of course, we should stockpile food and weapons and recruit people. When the time comes, not even the Li family or the king himself will make me kneel." The three of them appeared to be enjoying the future openly, yet each harbored their own thoughts. Su Qingqing glared at the flower pot in the living room and spoke viciously. "What about that wretched Su Yun? Should we capture her? She must have been reborn too." Su Xiao waved his hand. "Now is not the time. With less than 5 days until the apocalypse, we don't have time to capture her. When the apocalypse arrives, crushing her will be like squashing an ant." Su Qingqing laughed cruelly, and she roughly dragged the flower pot over like a frenzied barbarian, pouring all the soil out. Then a small pinhole camera fell to the ground and she crushed it viciously. The three worked together to frantically search the house, only stopping after half of Su Yun's installed pinhole cameras were destroyed. Su Xiao held a notebook recording the order of natural disasters while writing down the supplies needed. Huang Ying sat to one side, expressionless, contemplating the items Su Xiao had overlooked. Su Qingqing was frantically ordering items on her phone, placing a full order for every product that could arrive the next day. After writing for a while, Su Xiao handed the notebook to Huang Ying and began flipping through the phone's contact list. Soon his eyes lit up as he walked out to the yard with his phone in hand. The 5 cameras in the yard were intact, allowing Su Yun to clearly hear his conversation. He sold the shares in his hand at prices below market value and simultaneously contacted a real estate agent to sell off more than a dozen properties under his name at a loss. Seeing that the mother and daughter inside were not paying attention, he lowered his voice and reclaimed the unsold Qilin Mountain villa. That villa was situated at a high elevation on Qilin Mountain, purchased by Su Xiao during the years he kept a mistress. Later, when he kicked the mistress out, the house had been left vacant. He initially intended to sell it and had it listed with a real estate agent, but unfortunately the asking price was too high and it hadn't sold until now, proving to be quite useful. Once arrangements were made, Su Xiao returned inside. "How much money do you two have? Hand it over, I'll use it to purchase supplies uniformly." His gaze was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Huang Ying's hand unconsciously tightened, and after a long pause she sighed and said, "I only have 5 million in private savings, all of which was taken by that wretched Su Yun. Not only that, but my jewelry and luxury items were also taken by her. You know this very well." Su Qingqing quickly chimed in. Dad, my jewelry was also taken by her. Besides, I'm still a child used to being extravagant, and I haven't saved any money at all. Mom, you are still my mother after all. How could there be overnight grudges between mother and child, right? Huang Ying chuckled coldly. Su Qingqing's mouth twitched a few times, but ultimately she did not voice her thoughts. Suyun took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator sitting in front of the computer, watching every move of the three people. At 11 o'clock at night, the three finally finished their notes. Su Xiao did not go upstairs, still engrossed in studying the notes. Huang Ying yawned and was the first to head upstairs. Su Qingqing glanced at her mother going upstairs, squinted her eyes, and followed behind. In the corridor on the second floor, Su Qingqing stopped her mother, who was opening the door trying to curry favor by inviting Huang Ying to sit in her room. Huang Ying rummaged through her pocket and entered Su Qingqing's room without a word. The camera in Su Qingqing's room had been destroyed, leaving only one camera in the mirror capturing very limited footage. Mom, you are still my mother after all. How could there be overnight grudges between mother and child, right? Huang Ying chuckled coldly, her laughter filled with disdain. I certainly don't have a daughter like you pushing your own mother to her death. Su Qingqing's smile stiffened a bit. Mom, I was forced by Dad. If I don't push you out, he will kill. Huang Ying's expression wavered slightly, but she still spoke harshly. Why did you call me? Su Qingqing opened the door to look outside, and upon realizing Su Xiao had not gone upstairs, she lowered her voice. Mom, do you really believe this old man will take care of us? Huang Ying raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, huh? Seeing Huang Ying falling into her trap, Su Qingqing became excited. Mom, I know you must have more hidden savings. If you give it to me, I'll find a place for us to stockpile supplies and survive the apocalypse. It's better than being under that old man's control. I am your own daughter, how could I harm you? Huang Ying slapped her hand away. I really don't have any money left. For you, I gave all my savings to Suyun. We should just follow your dad peacefully. If we didn't lack food and drink, he wouldn't treat us like this. Su Qingqing wanted to act spoiled, but Huang Ying gave her no chance, pushing the door open and returning to her bedroom. Su Qingqing glared at her mother's retreating figure with malice, like a venomous snake. Two old beasts, not a single good one. Once I find Suyun, you will kneel down and beg me sooner or later. Suyun stared thoughtfully at Su Qingqing on the monitor. Just before her death, she indeed saw the secret within the jade pendant. It seems the plan to kill them needs to be moved forward. After Huang Ying returned to her bedroom, she locked the door. Confirming that it couldn't be opened from the outside, she hurried into the dressing room. After rummaging under the dressing table for a long time, a creaking sound came from the monitor. Then the cabinet on the left split in two, revealing a small room behind it. Huang Ying's face flushed with excitement as she stepped inside. After a while, she came back holding a bank card. Carefully putting the card into her underwear pocket, she closed the mechanism, and the wardrobe returned to its original state. It seems there is quite a bit of discord among the three of them. Each person has their secrets. Well then, let's make the most of it. Suyun adjusted her position, comfortably nestling on the sofa, and watched for a while longer. After noticing they took no action, she activated the recording function and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Suyun was already waiting in front of the monitor. Unfortunately, the three of them got up much earlier than her. They left the villa early, probably to stockpile. While Suyun was washing up, her phone rang from an unfamiliar number. After she hung up, the caller persisted and continued to call. Seeing that Suyun's phone was not connecting, dozens of text messages flooded in. Suyun, I am Su Qingqing. Pick up the phone, I know your secret. Suyun, you wretched person, hurry up and answer the phone. Suyun, don't think that if you don't answer I can't do anything to you. Suyun, quickly answer the phone or I will expose your secret. Suyun, I am here to discuss cooperation, answer the phone quickly. Suyun, if you don't answer the phone I guarantee everyone will know the secret of the jade pendant. Suyun smirked slightly. You chose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you broke into hell. When Su Qingqing's call came in again, Suyun picked up. Wretched person, you finally decided to answer the phone. Have you also been reborn? Where are you now? Suyun replied, watch your mouth or I will hang up. Su Qingqing, clearly afraid of the call ending, immediately softened her tone. Xiaoyun, I am still your sister. I made mistakes in my past life, but we have been reborn. As long as you are willing to give me the jade pendant, I promise you a life of luxury. Suyun chuckled, why would I trust you? With the jade pendant, I can enjoy a good life myself. Su Qingqing fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating her bargaining chips. Your money is limited. As long as we cooperate to get rid of that old man, Su Xiao's money will become ours. Then we can buy whatever we want, no longer having to fight each other for a bite to eat. Suyun pretended to think, how can I trust you? How about this, you go back and kill Su Xiao, and I will bring the jade pendant to meet you. Su Qingqing's patience reached its limit, and she angrily cursed, how could I kill him by myself? Suyun whistled, use your method from your last life. It's not too difficult to strike from behind, right? You only have this one way to go. Kill Su Xiao and then you can surrender to me. Su Qingqing sneered a few times. Aren't you afraid I will expose the jade pendant's secret? Be careful not to end up empty-handed. Su Yun replied confidently, you are not foolish. You won't expose it, otherwise you wouldn't be here negotiating terms with me. Su Qingqing choked, gritting her teeth. Even if I kill him, how will I find you later? Rest assured, as long as you kill him, I will definitely know. Su Qingqing noticed the implication in her words. Is there still your surveillance at home? Su Yun smiled and directly hung up the phone. As the apocalypse approached, she needed to prepare some food in advance. Once the water, electricity, and gas are cut off in the future, cooking will inevitably have a smell. Su Yun decided to pass the time by making some dumplings and wontons. She prepared 4 kinds of fillings for the dumplings and 1 meatball filling for the wontons, simple and convenient. After casting the surveillance onto the television, Su Yun sat beside the coffee table in the living room and got with a filling of chives and eggs, pickled vegetables with oil, celery and lamb, and pork with green onion. The dumpling wrappers were store-bought, making it easy to wrap them, saving a lot of effort. In just 2 hours, she managed to wrap 7 or 8 boxes of dumplings. During this time, the 3 members of the Su family did not return home, and only a few servants were busy in the dining room. Su Qingqing and Huang Ying returned home in the evening, each carrying many bags, especially Su Qingqing, whose shopping bags nearly bent her arm. Before even entering the door, she began to shout for the servants to take her purchases back to her room. Huang Ying arrived home a little later, having bought quite a lot as well, all packed in cardboard boxes, hiding the contents inside. After moving to the 2nd floor, she left only a small portion in her room, stuffing the rest into a hidden chamber. Su Xiao had not returned, and all her calls to him went unanswered. Huang Ying stood on the staircase of the 2nd floor smiling as she watched Su Qingqing repeatedly dial the phone. I told you long ago, he's unreliable. Once he goes out, he won't come back again. Su Qingqing angrily threw her phone, and after dismissing the servants, she reluctantly sat on the sofa. Mom, are you okay with this? Is it really fine to be toyed with by Dad? Huang Ying came down first, rummaging through the drawer of the dining table. Indeed, the list the 3 of them wrote yesterday was missing, leaving only a pile of blank paper. She smiled nonchalantly, went to the kitchen, and brought back a plate of cooked beef, sitting down at the dining table with a smile. What's there to be upset about? The more he hoards, the happier I am. Su Qingqing frowned slightly, pulling up a chair to sit beside Huang Ying. Mom, what do you mean? Do you know where Dad is? Huang Ying speared a piece of beef with her fork, laughing until tears nearly came out of her eyes. Of course I know. Su Qingqing's anger turned to joy as she playfully tugged at Huang Ying's arm. Mom, dear Mom, please tell me. Let's go deal with him together. Let him abandon us. Huang Ying patted Su Qingqing's head, her face filled with affection. Guess what? With all of Dad's wealth, why has he never had a son? For so many years, it's just you and Su Yun, 2 daughters. Su Qingqing shook her head in confusion. Huang Ying let Su Qingqing lean against her while she chewed her beef slowly and began to speak with a smile. He has kept no less than 100 mistresses outside, yet not a single one has gotten pregnant. Even if they had, it would just be to humiliate him. I already spiked his drink, so he will never have a son. Su Qingqing was puzzled. What does this have to do with him not coming home? Huang Ying patted her hand. He has a villa on Qilin Mountain specifically for keeping his mistresses. Did he think I wouldn't know? I just couldn't be bothered to care. That place is picturesque, especially suitable for stockpiling supplies. I reckon he's probably there. Su Qingqing's expression brightened as she pretended to stand up. Huang Ying quickly pressed her back down onto the chair. Are you foolish? What good will it do to go there now? Neither of us has money right now, only Su Xiao has money. It's better to let him hoard supplies vigorously. Then we can quietly go over and kill him, and everything will be ours. Su Qingqing suddenly understood. Mom, you truly are my wonderful mother. You're so smart. Huang Ying looked at Su Qingqing with a kind expression, her gaze somewhat obscure. For several days, Su Qingqing had not contacted Su Yun. Su Yun enjoyed her leisure, busying herself at home either cooking or gathering supplies. To prevent snakes, insects, mice, and ants, she bulk bought a lot of insecticides. She also bought many stainless steel lids to cover all the pipes. Days passed, and soon it was the day before the apocalypse. On this day, the temperature dropped unusually low, plummeting from over 30 degrees to just over 10. The sudden change in weather caught many people off guard. Some cursed as they changed into thicker clothes, while others were astonished at the weather forecast. Su Yun had no time to focus on these matters and headed out early. Outside, the cold wind howled and the chilly air pierced her neck. Su Yun took a taxi straight to Qilin Mountain. The scenery there was beautiful, and several vacation resorts were newly developed halfway up the mountain with well-paved and attractive grounds. After getting out of the taxi halfway up the mountain, Su Yun followed a small path walking towards a villa area above. She had never been to this villa. Fortunately, there were few villas, only 10 each spaced far apart. Typically not many people lived there, they only came for parties or leisure. The entire villa complex appeared desolate, devoid of any sound. Only one villa near the north gate had signs of life, with 3 trucks parked outside and several workers transporting boxes of goods inside. Su-yoon observed with binoculars the boxes had no markings. Su Xiao was truly cautious. As soon as one truck left, another immediately came to replace it. It seemed that Su Xiao had stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. Just as the truck stopped, the people in the courtyard walked out. It was none other than Su Xiao, drenched in sweat. At that moment, Su Xiao was wearing a fur coat, flaunting his beer belly, directing the workers to unload the goods. After ensuring no one was around, he sneaked back inside. Su-yoon hid behind a rock halfway up the mountain, munching on a bun while tightening her military coat. As she focused on Su Xiao's villa, 2 faint voices of conversation approached from below. Su-yoon lowered her footsteps and retreated a few meters, hiding in the bushes behind her. The 2 people who came were none other than Hwang Ing and her daughter. Each of them carried a long cloth bag that looked like 2 long knives. Su-yoon remained calm while Hwang Ing and her daughter were even more composed. By midnight, the last wave of trucks left, confirming that no one else would come before they began to act. After waiting a few minutes for them to leave, Su-yoon leisurely followed from behind. Hwang Ing was a clever person. She had made a copy of the key when she discovered the villa, and now it came in handy. The mother and daughter quietly opened the back door and slipped inside. Su-yoon didn't have a key, but she had enough tools. She threw a climbing hook into the courtyard, snagging it on the edge of the wall. Using the knot on the rope, Su-yoon easily scaled the wall. The sound-activated surveillance seemed to pick up the slightest noise, and the camera began to slowly turn from its original direction. Su-yoon inwardly cursed her luck. She quickly tossed the climbing hook over the wall and huddled in the darkness of the surveillance blind spot. The camera lingered for a while before turning back. After wiping a cold sweat, Su-yoon prepared to climb to the 2nd floor to enter the villa. To her surprise, the security door on the 1st floor that Hwang Ing and her daughter had entered was unlocked. It seemed they intended to leave themselves an escape route. Unbeknownst to them, it benefited Su-yoon. Seeing no one through the window, she quietly slipped inside. The living room was empty, lit only by some lights. Su-yoon circled around the 1st floor and found only a large man in black clothing sitting in the monitoring room, engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to the surveillance screens. Su Xiao, believing the villa to be deserted, had let down his guard. On the surveillance, he was currently dancing and drinking with several bikini-clad beauties. Alongside him were a few men in black uniforms, seemingly hired by Su Xiao. They were indulging in one last revelry before the apocalypse, drinking, feasting, and enjoying the company of women, having a great time. Su-yoon was not in a hurry to strike. She could manage a sneak attack, but confronting several men directly would be tantamount to seeking death. Though she had a gun, it shouldn't be fired lightly. Since Hwang Ing and Su Qingqing had come, it would be better to let them lead. After coming to this conclusion, Su-yoon rolled over and hid in the corner beneath the stairs, listening to the sounds from upstairs. Time passed second by second, and after 10 minutes there was still no sound from upstairs. Hwang Ing and her daughter were probably calculating their odds of winning. Just as Su-yoon was growing impatient, a sound of glass shattering came from upstairs, followed by screams resembling those of a slaughtered pig. The muscular man in the monitoring room seemed to have seen something on the screen. After cursing, he hurried upstairs. As soon as he left the monitoring room, Su-yoon immediately slipped inside and locked the door behind her, turning to look at the screen. The master bedroom was in chaos, with several drunken women cowering in the corner. Su Xiao, not having drunk much, woke up instantly upon seeing Hwang Ing and her daughter shouting for the bodyguards to kill. These bodyguards had never experienced the apocalypse and were reluctant to go all out. They had come to drink with the boss and didn't bring weapons, and in just a few moments Hwang Ing and her daughter had knocked down 2 of them. The remaining 2, both injured, held their wine bottles in a defensive stance. Su Xiao, having gone through the apocalypse, was not afraid to kill. He smashed a wine bottle and lunged at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing had long been on guard. She nimbly sidestepped and plunged her dagger forcefully into Su Xiao's waist. Su Xiao let out a wail, cursing at the men in black. Hurry up and kill these 2 women, or we'll all die. Seeing how ruthless Su Qingqing and Hwang Ing were, the men realized they couldn't let them off easy and charged at them fiercely. With a two-tune disadvantage, Su Qingqing was quickly pinned down by 2 men. She looked at Hwang Ing with pleading eyes, hoping she would save her. To her surprise, Hwang Ing didn't even glance at her, turning around to slice Su Xiao's throat. Su Xiao looked at Hwang Ing in disbelief, the hissing sound from his throat shocking everyone present. The men realized they had underestimated her ferocity. The burly man who came upstairs immediately lunged at Hwang Ing. Unfortunately, he was unarmed while Hwang Ing had a knife in her hand. Huang Ying was already bloodthirsty. As soon as something came close, she swung her dagger fiercely. The man was injured in the arm and had to retreat. Seeing that they had focused their attention on Huang Ying, Su Qingqing seized the opportunity, exerted strength, and broke free from her restraints. She turned and cut off one of the man's arms with her knife. The other two men were terrified and shouted about murder while trying to escape. Huang Ying seemed to have thought of something. She shouted at Su Qingqing, "If you want the supplies, don't let them escape or we'll get nothing." Su Qingqing also became ruthless, charging out like a hungry wolf. The door was locked and without a key it couldn't be opened. The burly man who came up wanted to go back to the monitoring room. However, Su Yun had locked the door to the monitoring room, watching as Su Qingqing charged down like a vengeful ghost covered in blood. One man picked up a vase while another grabbed a clothes hanger, and they began to circle around Su Qingqing. Meanwhile, Huang Ying upstairs had already gone mad. She viciously took on 3 bodyguards and then lunged at several bikini-clad beauties. Su Yun hesitated at the door but ultimately did not go out. She couldn't save them, and by the time she made it upstairs they would have long been stabbed to death by Huang Ying. Huang Ying acted quickly, and after killing she immediately searched Su Xiao's corpse. Indeed, on his neck Huang Ying found an iron box. Inside the box there was nothing but a jade pen. Huang Ying hesitated as she looked at the box, searched it a few more times, and after confirming there was nothing but the box, she stood up and went downstairs. The 3 people downstairs were still anxious, and with Huang Ying joining them it turned into an unknown situation. No one noticed a shadow silently landing outside the courtyard. He held a knife and slowly opened the front door. None of this escaped Su Yun's watchful eyes. Once the man entered the house, Su Yun could finally see his face. It was none other than the driver Li Tao. Li Tao quietly appeared behind the 2 men wielding a knife and struck one burly man on the back of the head. The burly man twitched and collapsed instantly into a pool of blood. Taking advantage of the other bodyguard's unpreparedness, Su Qingqing lunged forward and knocked the clothes hanger away. Huang Ying quickly followed, driving her dagger into the bodyguard's chest. The 2 men soon lost their breath. Su Qingqing, overwhelmed with excitement, hugged Huang Ying, crying and laughing, "Mom, did you call Li Tao over? You're amazing. All these supplies are ours now." Huang Ying allowed her to hug her, stroking the back of Su Qingqing's head with one hand. Su Qingqing's eyes widened, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She took a few steps back, looking at Huang Ying in disbelief before collapsing backward. Huang Ying, who had been smiling, suddenly broke into tears. She knelt down, adjusted Su Qingqing's clothes, and patted her head, saying, "You owe Mom 2 lives, one for giving birth to you, and one for hurting me. As mother and daughter, you've repaid one, let's call it even. In the next life, don't come looking for me." Li Tao was stunned by the sudden scene. He wanted to crouch down to comfort Huang Ying, but felt frozen in place, unable to move. Huang Ying got up and hugged him, weeping loudly in his arms. Li Tao's cunning eyes scanned around, seemingly searching for Su Xiao's corpse. After she had cried enough, Huang Ying took out the iron box from Su Xiao's neck, waving it in front of Li Tao like a treasure. "As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you will never go hungry." Li Tao nodded vigorously like a puppy, and the 2 of them walked down to the lowest basement together. Su Yun quietly opened the door to the monitoring room and stealthily followed them. The basement had already been modified, with the stairs leading to a massive security door. The security door was very thick and looked quite safe. After fiddling with it for a long time, Huang Ying sighed. This door requires fingerprint verification. Only with the correct fingerprint can the key be used. Go to the 2nd floor and cut off that dead thing's finger. Li Tao nodded and took the dagger back upstairs. Su Yun heard the footsteps and hid in the corner on the... As soon as Li Tao showed his head, she lunged forward, covering his mouth with one hand while the other hand swiftly cut through Li Tao's throat. The faint sounds from upstairs did not draw Huang Ying's attention. She was still preoccupied with the door lock. Su Yun went upstairs, cut off Su Xiao's 10 fingers and placed them in a tray. When she came back downstairs, Huang Ying was still busy with the door lock. Hearing footsteps, she thought it was Li Tao and didn't turn her head. Su Yun squinted her eyes, placing the tray on the ground, planning to gather supplies later without dirtying the floor. Instead, she took out a bundle of hemp rope from her space and, taking advantage of Huang Ying's unawareness, slipped the rope around Huang Ying's neck. Huang Ying suddenly found herself being choked and began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, the tighter she struggled, the faster she died. Soon Huang Ying's eyes bulged and she died with her eyes wide open. Su Yun casually tossed her aside and began experimenting with the door lock using the severed fingers. Su Yun had only seen this type of door in movies, having never encountered one in person. On the left was a lock resembling a steering wheel with a bizarre keyhole beneath it, while the right side featured an electronic panel with a fingerprint scanner. The fingerprint scanner could only be tried twice. After the third incorrect attempt it would lock automatically. Soo-yoon focused on recalling Su Xiao's habits, confirming that after unlocking his phone with his index finger, she picked up Su Xiao's right index finger from the tray. As soon as her finger pressed down, the green fingerprint scanner emitted a series of alarming beeps. The warning was loud enough that it nearly ruptured Soo-yoon's eardrums. Fortunately, there was no one in the nearby villas, so she didn't have to worry about attracting Uncle Had. Soo-yoon squatted down, covering her ears with her hands, and waited for a full 5 minutes before the sound finally stopped. If she couldn't open the door, she wouldn't be able to get the items inside. With only 1 day left until the apocalypse, she had to secure these supplies before it was too late. After much contemplation, Soo-yoon went upstairs, preparing to access the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the monitors on the first floor showed no images of the storeroom door. Undeterred, Soo-yoon returned to the basement. Opposite the security door, a wall-mounted camera was glowing. If there were no cameras on the first floor, could there be one upstairs? Soo-yoon cursed under her breath and climbed back to the second floor, which only had 4 rooms, 3 bedrooms, and 1 entertainment room. There was no need to check the entertainment room. Su Xiao and the others had just died in that room. The other 3 rooms were ordinary bedrooms containing only some bedding and daily necessities. After rummaging through the rooms, Soo-yoon headed straight for the 3rd floor. The decor on this floor was the most luxurious in the entire villa. Alongside the spiral staircase hung many famous paintings, and a red carpet stretched all the way to the European-style front door. Soo-yoon turned the doorknob, but the door remained unmoved. It seemed Su Xiao was quite cautious, locking the bedroom door whenever he came and went. Setting the jade pendant aside, she began to study the box closely. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something odd. The depth of the box appeared different from the inside compared to the outside. It seemed there was a hidden compartment inside. Soo-yoon took out a small handheld cutter from her space and carefully cut along the edge. Indeed, the inside was hollow. When she shook it, she could hear the sound of metal clashing. Soo-yoon lifted it and shook it a bit, causing 2 yellow keys to fall out. Based on the size of the keyhole, Soo-yoon picked up the smaller key and inserted it into the door. Sure enough, after turning it a few times, the door clicked open. This level was a suite complete with a bathroom and a shower room, as well as a walk-in closet. Su Xiao's capabilities were impressive. The entire left wall of the bedroom was converted into screens, displaying not only various corners of the villa, but also the road leading up the hill, the entrance of the villa area, and even the back mountain. If Su Xiao hadn't been so full of himself, thinking this place was flawless and letting his guard down today, it would have been Huang Ying and her daughter along with herself who would have been caught. Soo-yoon couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The monitor connected to the computer was next to the wine cabinet, and Soo-yoon easily cracked the computer's password. It wasn't due to her intelligence, it was simply that Su Xiao was too self-absorbed. The password was set to the date he and his mother founded the company, which was also his most glorious day. Soo-yoon found the surveillance footage from the basement and meticulously searched frame by frame, finally spotting Su Xiao's figure in footage from 3 days ago. Although the camera was partially obscured, Soo-yoon could confirm his dominant hand from his movements. It was his right hand. The index finger of his right hand had already been tested. The pinky finger was visible in the footage. The only fingers that could be used for the door's fingerprint were the thumb, index finger, and middle finger. With 3 options and only 2 attempts, there was still a chance of failure. Soo-yoon studied Su Xiao's movements repeatedly and suddenly realized that whenever the security door's green light was on, his pinky finger had never moved. If it were the ring finger, the pinky finger couldn't remain so steady. There would have been at least some fluctuations in its movement. Thus it could only be the thumb or the middle finger. After coming to this conclusion, Soo-yoon felt a surge of excitement. She quickly went downstairs to the security door. She picked up the bloodied thumb from the tray and pressed it firmly against the scanner. Sure enough, this time the red light did not illuminate. The display screen showed Su Xiao's photo. Soo-yoon's heart raced wildly as she inserted the large golden key into the keyhole. As she turned the key, the lock emitted a series of clicks. Just as Soo-yoon turned the key to its limit, the device, resembling a steering wheel, began to turn on its own, illuminating the entire space of the basement. Soo-yoon covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. She restrained her trembling body and took a step inside. The underground space was vast, covering over 1,000 square meters. It was packed with all sorts of cardboard boxes stacked high nearly to the ceiling. Approaching the nearest box, Soo-yoon's heart leaped with joy as she read the label Jinhua ham with the box, indicating it contained a gift set of 43 kilograms. With 4 pieces in a box and at least over 100 boxes here, that meant she could have at least 400 pieces. Suyun was so excited she nearly jumped up on the spot. This was just the tip of the iceberg, occupying only a small space. The supplies inside must be astonishingly abundant. As Suyun walked further in, she gained a tangible understanding of wealth for the first time. Unlike her meager stockpiling, Su Xiao's supplies were at least 100 times more. Not only was food plentiful, but there were also many high-end items that Suyun had never even tasted. The variety was vast, with countless boxes of tobacco and alcohol. In rows of refrigerators, aside from storing medicines, there were also plenty of fruits and vegetables. Each type was stocked in quantities exceeding 100. It seemed Su Xiao's ambitions were truly grand, but now all of this belonged to her. Let it be a compensation from her worthless father to her and her mother. As Suyun walked and collected, she grouped the items that were about to expire together, while those that wouldn't expire soon were set aside. She carefully stacked them by type in the available space. Before long, the 1,000 square meter space was completely filled. As she cleared out the entire basement, only the low-bearing wall remained. With a surge of energy, Suyun descended cheerfully to the second basement level. The area was brightly lit with various foods on the left and unopened daily necessities and appliances on the right. Suyun first stored the food in her space. Then she looked awkwardly at the items on the right. Currently, there wasn't much vacant space left in her storage. The courtyard was filled with food that would soon expire, which she resolutely couldn't touch. The land was meant for planting and should not be occupied lightly. The green space for free-range livestock had already taken up 1/3, and some area needed to be left for live animals. Suyun always felt uneasy about taking things she could easily obtain. Gritting her teeth, she threw all the daily necessities and appliances into the mountain. Every gap between the trees was filled with various boxes. Fortunately, the mountain was vast enough. After stuffing these items, there was still ample space. It seemed that upgrading her storage space was imminent, otherwise she would only be left staring at any good items she encountered in the future. After clearing the second floor, she continued downward. The temperature on the third floor had noticeably dropped, indicating she was in an ice cellar. A gust of cold wind blew in, making Suyun shiver involuntarily. She casually pulled out a military coat from her storage space and instantly felt much warmer after putting. The third floor was significantly smaller than the two above. On the left was a cold storage room with a door, while the right side was filled with many dark bags and white barrels. Suyun approached and carefully rummaged through them, discovering they were bags of coal and gasoline. This was truly a stroke of luck. She had been worried about acquiring these two resources, and now they were resolved. The cold storage on the left was quite large, approximately over 600 square meters. The door to the cold storage was locked, and Suyun pulled on it a couple of times without success. Fortunately, there was no need to hide such a key. After circling around, she found it next to the light box. The moment the cold storage opened, what greeted Suyun was not an array of food, but over 20 frozen corpses. Although they were dressed in various clothing based on the names and styles on the back of their clothes, it was clear these individuals were delivery drivers and loading workers. They bore no external injuries and appeared to have all died from freezing. Su Xiao was indeed ruthless, fearing that these workers might disclose information about the supplies. After delivering the goods, they were locked inside the cold storage to freeze to death. When the extreme cold arrived, they could simply be discarded anywhere, and no one would know how they died. Suyun's previously elated mood instantly turned cold. She did not disturb the corpses, but instead walked away. In the freezing area, most of the contents were meat, all packed in transparent boxes with labels indicating the types of meat. In addition to the usual meats, there were also several kinds of game. Suyun even spotted quite a few imported steaks. On the other side, there were various frozen seafood and fish, neatly divided into ordinary and premium categories, each occupying half. Suyun stored all the boxes from the freezing area into her space. To prevent them from thawing, she had to carefully stack them on the roof of her courtyard. She utilized all the rooftops of the 3 courtyards. The boxes were stacked several meters high, looking precarious, causing Suyun to break into a cold sweat. After clearing all the supplies underground, Suyun began to raid the villa. The large refrigerator in the kitchen was packed with food, and the 3 freezers were also full. Suyun unplugged the refrigerator and stored it in her space. She didn't take the pots and pans, but did collect some wooden tables and chairs. In the future, during the extreme cold, she could use them for firewood. After searching the first floor apart from furniture, there was nothing else. Suyun collected a couple of items and headed upstairs. There wasn't much on the second floor. After wandering for a few minutes, she climbed to the 3rd floor. Su Xiao was quite the hedonist, and his room was filled with many items. In addition to expensive wine and cigars, Suyun also found a safe. The safe was tall and big, difficult to open. To save time, she directly stored it in her space. She collected a carpet made of solid wood furniture and health supplements. A box of condoms. Well, those could be collected too. After an hour of thorough searching confirming there were no useful items left, Soo-yoon destroyed all the surveillance footage. The computer and its casing were set ablaze. She initially considered burning down the villa as well. Unfortunately, the apocalypse had not yet begun, and the villa was too close to the mountain. Setting fire to the mountain would land her in prison. She did not want to make a mistake at the last moment and cause any unforeseen troubles. Instead, she simply left everything as it was. With the apocalypse starting, who would care how they died? After coming to this conclusion, Soo-yoon strolled out of the villa area. Finding a spot without surveillance, she took out her motorcycle. Riding the motorcycle, she returned to Jin-yoon Hwa-taeng. After a day and night of toil, Soo-yoon was too exhausted to straighten her back. The physical fitness she had trained in her previous life had returned to her past self. Now she was only slightly more agile than someone who couldn't lift a chicken. It seemed she needed to intensify her training. After locking all the doors, Soo-yoon took a shower and comfortably fell asleep. This sleep was the most sound she had experienced since her rebirth. The despicable people had all died and she had avenged her past grievances. This time, in the face of the apocalypse, she was determined to live well. The next morning she was awakened by the howling wind. The sky was dark and gloomy with thick clouds covering the entire land, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. Although Soo-yoon had experienced this once, she was still frightened. She closed all the doors and windows, checked the corridor's gate to ensure it was securely closed, then put on her clothes and went downstairs. There were not many pedestrians on the road, and the trees by the roadside were swaying in the wind. Soo-yoon walked against the wind, stumbling as she got on her motorcycle. The wind was strong and the resistance on the motorcycle was significant, but fortunately she only needed to ride to the entrance of the community. Finding an unoccupied spot, she stored the motorcycle back in her space. She took out the truck. The place where she stored the RV and off-road vehicle was not far, and after 10 minutes of driving she arrived. It was an abandoned underground parking lot. After storing both vehicles back in her space, Soo-yoon kept busy. She first drove to the supermarket and bought several bags of food for the upcoming journey. Then she went to a gold shop and exchanged all her remaining cash for gold bars before leisurely driving the truck towards the Soo family villa. There weren't many supplies at the Soo family villa. Apart from the food purchased by Hwang Ing and Soo Ching-ching, it was mainly the daily purchases made by the maid. Even the smallest fly is still meat. It would be foolish not to take it. Aside from these supplies, Soo-yoon was very interested in Hwang Ying's secret room, and this time it was a perfect opportunity to rummage through it. When she drove to the entrance of the community, the diligent security guard stopped her. Realizing she was the property owner, he seemed troubled. The truck had no parking spot and wasn't registered in the community, so technically it shouldn't be allowed in. After Soo-yoon repeatedly assured him and left her phone number, the young security guard finally let the truck in. Having been absent for a few days, the villa was still clean and tidy. When she returned, it was morning and a few maids had just returned from shopping, each carrying large and small bags with the amount exceeding their usual by more than double. The wind had made their return quite a struggle, and for a moment they were stunned when they saw Soo-yoon inside. Although they had not been present on the day of the ball, the matters of the Soo family had long become an open secret in the villa area. Aunt Hwang was a distant relative of Hwang Ing and usually looked down on Soo-yoon. At this moment, she paid her even less mind. After bustling to put the items in the kitchen, she walked over at a leisurely pace. "Second miss, have you informed the lady? This house is not what it used to be. Not just anyone can enter." Soo-yoon was amused by her wording, raising an eyebrow. "My own house, and I can't enter. You an outsider?" Aunt Hwang never expected that the usually pliable Soo-yoon would be like a thorn today, showing her no respect, her entire face flushed with anger. "Your house. Have you looked in the mirror? Soo-dong, the lady, the eldest young lady, who treats you like a person. You're trying to show off in front of me. I was working in the Soo family when you weren't even born." Soo-yoon sat down on the sofa, her muddy shoes resting on the coffee table, grinning. "After doing this for so long, you think you can flaunt your seniority? You're just a dog." By Hwang Ying sighed. "If I tell you to roll, you'd better roll." Aunt Hwang trembled with anger, pointing at Soo-yoon, stammering. Soo-yoon couldn't be bothered to respond to her, waving her hand to call over the other maids. Although they usually listened to Aunt Hwang, Soo-yoon was still the young lady of the Soo family. They glanced at each other, and all came over. Soo-yoon took out a stack of cash from her bag. "There's a typhoon coming in the next few days. I'm giving you all time off. Each of you take 500 yuan and hurry home." Aunt Hwang snorted coldly. "Without the lady's orders, we will not take a break." Soo-yoon ignored her and cast a cold glance at the other maids. Hearing there was money to be had and a day off, the maids were all very happy. However, after hearing Aunt Hwang's words, they hesitated, their outstretched hands unsure whether to take it or not. Soo-yoon patted the cash on the coffee table. "Don't worry about it. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. The maids exchanged glances and happily took the money, leaving with their belongings. Aunt Huang was so angry she stomped her feet, pulling out her phone to call Huang Ying. Unfortunately, the call never got through. Standing there awkwardly with no audience, Aunt Huang lost her confidence. Siyun looked at her coldly, making Aunt Huang feel uneasy. You can take your break, but once I find the lady, you'll pay for this. Humph. Seeing Siyun's unfriendly expression, Aunt Huang tried to backtrack, awkwardly stepping forward to take the money from the coffee table. Siyun smirked and quickly pulled the money back. Aunt Huang grasped at nothing, her face turning as red as liver. Unable to contain her anger, she lunged at Siyun. You little wretch, give me the money. With her left hand clutching the money, Siyun seized Aunt Huang's wrist with her right hand and deftly threw her onto the sofa. At over 50 years old, Aunt Huang was slow to react, and after hitting the sofa was furious. She stood up like a mad bull, ready to strike Siyun. But Siyun would not give her the chance. She pinned Aunt Huang down on the sofa, yanking her hair and slamming her head against the backrest. Though there was a cushion on the backrest, it was made of solid wood. After hitting twice without the cushion, Aunt Huang became dizzy, blood streaming from her nose. Aunt Huang never expected Siyun to be so strong. Covering her nose, she stood up, too afraid to utter harsh words, and ran away from the villa in disgrace. Siyun washed her hands in disgust, then walked around the house twice, ensuring no one was around before locking the door tightly. She first went to Su Xiao's room. The room looked no different from usual, but many things in the closet were missing, likely moved away secretly. After searching around, apart from a dozen bottles of liquor, there were a few good packs of cigarettes. Siyun stored them in her space, also collecting quite a bit of wooden furniture. Having only experienced 10 years of the apocalypse, no one could predict the future. Such furniture could be chopped up for firewood later. After leaving Su Xiao's study, Siyun headed straight for Huang Ying's bedroom. The bedroom's wardrobe was half empty, and the clothes inside had been packed and placed on the floor. It seemed Huang Ying had prepared to leave early. On the dressing table were some unopened cosmetics, seemingly newly purchased. On the bedroom floor lay dozens of unpackaged delivery parcels and over 20 supermarket bags filled with food. It seemed these were the supplies Huang Ying and Su Xiao bought to numb themselves. Siyun smiled as she stored the cosmetics and expensive furs in her space. After organizing the food and parcels, fearing they would expire, she put the perishable items in the courtyard and scattered the rest on the grass. Thinking of a scene she saw on the surveillance, Siyun felt invigorated. Rubbing her palms together, she stood in front of the third cabinet in the wardrobe, carefully feeling around on top, quickly finding a raised spot. Pressing down hard, a soft beep sounded. The third cabinet suddenly moved back, revealing a space wide enough for a person. Siyun bent down and crawled inside. The space was not large, a rectangular area of about 5 to 6 square meters. On both sides stood tall cabinets made of solid wood, covered with glass doors to keep dust out. Siyun first opened the left cabinet. It had over a dozen layers, each containing exquisite jewelry boxes. The contents of the boxes appeared to be quite valuable. Carefully, Siyun picked up the topmost box and gently opened it, shocked. Inside was a necklace made of 27 jade beads paired with Cartier craftsmanship, featuring an 18K gold square clasp adorned with rubies and diamonds. These 27 jade beads had diameters exceeding 15 millimeters and boasted nearly flawless imperial green. This necklace was worth at least 100 million. She wondered where Huang Ying had acquired such a treasure. Siyun stroked the gleaming jade beads, feeling a warmth in the space over her heart. Reluctant to stop touching it, she was ultimately defeated by reality. What was the use of such a rare treasure in the apocalypse? It was worth less than a steamed bun for hunger. Even though she was reluctant, Siyun still tossed the necklace into her space. A green glow flashed and she felt a warmth in her chest. Her consciousness swept through the space, and to her delight, she discovered that the space had upgraded again. This time it had expanded significantly. The courtyard had doubled in size. The supplies she had stored in the open area now appeared as a small pile, only occupying 1/3 of the space. The river widened, the original concrete stone bridge transformed into a work of art with intricate carvings of huge serpents. The once towering mountains now reached into the clouds, with 2 smaller peaks trailing behind, awe-inspiring. The pasture for livestock had expanded, more than twice lush and vibrant. The land had increased by more than double, with the supplies that were originally placed on the edges now moved to the center, appearing quite out of place. Siyun moved all the supplies from the rooftop of the courtyard back into the rooms. Unexpectedly, a jade necklace could bring such great rewards to the space. Siyun's mouth was almost agape. She steadied her mind and began to open the blind box. Unfortunately, the other jewelry of Huang Ying was of average quality, and none matched the extraordinary nature of the first piece. After tossing all the jewelry into the space, Siyun went to the cabinet on the right. The upper part of the right cabinet was the same as the left, containing a few boxes of jewelry and some luxury watches. Below the cabinet there were two suitcases. One suitcase was filled with cash, while the other was packed tightly with gold bars. Soo-yoon tossed the gold bars into the space, leaving the cash outside. After gaining plenty in Huang Ying's room, Soo-yoon entered Su Qingqing's room. Su Qingqing's room was painted a lovely pink, themed like a princess, with all European-style furniture, resembling a visit to an unknown castle. Her jewelry had previously been looted clean by herself, leaving only two newly bought sets and one for a banquet. After collecting them, Soo-yoon also took her cosmetics. In addition to these, Soo-yoon also did not spare the diamond-encrusted dress, tossing it into the space as well. Su Qingqing had bought quite a bit online, occupying half of her room. Inside there was mostly food and drink, along with some daily necessities and electronic products. After collecting these into the space, Soo-yoon took some furniture and then went downstairs satisfied. In the kitchen downstairs there were more than 10 newly bought bags. They were filled with fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats, along with plenty of eggs and spices. Soo-yoon collected everything into the courtyard. The large double-door refrigerator was full, and since Huang Ying had likely instructed this, Soo-yoon merely glanced at it before putting it into the space. The hanging cabinet was filled with seasonings and dry goods. The pantry was stuffed with rice flour and oil. Soo-yoon cleared it out and surprisingly found it to be as much as 10 bags of rice. There were even over 20 barrels of oil. After finishing that, Soo-yoon began to explore the first floor. She took all the snacks from a few maids' rooms. In the study on the basement level there were many books, which Soo-yoon tossed into the space along with the bookshelf. The projection equipment in the media room was excellent, and the sofa was quite comfortable. She accepted them all with a smile. She entered the adjacent storage room. The storage room was completely stuffed. As soon as Soo-yoon opened the door, a few packages fell on her. Upon rummaging through, she found it was all instant food. Boxes of instant noodles, various self-heating hot pots, noodles, and snacks. There was a tremendous amount of trendy food. After packing everything into the courtyard, two large freezers caught Soo-yoon's attention. The freezers were plugged in, and everything inside was frozen solid. Soo-yoon rummaged through and found it was all imported beef and lamb, along with some neatly packaged pork, premium cuts, and pig's trotters. Entire boxes filled the freezer. Soo-yoon's heart swelled with joy as she fantasized about the ingredients transforming into dishes. Swallowing her saliva, she tossed the freezer into the courtyard. There weren't many rooms on the basement level, with only a gym remaining. Soo-yoon already had a set of gym equipment at home. But being a greedy person, she felt that in a space where there was enough, she could never have too much. After happily tossing it into the space, she headed straight for the garage on the lower second level. The Su family's garage was not small, capable of parking 6 cars. Unfortunately, Su Xiao had driven one away, and Huang Ying and her daughter had taken another, leaving only 4. Among these 4, only one was an off-road vehicle. The other 3 were luxury cars that, although extravagant, were not particularly useful. Soo-yoon glanced at them, noting that the gas tanks were full. She reluctantly packed them into the space. Later, if there was no place, she could siphon gas and discard the cars. After taking everything that should be taken, Soo-yoon cheerfully exited the villa, driving a truck straight to the city center. The city center had numerous large shopping malls with famous gold shops located every few meters. Soo-yoon carried her suitcase and went from shop to shop buying gold bars. In just 2 short hours, she spent all the money in her handbag. After tossing the gold into the space, she walked into the supermarket with the remaining hundreds of thousands in her pocket. There weren't many people in the supermarket. Most thought it was just a strong wind, hardly taking the wind seriously. Soo-yoon pushed a shopping cart around, buying several carts full of fruits, vegetables, and meats. The supermarket manager directly had the staff help load the items into her vehicle. These items only cost a few thousand yuan and didn't even fill half of the truck's compartment. Soo-yoon still had over 110,000 yuan left in cash. She planned to keep 200,000 for herself and spend the remaining 900,000 in an afternoon. Hot pot restaurants, barbecue places, grilled fish shops, Hunan cuisine barbecues, pizza, pasta, fried chicken, porridge shops, local dishes, milk, tea, and coffee, Western cuisine snacks. After buying from shop to shop, she spent 500,000 yuan. With the remaining 400,000, Soo-yoon bought all jade pendants. Though they weren't suitable, they were better than turning into waste paper. As the strong winds held, Soo-yoon stored everything from the truck into the space. The wind speed increased, darkening the sky. Soo-yoon jumped down from the truck bed, preparing to drive back to Jinyan Hoarding. Unexpectedly, under the violent storm, the advertisement board from the mall suddenly fell crashing directly onto the truck. The front of the truck was dented and the windshield was shattered to pieces. The dark clouds hung lower, creating an increasing sense of oppression as the gusts of wind and raindrops hit her, making her shiver. Soo-yoon frowned and looked into the distance. The fierce winds formed a vortex connecting heaven and earth, and the towering trees by the roadside were instantly snapped. Soo-yoon's eyes widened in shock. The utility poles were uprooted and the live wires fell into the water, crackling with electric sparks. Startled, Soo-yoon retreated, repeatedly running towards the shopping plaza. The hurricane battered the glass doors, smashing them against the walls and shattering them to pieces. Soo-yoon rushed toward the mall lobby as fast as she could, only to feel a sharp pain in her right arm. After rushing into the mall, she didn't hesitate to look around, but took the elevator straight to the top floor. The shoppers, including store staff, all stood by the glass. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Several massive black tornadoes swept through the entire city. Like a seductive cutting machine, they wreaked havoc. 2 tornadoes having shredded who knows what turned into 2 fire dragons, destroying everything in their path. Vehicles on the road were blown over and people were swept away. Billboards, bicycles, and trees on the road were lifted into the sky. Debris and metal sheets were like a cutting machine, shredding everything they touched. Soo-yoon dared not lean against the window, but stood in the middle watching from a distance. Soon the tornado that had formed beside the mall changed direction, sweeping trees and debris towards the mall. Soo-yoon took 2 steps back and ran down. Just as she was running, several piercing screams echoed from behind her. The sounds of shattering glass, cries for help, and the immense roar of the wind made her ears buzz. She fled downward, feeling as if the entire floor above was shaking. People were swept away by the tornado, and goods and machinery were also lifted into the sky. A tremendous crashing sound echoed. The rooftop, unable to bear the weight, collapsed. Soo-yoon was drenched in cold sweat as she ran down with a crowd of panicked people. Amidst the crowd, the piercing cries and the wailing of children, accompanied by the deafening roar of wind, made it impossible to distinguish directions. Each layer of glass shattered in succession as the hurricane swept away shards of glass and debris, battering the fleeing humans. The entire commercial building shook violently. Cracks began to appear on the walls, and the steel reinforcement inside twisted and deformed at a visible speed. Her grandmother, who had been ready to refuse, fell silent at those last words. To be honest, she was not at ease with her granddaughter living alone. The once even ground began to tilt. Heavy objects fell upon people, plummeting alongside shards of glass. Soo-yoon's scalp tingled as she clutched the railing tightly, running down in a panic. Now, with the glass shattered, the supporting walls had been destroyed by vehicles swept in by the hurricane. The whole building swayed precariously, nearly splitting in half as broken bricks and tiles fell from above. Now, with the glass shattered, the supporting walls had been destroyed by vehicles swept in by the hurricane. The whole building swayed precariously, nearly splitting in half as broken bricks and tiles fell from above, striking the people below. At that moment, Soo-yoon no longer felt any pain. She glanced around and grabbed a half-life-sized mannequin to shield her head. The sound of the impacts echoed against the mannequin, producing a series of thuds. Those nearby observed Soo-yoon's actions and mimicked her, picking up objects to shield themselves. At that moment, Soo-yoon no longer felt any pain. She glanced around and grabbed a half-life-sized mannequin to shield her head. The panicking crowd behind dreaded over the man. Soo-yoon had no time to listen to his curses and screams. She hurried downward, finally bursting out of the building before it collapsed. The heavy sound of collapse struck the ground, stirring up a massive wave of wind. Soo-yoon was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. In her previous life, the typhoon mixed with raindrops had never produced a tornado. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, this life witnessed such a severe tornado. What once was a multi-story commercial building was now reduced to 3 or 4 floors, the other half severed and collapsed onto the intersection. All surrounding shops lay in ruins. Some survivors, like Soo-yoon, stood injured in the rain. Some wailed, others wept. The culprit, the tornado, had weakened and was moving away. Soo-yoon felt a tingling all over her legs, trembling uncontrollably. Even with her meticulous preparations, facing a natural disaster made her feel like an ant, a speck of dust. Soo-yoon retrieved a silk scarf from a nearby shattered store, carefully binding it around her wound to prevent rainwater from infecting it. She staggered through the muddy ruins and gravel, avoiding the distant tornado, making her way toward the relatively intact road on the other side. The once prosperous city now resembled a wasteland strewn with shards of glass and bricks as rainwater pounded the ground, mixing with mud. Unfortunately, most of the phones were inoperable. It was unclear whether the tornado had toppled the base stations, disrupting communication. Unfortunately, most of the phones were inoperable. It was unclear whether the tornado had toppled the base stations, disrupting communication. The scene resembled hell, filled with crimson blood. A woman stumbled over her hair, disheveled, her clothes drenched from the rain. Her vacant gaze clutched a bloodied child, desperately gripping Soo-yoon's arm. "Please save her, please save her." Soo-yoon looked at the little girl's tightly shut eyes, raindrops falling upon them, washing away the stains of blood, as she was a beautifully carved child. Unfortunately, the child's face was already purple, clearly devoid of breath. Soo-yoon shook her head inside. The woman retreated a few steps as if mad, kissing the child's forehead and continuing to pull at nearby people. Such tragedies were everywhere, and Soo-yoon felt her blood run cold. She attempted to call for emergency and firefighting services, but sadly all the lines were busy. It seemed the entire city's rescue system had collapsed. As Soo-yoon pondered how to return home, an SUV veered around obstructions and stopped beside her. The driver, wearing sunglasses, rolled down the window and pointed to the other side's door. "Get in, where are you going?" "I'll take you." Before Soo-yoon could refuse, the man got out of the car. He was tall, over 1.8 meters, with well-defined contours, dressed in a black fitted outfit that made him appear upright and striking. At just over 1.6 meters, Soo-yoon felt the height difference pressing down on her, causing her to instinctively take 2 steps back. The man seemed to understand her wariness and removed his sunglasses. Soo-yoon gazed at his face, both familiar and strange. He was handsome, with deep-set features, clean short hair, and a sharply defined jawline that exuded an aura of coldness. Meeting his gaze felt as if all worldly desires faded away, leaving only pure reason. "Soo-yoon, I hope I'm not mistaken." Soo-yoon was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he knew her name. The man raised his attractive brows. "Jung-e, grandson of Jung Bai." Soo-yoon's eyes widened as she took a moment to reconcile his face with the memory of her childhood neighbor. "Grandpa Jung's grandson." The man's lips twitched as if he wanted to smile but held back. He frowned slightly, glancing at Soo-yoon's right arm. "You're injured. Get in the car, I'll take you home. The road conditions are poor, it's too dangerous for you to go back alone." Soo-yoon politely thanked him. Without hesitation, she got into the car. This made Soo-yoon break out in a cold sweat. As if explaining to her halfway through the drive, Jung-e suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, Soo-yoon, I need to go back first. My family lives on..." Despite the howling wind, the curses from a few people still reached Soo-yoon's ears. She curiously glanced at the man beside her. To her surprise, Jung-e kept his gaze fixed ahead, focused on the road conditions, seemingly not hearing a thing. His driving was steady, effortlessly dodging branches and debris blown in by the typhoon. This made Soo-yoon break out in a cold sweat. As if explaining to her halfway through the drive, Jung-e suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, Soo-yoon, I need to go back first. My family lives on the top floor and the old man is home alone." Soo-yoon, being a passenger, couldn't refuse, especially since Grandpa Jung was an old friend of her grandfather. The vehicle drove smoothly, soon entering Jing's neighborhood. The community was in disarray. Not only were trees uprooted, but many windows and balconies on the top floors were also damaged. One building even lost its roof. Jung-e furrowed his brow, parking the car in front of a broken tree. The two of them braved the wind and got out, heading toward the building where Jung's family lived. Due to the typhoon, the originally 200-meter journey took more than 10 minutes to traverse. The extent of the damage to the Jung family's building was far worse than Soo-yoon had imagined. A large tree had crashed into one of the homes on the first floor. Water was flowing down from the top floor, and on the ground lay broken window frames, shattered glass, and solar panels that had fallen from above, smashing onto the vehicles parked nearby. Jung-e was anxious, and without waiting for Soo-yoon to catch up, he hurriedly rushed into the building's entrance. Soo-yoon looked up and saw that all the windows of the Jung family were shattered, and there were cracks on the balcony, making it look precarious. The wind from the typhoon had lessened, but the rain was pouring down even harder, and a significant drop in temperature was imminent. It seemed that the Jung family's house would no longer be livable. Soo-yoon pulled open the somewhat deformed entrance door and climbed inside. The Jung family's front door was wide open, and the elderly gentleman was covering his head, his face showing a bluish-purple hue from the cold. Jung-e emerged from the house, with a quilt covering it over Grandpa Jung. Inside, the house items were strewn about chaotically, and without windows, the raging wind blew into the room, making it unbearably cold. Grandpa Jung held onto the quilt, taking a long time to regain his composure. Upon seeing Soo-yoon, he couldn't help but express his worry. "The typhoon is too strong outside, must be devastated. How did you manage to get here, Shawan?" "I went to buy supplies and happened to run into it on the way." Jung-e checked the situation in the house. Grandpa Jung looked troubled, his expression grim. "It seems this storm won't pass anytime soon. Now that the windows are shattered, how will we survive the night?" The door was frozen shut, making it difficult to push. Soo-yoon poured 2 kettles of hot water before she could open the rooftop door. As the door swung open a bite, the Jung grandfather and grandson did not ask for help, and naturally Soo-yoon would not create trouble for herself. She politely stepped forward to help Jung-e pack. Once everything was packed, Jung-e awkwardly spoke, "I'm sorry to waste your time. I'll take you back first, then we can look for a place." Soo-yoon glanced at the dark clouds outside. The tornado is too severe, the entire city has been affected and hotels don't need to be mentioned. They must be fully booked. You should ask around the nearby neighborhoods. In her past life, the power had gone out on the third day of the apocalypse. This time it should be similar. She needed to prepare for warmth in advance. Busy and bustling, it was already noon. Jung-yi nodded, acknowledging Soo-yoon's words. Soo-yoon offered a few words of comfort to Grandpa Jung, and then followed Jung-yi downstairs. The rain had stopped, but the wind was still strong, making it hard to open their eyes. The two of them staggered back to the car. Under Soo-yoon's guidance, they quickly returned to the Jin-yoon Hwatang. The security booth at the entrance was severely damaged, with the barrier twisted and deformed, leaning to one side. There was no need for registration. They could directly enter the community. When the car was safely parked at Building No. 50, Jung-yi handed a backpack from the back seat to Soo-yoon. The entire city has been affected. A food will definitely be hard to come by. Take this. Soo-yoon was not lacking in food and did not want the rations that Jung-yi had bought. However, Jung-yi was very serious, completely ignoring Soo-yoon's refusal, and insisted on stuffing the backpack into her arms. Soo-yoon thanked him and accepted the items. Jin-yoon Hwatang was not severely damaged aside from some flowers and trees being blown down. The facilities and walls were in good condition. As Soo-yoon entered through the entrance door, Jung-yi's car had not yet left, and she wondered what he was thinking. The lobby of Building No. 50 was bustling. Several elderly people stood at the entrance looking outside. As Soo-yoon entered, a lavishly dressed elderly lady was just standing at the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, she couldn't help but shiver twice. Seeing Soo-yoon looking at her, she turned her head away in annoyance. Jin-yoon Hwatang is really losing its standards. All kinds of people are being let in. Soo-yoon rolled her eyes. The place is not bad, but there are always old dogs barking. The elderly lady's hair almost stood on end. She put her hands on her hips, looking like a fighting chicken. Who are you calling an old dog? Soo-yoon blinked her eyes. Whoever barks is an old dog, isn't it obvious? The elderly lady was furious, her face turning red, and she lunged to grab Soo-yoon's backpack. Soo-yoon's expression darkened as she swatted the lady's hand away. Let go of your hand. I am not a person of good character, and do not respect the elderly or love the young. The elderly lady was frightened by Soo-yoon's gaze and took a few steps back. Soo-yoon ignored her, took out her card from her pocket, and prepared to swipe it for the elevator. Having suffered a loss, the elderly lady wanted to come up and argue with Soo-yoon. The elderly onlookers hurriedly intervened. This child looks young, auntie, don't stoop to her level. When the elevator doors opened, the elderly lady was still glaring at her fiercely. Soo-yoon was unafraid. After giving the elderly lady the middle finger, she pressed the button for the 12th floor. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor, Soo-yoon could still hear the elderly lady's curses. With ample supplies, Soo-yoon did not plan to go out in the near future. When she returned, she casually lowered the barrier at the elevator entrance. Although it was one card per household, the property management card allowed access to every floor, and one had to be wary of people's hidden motives. Outside, the wind and waves were howling, but inside, Soo-yoon was not idle. She made a round inside and outside. Aside from the items on the roof being blown all over the place, the whole house was still quite good. After feeling relieved, she finally had the mood to open the backpack that Jung-yi had given her. The backpack was stuffed full, occupying almost every space. There were bundles of noodles, sausages, pickles, biscuits, instant noodles, quick-cooked eggs, compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of Laogan ma bread, and ham. The sides of the backpack were stuffed with 2 bottles of mineral water, and the small front pocket was also filled with chocolates and candies. There were even 2 bags of salt. Soo-yoon organized the items and put them in the kitchen. Taking advantage of the outside chaos, she did not rest and busied herself in the kitchen, constantly boiling water and cooking. If it was like her previous life, the temperature would drop rapidly with 3 days of typhoon and heavy rain followed by a blizzard. With a drastic drop in temperature to -63 degrees, she needed to boil more hot water in advance and store it for later use. With 3 rice cookers steaming rice, Soo-yoon washed vegetables, chopped them, and stir-fried them while also monitoring the situation in the corridor. 2 standing friends connected to the monitor, and the other was playing a sitcom. Braised pork, stir-fried mushrooms and cabbage, radish and meatballs, stewed beef brisket with persimmon, spicy stir-fried pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Each serving was substantial. Soo-yoon cleaned the meal boxes she had bought, putting 3 types of dishes and a serving of rice in a divided meal box, just enough for her portion. While they were hot, she stored all the dozens of meals in her space. To prevent heavy flavored dishes from being coveted after the gas was cut off, Soo-yoon had pre-cooked 10 servings of snail noodles, fried over 10 eggs, and used an air fryer to cook 5 bags of sausages, pouring them into a steel basin to be served when eating. With the gas stove and induction cooker at full blast, 3 big spoons operated simultaneously. Throughout the night, Soo-yoon prepared food for half a month. With the smell of oil smoke clinging to her, she stuffed her clothes into the washing machine while taking out a large wooden barrel from her space. The barrel was something she had specifically purchased for stockpiling. Taking advantage of the calm before the end of the world when the indoor temperature was still bearable, she comfortably took a After the bath exhausted, she fell asleep. Early the next morning, Soo-yoon was awakened by the ringing of the phone. The caller was a teacher from the school who first inquired about the disaster situation at her home and then informed her that due to the rampant typhoon and dropping temperatures, the school had suffered severe damage from the tornado and students were on holiday, with the reopening date to be announced later. Soo-yoon expressed her gratitude. Outside, the wind howled violently and the overcast sky felt suffocating. The indoor temperature was noticeably lower than yesterday. Soo-yoon glanced at the indoor thermometer on her nightstand, which read only 15 degrees. She fumbled for the air conditioner remote control from her blankets, set the temperature to 26 degrees, and only then did she emerge from under the covers to wash up. WeChat was set to silent with all group messages reading 99. She scrolled down and found only one message directed specifically at her. It was from Jung-e. I found an apartment. Thinking of the backpack Jung-e had given her, Soo-yoon reminded him the weather has been unusual lately, be sure to keep warm. She quickly scanned the other messages and tossed her phone aside. The group messages were mostly alike, either requests for help or inquiries about medicine, with many seeking shelter. There were hardly any useful messages. Her social media feed was filled with videos of yesterday's tornado, which she had experienced firsthand and had no interest in clicking to watch. Many people were aware of the crisis and were preparing to form groups to go shopping. Someone took the lead and soon others responded, discussing routes and inquiring about open supermarkets. Those who had not gone were asking questions in the group. Soon someone shared a video showing that there were not many supermarkets open and the streets were in disarray. After a long search, they found one, but it was overcrowded with people jostling together to grab items from the shelves, and some were running off with stolen goods, causing chaos. Some attempted to order takeout, but unfortunately the delivery app icons were all grayed out, clearly indicating no businesses or delivery workers were operating. Many believed the typhoon would pass quickly, and there was no need to scramble for supplies, thinking that once the emergency response was over, life would return to normal. Younger people were somewhat receptive to these opinions, but the older folks were completely unconvinced and were filled with worry. After washing up, Soo-yoon changed the dressing on her wound. After busying herself for a while, her stomach began to growl. She rummaged through the refrigerator and ultimately decided to boil a dozen dumplings for breakfast. The howling wind carried sand and gravel, relentlessly battering the windows. Soo-yoon stood by the window looking down. The mess from yesterday remained untouched, with trash and branches strewn all over the ground. Soo-yoon used binoculars to observe the situation in the distance. The entire city was shrouded in thick smoke, resembling a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Unlike yesterday, numerous dark green military trucks were now visible and soldiers in uniform were working on disaster relief near most of the rubble. After swallowing a few dumplings, she felt warm inside. Remembering the situation on the rooftop, Soo-yoon put on a military coat, wrapping herself tightly before heading upstairs. The rooftop was in worse disarray than the day before, with outdoor sofas blown askew, swings displaced from their positions and toppled into a corner, a metal barbecue rack leaning against the wall, and the fish pond's water already frozen, with the fish no longer swimming. Soo-yoon slapped her forehead, having completely forgotten about the steel plates. She hurried downstairs to retrieve the remote control given to her by the renovation boss. The buttons on the remote had labels as she pressed the orange button. A steel cover slowly rose up from the edge of the rooftop. The entire steel cover resembled an inverted fish tank, sealing the rooftop completely inside. The howling wind diminished and the items stopped shaking. Only then did Soo-yoon store everything away in her space. To avoid attracting attention, after clearing the rooftop, she retracted the steel cover and took out some clean buckets and basins from her space, preparing to collect snow when the extreme cold arrived. After tidying up the rooftop, it was nearly noon. Soo-yoon made braised chicken wings and steamed some rice. She had plenty of time in the afternoon, so she strapped sandbags to her legs and began to jog. Then she took out the slingshot given to her by Grandpa Jung and started practicing indoors. Using the slingshot for the first time, she had no accuracy at all. After 2 hours apart from hitting one lucky shot like a blind cat, catching a mouse, the rest either missed the target or went wide. She wondered if it was due to her improper movements. While cooking dinner, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was not saved and it was a strange landline number. Soo-yoon hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually answered the call. On the other end was a middle-aged man, his tone not particularly friendly. "Excuse me, are you the owner of the 12th floor in Building 50? Soo-yoon glanced at the hallway monitor and saw nothing unusual before responding with a murmur. Who allowed you to install a barrier in the hallway? Let me tell you, take it down quickly, or we will forcibly dismantle it. Soo-yoon was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. She wouldn't be taking it down anyway, so she hung up the phone directly. The man on the other end seemed quite furious. After Soo-yoon hung up, he continued to call 3 or 4 more times. Soo-yoon simply blacklisted the number and went back to her tasks. Ginger syrup braised pork ribs, steamed base garlic shrimp sauced beef, and celery potato shreds were prepared for dinner, while the rest were packed away. The temperature tonight looked like it would drop below zero, even lower. Soo-yoon replaced her bedding with the thickest one and laid a thick blanket on top before finally feeling at ease. The howling wind accompanied by the pitch-black night was particularly terrifying. Soo-yoon lay in her bed, opened her tablet, and started watching a post-apocalyptic movie. After the movie ended, she felt more alert. Her arm exposed outside the blanket was freezing cold, making her shiver involuntarily. According to her memories from her past life, the temperature today shouldn't be this low. She sat up and adjusted the air conditioner's temperature once more. Then she retrieved a single-person electric blanket to place under the thick blanket. After a while, she felt warmer. By the time Soo-yoon fell into a drowsy sleep, it was already past midnight. In her dreams, she seemed to faintly hear the sound of an ambulance siren. Perhaps the sound was too distant, or perhaps it was due to the soundproofing, but the noise was not clear. She merely turned over and fell into a deeper sleep. After a night of good dreams, when she got out of bed, the outside world had completely changed. Heavy snowflakes fell from the sky, and no one knew how long it had been snowing, and the dense snow made it impossible to see the situation outside. The snow was falling fast and furious, and the WeChat group was in an uproar. Everyone was marveling at the spectacle. After all, snow in August was quite rare. Residents upstairs were fine, but those on the first floor were already causing a commotion. The blizzard had buried half of their window, and they were tagging the property management to come and clear the snow. The property manager initially replied a couple of times asking residents to be patient. After that, they stopped responding. First-floor residents were cursing and rallying other residents in the building to come out and shovel the snow. There were very few responses in the group. Only a few young people seemingly interested formed a group to go downstairs, but they didn't even push open the entrance door. The indoors were too warm while the temperature outside was too low, causing the door to freeze shut. It was a housewife on the first floor who boiled several pots of hot water to thaw the door. The trending search terms exploded with the first few entries, all about the snowstorm. 1. Global snowstorm. 2. Winter arrived overnight. 3. Experts debunk the apocalypse theory. 4. Rational people shouldn't blindly hoard supplies. 5. Southerners experiencing snow for the first time. There were all kinds of comments under the entry, some pessimistic, some boasting their supplies, others questioning the experts, and quite a few excited and happy. The images were bizarre and varied, some posing with the heavy snow, some stepping on the snow to take pictures, and others pouring hot water over themselves. Most comments were optimistic, with no one considering that this snowstorm heralded the beginning of the apocalypse. Soo-yoon shook her head, put on her down jacket and cotton coat, and went up to the rooftop. The snow on the rooftop had already formed a thick layer reaching almost to her knees. The door was frozen shut, making it difficult to push. Soo-yoon poured 2 kettles of hot water before she could open the rooftop door. As the door swung open, a biting cold wind whipped across her face, causing pain. The snow was still light and easy to clear. However, the area was too vast, and cleaning it bit by bit was quite troublesome. Soo-yoon retrieved the containers she had placed on the ground to collect snow and set out some new ones. She did a simple cleanup of the snow at the door. She didn't bother with the rest of the areas. After all, the heavy snow was expected to continue for a long time, and she didn't want to waste her efforts. Once she had accumulated enough snow, she would deploy a steel plate to cover the entire rooftop, opening and closing it daily to let the snow naturally fall. After storing the clean snow, Soo-yoon returned to her room. She used a rice cooker to make a pot of millet porridge and set 2 steamers on the stove. The bottom layer contained over 40 boiled eggs, while the 3 layers above were steaming corn, sweet potatoes, yam buns, dumplings, and steamed bread. After about 20 minutes, everything was cooked. Soo-yoon quickly divided it into more than 10 portions and stored them away, leaving only a bowl of millet porridge, 1 egg, and 2 buns to eat with pickles. Outside, the wind howled violently, battering against the glass like a wailing ghost. Soo-yoon stood in the living room with binoculars, looking towards the city, where the dense snowflakes nearly obscured her view, allowing her to faintly see a few snow-clearing vehicles at work. There were some shadowy figures downstairs, seemingly clearing the snow. Soo-yoon glanced at her phone. The owners group had posted a number of videos all about snow removal. Soo-yoon scrolled through a few and indeed found videos from the base of Building 50. The snow down there had nearly reached the waist of an adult, over a meter deep, with a few men swinging shovels to clear it. Currently, water, electricity, and gas were all being supplied normally. Even though it was cold inside, turning on the air conditioning was enough to prevent anyone from freezing. In her previous life, when the snow buried the second floor, the entire city lost water as most pipes froze, followed by network outages and power failures, with gas supplies stopping a month later. The temperature dropped to over -60 degrees. The weak patients were the first to perish, followed by the elderly and children. Soo-yoon switched on the television where the news was reporting on the snowstorm. For the first time, the male and female anchors were not dressed in suits and skirts, but each wore a down jacket. Currently, a wave of cold air is sweeping the globe, resulting in global snowstorms. Natural scientists and meteorological departments are conducting research and investigations, urging the public not to panic excessively. If you have enough food at home, it's advised that residents do not venture out to buy supplies. Snow accumulation may cause oxygen depletion, and residents on lower floors must take precautions. Snow disasters are merciless, yet humanity is compassionate. In difficult times, neighbors should come together for warmth. Trust in our country, the disaster will soon pass. Following this were aerial shots of snow-covered landscapes and some self-rescue methods for disaster response. Soo-yoon lost interest, turned off the TV, and retreated back into her space. The power bank she had connected yesterday was fully charged, so Soo-yoon replaced it with a new one. After feeding some fodder to the livestock, Soo-yoon exited her space. Along with her, she brought out some wood and tools. Throughout the morning, Soo-yoon simultaneously stewed vegetables and built a chicken coop. It was her first attempt at woodworking, and after following the video several times, she barely managed to make a chicken coop. After finishing the chicken coop, Soo-yoon learned from the video how to make a fence. The chickens she had purchased were wandering around her space, leaving droppings everywhere, and she couldn't even figure out where the eggs were being laid. The fence was easier to make than the chicken coop, and Soo-yoon quickly completed it. After tossing it back into the space, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. For lunch, she had glutinous rice bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, and she also made a yellow bean stew with pig trotters. After leisurely finishing her meal, she drank a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. After working up a slight sweat, Soo-yoon changed into a set of workout clothes and began exercising. She ran with leg weights for 2 hours and then practiced combat techniques from the video. Along with her previous life's experience, she started to see some results. Her moves were no longer soft and weak, as she could feel a hint of strength. Soo-yoon practiced with the slingshot for only a short while the results were not very good, as either the force was too weak or she was missing her target. Soo-yoon had no choice but to settle for practicing with a long knife. The techniques required for the long knife were not too complicated, and with chopping and stabbing, she managed to wield it with considerable flair. Inside, relying on the air conditioning, the temperature was maintained around 18 degrees, which didn't make Soo-yoon feel too cold. The snow-clearing people downstairs had long since dispersed. Soo-yoon had no choice but to settle for practicing with a long knife. The techniques required for the long knife were not too complicated. The group was filled with complaints, yet they were powerless to change anything. Renting higher floors had become the trend. As long as there were available units, they were immediately rented out. The rent had more than doubled compared to usual. With such heavy snow, some residents began to regret their choices. They hadn't stored much food at home and could only seek help in the group. Those willing to buy food at high prices were mostly wealthy residents in Jinhyunhwa Court, and no one was concerned about that small amount of money, and no one responded at all. The residents seeking help could only turn to familiar neighbors. Someone willing to lose face sent over some food. Those who received food were overjoyed, expressing that distant relatives were not as good as close neighbors. Those who were refused complained loudly, cursing without any decorum. Soo-yoon drank a cup of hot milk and, after preparing a hot water bag, crawled into bed early. After watching a drama for a while, she wasn't feeling sleepy. She flipped through the books she had taken back from Su Xiao. Other than the financial management ones, there was nothing useful. She only glanced at them briefly before tossing them back into her space. The dark night was quiet except for the sound of the wind. Soo-yoon lay on her back in bed, listening to the wind by the window, and in a daze, she felt an odd impression that she was the only person left on Earth. The snow that night completely buried the first and second floors, and it was estimated that the snow depth was at least 6 meters. The temperature dropped sharply, with the outside temperature reaching -40 degrees. All the early risers were stunned, unable to take their eyes off the view outside. The entire city lost its vitality, resembling a giant ice ball swept by a biting cold. Early in the morning, the surveillance system emitted sounds. The cries echoed from below, a chorus of despair. Soo-yoon got up sneezing twice, feeling that the temperature in the room had dropped significantly since yesterday. Indeed, the indoor thermometer had fallen from 18 degrees to 13. After raising the air conditioning temperature, Soo-yoon dressed properly and stepped outside. The living room was icy, a couple of degrees colder than the bedroom. Unable to suppress a shiver, she put on a cotton coat. The noise from the corridor's monitor grew louder, as if someone was banging on the door. The moment Soo-yoon opened the door, she felt a bone-chilling cold that made her shiver all over her skin, prickling painfully. Back in the bedroom, after putting on a down jacket, she added a military coat, a hat, woolen gloves, and wrapped herself in a scarf. Only then did she feel a bit warmer. She didn't dare wear leather gloves, while woolen ones might be less insulating. They allowed for better movement. Before heading out, Soo-yoon grabbed a kitchen knife, feeling much safer. Upon opening the corridor door, the sounds became clearer. Downstairs, chaotic footsteps indicated a group of people were clamoring and banging on the door. Soo-yoon did not open the gate, but stood by the security door, intently listening to the commotion below. The voices of the group were getting closer, climbing up floor by floor. From the sound of footsteps, they must have reached the 11th floor. The 11th floor was usually very quiet, with rarely any noise. The banging on the door was loud, mixed with both male and female voices calling out. Separated by just one floor, Soo-yoon soon heard the sound of a door opening. The voices of conversation were faint, intermittent, and completely incomprehensible. Before long, the group gave up on the 11th floor. There were 7 or 8 people coming up, all bundled up tightly, with only their faces showing to distinguish between men and women. Upon seeing the gate, the group was stunned. When did we install a gate in our building? Isn't this an encroachment on public resources? A man's voice sounded deep and resonant. Soon someone echoed, this needs to be reported to the property management. We have paid so much in management fees, can they just ignore us? Soo-yoon cleared her throat a couple of times, and only then did the group notice her. The leading man took a couple of steps forward, his eyes shifty, casting glances behind Soo-yoon. Noticing no one was there, he excitedly grabbed the gate and spoke first. Hello, are you home alone? Soo-yoon was quite put off by his probing gaze and replied, do you need something? The man pulled out his phone, opened WeChat to scan, and with a sincere expression said, I'm a resident on the 2nd floor. My house is buried in snow, and I'd like to rent your place. Soo-yoon chuckled at his words. Where would I stay if I rent it to you? The man realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. We only need 2 bedrooms, you can name your price. Soo-yoon shook her head. Sorry, my place is not for rent. The man's expression darkened after being refused. He voiced his dissatisfaction. Our layouts are the same. Every household has bedrooms, your place also has that rooftop level. It's just sitting empty, why can't you help us? A tall, thin woman in a down jacket spoke up from the side, pulling out a stack of money with an unfriendly tone. It's not that we aren't paying. We're all neighbors after all, we see each other every day. Can you do us this favor? Soo-yoon retorted coldly, I don't know you. Why should I do you a favor? The thin woman, humiliated, stiffened her voice. How selfish can you be? They're all neighbors, or what's wrong with us staying for a bit? As tensions rose, an elderly lady slowly emerged from behind, the same one who had quarreled with Soo-yoon a few days ago. She seemed to recognize Soo-yoon, her face haughty. Oh dear, today's youth are rotten to the core. I've inquired before, this top floor is rented out, and it seems she lives alone. It's not scary to be poor, what's frightening is having a bad character, heartless and inconsiderate, completely ignorant of social niceties. Soo-yoon's face darkened. If you're so knowledgeable about social niceties, why don't you take them to your place? After all, it's the same layout. If you squeeze a bit, you'll fit. The old lady was caught off guard by Soo-yoon's retort. Her eyes darted around as she quickly sought an excuse. My place won't work. I have several people living there. We can't fit. Soo-yoon scoffed, countering her words. What's the problem with fitting? We all have the same layout, it should be fine. The living room is so big, and there's a maid's room. You're so eager to help them after all. The thin woman who spoke first had a glimmer of thought in her eyes. She grabbed the old lattice arm affectionately. Aunt, your house is on the 7th floor, with just the 2 of you and a maid. It's quite a waste. There are few people in our family, just the 3 of us. I'll give you money and we have plenty of food. Let us stay for a while in this heavy snow, we can look out for each other. Aunt Zhao's expression soured. After shooting Soo-yoon a fierce glare, she discreetly pulled her arm. Oh dear, it's not that. Aunt Zhao doesn't want to let you stay. My son was considerate and gave me money to renovate, and it's a mess. I really don't have space, you all chat, I'll head back now. Without waiting for anyone else to respond, she hurriedly ran downstairs, moving so quickly that even younger people would feel ashamed. The woman watched Aunt Zhao's back and spat, cursing, they're all no good. The leading man, seeing the old lady wouldn't work, turned his attention back to Soo-yoon. Is this Soo-yoon's expression turned cold. Why do you care? The man was taken aback and angrily replied, who the hell allowed you to install a gate in the corridor? You bought the apartment, you have no right to install a gate, let alone you are just a tenant. You let us in and everything will be fine. Otherwise I'll inform the property management and have your shabby installation forcibly removed. Soo-yoon rolled her eyes and casually sat on the steps, spreading her hands. Go ahead and find out, I'll watch the demolition. The man, furious, warned, don't be so arrogant, you will regret it. Soo-yoon patted her chest, feigning fear. Oh my, you scared me to death. Seeing that Soo-yoon was unyielding, the man's face turned red with anger as he flipped through his contact list and made a call. Unfortunately, the line was busy and he couldn't get through. We'll see about that. After dropping a threatening remark, the man kicked the gate twice and angrily went downstairs. The woman also did not expect Soo-yoon to be so difficult to deal with. She snorted coldly and followed him downstairs. Seeing everyone leave, Soo-yoon returned home with the kitchen knife. The snow was getting deeper and everyone was anxious. The normally lively WeChat group fell silent. Residents on the first and second floors, seeing that renting didn't work, began clamoring about shoveling snow. Residents on the higher floors hardly responded. Only 2 people from the 3rd and 4th floors came down to help. Unfortunately, the building doors couldn't be pushed open and the group could only grumble and return home. As she was about to turn off her phone, a familiar avatar sent a message. It was Jung-e. The temperature is too low, the water pipes might freeze, make sure to stock up on water in advance. Soo-yoon politely replied with a thank you and added, the snow is too heavy, it might cause power outages, you and Grandpa Jung should prepare early. Jung-e's chat window showed that he was typing for a long time. Soo-yoon thought he was writing a lot, but the reply was very short, just 2 words, thank you. Instead of replying, Soo-yoon went to the kitchen, and while there was still gas, started preparing a feast. A bountiful harvest: soy braised pork ribs, scrambled eggs with chives, spicy stir-fried meat, stir-fried broccoli, stir-fried fatty intestines, celery, potato shreds, and 4 happiness meatballs. While sipping on warm pearl milk tea, she casually watched a drama on her tablet. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. Ever since Jung-e mentioned the possibility of water supply issues, the water flow in the kitchen seemed to diminish. Although there were plenty of bottled water, well water, and drinks available. Feeling uneasy, Soo-yoon decided to take out a dozen large water buckets from her storage space, utilizing all the faucets to feel more at ease. During the breaks, while waiting for the dishes to simmer, she kept busy. After replacing the storage battery in her space, she took out the wooden furniture she had retrieved and chopped it into firewood. She had changed the water buckets 3 times, filling over 20 buckets, with 10 liters of water each. After having lunch, Soo-yoon practiced with a knife in the living room, and only after sweating profusely did she pick up her phone. Unlike the morning's quiet. At this moment, the group messages were rapidly increasing, quickly rising from dozens to over 999. Curious, Soo-yoon clicked in and found a notification pinned to the top. It was sent by the community. In the afternoon, a military snow removal vehicle would come to the community to clear the snow. Everyone had a few hours to go out and stock up on supplies. The road conditions outside were poor and residents were advised not to drive for safety. It was better for residents to travel in groups. Users lacking food at home were urged to quickly go out and stock up. Below the information, a few nearby supermarkets were listed. These supermarkets had been requisitioned by the state and were briefly opened for residents. Indeed, it was good news. Soo-yoon glanced at the clock. It was already 1 o'clock. She picked up binoculars, stood by the window, and looked into the distance. Through the gaps in the falling snow, she could indeed see a dozen dark green trucks near the entrance of the community. Soon a tall snow mountain piled up in the open space at the community entrance, slowly increasing in size while the road surface in the community gradually revealed itself. At this rate, she should be able to go out around 3 o'clock. Soo-yoon fetched another batch of water and prepared a few dishes to put in her storage space, estimating the time before starting to dress. After layering several sets of clothes, she also stuck on some heat packs. With her backpack on, she opened the door and stepped outside. Not knowing when the power would go out, she didn't dare take the elevator in case she got stuck inside. Soo-yoon opened the gate and went down the stairs. In the lobby downstairs, quite a few people had already gathered. Men, women, and children were all dressed like giant pandas. Many were wrapped in thick blankets for warmth. Soo-yoon stood at the back of the crowd, staring at the entrance of the building. Soon the accumulated snow at the door began to shift. Several soldiers in heavy military gear were quickly clearing the snow. The door was doused with a special liquid, quickly melting the ice on it. A young soldier opened the door, reminding everyone to be safe before stepping aside. A crowd rushed out, fearing the supplies at the supermarket would run out. Even though a few soldiers tried to dissuade them, it was of no use. As Soo-yoon stepped out, residents on the first and second floors were causing a scene with the soldiers demanding they clear the snow from beside their windows. The soldiers, blocked from taking action, were turning red with anger, and one young soldier was even brought to tears. Watching these young men, Soo-yoon felt a heavy stone block her heart. During every natural disaster, they were always at the forefront, suffering the greatest casualties, yet they were not understood, and some even stabbed them in the back. Seeing Soo-yoon standing there in a daze, an officer approached. "Little girl, are you okay? Do you not have money to buy supplies?" The officer's hands were covered in frostbite, and he trembled as he reached into his pocket, seemingly intending to give Soo-yoon some money. Soo-yoon felt a warmth in her heart, shook her head, and declined the officer's kindness. She took off her backpack, pretended to rummage through it, but actually used her consciousness to operate her space, taking out 10 boxes of frostbite ointment from her stock and handing them to the officer. The officer instinctively accepted them and froze for a moment when he opened the box. His previously grim face softened considerably. "Thank you, but we can't accept this." "Thank you, young lady. How much are these?" "We'll buy them." Soo-yoon waved her hand, rejecting the money the officer offered, put her backpack back on, and walked out. It was clearly just cleared snow, yet within a few minutes a thin layer had fallen again. Wearing anti-slip antifreeze snow boots, Soo-yoon didn't feel it was too slippery, but those around her weren't so lucky. One person fell, taking a string of others down with them, surrounded by exclamations of surprise. Building 50 and Building 49 were adjacent. The building doors faced each other. As she reached the intersection, she spotted a figure standing in the snow from afar. As she drew closer, she vaguely recognized the person in the snow. The man stood tall like an immovable post. Upon seeing Soo-yoon, he waved his hand. It was Jung-e. "What are you doing here?" Soo-yoon was taken aback and stared closely for a long time before confirming it was indeed Jung-e. He showed no surprise at her appearance. He pointed to Building 49. "After I dropped you off that day, I thought this community was nice. I inquired with the property management, and the top floor of this building is a model unit. It hasn't been sold yet, and luckily it's already furnished and has water and electricity. I paid the deposit, and they let us move in early." Although Soo-yoon felt surprised, Jung-e's explanation made sense. Buying a house was their freedom, and she had no reason to stop him. "Were you waiting for me?" Jung-e looked at the snow on the ground. "The road is slippery and unsafe. I thought we could go together to buy supplies." Having grown up together, though they were not childhood sweethearts, they were familiar with each other. Grandpa Jung and her grandfather often went hunting together and were very good friends. The two had a close relationship when they were young, but after middle school they had little contact. For one, Soo-yoon was focused on her studies, preparing for high school. Secondly, Jung-e was older and had joined the army early, so they lost touch. Jung-e's attire was very neat appearing, not bulky at all, and his shoes were professional anti-slip ones, making it unnecessary for him to team up with others to purchase supplies. Soo-yoon knew he intended to assist her, so she did not expose him, and the two walked steadily towards the main. Along the way, many people fell, and some unfortunate ones even broke bones, being accommodated in a truck by passing soldiers. Those who had initially rushed ahead soon learned to be cautious, stepping firmly before daring to take the next step. Soo-yoon and Jung-e, arriving later, surprisingly reached the supermarket the fastest. The supermarket was crowded. The floor was so trampled that its original color was unrecognizable, covered in a black muddy slush. Dozens of cash registers were packed, forming long lines as everyone pushed carts filled to the brim with supplies. There were not many empty carts left, so Soo-yoon and Jung-e each pushed one inside. This supermarket was the largest in the vicinity, spanning 3 floors. The first floor was the supermarket, the second floor was for clothing, and the third floor was for electronics. A flood of people rushed into the supermarket, while the second and third floors were nearly empty, with only a few soldiers maintaining order. The grain and oil section was a mess. The restocking speed could not keep up with the frantic purchasing, and as soon as a box of oil was brought in, it was immediately gone. The fruits and vegetables were frozen, with many already turning black. The pork was frozen hard, with several ice shards stuck to it. Jung-e was faster than Soo-yoon. His goal was clear, and he quickly loaded half a cart with instant food and seasonings, also grabbing some meat and vegetables. Seeing Soo-yoon motionless, he thought she didn't know what to buy. After stuffing his cart into Soo-yoon's hands, he quickly dashed into the crowd to buy some identical items. The two followed the crowd, grabbing more meat and dried goods. Each of them carried 5 or 6 packs of toilet paper. Fortunately, due to government requisitioning, prices had not increased. Noticing fewer people in the snacks section, the two grabbed some biscuits and crispy noodles. After filling their carts, Soo-yoon and Jung-e headed to the cash register. Jung-yi tossed a wad of cash to Soo-yoon, then pushed an empty cart back into the store. Before long, he returned fully loaded. Not only did he grab several bags of rice and flour, but he also secured a few buckets of oil and a box of noodles. Seeing the line was still long, he switched places with Soo-yoon. "Do you have anything else you want to buy?" Soo-yoon looked at the 3 carts of items and began to question. "That's too much, we can't carry it all back." Jung-yi dismissed her concerns, saying, "Don't worry, I have a plan. If you have anything else to buy, go ahead." Soo-yoon had enough supplies in her space. This outing was also to avoid drawing attention. With 3 carts already so full, she shook her head and did not move. Seeing she had no further purchases, Jung-yi switched places with her again and ran into the store with an empty cart. This time he took considerably longer, but fortunately the items looked good, and beneath 5 or 6 bags of food, he even found several packs of sanitary napkins. The two pushed 4 carts, standing in the middle of the line, not attracting attention, as nearly everyone present had 2 carts. The line moved slowly, and it took an hour before it was their turn to check out. In total they spent over 3,000 yuan. Soo-yoon counted out 1,500 from her pocket and handed it to Jung-yi, who accepted it without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. The two pushed their carts out of the supermarket. The snow outside had thickened, covering the previously cleared path with a heavy layer of snow reaching their ankles. Jung-yi and Soo-yoon tied all the bags securely to prevent items from falling out. Before Soo-yoon could ask, Jung-yi took action. He pulled out a black folding item from his large backpack. The item appeared sturdy, with a lot of steel bars mixed within the fabric. Once Jung-yi unfolded it, Soo-yoon could see clearly. It was a collapsible camping cart with a 1-meter-long frame behind the black handle, looking capable of carrying a considerable amount. After assembling it, Jung-yi placed it on the steps. He sorted through the items, placing the rice flour and oil on the cart first and putting heavier bags in the remaining space. For the remaining lighter bags, he carried 2 himself and handed Soo-yoon 2. To prevent the items on the cart from falling, Jung-yi took a piece of twine from his backpack and secured everything tightly, then confidently pulled up the handle to test the weight, appearing ready to drag it back. Soo-yoon understood his intention and prepared to help. Unexpectedly, Jung-yi didn't give her a chance. With one hand gripping the cart handle and the other carrying a bag, he easily pulled it up. Soo-yoon didn't want to take advantage of Jung-yi. She wanted to push from behind. However, Jung-yi stopped her, saying, "I don't intend to let you owe me anything. The cart is heavy, you should conserve your strength and follow behind to prevent items from falling. We can take turns dragging it back." Soo-yoon glanced at the distance and nodded. The two of them took turns pulling, quickly returning to the base of Building 50. They found a quiet spot to divide the supplies. Jung-yi was fair, splitting everything equally except for the sanitary napkins, which he expressionlessly handed to Soo-yoon. It was not too strenuous to carry the items upstairs. The elevator was still running, and Soo-yoon placed all the supplies she received inside, sending them up in one go. The rice and flour were too heavy, and to save time she could only take the risk. Fortunately, the power was normal and there were no outages. After dumping the supplies in the hallway, Soo-yoon went back downstairs. After helping Jung-yi load the supplies into the elevator, he thanked her. Before Soo-yoon could refuse, the elevator door closed. By the time Soo-yoon returned to Building 50, the snow had almost reached her knees. Many residents who had gone out to buy supplies were returning with various bags. Soo-yoon did not use the elevator, but walked back to the 12th floor. After dragging the hallway items back into her room, she collapsed onto the sofa. The temperature inside was warmer than outside. After resting for a while, she finally took off her coat. To avoid waste, Soo-yoon washed these vegetables clean and pickled them with salt to make preserved vegetables for future consumption. In her previous life, the villa area was buried in heavy snow, and there was no. After categorizing the items and placing them in the kitchen, Soo-yoon sorted out the frozen vegetables. These vegetables were fine when frozen, but if they thawed suddenly, they would spoil quickly. To avoid waste, Soo-yoon washed these vegetables clean and pickled them with salt to make preserved vegetables for future consumption. In her previous life, the villa area was buried in heavy snow, and there was no opportunity to shop. In this life, with this shopping trip, the food crisis should not arrive so early. Taking advantage of the gas still being available, Soo-yoon prepared a lot of delicious food that night. She made braised cabbage and vermicelli with pork belly, braised ribs with potatoes and green beans, spicy squid, braised yellow croaker, steamed buns, dumplings, corn, and taro, filling 2 steamer baskets. To avoid wasting time while cooking, Soo-yoon also downloaded a lot of videos. She planned to follow the videos to build some pens to raise large livestock separately. Busy and bustling, the day passed quickly. Soo-yoon returned to the space and replaced the power storage box for the solar generator. Currently there weren't many live chickens, and the fence she made just happened to surround the chicken coop completely. To prevent the chickens from flying out of the fence, Soo-yoon surrounded the top of the fence and chicken coop with a circle of wire mesh. After a busy half-day, she had completely lost track of time. When Soo-yoon remembered to check her phone, half an hour had already passed. It seemed that the space upgrade not only increased the area but also extended time. This time Soo-yoon stayed for a full hour before being teleported back. Upon landing it was pitch black and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Soo-yoon thought she hadn't turned on the lights. When she activated the flashlight function on her phone, she instinctively glanced at the network and found that it was disconnected. A bad premonition swept over her. She cautiously avoided the furniture to turn on the bedroom light. After toggling the switch on the wall a couple of times, Soo-yoon confirmed it. The power was indeed out. With the electricity down, the air conditioning had also stopped, leaving the entire room like a giant ice cellar. Each breath came out as a fog. The curtains that had been drawn were pulled open by Soo-yoon. The brightly lit city appeared to be stained with ink, completely dark. The windows were freezing, visibly producing one ice flower after another. After wrapping herself in a blanket from the bed, Soo-yoon took out the pre-charged power storage box. After connecting it to the power strip, she lowered the blackout screen. The moment the desk lamp lit up, Soo-yoon's restless emotions calmed down a bit. She took out 2 half-height electric heaters from the space, turned them to maximum heat, and aimed them at the bed. The temperature in the room gradually rose from below zero. With the biting cold reduced, Soo-yoon finally set down the blanket and took off her heavy clothes. Now the outside temperature had not yet reached the lowest point of her previous life. The extreme cold was gradual, with the temperature dropping little by little. This also gave many people some time to breathe. Just as Soo-yoon was pondering, a few crackling sounds of electric waves caught her attention. The sound was coming from the living room. Soo-yoon frowned but patiently put on her clothes, leaving the warm bed to find the source of the sound in the living room. The spacious living room was dark. The sound was coming from the sofa. Soo-yoon shone her flashlight over and found the walkie-talkie that Jung-e had given her under her backpack. The walkie-talkie crackled, seemingly with poor signal. Soo-yoon picked it up and rushed back to the bedroom like the wind. The moment she entered the bedroom, she instantly felt much warmer. Once she snuggled back under the covers, Soo-yoon turned on the walkie-talkie. Almost simultaneously, an urgent voice came from the other side. "Soo-yoon, are you okay?" Soo-yoon instinctively nodded, remembering that the other party couldn't see her, and quickly replied, "I'm fine here. How are you and Grandpa Jung?" "I and the old man are fine, just a power outage. The air conditioning can't be used, and the old man has a cold from extreme cold is a serious matter." Soo-yoon frowned. "Do you have any medicine?" Hearing her concern, Jung-e's tone softened considerably. "I've already given the old man some medicine, and he just drank some ginger syrup to sweat it out. It shouldn't be a big problem." After exchanging a few reminders, the two of them turned off the walkie-talkie. After a day of work and a trip to the supermarket, Soo-yoon quickly fell asleep. Although the 2 electric heaters automatically adjusted to a constant temperature, Soo-yoon still felt her throat dry when she woke up the next morning. Due to the power outage, there weren't many group messages in her phone. Many people were afraid of using up the electricity and didn't dare to use it recklessly. Soo-yoon opened and glanced at a few messages, all residents inquiring when the power would be restored, along with many requests for medicine. For now, the data was still usable. In a few days, once the base station collapsed and the network became unusable, people would completely fall into panic. After washing up with the warm water from the space, she headed to the kitchen. The faucet no longer produced water. Soo-yoon poked it with her finger and found that the pipes had already frozen. Fortunately, the gas was still being supplied normally, so it wasn't difficult to eat something warm. However, the kitchen was too cold. She was really too lazy to cook. After moving the small dining table from the living room into the bedroom, she directly took ready-made food from the space. She had stocked up on a lot for breakfast, so even if she never cooked again, she would still have something to eat. After casually playing a sitcom on her tablet, Soo-yoon began to feast. She had stocked up on a lot for breakfast, so even if she never cooked again, she would still have something to eat. After casually playing a sitcom on her tablet, Soo-yoon began to feast. Slurped it down. The snow accumulated downstairs had already buried up to the 3rd floor. The snowflakes, like goose feathers, showed no signs of stopping. Now not only the 1st and 2nd floors were anxious, but even the 4th and 5th floors began to feel uneasy. Voices in the group clamoring for snow removal rose higher and higher. Unfortunately, the residents upstairs had long seen the reality. Even if everyone went down to clear the snow, it would be futile against nature. They simply chose to play dead. The residents on the lower floors also knew that clearing the snow was futile. They were just feeling unbalanced. Since they were unwilling to rent their houses to them, they continued to make noise. Only when someone stepped up or everyone got buried would they be satisfied. It's not about having little, but about having inequality. Soo-yoon paid no mind to the clamor in the group, browsing for a while before tossing her phone aside. Unexpectedly, when she wasn't looking for trouble, trouble found her. Just as Soo-yoon was in the living room assembling her home fireplace, her phone rang again. A strange local number was calling. Without a second thought, Soo-yoon hung up. To her surprise, the other party was persistent, calling repeatedly as if to say, "If you don't answer, I will keep calling." Soo-yoon initially thought about turning off her phone. But thinking about the differences between this life and her last, she didn't want to miss any useful information. After much deliberation, she decided to answer the call. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat familiar, seemingly belonging to the man who had led the charge to smash the door last time. His tone was disdainful, laced with a hint of arrogance. "Little girl, don't be ungrateful. I've already asked around. Renting your apartment is just a matter of a few $100,000. If you're willing to rent me half of it, I won't let the property management pursue you for installing that fence, and I can give you $1 million. What do you say?" Soo-yoon let out a cold laugh, not interested. The man had not expected that his generous offer would be outright rejected by Soo-yoon. "Since you are so unappreciative, don't blame me for being ruthless. In this day and age, causing someone a little accident isn't hard." Soo-yoon narrowed her eyes, surprisingly agreeing with this statement. Indeed, the man thought she was scared and started laughing smugly. "Listen to me, you can't twist an arm against a leg. Who's the arm and who's the leg is yet to be determined," Soo-yoon retorted. The man chuckled sinisterly. "All right, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Just wait for me." Soo-yoon rolled her eyes, and after hanging up the phone, she casually tossed it aside. Assembling the fireplace was no simple task, as Soo-yoon spent the entire afternoon following the instructions, tapping and hammering before finally putting it together. Fortunately, modern technology is advanced and the components are meticulously crafted, allowing the flue to connect directly to the kitchen's exhaust vent without needing to open a window, thereby eliminating a lot of hassle. As for the smoke issue, Soo-yoon had already considered it during the renovation. She modified the exhaust vent. Unlike a normal smoke vent, even if she burned continuously for 24 hours, the smoke would flow through the pipes and escape from another exit, leaving no trace outside. The stove was installed between the living room and the kitchen. Once lit with firewood and coal, the entire living room was illuminated by the flames. Although the stove had a door that could be opened and closed to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, Soo-yoon still opened the kitchen's ventilation window. This ventilation window was small enough to ensure proper airflow without causing the indoor temperature to drop too much. After everything was set up, Soo-yoon stored the electric heater away. She no longer used the small bedroom. Holding her bedding, she spread it out on the sofa beside the fireplace. The temperature inside the room gradually rose thanks to the fireplace. After shedding layers of clothing, Soo-yoon felt much lighter. After a busy half-day's work, her stomach rumbled with hunger. Soo-yoon wrapped herself in a military coat and prepared to make a hot pot. However, to her surprise, after turning on the water tap for quite a while, not a single drop came out. The water pipes were frozen solid, and after the power outage, the water had stopped. Soo-yoon opened the community chat group, which was indeed in an uproar. Unfortunately, no matter how much they argued, the water and electricity would not return. Soo-yoon climbed to the top floor and observed for a while with binoculars. Indeed, many people had appeared downstairs, some holding basins and bowls, while others carried buckets collecting clean snow. At any time, this world is not short of clever people. After glancing around, Soo-yoon instinctively looked toward the top floor across from her. The top floor of Building 49 was slightly lower than Soo-yoon's home. Through the high-definition binoculars, she could clearly see what was happening up there. Jung-e was busy seemingly collecting clean snow. He seemed very sensitive to the gaze of others. As soon as Soo-yoon's eyes swept past him, he instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Soo-yoon, he waved his hand. Soo-yoon felt the awkwardness of being caught spying, and after waving back, she began collecting snow herself. The water in her space was sufficient for use. Collecting snow was merely to cope with the extreme cold, not for consumption. After shoveling out a dozen buckets, she tossed the rest of the snow down to the ground. Due to the frozen water supply, the toilet was also unusable. Fortunately, she had enough rooms, as she utilized the maid's room to create a makeshift dry toilet equipped with cat food. In extreme cold conditions, the odor was not so pronounced. The cat litter was deodorizing, and closing the door did not significantly affect daily life. Once everything was done, Soo-yoon began to prepare food. In the evening, she made a hot pot and tossed together a cold dish, casually grabbing some pickled vegetables to eat. The stove was powerful and the living room's temperature remained above 30 degrees. Outside, it was freezing cold as Soo-yoon sipped on her icy drink while happily binge-watching a show. Her previously agitated mood had eased considerably. That night she did not hurry to sleep. Instead, she put on warm clothing and stood at the main door of the corridor. She had already utilized the corridor, installing a mannequin against the far wall. While practicing with her slingshot, Soo-yoon paid attention to the sounds in the corridor. If she guessed correctly, the man who had called earlier would not let things rest. Indeed, just after midnight, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The sounds were intentionally muted, making it hard to discern the number of people. Soo-yoon's lips curled into a smile as she gently opened the anti-theft door of the corridor and sat on the steps of the top floor. Without electricity, the corridor was pitch dark, eerily silent. Two people were engaged in a low conversation, their voices hushed to the point where the words were indistinguishable. A faint light flickered upward, particularly striking in the darkness. "Jong-gu, if we do this, won't that girl call the police?" The man referred to as Jong-gu smirked ominously. "Manager Lee, you're becoming more and more regressive. In this situation, even if she manages to call the police, they won't respond. Besides, with the disaster this severe, the lines are likely down." The man hesitated for a moment, unable to restrain himself from continuing. "What if her family comes after us once the disaster is over? After all, this is the Jinyan hoarding where residents are either wealthy or noble. Fool, even if her family has some ability, they won't surpass us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be renting. Besides, didn't you bring the camera? Once we pry the door open, we can play boldly. With the footage, the only one who should be afraid is her." Soo-yoon narrowed her eyes, a murderous intent swirling in her dark gaze. The marbles she had originally prepared were returned to the bag, and she took out the diamond-shaped beads with claws instead. Once these beads entered the body, they were difficult to extract. In extreme cold, without timely medical treatment, one could only wait to die. Since they sought death, Soo-yoon had no objection to sending them on their way. The two men armed with flashlights quickly groped their way up. Under the dim light, Soo-yoon examined carefully and confirmed it was indeed the man who had led the previous encounter. Accompanying him was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The two of them carried a black toolbox. Apart from their coats and hats, they didn't even wear masks. It seemed they were fully prepared, not fearing Soo-yoon recognizing them at all. After placing their package on, they took out a saw. The saw appeared to be of high quality, glinting eerily under the flashlight's beam. Soo-yoon watched them with keen interest. However, they were too focused on sawing the door, completely unaware that someone was above them. The man named Zhang was the one taking action. He exerted all his strength, but after sawing back and forth for a long time, the fence door remained unmoved, showing only faint signs of friction with no damage. Realizing his effort was in vain, the man angrily dropped the saw and began rummaging through the package again. The man beside him seemed terrified of him, only daring to help with the lighting, not daring to breathe. After searching for a while, he pulled out a long piece of wire. He inserted the wire into the lock hole and began stirring it around. Unfortunately, he underestimated the special lock Soo-yoon had purchased. No matter how hard he tried, there were no signs of the door lock opening. Half an hour passed, and the door remained shut. The man lost patience. He kicked the fence door, producing a loud bang that startled his companion. Soo-yoon watched the scene with delight and couldn't help but speak up. "It seems you aren't very capable. You can't even open the fence door, yet you dream of getting in. How ridiculous." Soo-yoon's words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky, startling the two people. The girl was dressed in cold weather gear, playfully handling a peculiar slingshot. The man surnamed Zhang gripped the railing with both hands, his expression dark as he said, "You lowlife, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and open the door and let us in, or I swear I'll ruin you." Soo-yoon remained calm, cradling her arms, seemingly indifferent to the threats. "Oh dear, I'm so scared. Since you're so capable, why don't you open the door yourself?" Jong-ping was furious at Soo-yoon's nonchalance and, unable to open the gate, vented his anger on his companion. "Lee Nan, you're such a useless piece of trash. Is there anything useful in that pile? Open the door quickly, I want to deal with her." Lee Nan squatted on the ground, enduring Jong-ping's insults. He dared not retort and could only rummage through the toolbox, trying to find something to open the gate. Soo-yoon watched Jong-ping stomp around like a clown, unable to suppress her laughter. Jong-ping's fury was ignited by her laughter, and he cursed loudly, using every foul word he could think of. Not wanting to waste time arguing with him, Soo-yoon turned on the makeshift light she had prepared, setting up the slingshot with a marble aimed at Jong-ping's left leg. The sudden light made the two people at the gate squint instinctively. Upon seeing the slingshot, Jong-ping wore a mocking expression. He not only dismissed the slingshot, but even took 2 steps forward, his eyes filled with provocation. "Little wench, who are you trying to scare?" In the next moment, a sound of air breaking echoed. Then he felt a searing pain in his thigh. A warm flow began to seep out, and his hand instinctively reached down, finding nothing but crimson blood. To stave off the cold, they wore heavy clothing, yet even so his pants were pierced through the marble embedded deeply in his flesh, causing Zhang Ping to almost faint from the pain. Li Nan was utterly astonished as he stared at Zhang Ping's wound before instinctively looking at Su Yun only to see her slingshot aimed at him. Frightened, he grabbed Zhang Ping and pulled him in front of himself. Zhang Ping winced in pain, his teeth gritting, tears streaming down his face. Compared to Zhang Ping's arrogance, Li Nan was clearly more sensible. He hid behind Zhang Ping, repeatedly apologizing to Su Yun. Without even picking up the box on the ground, he dragged Zhang Ping's arm, fleeing in a disheveled manner. With limited marbles, Su Yun did not intend to waste them. After the two of them ran downstairs, she did not pursue them further. After collecting the toolbox, she turned back into the house. The living room was warm as spring, the fire in the fireplace warming the blankets on the sofa. After removing her clothes, Su Yun checked the thermometer. The outdoor temperature had dropped to -50 degrees. The indoor temperature was close to +30 degrees. The blanket was no longer sufficient. After changing into a set of autumn pajamas, Su Yun added some coal and wood to the fireplace. Once everything was done, she lazily lay down on the sofa. After more than 10 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Yun was awakened by her phone's alarm. The temperature in the room had dropped significantly. The wood and coal in the fireplace had nearly burned out. Su Yun glanced at the time of the coal she added last night had burned for exactly 6 hours. After getting up, she did not rush to eat. Instead, she quickly entered her space to feed the livestock, water the plants she had grown, and replace the batteries, completing everything in one go. Only after that did she feel like considering breakfast. The buns on the steamer had not fully cooked yet, but a faint burnt smell wafted in. Su Yun walked around the house, confirming it was not from her home, then instinctively glanced at the security door. The closer she got, the stronger the smell became. Su Yun furrowed her brows and opened the security door with an axe. Outside, a faint black mist lingered, and the burnt smell grew even stronger. The stairs' main door was locked by her, and the black smoke was seeping in through the gap. It seemed someone had come to cause trouble. Sure enough, there was a thick cloud of smoke outside the stairway door. The gate was glowing red from the fire, and the steps were strewn with ignited books and clothes. A stout old lady was dragging a young woman, tossing burning books into the gate. Upon seeing Su Yun come out, the old lady stopped her actions. Covering her mouth and nose with one hand, she yelled at Su Yun, "You little wench, how dare you harm my son? Oh, where did this old hag come from, spewing filth as soon as she opens her mouth?" The old lady was infuriated by Su Yun's retort, her hands on her hips relentless, as she continued, "If anything happens to my son, even your 10 lives won't be enough to pay for it. Just wait for it. Once the blizzard passes, I'll make you pay for this." Su Yun, uninterested in further conversation, went inside, broke the mop in half, and came out holding a solid wooden mop handle. She used the wooden handle to lift the burning clothes and through the gate hurled them at the mother and daughter. They were both startled by Su Yun's actions. Screaming, they retreated, repeatedly cursing incessantly. Su Yun did not hold back, hurling back insults while continuing her actions. Before long, she had thrown all the burning clothes outside. The mother and daughter were pushed back by Su Yun, quickly descending to the next floor. The smoke in the corridor was thick, and it made a tremendous noise. Soon neighbors from downstairs came up to check the situation. Upon discovering the fire, several people rushed up with buckets of water. There was not much open flame, and the mother and daughter were not fools. The clamor was loud, but the damage was minimal. Aside from some thick smoke that blackened the walls, no substantial harm was done. It was merely a tactic to scare Su Yun. "What are you doing? What if a fire breaks out?" Several neighbors who came to put out the fire immediately confronted Su Yun once they confirmed there was no source of fire. Su Yun pointed to the unignited books outside the gate, raising an eyebrow. "Are you sure I started this fire?" The man who spoke first followed her finger. Seeing the pile of books outside the gate, he immediately understood, casting an annoyed glance at Zhang's mother. Old Lady Zhang crossed her arms, a defiant look on her face. "This wench harmed my son. I was just trying to scare her. What's wrong with that? You scared her by starting a fire. If the flames spread and burned down the whole building, can you afford that?" Old Lady Zhang placed her hands on her hips. "My son has plenty of money. Even if there's a fire, we can afford it." However, Zhang's daughter-in-law, being young, repeatedly apologized and gently tugged at her mother-in-law's sleeve. To her surprise, Old Lady Zhang not only refused to back down, but also vented her anger on her daughter-in-law. "You useless softy, you've embarrassed my son. It was just a little fire, nothing serious. Why apologize?" Seeing that she showed no sign of remorse, the crowd began to scold her in unison. Unexpectedly, Old Lady Zhang displayed such fierce combat power, stomping her feet and shouting at the crowd, "Back off, back off, back off." The group was like scholars encountering soldiers. When it came to reasoning, they were not heard of being older, they couldn't resort to violence, and could only curse as they went downstairs. Once the crowd dispersed, old lady Zhang turned her attention back to Suyun. "You vile person, you have injured my son's leg. I advise you to quickly open the door and let us in to serve us well. If I am in a good mood, I might persuade my son not to see you." Suyun's gaze was cold, her tone indifferent. "I advise you not to harbor any thoughts of taking advantage of me here, otherwise I won't hesitate to send your entire family to their doom." Old lady Zhang was frightened by Suyun's glare, pointing at her for a long while before slapping her thigh and stomping downstairs. After everyone had left, Suyun checked the fence. Aside from being blackened, it showed no signs of damage, and then she returned home. The gas had long extinguished itself, leaving the once steaming buns only slightly warm. Suyun sighed and put the buns back into the space. She casually took a bowl of tofu pudding and began to eat it with fried dough sticks. After a week of heavy snowfall, the temperature had dropped to over -50 degrees. The snow had buried the 5th floor, and without heating, just breathing felt like needles piercing her airways. Due to the lack of sunlight, the snow at lower levels gradually froze. With repeated snowfall and freezing, people were now able to venture out with ease. After breakfast, Suyun stood by the window with a bowl of soy milk. Although dark clouds loomed outside, the snowfall had noticeably slowed down. Many people who had gone out to collect snow realized this and cheered, praying for the blizzard to stop. After rinsing her cup, Suyun began her new day of physical training. She had arranged her time very full, setting aside 2 hours each day for slingshot training aside from her physical workouts. Her accuracy had improved significantly from the beginning. In the afternoon, after handling agricultural tasks in her space, Suyun prepared a lot of delicious food. By the time she finished packing, it was already 6 in the evening. The temperature drop between night and day was significant, and her neighbors who had been collecting snow returned home early. After setting an alarm for 10 o'clock, Suyun added some coal to the stove. When the alarm rang, she was still dreaming. The harsh ringing startled her, causing her to almost jump off. After turning off the alarm, Suyun stretched and took out the gear she had prepared beforehand: layers of thermal clothing, a polar down jacket, warm shoes, heat packs, protective goggles, and special gloves. After wrapping all exposed skin, she finally stepped outside. The corridor was silent, with no sounds at all. Suyun made her way down, stopping at the corridor on the 5th floor. The first floor was buried under snow, making it impassable. To collect snow, the window on the 5th floor corridor had already been smashed open. Stepping onto a stool, Suyun jumped out. As she had expected, the snow outside was frozen solid. Aside from being slippery, there was no other danger. The silver-white snow illuminated the ground. Even though it was night, she could discern her surroundings without a flashlight. To avoid being discovered, she dared not take out the snowmobile. Instead, she made her way step by step until she reached the outside of the neighborhood. Many shops outside the neighborhood were buried. The entire road appeared desolate and eerie. The city resembled a giant beast wrapped in ice, frozen in slumber. Suyun found a visual blind spot and took out the snowmobile. After a brief experimental ride, she finally opened up the throttle. The purpose of coming out in the dead of night was simple: to reach a shopping center near the neighborhood. Unlike the supermarket previously run by soldiers, this was a massive shopping plaza combining shopping, leisure, and entertainment. Based on her memory and reference points, Suyun wandered around until she found the shopping plaza. It was different from her memories. At this moment, the shopping plaza only had 2 floors above ground. The rest was deeply buried under ice and snow. Throughout her ride, Suyun did not encounter a single person. Even the flickering lights in residential buildings were rarely seen. Especially after entering the commercial area, it was eerily silent. After circling the area twice and confirming that no one was watching, Suyun stored the snowmobile back into her space. She then walked around the commercial building twice, finally stopping in front of a glass wall. This glass wall was located at the corridor of the shopping plaza, surrounded entirely by glass. This glass was different from ordinary household glass. It was difficult to break open with brute force. Fortunately, Suyun had collected quite a few tools. Among these tools was a window-breaking device. After removing the remaining shards of glass, a cold wind blew in through the window, the sound resembling the wailing of a female ghost, sending chills down her spine. Inside, it was pitch black, devoid of any light. Suyun retrieved a powerful flashlight from her space and shone it inside. The interior space was large, and the broken window was suspended in midair over a meter above the ground. Fortunately, there was a row of wooden benches below, which were usually provided for tired shoppers. Now they served as Suyun's stepping stones. She first landed on the bench and then nimbly jumped down. The entire commercial building was dark, with no sounds other than the wind. Suyun was on the 6th floor with another floor above her. The 6th floor was a food court entirely filled with various dining options and snacks. There were over 100 restaurants, each uniquely decorated. Soo-yoon rubbed her hands excitedly and began to explore one by one. The first place she entered was a Xinjiang restaurant with a small window beside the door selling lamb skewers and baked naan. In the past, Soo-yoon had queued here with her classmates while shopping. The front hall yielded little, with only a beverage vending machine containing some bottled water and drinks. After collecting the beverages and water, Soo-yoon slipped into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and appeared clean, likely tidied up before closing. 3 freezers were lined against the wall filled with frozen meats and skewered meat. Soo-yoon opened the freezer and sniffed. There was no odd smell. With a smile, she collected the entire freezer. In addition to the 3 freezers, there were 2 refrigerators in the back kitchen. The refrigerator contained a limited selection, all half-finished baked naan. Soo-yoon believed in never leaving empty-handed and took everything. Along with it, she also collected boxes of beverages, bottled water, and beer. Seeing unopened condiments, she didn't let them go either, tossing them all into her space. Fortunately, the space had upgraded and had ample room enough for Soo-yoon to fill. On this floor, she moved quickly, not missing anything edible, whether it was Chinese, Western, or Japanese cuisine. Even the expensive candy and dried fruit shops she used to hesitate to buy were left with nothing but the low-bearing walls. After clearing the entire floor, Soo-yoon went upstairs. The upper floor was entirely dedicated to entertainment. Pool halls, arcades, swimming pools, and cinemas were all on this level. Soo-yoon strolled around, collected 2 sets of pool tables, and took away some equipment from the arcade. She also collected some swimsuits, goggles, nose clips, swim rings, and water toys. There wasn't much she could take from the cinema. She only took the popcorn machine and food. After the 6th and 7th floors were cleared, Soo-yoon quickly arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor had 2 areas, one side for electrical appliances and mobile phones, and the other for furniture and everyday goods. Soo-yoon didn't stock up much on electrical appliances. She picked up a few advanced-looking ones. The mobile phones had little use in the future. Although she had electricity, she lacked a network, so she only selected 2 or 3 that she truly liked and tossed them into her space. Tablets and notebooks, however, were somewhat useful, so she took 5 of each. She left the rest untouched. On the other hand, she thoroughly cleaned out the hardware section. The furniture store captivated Soo-yoon's attention, perhaps due to an innate affinity women have for such things. She tossed any furniture pieces she fancied into her space. These items were not prone to damage, so Soo-yoon left them on the mountain, taking up no space and wasting nothing. The most delightful surprise on the entire 5th floor was the bookstore. The bookstore, over 400 square meters, was filled with a rich aroma of ink, with various novels and knowledge books neatly arranged. It was a treasure trove of civilization, brimming with all kinds of knowledge. Without much thought, Soo-yoon placed all the books along with the bookshelves into her space. After searching the 5th floor, she directly descended to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was even more terrifying than the previous ones. The clothed mannequins stood like malevolent spirits in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Fortunately, having returned from hell, Soo-yoon had seen her share of horrifying scenes. After drawing her dagger, she began to explore carefully. The 4th floor was a clothing city. The entire floor was filled with various brands of clothing, including sportswear for both men and women. Besides the sportswear, there were also many well-known athletic shoes. Soo-yoon had no resistance to attractive clothing. She picked and chose, taking all the styles she liked regardless of size. In addition to women's clothing, she also collected quite a few men's items for future exchanges. The future use of athletic shoes was immense. Although Soo-yoon had stocked up on some, they couldn't match the quality of these brands. This time she indulged in over 100 pairs, feeling quite satisfied. The 3rd floor was divided into 2 areas, the left side for home textiles and the right side for children's products. Soo-yoon wasn't foolish enough to have children in a post-apocalyptic world, as she had little interest in clothing. She selected some in various sizes to keep for future exchanges and headed straight for the baby and toddler goods store. The store was stocked with plenty of food, including various brands of baby formula, supplementary food, and snacks. These were great for nutrition replenishment. Anything edible was collected by Soo-yoon. The home textiles section was simply a paradise for Soo-yoon's zero-cost shopping. All sorts of quilts, bedding sets, cushions, blankets, and silk quilts were taken back to her space. On the 2nd floor, the left side was a supermarket, while the right side was a general merchandise area filled with all kinds of items. Soo-yoon first entered the supermarket. With her flashlight, she scanned the aisles, all of which were packed with goods. The entrance was a bit messy, with some glass bottles of drinks and beers frozen and shattered. Shattered glass shards were scattered all over the floor. Soo-yoon carefully maneuvered around the 2 shelves, heading straight for the fresh produce section. The meats in the 3 butcher shops were covered with white cloth, which had frozen to the fresh meat, making it a bit difficult to separate, but their edibility was not affected. Soo-yoon stored all the meat in her space's refrigerated section. She also collected over a dozen freezers. The entire pig on the counter behind was not left behind either, it was taken into her space. Outside the pork section were beef, lamb, and chicken products. Boxes of sliced meats had filled 3 or 4 freezers. Soo-yoon almost drooled as she collected them all. The fish tanks that stored live fish had frozen and broken fresh fish and seafood were clearly visible frozen in ice. King crabs, bread crabs, abalones, clams, fish, shellfish, and shrimp. Anything that wasn't spoiled was collected by Soo-yoon. Some marinated grilled meats were frozen in the freezer covered in frost. Soo-yoon sniffed, and finding them intact, she took them. Vacuum-packed cured meats, sausages, and frozen cooked foods were all collected. Snacks, frozen fruits, blackened vegetables, loose snacks, milk, drinks, beer, convenience foods, and eggs. Anything edible and usable was not overlooked by Soo-yoon. She collected everything like a carpet. By the time she exited the supermarket, it was completely empty. There were also several nice little shops at the supermarket entrance offering pastries, milk tea, and skewers. Soo-yoon collected the machines for making milk tea along with some raw materials. The pastries were frozen, Soo-yoon collected some. For the skewers, she only took the uncooked ones and left the ones soaked in ice untouched. This time her harvest was quite fruitful. Half of the originally vacant space was now occupied, leaving less than a third usable. Soo-yoon already had most of the items in the general merchandise section. However, their quality was not as good as those from the mall. Soo-yoon browsed through each store collecting what she liked, spending another hour. In addition to these, what made Soo-yoon's heart flutter were some beautiful cups and accessories. Knowing they were of little use, she still collected some. She also picked out a few sets of blind boxes she had previously been reluctant to buy. After finishing her exploration on the second floor, Soo-yoon headed straight to the first floor. On the first floor, the left side was for beauty products selling a variety of cosmetics, while the right side featured the main attraction of the day, Golden Street. Despite its name, Golden Street sold items beyond just gold. There were also jade and emerald. Dozens of shops lined up next to each other, each equipped with surveillance cameras at their entrances. Though the network and electricity had stopped, many cameras were still operational. Soo-yoon dared not approach carelessly. She first gathered a lot of beauty and skincare products, then followed the floor plan to find the security room of the entire shopping plaza. The security room was small, located behind the office on the first floor. In the 30 to 40 square meter room, there were numerous monitors. The monitors covered all areas of the shopping center. Contrary to Soo-yoon's expectations, the surveillance footage was all black. It was completely non-functional. Soo-yoon traced the wiring to find the backup power supply. She discovered that the backup power supply for the monitoring room had long since failed. Even if the surveillance captured footage, it would be automatically deleted after 7 days. With decades left in the apocalypse, even if someone doubted the loss of items, there were no clues from the cameras. Moreover, in the apocalypse, who would pay attention to such things? Once she confirmed the cameras were useless, Soo-yoon completely let herself go. Gold, collect, collect, collect. Diamonds, take, take, take. Whatever jade, emerald, hand ornaments, or store treasures she saw were all collected into her space. She even didn't spare the safe stored in the warehouse. After clearing out dozens of shops, the once clear space suddenly rose with a layer of white mist. The mist was deep, appearing denser than during her last 2 upgrades. Upon discovering her space had upgraded, Soo-yoon felt elated. She retraced her steps back. Climbing on a stool, she swiftly scrambled out of the shopping center. After erasing her traces, Soo-yoon mounted her snowmobile and silently returned. At 4 in the morning, Soo-yoon finally arrived outside the community. After returning her snowmobile to her space, she walked back to Building 50 in the dark. The community was devoid of any light, resembling a desolate city with nothing but the howling wind and snow. Soo-yoon climbed into the building under the moonlight and returned to the top floor. The fireplace inside had long since gone out, and the entire room felt like an ice cellar, making her skin sting from the cold. Soo-yoon grabbed some firewood and added it to the fireplace. Only after the temperature in the living room rose did she dare to take off her coat. Once it reached 20 degrees, she changed into her pajamas. Even after taking measures to keep warm and using several heat packs, her feet were still numb from the cold. She stretched her soles toward the fireplace, and it took a long while before she regained any sensation. After an hour of tossing and turning, dawn broke. Outside, the noise of commotion began to rise again. The earth had solidified in winter, and many people had stirred with thoughts of venture. Many people set out with backpacks in search of food. Soo-yoon peered out the window for a while before feeling drowsy. After adding enough firewood to the fireplace, she retrieved a portion of wontons from her space and took a few ready-made meat buns. With a combination of buns and wontons, her stomach quickly warmed up. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, drowsiness swept over her. Soo-yoon burrowed into her blanket, turned on the electric blanket, and comfortably drifted off to sleep. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly heard the crackling sound of electrical currents in her ears. Soo-yoon groggily opened her eyes, realizing that only an hour had passed. She cursed under her breath and pulled the intercom from the coffee table into her blanket. The moment the intercom connected, a kind voice rang out. It was Grandpa Jean. Xiaoyana. Do you have enough food? Do you need more blankets? I still have plenty of food here. I'll have Jung-yi bring some to you. Soo-yoon felt a warm glow in her heart and quickly declined. Grandpa Jung, I have enough here. I'm alone and can't eat much anyway, so don't worry about it. Hearing Soo-yoon's words, old Jung seemed visibly relieved. He asked a few more questions before preparing to hang up the call. Unexpectedly, the intercom was taken over by Jung-yi. Soo-yoon, the heavy snow outside has solidified and many people are going out to search for supplies. Are you coming with us? Soo-yoon had not slept all night and had no desire to move. She lightly coughed twice and casually found an excuse. I'm feeling a bit coffee today, so I won't be going out. If you go out tomorrow, we can go together. Jung-yi was silent for a moment. All right, I'll contact you tomorrow morning. After disconnecting the call, Soo-yoon stretched and changed to a comfortable position, ready to continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, before Soo-yoon could fall back asleep, the intercom rang once more. She sighed and reluctantly pressed the answer button. Jung-yi's voice sounded muffled, as if he was outside. I'm outside your hallway bringing you some things. This statement completely woke Soo-yoon up. She quickly got up, put on her clothes in layers, and stepped outside. Sure enough, a tall man was standing out. Jung-yi was holding a plastic bag containing several boxes of medicine. In this apocalypse, medicine was more precious than food. Soo-yoon didn't actually need any medicine. She was merely pretending to be sick as an excuse to avoid going out. Unexpectedly, the Zhang family grandfather and grandson were delivering medicine to her, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She didn't rush to accept the medicine, but instead returned inside, retrieving some medicine for elderly ailments from her space. Heart-saving pills, hypertension medication, vitamins, and besides the medicine, Soo-yoon also took some cured sausage and cured meat. These were all foods with long shelf lives, as she never liked to owe others. Jung-yi did not expect Soo-yoon to give him these items and instinctively wanted to refuse. However, as Soo-yoon pressed the items into his hands, she took the medicine and turned to leave. For a moment, he was left stunned in place. After Soo-yoon securely closed the door, she contacted Jung-yi through the intercom. Take it, Grandpa Jung is getting older and can't compare to the young. I still have plenty of cured meat, so you and Grandpa Jung can take it to eat. Thank you for the cold medicine. Although Jung-yi wanted to refuse, he thought of his old man's health and ultimately accepted. He awkwardly said thank you, then added another line. I will repay you for these items in the future. Soo-yoon didn't take this statement to heart. After placing the medicine on the coffee table, she comfortably fell asleep. Upon waking again, it was already dark outside. The snow was still falling, but it was much lighter than before. Soo-yoon surveyed the community and found that there were more illuminated homes than yesterday. It seemed that many people had gone out today. It was already 6 in the evening. Soo-yoon realized that she hadn't eaten since breakfast. As soon as she moved, her stomach was empty and immediately began to grumble. She thought of the meat slices she had obtained for free yesterday. Soo-yoon's mouth began to water. First, she added some firewood to the heating stove, warming up the living room, and then remembered her space. Since upgrading, she hadn't entered her space and had no idea what it had become. This time was different from any before. The courtyard had transformed, significantly expanding 3 to 4 times in size with changes to its shape and appearance. Previously an ordinary farmer's courtyard, it now showcased red bricks and green tiles, resembling an ancient palace. Small peaks rose behind 3 towering mountains, lush with greenery. The small river had turned into a vast lake, seemingly endless. The concrete stone bridge over the river had thickened and widened, with its relief sculpture transforming from a giant snake to a colossal python standing on the bridge, giving a sense of surveying all beneath. The pasture had expanded 3 to 4 times, making the cows and sheep appear smaller. The land had increased more than twice, and the plot Soo-yoon had planted seemed to shrink. The open space was vast and boundless. The area that was nearly full only occupied half now. Even if she stored supplies for a shopping center, she could fit them all. In high spirits, Soo-yoon fed the livestock and fertilized the fields. She replaced the power storage box and felt incredibly hungry. She planned to have hot pot for dinner. Before exiting the space, she selected a variety of ingredients. Meatballs, large shrimp paste, beef and lamb slices, vegetables, tofu products, and small sausages. She took a little bit of everything that could be cooked in hot pot. Additionally, she grabbed some sweet potato noodles and vermicelli. She didn't like many vegetables, so she simply added some baby bok choy and chrysanthemum greens. After washing the greens, she arranged the ingredients on the coffee table. The tablet was set up to play her favorite TV series. She chose a drink of soda. After a bite of fatty beef, she felt completely refreshed. At that moment, she finally understood the significance of her rebirth. She must survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse. A bite of meat, a sip of drink, a portion of electronic pickled vegetables. There was no happier moment than this. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Siyun didn't wash the dishes, but instead tossed everything back into her space. Cuddling the tablet, she finished watching the series and then drifted off to sleep. Having gone to bed early the previous night, Siyun woke up as dawn broke the next day. Following the suspension of water and electricity, gas had also been cut off. With electricity available to Siyun, she could use an induction cooker, while others were less fortunate, making the search for firewood a top priority. The intercom buzzed at 8 o'clock. After hurriedly finishing the last bite of her egg cake, Siyun pressed the answer button in a panic. Siyun, are you ready? Almost ready. Where should we look for supplies? Do you have a target? Most supermarkets and stores are buried under ice and snow, making it difficult to search for supplies. We might try our luck at a taller office building. I noticed the gas is already cut off. Besides supplies, it would be best to search for some combustible wood. I know of an office building not far from here that has just been renovated and is known to few. We could take... Siyun agreed, saying the office supplies in the building will be plentiful. Besides supplies, we can also disassemble some furniture to bring back. Without further delay, the two equipped themselves and quickly gathered downstairs. As last time, Jung-yi carried a black backpack, appearing very capable. The two moved cautiously, stepping carefully as they made their way out of the community. Today there were more people out searching for supplies than in the past few days combined. The atmosphere was heavy, with a long line of people, none of whom spoke, anxiety and unease spreading among the crowd. Everyone hoped to move quickly, wanting to secure useful supplies before others. Most people dispersed as they reached the community's exit, differing from the main group. Jung-yi led Siyun in a circle heading northwest, where there were fewer people. After walking for about an hour, Jung-yi finally stopped. Surrounded by a commercial area, only a few commercial high-rises were visible above the ice. Jung-yi pointed to one of them, saying, "We've arrived." The two approached the office building, but did not rush in, instead circling around it once. Soo-yoon's mood lifted, her tone cheerful as she remarked, "The glass is intact, so it seems no one has been inside." Jung-yi nodded and took a hammer from his backpack, striking the glass forcefully. The glass had been frozen for a long time and was brittle. A one strike caused it to shatter immediately. After clearing the shards, the two squeezed through one after the other. Inside was dimly lit, a single office with few items, clearly having no one working there. After searching around, they found only a carpet that was barely usable, with no personal items at all. Jung-yi rolled up the carpet and set it aside. The two unlocked the door and stepped outside. The hallway was lined with similar offices. Siyun took a look around and walked to the elevator area. Between the two elevators there was a directory map displaying the entire office building's layout and purpose. They were currently on the 9th floor, with a total of 16 floors in the building, each serving a different purpose. To sweep through everything in one day, they would need to split up. The 8 lower floors were buried under ice and snow and posed a high safety risk. Without waiting for Soo-yoon to refuse, Jung-yi volunteered to handle those floors. Soo-yoon, having her own considerations, did not compete with Jung-yi and turned to head to the top floor. The top floor housed a media company. Aside from a few workstations in the lobby, there were over 20 live streaming rooms separated inside. After using pliers to cut the door lock, Soo-yoon walked in. The company had already resumed operations. Numerous documents and cups cluttered the workstations. Some stations clearly belonged to girls, with soft cushions and backrests on the chairs, looking very comfortable. Even the smallest of finds could be valuable. Soo-yoon began rummaging through each workstation. Instant coffee, packaged milk, tea, cigarettes, lighters, effervescent vitamin tablets, cold medicine, small biscuits, sanitary pads, ham, sausage, bread, instant noodles, tea leaves, spicy strips, milk, beverages. She took a canvas bag from her space and tossed all the unopened food inside. After searching through over 20 workstations, she managed to collect 2 bags of assorted food. The water in the water cooler had frozen. Soo-yoon tugged at it a few times but couldn't pull down the water jug. She simply tossed both the water jug and the cooler into her space. The break room had decent supplies. It seemed the boss was making good money and the employee benefits were great, as besides instant food there were surprisingly many drinks and fruit teas. After stuffing a box of drinks into her space, Soo-yoon began to raid the refrigerator. Inside were some frozen fruits and chilled drinks. Soo-yoon packed the drinks into bags and left them on the workstation outside, while she stored the boxed mineral water and milk into her space. Thinking of Grandpa Zhang's age, Soo-yoon left a box of milk with a good expiration date outside. There were all types of live streaming rooms. Soo-yoon unlocked the door and began searching each room. The first live streaming room belonged to a cross-dresser equipped with high-quality recording equipment and various unusual costumes. After a quick glance finding nothing valuable, she moved on to the next live streaming room. The next room had a lot of items with many popular snacks stacked in boxes. Soo-yoon picked out some to share with Jang-e, keeping the rest of the food for herself. In the remaining live streaming rooms, aside from 3 eating broadcast rooms with some food, there was little else to be found. Soon after going through over 20 live streaming rooms, only the last one remained. As Soo-yoon turned the doorknob, she surprisingly heard an object fall inside. Though the sound was not loud, it was clear in Soo-yoon's ears. She released the locked door. She had been turning her hand, instinctively reaching for the dagger. This dagger was given to her by Grandpa Zhang, incredibly sharp and used by hunters for many years. It was said that some wild animals would shiver at its sight. Gripping the dagger tightly, Soo-yoon kicked the door open. The moment the door swung open, an indescribable stench wafted out. It was the smell of animal excrement, quite intense. The entire live streaming room, spanning over 20 square meters, was in disarray, with waste scattered everywhere alongside torn papers and packaging. Frowning, Soo-yoon covered her nose and carefully stepped inside. It appeared to be a pet live streaming room with plenty of cat and dog food on the floor, as well as some canned and snack foods. Walking carefully, she avoided the waste on the ground and reached behind the streaming curtain. Behind the curtain was a row of miniature beds. The bed was covered with a heavy blanket. It was large, measuring about 2 meters in length, and felt very... This blanket was clearly custom-made with a row of hooks on one side, suggesting it was originally hung from the ceiling, but had fallen down for some unknown reason, now perfectly covering the small bed. As Soo-yoon touched it, the blanket shifted, startling her. She stood up and carefully lifted a corner of the blanket with her dagger. To her surprise, several fluffy little creatures were hidden underneath. The blanket being lifted seemed to scare them. The little ones huddled together, trembling all over. To her surprise, several fluffy little creatures were hidden underneath. The blanket being lifted seemed to scare them. The little ones huddled together. The 3 little creatures were not very large, huddled together, cautiously staring at Soo-yoon. One of the larger huskies looked fierce. It stood in front of the 2 smaller ones, growling at Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon had always loved small animals. When she was a child, she had kept a rural dog at her grandfather's house, but unfortunately, that little dog had died of old age. She had been sad about it for a long time. Now seeing the 3 little cute pets, her heart softened. Since her space could accommodate living creatures, Soo-yoon thought for a moment and decided to put the 3 little ones into her space, while still wearing gloves. In her courtyard, she found a room, laid down a new blanket, and placed the 3 little creatures inside, planning to clean them up when she got home. The small bed was still quite clean, and there were also a few pink cages nearby. Soo-yoon thought for a moment and decided to take them into her space, as well, leaving the blanket behind. The first reason was that it was dirty. The second was that it was hard to clean. The room contained many open cans and dog food bags. Without these foods and the blanket, the 3 little creatures would not have survived. Fortunately, there were still over 10 boxes of cans and more than 10 bags of dog and cat food in the room, enough to sustain them for a while. Soo-yoon searched around, taking everything usable back. After cleaning the entire floor, Soo-yoon set her sights on the cushions and backrests. Now that she was a pet owner, these cushions would be just right for her. Soo-yoon carried 3 canvas bags and a box of milk downstairs. The 15th floor was filled with offices of various sizes. Similar to the upper floors, there were not many useful items. Basically, there were just some instant foods and snacks, with tea and coffee being the most abundant. The tea could be taken back to make tea eggs, and although she didn't like coffee, she followed the principle of not wasting and stuffed it into her bag. By the time she reached the 14th floor, Soo-yoon was already carrying 6 bags. She dropped the bags at the door and opened the door to the 14th floor. The 14th floor was somewhat strange. Besides some offices, there were also a warm room, a cultivation room, and a bacterial culture room, etc. Soo-yoon felt a bit puzzled. She didn't dare to enter the rooms with strange labels, but instead went to the office area first. The office area here differed from the previous 2 floors. In addition to computers, there were also many instruments that resembled medical equipment. After studying for a while, Soo-yoon still couldn't understand. On the desk were numerous documents. When she casually picked one up and flipped through it, she found it was about the cultivation of new mushroom species. It seemed this floor was engaged in scientific research, studying the cultivation of new mushroom strains. These were all beyond Soo-yoon's comprehension. Thinking that people could utilize them in a post-apocalyptic future, after some deliberation, she decided to collect the documents and instruments into her space. Along with them, she also took some test tubes and soil. Everything that looked useful in each room was collected. The 13th floor was the office of a pharmaceutical company. Soo-yoon felt excited when she first saw the company's name. However, to her disappointment, there were no medications inside, only useless documents. Aside from finding some instant food, there were only a few unopened barrels of frozen water. The water was too heavy, and Soo-yoon only left 2 barrels outside. The 12th floor was a customer service company, and aside from many computers and phones, there was nothing else. Soo-yoon didn't waste time on this floor and went straight to the 11th floor. The 11th floor turned out to be a fast food area. The entire floor was divided into multiple stalls, with hundreds of dining tables placed in the middle. Soo-yoon checked each stall. Some sold fast food, others noodles, and there were also coffee, milk, tea, fried skewers, and pastries covering basically all food demands. There was an abundance of food on this floor. Soo-yoon collected some gas canisters along with some rice and flour, and also picked some frozen meats and foods that couldn't be taken. She left the obvious items untouched and contacted Jung-e via intercom. After 2 minutes, Jung-e finally answered the call. Jung-e, the 11th floor has a food court with plenty of food, but I can't take it all. In contrast to Soo-yoon's news, Jung-e's message was more shocking. Food can wait, I found medicine. Soo-yoon was stunned, stuttering, medicine. Jung-e replied, there's a pharmaceutical warehouse on the 3rd floor with plenty of medicines and a few refrigerated cabinets storing numerous vaccines. Soo-yoon didn't stock many medicines herself, and along with Soo Xiao's, she only had a few boxes. In the apocalypse, medicine is far more valuable than food. They must secure all of it. Suppressing her excitement, Soo-yoon said, it'll come down immediately. The 10th floor was a seed company. After quickly glancing, and she confirmed that there were many seeds and firmly committed them to memory. The 9th floor was an ordinary commercial office with nothing useful. For the remaining floors, Soo-yoon merely swept her flashlight over the signs to get a rough idea before heading straight to the 3rd floor. The doors on the 3rd floor were wide open. Lights were on inside. In front of Jung-e were several boxes filled with a variety of medicines. In addition to the medicines, there were also some injectables on the upper layer. These few boxes were just the tip of the iceberg for this floor. The entire warehouse was filled with boxes. Behind stacks of boxes, there were several parallel refrigerated units containing vaccines and injectables. Soo-yoon was practically drooling. Excitedly rubbing her palms together, she struggled to suppress her greed. After greeting Soo-yoon, Jung-e pointed to the boxes in front of him. These medicines will all be useful in the future. I've sorted them into categories. You take 1 box and I'll take 1 box. That should last us a long time. We can't carry too much anyway. Soo-yoon nodded and joined him in sorting through the boxes. After organizing all the commonly used medicines, they also took some special medications for emergencies. Each carried a box back to the 9th floor. While climbing the stairs, Jung-e spoke again. There's a supermarket on the left side of the 1st floor that just opened with a lot of stuff, but everything is still in boxes and hasn't been placed on the shelves yet. On the right side, there's a delivery station with many packages, but that would waste too much time. I didn't go in to look, just took some things from the supermarket. Soo-yoon swallowed hard and nodded. Once they reached the 9th floor, they found a concealed spot to hide the medicine boxes. At this point, the two were searching for too many items. Continuing would mean they couldn't carry everything back, so they had no choice but to stop. After organizing the scattered items, Jung-e was the first to climb out of the office building. He assembled the trolley, placing the medicine inside first, followed by water and food. Once the cart was fully loaded, there were still 6 or 7 bags of food that could not fit. Fortunately, they were mostly instant food and biscuits, light enough to carry, so he took 2 bags while handing the remaining 4 bags to Soo-yoon. As they were about to depart, Jung-e returned. He used tools to dismantle some wood and stacked it on the cart to cover the medicine underneath. After finishing everything, the two of them cautiously made their way back. The business district was not crowded, encountering only 2 or 3 people who were also busy dismantling wood on the outskirts. After glancing at the two, they returned to their own tasks. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they encountered a group of people. 3 men also seemed to be out searching for supplies, bundled up tightly, carrying sticks and crowbars. Upon seeing Soo-yoon and Jung-e, their eyes lit up. They lowered their voices and discussed among themselves for a while. The leading man was the first to approach. Noticing them coming closer, Jung-e released the trolley and set the brake. He turned to Soo-yoon and whispered in a very low voice, "They don't come with good intentions, be careful." Soo-yoon had already seen the 3 men. She placed the bag she was holding on the ground, nodded at Jung-e, and her hand moved to her lower back. It was clear that these 3 men harbored ill intentions. In this post-apocalyptic world, such acts of robbery were rampant. Soo-yoon had seen enough of these in her previous life and did not take them seriously at all. The leading man greedily stared at the trolley, saying, "Brother, your cart is quite nice. I wonder if it would be convenient to borrow it for a bit." Jung-e was too lazy to waste words and simply said one word, "Go away." The leading man did not expect Zhang Yi to be so resolute, and his tone instantly turned cold. Brother, the world is chaotic, now be careful of what you say. The man's lackey slyly glanced at Suyun standing to the side and tugged at the man's arm with ill intent. The leader chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he lewdly sized up Suyun, turning to tease his companions behind him. You guys are in luck today. Aside from the supplies, we can also have a girl to play with. Suyun was never a soft persimmon, especially having endured 10 years in the apocalypse. She had lost count of the lives she had taken. The moment a few people blocked Suyun was never a soft persimmon, especially having endured 10 years in the apocalypse. She had lost count of the lives she had taken. The moment a few people blocked her path, she had already set her heart on killing. The leading man had been wary of Zhang Yi, not expecting the seemingly indifferent Suyun to charge forward first. The teasing words he had prepared never left his mouth. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his abdomen. Suyun had put all her strength into that knee strike. The leader, who had underestimated her, fell directly to the ground from the blow, his stomach churning as he vomited. Seeing his leader knocked down by Suyun with one strike, the lackey's eyes widened in fury as he rushed forward wielding a baseball bat. Suyun dodged the baseball bat, kicking the opponent's knee and sending him tumbling to one knee. The other assailant was seized by Zhang Yi, who begged for mercy. Suyun picked up the fallen baseball bat, her eyes unblinking, and struck down the lackey, who attempted to rise again, knocking him unconscious. The leader, realizing he had encountered someone tough, clutched his stomach and repeatedly begged for mercy. Brother, we were wrong, please spare us. This is our first time. He hung his head, concealing. Zhang Yi let go of the person in his grip and kicked him in the lower back, ultimately refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Suyun coldly stared at the two, still conscious, remaining non-committal. The leader noticed that it seemed the two were preparing to let him go. He awkwardly stood up, shifting his body, pretending to help the unconscious lackey. As he reached Suyun's side, he suddenly acted out. He pulled a dagger from his waistband and lunged at Suyun. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Yi realized rescuing her was too late. Unexpectedly, the scene he had envisioned did not unfold. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his chest, a hissing sound escaping his throat. There, embedded in his chest, was a silver dagger, sharp and fully buried in his body. He gasped for breath, stumbling back a few steps before falling to the ground, scattering countless snowflakes. The only conscious lackey was left dumbfounded at this sight. Screaming, he turned to run, his cries echoing far. Murder! Murder! Suyun remained expressionless as she bent down to pull out the dagger, leaving behind a trail of bright red. Zhang Yi's eyes brightened, lost in thought. Do not pursue a fleeing enemy. There was still a cartload of supplies. Suyun merely glanced regretfully in the direction the man had fled before picking up the bag on the ground. Zhang Yi wanted to say something, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately remained silent. The two continued on their journey, leaving the unconscious lackey behind. If nothing unexpected happened, he would freeze to death. Suyun had thought Zhang Yi would blame her for killing, but unexpectedly, he looked at her with admiration, lost in his own thoughts. As the two made their way back, they encountered several groups of people. Although these people were envious, none dared to approach and seek their own demise. When they reached the bottom of the apartment building, a few neighbors awkwardly came over to borrow the cart. After moving everything upstairs, he then pulled the cart to escort Suyun back. While they were moving the items, they noticed several security doors on different floors. After moving everything upstairs, he then pulled the cart to escort Suyun back. While they were moving the items, they noticed several security doors on different floors had not been securely closed, as if someone was watching them. Suyun quietly took note of this, but did not speak up. After thanking Zhang Yi, she moved her belongings into the house. A whole day's hard work had yielded a bountiful harvest of supplies. After reigniting the heater, Suyun took out a portion of braised pork from her space. This meal was prepared according to her own taste. The braised pork was soft and flavorful, with the fatty meat not being greasy. She ate 2 full bowls of rice before feeling rejuvenated. Looking at the clock, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Suyun took off her clothes and crawled into the warm bed, preparing to catch up on sleep. She was a greedy person and did not intend to let go of the entire stockpile of medicine. The dream was so pleasant that it made her reluctant to wake up. In the dream, she became a couple with a famous male idol, and they went on a trip together, happily eating barbecues at a stall. Just as a restricted scene was about to unfold, the alarm clock rang. Suyun let out a long sigh. She got up and smashed the alarm clock. By the time Suyun arrived at the office building, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The temperature difference between day and night was significant, and the streets were devoid of any scavengers. After parking the snowmobile, Suyun moved around for a while to relieve her stiff body. The nighttime temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees, and riding the motorcycle felt like cold blades slicing through her skin. Even with her body wrapped warmly, there was still a faint stabbing pain. Taking advantage of the darkness to secure the motorcycle, Soo-yoon turned on her head-mounted miner's lamp, which was perfect for nighttime travel, illuminating her path while freeing her hands. The glass that she and Jung-e had shattered in the morning was already piled high with snow. After briefly clearing it with her foot, Soo-yoon squeezed inside. Climbing from the 9th floor to the 11th floor was quick. The cafeteria was empty just as it had been. Without Jung-e this time, Soo-yoon felt much freer. There was little taken from the cafeteria during the day aside from gas and food. There were also many boxes of drinks and bottled water, especially at the water bar by the entrance. The variety of drinks dazzled Soo-yoon. She began her sweep from the entrance, tossing box after box into her space. Frozen sausages, meatballs, candied hawthorns, beverages, and dairy products were all thrown into her courtyard, while the gas canisters were placed in the open area. Unfried skewers, rice noodles, packaged frozen dumplings, buns, millet rice, frozen pickles, large jars of sauerkraut, and boxes of eggs were all collected. Anything edible was not spared by Soo-yoon. Everything was stored in her space. After clearing the 11th floor, she descended to the 10th. This floor housed a large seed company engaged in import and export trade. Besides 3 large offices, there was also a massive warehouse. Only after searching the offices did Soo-yoon discover that there was more behind. Unfortunately, the warehouse door was locked, wasting quite a bit of time. Fortunately, the items inside were worth their weight in gold. In addition to domestic vegetable and fruit seeds, there were also many excellent foreign varieties. In the innermost greenhouse, there were surprisingly many saplings of fruit trees. Although the roots were wrapped in thermal cotton, the indoor temperature was too low, leaving the survival of the plants after planting uncertain. Having returned from the apocalypse, Soo-yoon understood the importance of seeds. All the seeds in sight were collected into her space. After emptying the 10th floor, her pace of sweeping through the building quickened. The 9th floor was an import-export trading company having nothing but some snacks. The 8th floor was completely empty and had yet to be rented out. The 7th floor housed a network technology company. There were indeed many computers, but they were of no use in the apocalypse. Floors 4, 5, and 6 belonged to a well-known domestic telecommunications company, with the 4th floor being offices, the 5th selling various brands of mobile phones, and the 6th handling after-sales services. After a brief sweep of the area, Soo-yoon headed straight for the 3rd floor. The large door on the 3rd floor was open and boxes of medicines were neatly arranged. With no time to distinguish them carefully, she collected them directly into her space, just like Ju Beiji devouring ginseng fruit. Dozens of refrigerators containing vaccines and syringes were carefully placed in her courtyard. After clearing the 3rd floor, the weight pressing on her heart finally eased. Thinking of the supermarket and express delivery on the 1st floor, Soo-yoon felt delighted. She merely took a quick look around the gas company on the 2nd floor before heading downstairs. The supermarket on the 1st floor had not opened yet, and its empty shelves were filled with boxes of goods. The items in Soo-yoon's space were quite mixed up, especially on the open ground where various items were scattered. These shelves could indeed be put to good use. She accepted both the goods and the shelves. After emptying the supermarket, Soo-yoon opened the door to the express station. The express station was filled with many items, various sizes of packages piled high on the shelves. No woman could refuse the joy of unboxing deliveries. Soo-yoon was no exception. She cheerfully collected all the packages into her space, planning to unpack them when she was bored at home. After clearing the office building, Soo-yoon retraced her steps. By the time she got home, it was already past 4 o'clock and dawn was approaching. The coals in the stove still retained some warmth, and Soo-yoon added more firewood and coal to get the stove roaring. Not feeling hungry, Soo-yoon returned to her space, quickly organizing the items she had collected before she had the inclination to check on her little pets. As she opened the room door, the 3 little ones were scampering about inside. Upon hearing the door, they all shrank into the blanket, regarding Soo-yoon with wary eyes. Their survival was due not only to their cleverness, but also to luck. If there hadn't been any torn bags of dog food or waterlogged cans of cat food in the room, they would have perished from hunger and thirst long ago. Soo-yoon crouched down, extending her hand to tentatively tease them. The small cat in the middle with its big round eyes was the first to be intrigued. It approached Soo-yoon, shaking its head and meowing incessantly. When Soo-yoon scratched its head, it immediately flopped down at her feet, rubbing its little head against her legs. Perhaps sensing that Soo-yoon meant no harm, the 2 little huskies also gradually approached. They were panting with their pink tongues out, tentatively licking Soo-yoon's hand. Realizing that Soo-yoon was easy to get along with, the 3 little ones grew bolder, curiously observing their surroundings before tentatively beginning to run. After letting them play for a while, Soo-yoon found a large basin and gave the 3 little ones a wash. After drying them with a hairdryer, their true fur colors were revealed. The little kitten was a beautiful orange cat with a round body and an oversized head that made it look soft and cuddly. The 2 little huskies had excellent breeds, and after being cleaned, their fur was fluffy and carried a pleasant scent. After tending to all 3, Soo-yoon placed them in a cage. She then switched to a bathtub and took a comfortable bath. After finishing her tasks in the space, an hour and a half had already passed. It seemed that after the last upgrade, the time in the space had increased. This time she stayed for a full 2 hours before the space finally transported her back. After tossing the 3 little ones into the living room, Soo-yoon set up a cat bed and a dog bed for them. Although she had placed 3 beds, the 3 little ones piled into one like a game of Jenga. Having no choice, Soo-yoon found a large basket in her space, placed a soft pad and blanket inside, and moved the 3 little ones into it. The dog bed was close to the heater, warming the 3 little ones up, and soon they fell asleep. Soo-yoon felt like a doting mother. After preparing a water bowl and food bowl for them, she also set up a litter box, hoping they would learn to use it properly. The apocalypse was too lonely, and with the 3 little ones around, Soo-yoon felt that the house had become much warmer. After a busy night, her eyes were heavy with sleep. After adding some firewood, Soo-yoon also drifted off to dreamland. This sleep lasted a full 6 hours. Had it not been for the jarring sound of the doorbell, Soo-yoon could have slept a little longer. The moment the doorbell rang, the sound of small, high-pitched barks echoed in the room. The 2 huskies shook their heads and rushed to the door, barking at the outside world. Having left the warmth of the fireplace, the 2 little ones were shivering all over. Soo-yoon called out a couple of times, and only then did they reluctantly return. After putting on heavy clothing before she could even open the door, the piercing sound of the doorbell rang out once more. The person outside seemed quite anxious. After the bell rang 3 times, Soo-yoon leisurely opened. Contrary to Soo-yoon's imagination, the one knocking on the door was not a troublesome neighbor but a half-grown child. The boy was bundled up tightly, and his exposed eyes differed from those of other naive peers, exhibiting a trace of condescension. Seeing someone come out, he tightened his grip on the railing and shouted in a shrill voice, "Are you a pig? Why are you so slow? Hurry up and open the door, let me in." Soo-yoon was both amused and irritated, leaning against the door. "Why should I open the door for you?" The boy was taken aback by Soo-yoon's question, replying matter-of-factly, "My grandmother said that the little brat on the top floor hurt my dad, and the house will be compensated to us later." Soo-yoon's expression darkened, an imperceptible aura of killing intent radiating from her. She did not believe in the inherent goodness of humanity. Some children were born as seeds of evil. While the 2 were talking, footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs. The young woman who had lit the fire with Grandma Zhang chased up. Seeing the boy unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and scolded, "My little ancestor, how did you come up here by yourself?" The moment the boy saw his mother, he resembled a powder keg about to explode. He rushed over and punched the woman's outstretched arm, shouting, "Dead woman, hurry up and let that brat open the door. I want to go play on the top floor." The woman, in pain from the hit, instinctively flinched. "Yazu, I don't have the key either." The boy was relentless, kicking and hitting the woman. "Dad and Grandma were right. You are a jinx. You can't do anything right." The woman's lips trembled, her eyes reddening. She squatted down, waiting until her son was tired from hitting before awkwardly saying, "Yazu, mommy made you something delicious. How about we go downstairs to eat first?" Jung Yazu glared at Soo-yoon with resentment, shaking the railing furiously. "Open the door, you brat, or when I get home they'll have Dad and Grandma kill you." Soo-yoon did not indulge him as she walked down slowly, and in the boy's agitated gaze, she opened the railing door. The boy stepped back a few paces, his eyes gleaming with triumph. As soon as the railing door opened, the 100-plus-pound little chubby boy charged in like a mad bull. Before he could cross the threshold, Soo-yoon grabbed him by the collar. Due to inertia, the boy's down jacket choked him, causing him to start coughing violently. The woman stepped forward, worried, to help him breathe. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yazu forcefully pushed his mother's hand away and lunged at Soo-yoon, aiming to bite her hand. Soo-yoon released her grip just in time, and the boy missed. Soo-yoon dodged to the left and tripped him. Zhang Yazu lost his balance and crashed directly to the ground. The fall caught him completely off guard, making him see. Soo-yoon dodged to the left and tripped him. Zhang Yazu lost his balance and crashed directly to the ground. The fall caught him completely off guard, making him see stars, and he knocked out his front teeth. From childhood to now, having had everything go his way, the little tyrant had never suffered like this. He immediately threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and refusing to get up. The woman gasped in pain and rushed over, wanting to help Zhang Yazu up. Unexpectedly, the little demon not only refused to get up, but also kicked her on the calf. The woman winced in pain, half kneeling on the ground, coaxing Zhang Yazu, "Be good, get up quickly, let mommy see if you're hurt." Zhang Yazu glared viciously at his mother, pointing at Soo-yoon and roaring, "Quick, call Dad and Grandma to capture her." I want to skin her like a cat." The woman was startled and hurried to cover Zhang Yaozu's mouth. Zhang Yaozu, however, paid no heed, biting down hard on his mother's hand. In an instant, blood poured from her fingers, dripping between her fingers. Unexpectedly, this child was not only ill-tempered, but also indulged in animal cruelty. Suyun squinted her eyes, looking at the boy as coldly as if gazing at a corpse. Having gained no advantage from Suyun, Zhang Yaozu vented all his pent-up anger on his mother. He tugged at the woman's hair, angrily cursing, "Grandma was right, you are a waste, unworthy even to help my dad with his shoes. Hurry up and find him, I want her dead." The woman winced as a handful of hair was pulled out, gritting her teeth in pain, but not daring to retaliate against the boy. Suyun watched coldly, thinking that those who are pitiful must also have something to hate. Spoiling a child is like killing one, and how could such a monster be allowed to grow? The woman acted like a punching bag, allowing the boy to hit and scold her throughout. She never dared to look at Suyun. Suyun, uninterested in this farce, kicked the boy's foot out of the way and locked the mother and son outside the railing door. The shouting and yelling lasted for over an hour before gradually subsiding. Realizing that his mother could not make decisions, Zhang Yaozu kicked the railing door a few times before covering his mouth and running downstairs. The woman struggled to stand up, limping as she chased after him. This incident would likely not end well. Suyun decisively assembled the electric fence she had prepared before the apocalypse on the railing door. After a simple test to confirm it was working, Suyun thoughtfully put up a sign on the wall. "The railing door is electrified, a do not touch if you don't want to die." With everything in place, Suyun set the current level. Although it wasn't set to the maximum, it was more than enough to... After clapping her hands and returning home, the three little ones were still awake. Suyun glanced at the clock. It was already past mealtime. The kitchen's gas stove was dual-purpose and could be connected to a gas cylinder. She had moved quite a bit from her office, and now it was just right for use. After busying herself for half an hour, Suyun finally connected the stove and gas cylinder. After confirming it was safe, she prepared to showcase her culinary skills. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pig trotters, stir-fried meat with green peppers, oil braised shrimp, and stir-fried cabbage. After a flurry of activity, 2 hours had already passed. The three little pets seemed to smell the aroma and stumbled to the kitchen door. The little orange cat was particularly bold, climbing up Suyun's pant leg bit by bit. Suyun playfully teased them for a while before serving the dishes into the storage space. The leftover food was just enough for her single meal. A bowl of rice with a balanced dish made her feel pleasant. The two little huskies wagged their heads, nudging Suyun's legs, their noses twitching as if to scent the food. The little orange cat was not to be outdone, raising its fluffy little paw to secretly poke the shrimp head that Suyun had discarded. Suyun dared not feed them the other food. The shrimp was not very flavorful, but the shrimp meat was just right for them to eat. She peeled a few shrimp and fed them. They immediately obediently started to munch on the food. Having tasted the delicacies, the little orange cat's eyes squinted into slits, and it purred continuously. This meal was satisfying and filling. After being lazy for a few days, Suyun decided to exercise. She followed along with a downloaded combat video, throwing punches at the dummy. Just as Suyun was sweating profusely and practicing fervently, a sharp explosion rang out from the corridor. The sound was jarring, cutting through the thick security door. Suyun leisurely wiped her sweat and slowly put on her clothes. A burnt smell wafted from outside the corridor, and Grandma Zhang was gripping the railing gate, her hair standing on end. Her face was pale, and the skin on her fingers was burned, looking as if it were about to necrose. Zhang Yaozu grinned, his mouth gaping, clapping his hands with uncontainable excitement in his eyes. Although the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family appeared anxious on the surface, her eyes were dark and ambiguous, even revealing a hint of schadenfreude. The white paper that had been stuck to the wall was torn down, scattering into pieces on the ground. Only after the electricity was nearly cut off did she pull the plug, cutting the power to the railing gate. Almost at that instant, Grandma Zhang's body toppled backward, a foul smell emanating from beneath her and soaking the ground. Zhang Yaozu covered his nose in disgust and sneered, "Really useless." Seeing Grandma gradually regain her spirit, the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family reluctantly stepped forward to help her up. The power wasn't much, and within minutes Grandma Zhang regained her sanity. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and slapped her daughter-in-law. "You wicked person, do you wish for my death? Knowing I cannot read yet you made me touch the door, you wretched creature, I'll beat you to death." One slap was not enough to vent her anger. She twisted her daughter-in-law several times before calming down. The temperature was too low, and Grandma Zhang's urine clung to her legs, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Seeing Suyun standing on the steps, Grandma Zhang struggled to rise, her injured hand pointing at Suyun as she cursed. She wished to unleash every foul word she knew upon Suyun. Unlike before, when she would retort, Suyun merely narrowed her eyes and remained silent. Grandma Zhang thought Suyun was afraid and spoke imperiously. Wretched girl, hurry up and open the iron gate to let our family in. If you serve us well, I might spare your life. Unlike before, when she would retort, Suyun merely narrowed her eyes and remained silent. Grandma Zhang thought Suyun was afraid and spoke imperiously. Up the stair. Grandma Zhang, feeling quite cold, also wanted to go inside to warm up. She thought of her son downstairs. She pushed her daughter-in-law, who was trying to help her, and said angrily, "You lazy wretch, hurry down to pack up and bring my son back up." The daughter-in-law of the Zhang family shrank back, her voice as soft as a mosquito flapping its wings. "Zhangping is too heavy. I can't carry him alone." Grandma Zhang slapped her. "I see you've grown lazy. Hurry up. Is this something I need to help you with?" Her face stung with pain from the slap. The Zhang family's daughter-in-law could only sigh as she limped down. Grandma Zhang's pants were frozen, and she was slow on the steps. She glared at Suyun. "Stupid girl, you have no sense of urgency. Hurry up and help me up." Suyun, with her head lowered and obedient demeanor, cast a sharp gaze towards the corridor. It was quiet in the corridor and no one came out to watch the commotion. Once she confirmed no one was around, Suyun's smile deepened. Because the door and security gate were closed, the little tyrant was pacing anxiously without a key. Seeing two people coming up slowly, he rushed over, angrily reaching for the key in Suyun's hand. Suyun would never give him the chance as she dodged his hand and tucked the key into her jacket pocket. Zhang Yaozu, failing to grab it, immediately began to throw a tantrum. Grandma Zhang, not wanting her grandson to be upset, reached out to twist Suyun's arm. Unexpectedly, Suyun withdrew the hand she had used to support her. With a cold expression, she tightly closed the door to the steps. Grandma Zhang frowned and looked at Suyun with dissatisfaction. "What are you doing? My son and daughter-in-law have not yet come up. Why are you closing the door?" Suyun chuckled, pulling out a dagger from her lower back. The dagger glinted with a cold white light in the sun. Seeing Suyun draw the knife, Grandma Zhang instinctively took 2 steps back. Unfortunately, her pants were stuck together, making it difficult for her to move. She lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. "We live in a society governed by law. Are you really daring to kill?" Zhang Yaozu, naive and fearless, saw Suyun pull out a knife and not only felt no fear but wanted to rush over to grab it. At this moment, Suyun exuded a murderous aura. She coldly snorted and kicked the second-generation heir more than a meter away. She put all her strength into that kick. Zhang Yaozu's back hit the wall and he instinctively covered his stomach, crying out in pain. Grandma Zhang did not expect Suyun to be so ruthless. She hurriedly crawled towards her grandson without caring about getting up. In pain, Zhang Yaozu was not obedient either. He glared at Suyun with resentment. "Grandma, kill her, I want." Although Grandma Zhang felt uneasy, her imposing manner remained. "I warn you, I know the law. A killing requires paying with your life. Do you know who my son is? If you dare to touch me or my precious grandson, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it." Suyun smiled disdainfully. She squatted before Grandma Zhang, lightly tapping the dagger against her face. "Did I not warn you not to provoke me? I don't need you to pay. Hurry and open the door to let us out." Suyun shook her head, pouting regretfully. "It's too late." As Grandma Zhang tried to speak again, Suyun stood up, expressionlessly grabbing Grandma Zhang by the hair and forcefully pulling her to the side. The pain of her scalp being pulled made Grandma Zhang struggle hard. Realizing Suyun was serious, she instinctively looked at her grandson and unconsciously begged for help. "Grandson, hurry over and save Grandma." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yaozu not only didn't move, but instead looked at Suyun with gleaming eyes. He rubbed his palms together, whispering, "Kill Grandma, just don't kill me. She's old, troublesome. If she dies, so be it." Grandma Zhang was shocked that her precious grandson, whom she had cared for all her life, would say such a thing. She opened her mouth in disbelief, even forgetting to struggle. Suyun's movements were quick, precise, and ruthless. With one slash, she severed the opponent's throat. Grandma Zhang clutched her neck, her trachea, making a hissing sound. She looked at Suyun in disbelief, the light in her eyes gradually dimming until her arms fell limp. Zhang Yaozu trembled, slightly unsure if it was from fear or excessive excitement. He stared wide-eyed at Suyun, stammering, "You won't kill me, I'm just a child. My dad said I'm still a child. Any mistake I make can be forgiven." Suyun coldly glanced at him. "How many cats and dogs have you killed?" Mentioning cats and dogs made Zhang Yaozu's eyes light up. He bragged, "Just a few hundred, I guess. Those creatures are easy to handle, and my mom has adoption channels. If they die, we just replace them." Zhang Yaozu spoke volubly about how he tortured animals, utterly oblivious to Suyun's seething murderous intent. He described numerous methods, each more grotesque and cruel than the last. "Meeting you today gave me a fresh idea. Electric shocks might be quite entertaining. I wonder if Mom will buy me one. No matter, I'll cry and throw a tantrum, and she'll fetch whatever I demand." Suyun watched his macabre reverie with icy detachment and spoke in a voice like frozen steel, "You won't get the chance." Zhang Yaozu burst into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke imaginable, only to trigger a violent cough from his wounded body. You wretch, you and I are cut from the same cloth. You kill people, I kill animals. Perhaps you're the superior one. But I've long wanted to kill people too, my little cousin for instance. Soft and pliant, how fascinating it would be to watch her burn. Siyun could scarcely believe such words had issued from the lips of a mere teenager. Her viscera turned to ice, cold not of flesh or bone but of the soul itself. It was terror, not of death, but of pure unadulterated evil. She no longer wished to utter a single word to him. To her even 1,000 cuts could not suffice. Blood dripped steadily from the dagger's blade, tracing a crimson path all the way to the boy's feet, where he flinched, drawing his foot back. Do you know how much these shoes cost? Over 3,000 yuan. You couldn't possibly afford to clean them. Su Yun spared him no further words. Seizing his collar, she hurled him bodily onto the corpse of Grandma Zhang, splattering him head to toe with gore. You dare not kill me. My father is Zhang Ping, we have limitless wealth. And I'm just a child. Adults must forgive anything a child does. Siyun seized Zhang Yaozu's jaw and squeezed, until the sickening crack of shattering bone echoed through the silence. He clawed desperately at her hand then, when she refused to relent, lashed out toward her head. Siyun sidestepped and slashed his forearm in one fluid motion. Zhang Yaozu shrieked like a slaughtered pig, it hurts. I'm bleeding. You bitch, you dared wound me. My father will destroy you. She pressed her boot down hard upon his wounded arm, blood gushed forth instantly. Does it hurt? Now you feel pain. The creatures you tormented suffered agony 100-fold, no 1,000-fold, greater. Only then did Zhang Yaozu truly grasp that Su Yun meant to kill him. His limbs trembled violently, his teeth chattered, tears and snot mingled on his ashen face. It hurts, it hurts. I'll never do it again, please let me go. I'm just a child. Su Yun stared at him cold and unmoved. You keep insisting you're a child, yet you know full well your deeds are monstrous. Not a shred of remorse stirs within you. A born abomination like you has no right to draw breath in this world. Under his widening gaze of primal terror, Su Yun drove the dagger straight into his heart. Even as he drew his final breath, his lips moved in a broken whisper, "You can't kill me, I'm a child." Her hands were spattered with arterial spray. With visceral disgust, she wrenched the blade free and cast both corpses into her spatial realm. After scrubbing away visible blood, she searched Grandma Zhang's body. Sure enough, a set of keys jingled from the outer coat pocket. If Su Yun recalled correctly, this family lived on the second floor, where they were in fact the sole occupants. It was time for reckoning. For after all, roots left uncut only flourish anew when spring winds blow. Once she rinsed the blood from her skin, Su Yun opened the courtyard gate and descended the stairs. Below the 5th floor, the stairwell lay pitch black, the windows buried beneath snow admitting not a sliver of light. The safety doors on the 4th and 3rd floors remained shut. Faint murmurs of conversation drifted from the 2nd floor safety door stood ajar. Outside the security door rested several polyester bags, filled with spare clothing evidently packed by Zhang Ping's wife. Su Yun paused at the threshold, listening intently until absolute silence reigned. Then with feather-light precision, she eased open the security door, unlocked as expected to facilitate hauling supplies outside. The living room was vast, nearly identical to her own. Empty. Utterly barren. Furniture had vanished from their usual places, likely burned for warmth. Darkness swallowed the entire apartment, except for a faint glow leaking from a half-open door to the left. Su Yun crept forward only to overhear two voices conversing within. I've met that wretched woman several times. Sure you're certain she agreed to let us stay? Zhang's wife spoke softly. Su Yun barely caught the words through the narrow gap beneath the door. Mother threw a fit a few times and got shocked for it. She knows she's in the wrong, so she's surrendered quietly. Zhang Ping's voice brimmed with crude excitement as he rubbed his palms together. If my leg weren't injured, the first thing I'd do upon entering would be to take that little vixen. His wife chuckled low and deferential. Don't worry, darling, I still have some of that special powder. I'll slip it into her water and she'll crawl into bed willingly. Zhang Ping leered lasciviously and slapped her buttocks. Now that's what I call understanding me. Seizing his buoyant mood, she tilted her head, voice trembling with supplication. Once we have that girl, please spare me the heavy labor. I've frostbitten hands already. Don't fret, darling, I've stockpiled plenty of the drug. She'll obey without question. Zhang Ping snickered darkly. So long as you serve me well, I'll speak to mother. Ask her to ease up on the scolding and chores. Zhang Ping waved it off with grim indifference, lighting a cigarette. What use are kittens and puppies? There's that girl on the rooftop, she screams. That's real entertainment. Once I'm done, I'll tie her up for Yaozu. Living things that shriek. Zhang Ping waved it off with grim indifference, lighting a cigarette. What use are kittens and puppies? "There's that girl on the rooftop," she screams. "That's real entertainment. Once I'm done, I'll tie her up for Yazoo. Living things that shriek, that's where the fun lies." His wife shuddered involuntarily, then nodded fervently. Soo-yoon remained veiled in shadow, her eyes burning with lethal resolve. Having packed a bag, Jang's wife emerged humming cheerfully, blissfully unaware of Soo-yoon lurking in the corner, already dreaming of a radiant future. Soo-yoon followed silently in her wake, then clamped a hand over the woman's mouth. Startled, she thrashed instinctively. Years of martial discipline had forged Soo-yoon's strength. She struck precisely at the carotid, squeezing once hard, and the woman collapsed unconscious. An eye for an eye. Since the woman's heart was so venomous, Soo-yoon saw no reason to withhold reciprocity. She searched thoroughly, finally retrieving a small packet of powder from a concealed inner pocket of the woman's undergarment. The powder shimmered faintly pink, exuding a strange cloying fragrance. Without hesitation, Soo-yoon pried the woman's jaws apart and emptied the entire sachet down her throat. To hasten dissolution, she uncapped a bottle of mineral water, guiding the woman's involuntary swallows until every grain vanished. The drug acted swiftly. Within 10 minutes, the woman began convulsing uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth, tearing frantically at her clothes. The compound was fiercely potent. A trace dose could incite frenzy. Soo-yoon had administered the full sachet. Instantly, the woman spasmed as if poisoned. Her garments shredded, her exposed skin purpling under the sub-zero chill. She who should have been unconscious had her eyes wide open, filled with bloodshot veins. Continuous convulsions caused her body to spasm, and her originally fair skin was covered in claw marks. After kicking a few times with force, she suddenly became still. Soo-yoon reached out to check under her nose and found that she had already stopped breathing. Jung-ping inside the room seemed to have heard a noise. He picked up a slipper from the ground and smashed open the bedroom door. "What are you doing?" "Is cleaning like dismantling a house. Did you hear me calling you?" Unfortunately, the response he waited for would forever remain unheard. Soo-yoon entered the bedroom under Jung-ping's astonished gaze and casually closed the door behind her. Jung-ping squinted warily, staring at Soo-yoon. "Where is my wife?" Soo-yoon smiled and pulled over a chair. "Guess?" Jung-ping's face turned pale, and he shook his head vigorously. "Don't scare me with this. This is all leftovers from my play. You dead girl, I advise you to be sensible. Once this disaster passes and am in a good mood, I can give you a way out." Soo-yoon looked at his confident demeanor and couldn't help but feel disgusted. "Your wife, your mother, your child, they're all dead. Do you want to go down and accompany them?" Jung-ping chuckled. "Bitch, don't fool me. You, a little girl who can't even fight a chicken, want to kill someone? Can you even lift a knife?" Soo-yoon, as if performing magic, pulled out a dagger from behind her, the blade stained with fresh blood, looking especially terrifying. At the moment Jung-ping saw the dagger, his eyes went wide. He shook his head. "You must be lying to me." Soo-yoon smacked her lips. "You're really stubborn. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." To make Jung-ping lose hope, Soo-yoon dragged his wife's corpse into the room. The moment Jung-ping saw the body, his eyes turned red. He cursed loudly and stood up with force, but unfortunately, he could only use one leg, making it difficult to maintain his balance. To think of attacking Soo-yoon was simply a daydream. Jung-ping only stood for 2 minutes before wobbling back onto the bed. His hands instinctively searched the bed, seemingly trying to find something useful. Unfortunately, apart from a thick quilt, there was nothing else on the bed. After pondering for a few minutes, Jung-ping gritted his teeth. "I have money, I have plenty of it. I can give you all my money, how about letting me go?" Soo-yoon grinned. "In this apocalypse, what's the difference between money and waste paper?" Jung-ping bit his lip, his voice tinged with pleading. "As long as you don't kill me, I can give you everything I have." Soo-yoon looked at him with disdain. "What else do you have besides money?" Jung-ping seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. He looked around. "I have food. I bought a lot of supplies last time I went out. I still have quilts and furniture at home. You can take all of these. I also have many luxury items. Just let me live and they're all yours." Soo-yoon became interested. "What luxury items?" "Jade, perhaps." Jung-ping, in order to survive, pulled out a key from his pajamas pocket and tossed it to Soo-yoon. "There is an ancient jar in the middle of the third shelf in the study. When twisted, a safe will appear. This is the key. The password is 0416. Inside there are not only gold bars, but also many pieces of jewelry bought from auctions. If you keep your word, all of this will belong to you." Soo-yoon nodded in satisfaction, no longer paying attention to Jung-ping. Instead, she followed the direction he pointed to. The study was on the left side of the master bedroom, not far away. After Soo-yoon walked over, she indeed saw a row of bookshelves. In the center of the third row of the wooden bookshelf, there was indeed an ancient-style wine pot. The base of the wine pot was made of rosewood, looking exceptionally precious. After twisting it 3 times to the left, the wine pot suddenly sank down, making a clicking sound. The bookshelves on both sides suddenly closed in revealing a 1-meter-high safe in the middle. Just as Su-yoon was about to insert the key, she saw Zhang Ping in the reflection of the glass from the bookshelf slowly approaching her from behind holding a vase. She pretended not to see, waiting for him to launch a sneak attack. Su-yoon feigned twisting the lock while actually focusing her attention behind her. 2 seconds later, Zhang Ping suddenly roared, smashing the vase down towards Su-yoon's head. Su-yoon had long been on guard as she dodged to the right and the vase smashed onto the floor with a loud crash. Missing his target, Zhang Ping grabbed a coat rack from beside the desk and swung it hard at Su-yoon. He wasn't foolish, he knew Su-yoon wouldn't let him off easily. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative. This was a life-and-death situation, and Zhang Ping was like a trapped beast using all his strength. If his leg hadn't been injured, Su-yoon might not have been able to defeat him easily. Unfortunately, his leg was already swollen and inflamed, making it impossible to stand for long. Attacking with a weak leg would result in a deviation. The coat rack grazed Su-yoon's scalp, shattering the glass on the outside of the bookshelf with shards raining down. Seizing the opportunity, Su-yoon executed a sweeping kick, striking Zhang Ping's injured leg. Instantly, blood gushed out. Zhang Ping fell to the ground in pain, but the instinct to survive made him react immediately. In the moment he fell, he lunged toward Su-yoon. Su-yoon was still on the ground when Zhang Ping collided with her, knocking her down. The two began to grapple. Zhang Ping tightly grasped Su-yoon's neck, excitement causing veins to bulge. The difference in strength between men and women was evident as Su-yoon struggled to break free. In her panic, she reached for the dagger at her lower back. She drew out the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into Zhang Ping's abdomen. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Su-yoon only stopped when Zhang Ping completely ceased to respond. She didn't know how many stabs she had made. Lack of oxygen made her head swell. After prying Zhang Ping's hand away, Su-yoon began to cough violently. After a while, she finally realized what had just happened. After kicking Zhang Ping a few times with force, Su-yoon awkwardly got to her feet. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to get some firearms. After the fight, the study was already in complete disarray. Su-yoon inserted the key and entered the password. Zhang Ping seemed very confident in himself, the password turned out to be true. With a click, the safe opened. This type of safe had 3 layers. The first layer was filled with stacks of bright red 100 yuan bills, totaling over 1 million. Currently, money was no different from waste paper. Even if the country established an exchange in the future, it would use supplies or gold and silver jewelry. Money was worth less than a screw. Su-yoon merely glanced at it before looking at the second layer. The second layer was filled with neatly arranged gold bars, all shining yellow. Su-yoon rubbed her palms together excitedly and tossed the gold bars into her space. The third layer contained various jewelry boxes and watches. The watches were not very useful, but fortunately there were quite a few studded with diamonds. They didn't take up space, so she casually tossed them into her space. The jewelry boxes were neatly arranged, and judging by their size, they seemed to be sets. Su-yoon, with a greedy squint, opened the first jewelry box. Inside the box was a set of imperial green jewelry, a necklace, 2 earrings, a ring, and a bracelet, all looking quite valuable. Zhang Ping's safe brought Su-yoon considerable gains, but unfortunately the quantity of jewelry and gold was limited. When tossed into the space, it only produced a faint layer of white mist that quickly vanished. Su-yoon surveyed her surroundings, finding only meager gains in the space. It seems that to upgrade the space in the future, she will need a large amount of jade and gold. After locking Zhang Ping's house, Su-yoon returned to her own home without a care. The moment she opened the door, she was welcomed by her 3 little ones. They wagged their little tails, raised their front paws, and pounced on Su-yoon's legs. To reward the 3 little creatures, Su-yoon rummaged through the space and found a box of chicken sausages, tearing off 3 to feed them. The chicken sausages were larger than their heads, and the little orange cat was the first to grab one, running off and bumping into the sofa leg, whimpering. The little husky was not afraid of Su-yoon stealing, directly gnawing at her feet. The big husky wiggled its little butt and happily carried the sausage into the doghouse. Since it was still early, Su-yoon returned to the space. She had not collected eggs for several days, and there were already over a dozen eggs in the chicken coop. These eggs were all fertilized, and Su-yoon did not eat them. She gathered them together and made a straw nest with some hay. Whether or not they could hatch into chicks depended on the hens. After feeding the animals in the space, Su-yoon checked the land. The lettuce she planted had already sprouted. It looked promising. After watering the plants, Su-yoon took a bag of tea leaves and 20 eggs back to her flat. After cleaning the eggs, she retrieved the large steamer. Boiling eggs below and steaming sweet potatoes and corn above, everything was done in one go. After completing this, she returned to the living room and took out a portion of the tightly wrapped packages. These packages were like blind boxes, making Su-yoon feel excited. She took out a wallpaper knife and started unwrapping them from smallest to largest. Foot patches, corner braces, pork residue, ointment, seafood, hot pot, dry ingredients, semi-enclosed dog houses, popular bucket noodles, peeled bamboo shoots, mobile phone stands, chili sauce, and condoms. There was nothing that Soo-yoon could not imagine and nothing that could not be opened. She even found a small pack of tissue paper in one package, obviously to be used for bulk orders. After setting aside the miscellaneous small items, Soo-yoon focused on the larger package. Laundry detergent, soy sauce, drying racks, children's seats, rice cookers. The most valuable item inside was a freezer, which was not very useful. After practicing with the items, Soo-yoon put away what could not be eaten and set aside some for snacks. The three little ones were already full and cuddled together, sleeping soundly. After gently rubbing their little heads, Soo-yoon took out the eggs. After cracking the shell of the eggs, she added soy sauce, tea leaves, salt, 13 spices, and flavoring to the pot. This was her first time making tea eggs, and based on her memory of how her grandmother cooked them, it should not be too far off. With no internet, the world suddenly fell silent. To know about the outside world, she could only rely on the radio. Fortunately, having been reborn, Soo-yoon had prepared a radio in advance. After taking it out from the space, she turned on the reception device, switching between channels, but hearing no sound at all. She tossed the radio onto the coffee table in the living room. Soo-yoon walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of hot milk tea. The snow was getting lighter and more people were returning from outside the community. Most of them were carrying some wood or wooden furniture. A few lucky ones were holding several bags. After the apocalypse, a supermarket opened once, and currently everyone still had some supplies. However, these supplies would only last for half a month. After half a month, if there was no government aid, it would be difficult to return safely. Just as Soo-yoon was lost in thought, the intercom rang at an inopportune. After answering, Jung-ee's cold voice came through. The firewood at home is almost used up. There is a mountain behind our community, and the snow isn't deep. Do you want to go chop some firewood? Soo-yoon did not lack firewood, but Jung-ee was a companion she could barely trust. She could not always stay indoors, as it would give the impression of having ample supplies. After some thought, she nodded in agreement. The two of them agreed to go up the mountain early the next morning. The nearest mountain was not far, right behind the community. When the community was built, it was intentionally planned to include the entire mountain, creating a green and natural environment. The price of the mountain was too high, and later the developer gave up. In the morning, many people went out to find supplies. They generally headed towards the city, not only looking for firewood, but hoping to chance upon some food. Neither Soo-yoon nor Jung-ee lacked food, so the two of them headed straight for the back mountain after leaving the community. After walking for a while, Jung-ee suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked back. Soo-yoon, wearing a heavy hat to keep warm, did not hear any sounds. Seeing Jung-ee turn back, she followed suit. About 10 meters away from them, two people had followed. From their attire, it appeared to be a man and a woman. When they saw Soo-yoon and Jung-ee stop, they exchanged glances and quickly walked a few steps closer. As they got closer, Soo-yoon could see their faces clearly. The man was very burly, standing about 1.8 meters tall with a muscular build. The girl was not very old, looking about the same age as Soo-yoon, and she had 2 dimples when she smiled. The four of them faced each other, and no one spoke. First, the atmosphere became quite awkward. The first to speak was the muscular man. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, we mean no harm. We just want to check the firewood on the mountain." The girl, a bit familiar, took a couple of steps forward and leaned closer to Soo-yoon. "Sister, we live downstairs from you. We saw you in the hallway when that pair of mother and daughter lit a fire last time." Soo-yoon and Jung-ee exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of caution in each other's eyes. The mountain was not their own, and they had no right to drive others away, so they could only nod politely and continue up the mountain. The snow on the mountain was not as thick as below, but it became increasingly difficult to climb higher. Soo-yoon and Jung-ee avoided the couple. They went left while the two of them went right. The couple also noticed the vigilance of the two. They felt awkward continuing to follow and turned back halfway. Many of the shorter trees were buried halfway, and the exposed branches were just right for cutting down. Soo-yoon carried a small axe, which was sharp after being sharpened. Jung-ee was clearly more professional, carrying a folding mechanical saw blade, and the two quickly began to cut. After several hours, a substantial pile of firewood had accumulated at their feet. Once the quantity seemed sufficient, Jung-ee took out some rope from his backpack and tied the branches together. Going up the mountain was easy, but coming down was much more difficult. The snow had ice underneath. If one stepped incorrectly, they would slip. Despite being careful, Soo-yoon fell a couple of times, making her a bit embarrassed. Two people, one on the left and one on the right, each pulling on a rope to drag it back. Along the way they encountered many individuals venturing out in search of supplies. Seeing that they were dragging back quite a bit of firewood, some approached to inquire. Zheng-Yi did not hide anything, coldly pointing towards the distant back mountain. The inquirer thanked him several times before leaving. Suyun understood why Zheng-Yi would tell them this. Even if they did not speak, someone would notice the back mountain. Besides, the mountain was unclaimed and anyone could chop wood there. As they approached the community, two people suddenly rushed out from a dark alley. They had a clear target, lunging straight for Zheng-Yi. One grabbed Zheng-Yi's military coat while the other yanked on the rope in his hand. Zheng-Yi would not let them succeed. He swung a punch, landing it squarely on the opponent's eye. The man tugging at his coat winced in pain and instinctively loosened his grip. Zheng-Yi turned around, pulled out a wooden stick from the firewood and struck forcefully. Suyun had already reacted when they lunged at her. She stepped forward a few paces and kicked at the man pulling on the rope. Unexpectedly, this man was quite skilled. He released the rope, cursed, and swung his fist at her. Suyun drew out an axe, glaring fiercely at him. "Come on, if you're not afraid of death, come at me, I'll chop you down." The man glanced at Suyun disdainfully, saying, "Little girl, you're young but quite bold. If I come over, do you dare to chop?" Suyun's gaze was fierce, a cold smile playing at her lips. "You'll find out if you try." In the midst of their exchange, Zheng-Yi had already knocked down the other man. Uncertain of what boxing technique Zheng-Yi used, the man took 2 punches and fell unconscious. Seeing Zheng-Yi approach, the man knew he was outnumbered and spat on the ground, unwillingly turning around and dragging his companion's leg to flee. Zheng-Yi wanted to pursue, but Suyun hurriedly stopped him. "Don't chase a desperate enemy, let's go." The fight between the four attracted many individuals searching for supplies. They stood at a distance, many eager to take advantage of the chaos to grab some wood. Seeing that 2 people quickly resolved the conflict, they could only regretfully leave. Upon entering the community, several envious individuals approached, some asking to borrow firewood, some for tools, and others offering to buy. All were chased away by Suyun. In this apocalypse, everyone lacked firewood. How could they shamelessly ask for it? Seeing both of them holding weapons, these people merely muttered a few complaints without daring to rob. The 2 arrived safely downstairs. After distributing the firewood, Zheng-Yi was the first to carry a batch upstairs. The firewood was heavy, and it took 5 trips before Zheng-Yi could bring up his share. When he reached Suyun, Zheng-Yi wanted to help her carry it up. Suyun declined, stating that she had an advantage and did not need to expend effort. As long as the building's entrance was closed, she could throw the firewood into her space. Passing by the floors where she had previously peeked, she was cautious and took out items from her space. Better safe than sorry, as some people must be kept at bay. After a series of trips, they finally finished moving everything up, and half an hour had already passed. During the last trip, Zheng-Yi stared at Suyun for a long time, seemingly wanting to say something. After holding back for a long time and organizing his thoughts, he finally spoke. "The world is not safe right now. I see you know some fighting skills, but not well. How about you learn from me? While I teach you, you'll also have someone to practice with." Suyun was overjoyed at this offer and quickly agreed. "Starting tomorrow, as long as we don't need to go out for supplies, I'll come to learn from you." Zheng-Yi thought for a moment. "If I teach you, I won't go easy, it will be tough. Are you sure you want to learn?" Suyun nodded, her gaze firm, her expression serious, as if pledging allegiance. "I learned this to survive, so I will give it my all." Zheng-Yi was very pleased with Suyun's attitude, and his gaze softened considerably. "Let's learn at your home. The old man is at home and will surely cause some trouble now and then. You should rest early today, I'll come over first thing tomorrow morning." After agreeing with Zheng-Yi, Suyun carried the last bundle of firewood upstairs. This batch was still quite wet and wouldn't be useful in the short term. Suyun put the firewood back into her space, relaxed, and lay down in the sun, preparing to dry it before using it. After all, she had plenty of firewood, and there were trees on the mountain, so she didn't need to worry about it. After eating, Suyun found a book on carpentry and began studying it. The current pen for livestock was too flimsy, and livestock occasionally escaped. She needed to find time to build a sturdier one. Early the next morning, Suyun had breakfast early. She hid the items that shouldn't be in the room and left many supplies in plain sight. After all, the supplies they collected together should not be consumed before they finished their own. To prevent the 3 little ones from causing trouble, Suyun put them back into the space. The temperature in the space was just right, and it was spacious. The 3 little ones were very happy. Suyun filled a few boxes with water, creating a sizable area for them to play. The fireplace was difficult to dismantle, and Suyun had no plans to take it down. This European-style fireplace was also installed in many wealthy households, though merely for show. If Zheng-Yi asked about it, she could easily deflect. At 8 o'clock, the doorbell rang on time. Suyun dressed and opened the gate to let Zheng-Yi in. Contrary to Suyun's expectations, Zheng-Yi did not look around, but froze slightly upon seeing the fireplace. However, he did not ask much more and only inquired about what Soo-yoon had practiced. Soo-yoon took out her slingshot and demonstrated her fighting skills. Jung-yi asked Soo-yoon to try shooting with the slingshot. With someone watching, Soo-yoon suddenly felt nervous. Distracted, she misfired, hitting outside the target. Jung-yi shook his head, took the slingshot from Soo-yoon and hit the bullseye in one shot. Aside from the slingshot, Jung-yi had some criticisms regarding Soo-yoon's fighting techniques. The morning passed quickly as Jung-yi taught and Soo-yoon learned. As noon approached, Jung-yi said he needed to head home. Soo-yoon didn't feel comfortable letting him go and insisted he stay for lunch. The meal was simple, with steamed rice topped with slices of sausage and some chili sauce received from a delivery a few days prior. As noon approached, Jung-yi said he needed to head home. Soo-yoon didn't feel comfortable letting him go and insisted he stay for lunch. The meal was simple. This day had been physically exhausting. Soo-yoon returned to her space, fed the three little ones, handled some farm work from the space, and soon fell asleep. Time passed quickly and half a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from going out to chop wood, Soo-yoon spent all her remaining time learning from Jung-yi. The techniques Jung-yi taught her were all lethal, executed with ruthlessness. He even brought a chart of human pressure points for Soo-yoon to memorize. Fearing that Soo-yoon might not remember, he occasionally tested her, causing her heart to race whenever she saw Jung-yi, reminiscent of the pressure a homeroom teacher exerts on students. Soo-yoon's training progressed by leaps and bounds while the situation in the neighborhood was also changing. Recently, more and more people were going out to search for supplies, returning to the neighborhood later and later. Many returned empty-handed and numerous individuals were injured, supported by their companions as they made their way back. Clearly, the situation outside was quite bleak. At present, people's supplies had nearly reached a point of depletion and desires were breeding malice. It seemed that chaos was imminent. Jung-yi had been increasingly worried during his recent visits, often distracted during training. After half a month of interaction, the two began to grow closer, no longer as distant as they once were. Training until sunset, Jung-yi took out a manual on military boxing from his backpack and handed Soo-yoon several sandbags, instructing her to tie them to her arms and legs and practice along with the book. Things are unsettled lately, and you know how the old man is, kind-hearted and warm. I'm afraid he might get taken advantage of, so I won't be coming over for a few days. Soo-yoon was well aware of Jung Grandpa's nature. Despite his fierce appearance, he was the most kind-hearted and benevolent person. When she was young, a group of children would steal fruits from his house, and he would always turn a blind eye, sometimes even leaving a ladder for them to climb. Knowing she had to go up the mountain and worried about potential danger, she took out her cherished firearm. It is worth noting that possessing a gun is illegal. Soo-yoon reminded Jung-yi a few times and then brought out some bottles of vitamins from the kitchen to give to him. After all, he had spent time and effort teaching her for half a month, and Soo-yoon never wanted to owe anyone a favor. Jung-yi refused, and Soo-yoon replied sternly, "It's not for you, it's for Jung Grandpa. If you feel indebted, just teach me everything you know." After hesitating for a while, Jung-yi accepted the vitamins, saying, "Thank you, I will not hide anything." His serious response left Soo-yoon speechless. Before leaving, Jung-yi glanced at the corridor's railing and warned, "Given the current situation, don't open the door for anyone, not even a child alone. One must always be cautious." Soo-yoon nodded, saying, "You and Jung Grandpa are the same. The old man has a soft heart. It's best to explain the stakes to him. Jung Grandpa is not unreasonable and should be able to understand." Jung-yi nodded in agreement and hurried back. The peaceful days did not last for long as the neighborhood began to descend into chaos. First, there were instances of lockpicking and home invasions which faced resistance. The male homeowner was killed and the female homeowner was injured, leaving little chance of survival. Neighbors heard the commotion but dared not venture out until the robbers had left. Inside, the floor was covered in blood and the scene was horrific. During the day, people began to search for supplies in groups armed with weapons, yet the items they brought back remained limited. Sometimes they would even come to blows due to uneven distribution. Soo-yoon's home was no quieter as neighbors frequently rang the doorbell. Some asked to borrow food, others for firewood. Constrained by the gate, they did not dare to be too bold. Soo-yoon threatened a few times with a kitchen knife, causing fewer visitors. To ensure some peace for a few days, Soo-yoon removed the batteries from the doorbell and finally stayed home to cook a few meals. Since Jung-yi left, she had restored the power supply and no longer feared unexpected visitors. After half a month of eating, the three little ones had grown quite a bit, and the husky, full of energy, started to wreak havoc in the house. Besides training daily, Soo-yoon also began to consciously train the two dogs, but unfortunately, they never quite got the hang of it. At night, Soo-yoon took a bath and comfortably snuggled under the covers to binge-watch a series. Just as drowsiness began to creep in, the large dog suddenly emerged from its nest. It perked up its ears and slowly approached the door, seemingly hearing some noise. Noticing the dog's unusual behavior, Soo-yoon immediately got up to put on her clothes. Dressed, she slung the slingshot over her shoulder, and with a kitchen knife in hand, Soo-yoon opened the door. She carefully approached the safety door in the corridor. Rustling sounds came from outside. Soo-yoon opened a crack to look down. By the gate, 4 shadows were moving. Unbeknownst to her, they had managed to cut off the electricity to the electric fence. One of them was using a special tool to pick the lock. Although the lock on the gate was custom-made and much more secure, it was still just an ordinary custom lock. A skilled thief could still open it. About 5 minutes passed. The gate creaked open and the group let out a brief cheer. They carefully approached. Soo-yoon hid in the shadows, waiting for the first person to get close. The leader was unprepared as he reached out to open the door. Unexpectedly, before he could touch it, the door swung open forcefully. The tremendous force knocked him down, and the people behind him were also caught off guard, nearly tumbling down the stairs. Fortunately, the 2 individuals next to them were quick-witted and caught the 2 men. Seeing her initial attack succeed, Soo-yoon seized the opportunity amid their confusion and dashed out. The men, upon seeing a girl rush out, went from looking slightly guilty to grinning lewdly. They exchanged glances and laughed in a perverse manner. The triangular-eyed man took 2 steps forward, grinning mischievously. "Little girl, are you all alone? Aren't you lonely? How about letting the big brothers come in to keep you company?" Soo-yoon raised the kitchen knife and spoke coldly. "If you don't want to die, get lost." The triangular-eyed man leered. "Little sister, listen to your brother. A kitchen knife is not a toy. I have a toy for you below, free for you to play with." Soo-yoon narrowed her eyes, suddenly adopting a much softer tone. "Sure, come over here." The triangular-eyed man loosened his belt, feigning to lean toward Soo-yoon. Unexpectedly, he hadn't taken a single step when a burly man behind him grabbed him. The man scrutinized Soo-yoon's face, hesitating. "She looks fierce. It's best to be cautious." The triangular-eyed man seemed to have a disagreement with the burly man. He yanked his own arm back, laughing maniacally. "One Lausan, you are too timid, scared of such a little girl. Wait a minute, you will be the last one to play." The other 2 men laughed lewdly, their beady eyes roving over Soo-yoon. Seeing that the others were no longer stopping him, the triangular-eyed man pouted and came over with a grin. Although Soo-yoon smiled, the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Just a step away. Suddenly, Soo-yoon moved as she raised her knife without even blinking. The kitchen knife swung toward the man's arm. With all her strength behind it, the man was completely unprepared, and by the time he felt the excruciating pain in his arm, it was already severed by Soo-yoon. Warm blood splattered across the faces of those nearby. The triangular-eyed man clutched his severed arm, staring at Soo-yoon in disbelief, stumbling backward, his pain heart-wrenching. Several men nearby looked at Soo-yoon as if she were just a little girl, not taking her seriously at all. It was only when the warm blood splattered on their faces that their expressions changed. No one expected that a seemingly young girl could strike with such ruthlessness. The burly man reacted first, not immediately checking the triangular-eyed man's injury. Instead, he bypassed him and charged towards Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon sidestepped, avoiding the burly man's dagger, and landed a punch on his abdomen. This move was taught by Jung-yi and targeted a specific pressure point. A blow to this area would hurt 100 times more than in other places. The burly man's face froze, his body curling up like a twisted pretzel as he collapsed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 2 men were incapacitated, leaving the other 2 stunned. They exchanged glances and charged at her together. Soo-yoon swung her kitchen knife, delivering several strikes aimed at their vital points. Despite their desperate attempts to evade, they were still cut by Soo-yoon. Blood immediately sprayed everywhere. The corridor was filled with screams, yet not a single neighbor dared to open their door to look. The 2 men were frightened by Soo-yoon's ferocity and began to retreat. The triangular-eyed man lost too much blood and had already fainted. The 2 others, realizing they were in trouble, exchanged glances and hurriedly ran downstairs, showing no concern for their companion's safety. Though in severe pain, the burly man remained conscious. Seeing Soo-yoon looking at him, he felt a chill and couldn't help but plead for mercy. "I'm sorry, please spare me. I have no food at home, I really have no choice. Please let me live. I promise I won't do this again." Soo-yoon squatted down, playing with his dagger, her face devoid of emotion. The burly man was so frightened he couldn't even cry, repeatedly clasping his fists in front of Soo-yoon. She tossed the dagger aside, grabbed him by the collar, and punched him on the head. The burly man was dazed from the blows, stars dancing in his vision. Yet, Soo-yoon didn't stop. She continued to rain punches down on his head until he spat out 2 front teeth and completely lost consciousness. Her mood for watching the drama had been ruined. The electric net was broken, and they had damaged her door lock. It was already merciful that Soo-yoon hadn't taken his life with a single blow. After delivering 2 more punches to the unconscious burly man, she rolled him downstairs. Whether he would freeze to death was of no concern to her. She collected the electric net and pushed the triangular-eyed man down the stairs. Soo-yoon replaced the lock on the gate. The blood splattered on the walls was shocking, but she had no intention of cleaning it up. With this blood present, it could serve as a deterrent. The blood on the floor had already frozen and required tools to clean. It was too late as Soo-yoon yawned and decided to deal with it the next day. Back in the living room, she added 2 more pieces of firewood to the stove before changing her clothes. The blood smell was nauseating, so she simply tossed the clothes into her storage space. The 2 dogs Erha and Xiaoju were sleeping soundly while Daha sat anxiously in the living room. Upon seeing Soo-yoon come through the door, it wagged its tail, observing her like a little adult. Especially after catching a whiff of the blood on Soo-yoon, it whined anxiously. Only after she dealt with her clothes did it curiously sniff at her, seemingly worried. Soo-yoon picked it up, affectionately stroked its head, and calmed it down before giving it some dried fish to eat. Daha sniffed at it, swallowing hard, but still carried the fish to its nest. Xiaoju, sleeping soundly, suddenly caught a whiff of the delicious scent and opened its eyes. Its round rolling eyes fixated on Daha's dried fish, meowing in desire. Daha obediently placed the dried fish in front of Xiaoju. Xiaoju rubbed against Daha's neck and began to nibble on the fish. Soo-yoon felt warmth in her heart and took out 2 more pieces of dried fish, giving one to Daha and one to Erha. Erha, still sleepy, opened its eyes and immediately bit into the fish with a satisfied awa, crunching happily. It was already past 3 in the morning. After tucking the 3 little ones into their nest, she crawled under the covers herself. She slept until 10 in the morning. It was already dawn outside when Soo-yoon finally got up. The stove had almost gone out and the room was very cold. The 3 little ones were huddled under the blanket in their dog bed, motionless. Soo-yoon slapped her forehead and hurriedly got up to add firewood. Only when the room warmed up did she change her clothes. The tea eggs had long been steeped perfectly with a rich aroma that tasted better than those bought outside. For breakfast, Soo-yoon had a tea egg, a basket of steamed buns, and a bowl of porridge. The little ones smelled the aroma and all rushed over to beg for some. Soo-yoon treated them equally, rewarding each with an egg. After breakfast, she suddenly remembered the pool of blood in the corridor. She got up, changed her clothes, and grabbed a shovel to prepare for cleanup. To her surprise, the corridor was clean and the frozen blood was nowhere to be seen, leaving not a trace behind. She had expected to see the bodies of the triangular-eyed man and the burly man. To her astonishment, the 2 had completely disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the blood splattered on the walls, Soo-yoon would have thought she had merely dreamed it. Not understanding what had happened, she decided to stop thinking about it. Soo-yoon returned to her room, looked at an acupoint chart for a while, made some delicious food, and cooked some chicken breast for the 3 little ones. After a month of heavy snow, it finally seemed to be tapering off. Today there were unusually many people going out to gather supplies, possibly because the snow had lessened and everyone appeared quite relaxed. After drinking a cup of ginger tea, Soo-yoon entered her storage space. The lettuce was ready to be eaten and the other vegetables were growing rapidly as well. Soo-yoon picked 2 handfuls of lettuce to stir-fry. With Jung-e not coming around, she put the fence-building project back on her agenda. Training in the morning, making fences in the afternoon, and practicing with the slingshot while cooking at night. Occasionally, she played with toys with the 3 little ones. Life was fulfilling and beautiful, giving Soo-yoon a sense of pre-apocalyptic illusion. Ever since she had dealt with the 4 intruders, her place had become a forbidden zone. No one dared come looking for trouble anymore. Jung-e occasionally checked in with her via walkie-talkie, reassuring himself that everything was safe before reminding her to study the acupoint chart. Soo-yoon readily agreed, reminding them to stay safe. Another week passed. Just when everyone had lost hope, a helicopter suddenly flew over the sky. The helicopter circled above the neighborhood, its loudspeaker blaring, echoing in everyone's ears. At noon 2 days later, the government would distribute a batch of relief supplies, urging residents to wait patiently, assuring them that the country would not abandon them. Supplies would be distributed according to the number of people, and residents were advised not to miss out. This was undoubtedly good news. Even with soundproofing, Soo-yoon could still hear the cries and shouts erupting within the community. At the same time, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Soo-yoon's supplies will be distributed the day after tomorrow at noon. At 11:30, Grandpa, and I will wait for you downstairs. Soo-yoon readily agreed, feeling good. It seemed that human emotions of joy and sorrow were contagious, even though Soo-yoon knew this apocalypse was far from over. On the day of the distribution of supplies, Soo-yoon woke up early. She took a chicken from her space and made a small chicken stew with mushrooms. The tender chicken meat paired with the delicious mushrooms made her eat 2 bowls of rice. The leftover chicken was soaked in water by Soo-yoon and then divided among the 3 little ones. Knowing that relief supplies were coming, the residents of the community had been waiting outside early. A long queue formed in the open space of the square, with everyone eagerly anticipating the arrival of the helicopter once again. By 11 o'clock, Suyun began to change her clothes. She added some firewood to the stove, and after confirming that the fire would not go out for a few hours, she fully armed herself before stepping out. Before 11:30, Grandpa Zhang and Zhang Yi were already waiting downstairs. The two were bundled up tightly and were talking. When they saw Suyun coming down, Grandpa Zhang took a few steps forward, carefully examining her, and only after confirming that she was in good spirits did he feel relieved. There were many people in the square with no one maintaining order, as some cut in line while others fought, and the scene was chaotic. After a month of trials, people's desires had been infinitely magnified, and no one stepped forward to stop the chaos. Some opportunists quietly moved forward. Grandpa Zhang tried several times to go up and mediate, but Zhang Yi stopped him each time. It seemed the old man was well protected by Zhang Yi and had not yet realized that the world had changed. The scene quieted down only when the transport plane hovered in midair. People orderly made way, waiting for the plane to land. There was more than one transport plane delivering supplies, and several more flew over the red national flag on the aircraft, stirring the hearts of the people. They landed in every neighborhood of the city in an orderly manner. After the transport plane opened its doors, several soldiers dressed in camouflage jumped down armed and ready, directing people to line up in 5 rows. The leading officer stepped forward with a megaphone, directing the soldiers to unload the supplies while shouting to the residents, "The supplies are sufficient, everyone maintain order, and distribute them per person. Each person can only receive 1 portion." Upon realizing that there would be enough for everyone, the scene quickly quieted down. The line moved swiftly, and in no time it was Suyun's turn. The supplies were wrapped in cardboard boxes, and the contents were not visible. Suyun thanked the soldier, hugged the cardboard box, and walked aside to wait for the Zhang family. Soon all 3 had received their supplies. Just as they were about to head back, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. A crowd surrounded the transport plane, shouting. A sharp-tongued woman was angrily pulling at the officer's arm, her eyes filled with greed. "Since there is surplus supply, why not distribute it to us? Where are you taking it?" The officer frowned and pulled his arm back. "The supplies we distribute per person are enough for you until the next distribution, and there are still many areas that haven't received supplies. The remaining supplies are to be taken back." The woman took a few greedy steps forward, maliciously guiding public opinion. With so many transport planes flying over, how could there be anything left undistributed? "Is it that you want to hoard our supplies for yourselves, deliberately not giving them to us?" Before the officer could respond, one of the soldiers, his face flushed with anger, said, "The supplies we distribute to you have been salvaged day and night, and they are allocated per person. The remaining supplies are to be returned, or we will not take a single piece." The woman laughed sarcastically. "Whether you take it or not, we wouldn't know. I say giving it to others is the same as giving it to us, so why not be benevolent and distribute the remaining supplies to us?" Hearing the woman's words, many greedy people echoed her sentiments, inching closer to the transport plane, craning their necks to look inside, while a few others quietly approached with obvious intentions. The officer's face turned stern as he fired a shot into the air. The heated crowd subdued momentarily. "These supplies belong to the state. If anyone dares to steal, we will shoot on the spot." The leading woman pressed her lips together, her gaze faltering slightly, yet she stubbornly shouted, "We are citizens. What right do you have to shoot? Everyone charge. I don't believe these soldiers will dare to kill us. In the end, we'll split whatever extra supplies there are." The hunger of these past few days had made people desperate, each hoping for more food and security. With someone leading the riot, the group that had just left quietly returned. Grandpa Zhang was quite agitated as he pushed through the crowd, wanting to rush in, but was stopped by Zhang Yi. The transport plane was surrounded, leaving the officer in a difficult position. Their mission was to distribute supplies, and under urgent circumstances they could fire shots. But facing a group of unarmed residents, shooting would be akin to slaughter, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. The situation became a stalemate. Greed was insatiable. As long as it benefited them, no one was willing to speak up for the soldiers. Suyun and Zhang Yi exchanged a glance just as they were about to squeeze in to help. Unexpectedly, 2 figures got there even faster. A burly man cleared a path, followed closely by a slender girl. The 2 stood in front of the transport plane, the man relying on his brute strength to shove aside several people. The girl, hands on her hips, looked just like a little firecracker, loudly scolding the crowd. "Who among you hasn't received the supplies allocated per person? Step forward and let me see. You lot are shameless. Today I've opened my eyes to those who repay kindness with ingratitude, those who are old and bullying those who are shameless and heartless. Let's see who dares to rob today. The soldiers have their duties and cannot take action, but I can. Bro, whoever gets close today, hit them hard, aim for the head. If it kills them, we'll pay for it." The simple-minded man responded, pulling out 2 nunchucks from behind his waist, ready for a fight. Soo-yoon looked at the two stepping up and felt a sense of familiarity until the man turned his face, and she recognized them as the brother and sister who had followed them up the mountain that day. With someone stepping up to intervene, the previously restless crowd calmed down significantly. The woman, seeing her plot foiled, still tried to push forward. Soo-yoon quietly approached her side, stealthily extending her leg. The old lady stumbled and fell to the ground, spilling the supplies from her box all over. The crowd began to boil over, with many squatting on the ground to grab what they could. At that moment, the old lady had no time to care about the transport plane as she lay on the ground covering her belongings to prevent others from stealing. At this point, everyone was readied and naturally they scrambled for what was easily accessible. No one paid attention to the old lattice curses as they busily grabbed what they could. The bright young girl looked over at Soo-yoon from afar and secretly gave her a thumbs up. The officer on the transport plane frowned as he glanced at the chaotic scene, but ultimately did not intervene. He signaled for the brother and sister to move away and instructed the driver to start the plane. As the propellers began to spin, a cold wind swept through, causing everyone to shiver. The looters fled in droves, all leaving the area. Only the old lady remained dazed on the ground while the supplies in her box had long since dwindled. Having failed to steal the chicken, the old lady lay on the ground throwing a tantrum, demanding her supplies back. Unfortunately, no one was swayed by her antics. A group of people hurried home, cautiously clutching their supply boxes, fearing that if they were too slow they would meet the same fate as the old lady. Soon they dispersed, quickly leaving only a few behind. The old lady glared in the direction the transport plane had left, her eyes reddening with fury. She stood up menacingly, spat on the ground, and then turned her attention to the bold siblings. She ran a few steps forward, attempting to snatch the supply box from the girl's feet. The girl was already on guard, quickly picking up the box and carefully watching the old lady. The old lady glared at the siblings with venom in her eyes and spat, "You little brats, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my supplies and could have gained even more. Hand over your supplies or you'll regret it." The burly man shielded his sister behind him, his voice booming like a bear. "It was your own greed. You can't blame others for it." The old lady glanced at the man, her eyes filled with venom, and said, "You will pay the price for this." The siblings ignored her, clutching their boxes as they walked towards Soo-yoon and the others. The girl raised an eyebrow at Soo-yoon and said, "Sister upstairs, thank you." Soo-yoon rarely smiled at them but did so this time, and even Jung-e looked at the siblings with admiration. Only Grandpa Jung felt uneasy. He watched the old lattice retreating figure and sighed. "People's hearts have turned rotten. Now that you've stood out, you must be cautious. Jealousy can breed danger." The siblings exchanged glances, both frowning. After acquiring the supplies, everyone returned home, leaving the snow on the ground in disarray. The five of them walked back together. Throughout the journey, Soo-yoon felt as if they were being watched. However, when she turned around, there was no one behind them, which felt unsettling. Except for Soo-yoon, Jung-e frequently glanced back, his handsome brows furrowing together. Upon reaching the intersection, they all parted ways. The Jung family went upstairs while Soo-yoon and her companions returned to Building 50. The corridor was quiet, devoid of sound, as the siblings stopped on the 11th floor. As the burly man opened the door, the girl spoke up, "Sister upstairs, my name is Lee Woo and my brother is Lee Gang. If you need anything, feel free to find us." Soo-yoon politely nodded, but did not take it to heart. The girl didn't mind Soo-yoon's indifference. She playfully waved her hand and followed her brother into the house. Just as Soo-yoon was about to close the door, she heard a faint sound of fabric brushing together. It was very soft, as if someone was quietly approaching. Soo-yoon lowered her steps and returned to the corridor. She stood by the railing, cautiously peering out. On the stairs of the 10th floor, it seemed someone was standing there, but due to the angle, Soo-yoon couldn't see the person's face. The person stood for a few minutes before quietly descending the stairs. Soo-yoon frowned, feeling a sense of unease brewing within her. Once the corridor fell silent, Soo-yoon opened the door and went home. The house was warm, with the stove burning brightly. Although she had only been away for a few hours, the three little ones acted as if they hadn't seen her in ages, all vying for cuddles. Soo-yoon placed the box on the coffee table before freeing her hands to hug the three little ones. After distributing snacks to the three little ones, she finally opened the supply box with a wallpaper knife. The box was full, packed tightly with various supplies. Inside were compressed biscuits, mineral water, canned meat, canned fruit, a 10-kilogram bag of rice, a 10-kilogram bag of flour, several bags of pickled vegetables, and a few packets of noodles. If one were to ration carefully, it should last half a month without issue. Soo-yoon did not store these in space, but placed them all on the kitchen counter. Having eaten too much for breakfast, she wasn't hungry yet. Taking advantage of the time, she installed the finished fence in the space. With the fence in place, each type of livestock now had its own designated area, making management easier. After not seeing them for 2 days, the rabbits in the space had grown quite a bit. Especially the female rabbits, who appeared plump, their bellies looking particularly large. Siyun felt a surge of joy as she approached and picked up one, feeling its belly. Indeed, several of the female rabbits were pregnant. She had long known rabbits could reproduce, but hadn't expected the speed to be so fast. Siyun drooled at the thought, imagining that the bunnies hopping in front of her were actually plates of spicy rabbit meat. After replacing the old batteries of the solar charger, Siyun exited the space. It was still early, and after practicing military boxing for a while, she began practicing with the slingshot. With Zheng Yi's guidance, she could now hit her target with much better accuracy. For dinner, Siyun had fried sauce noodles. The sauce was made with eggplant and minced meat thickened with some cornstarch, salty and delicious. Having exercised little during the day, Siyun found herself unable to sleep at night. Tossing and turning, she simply got dressed and went to the corridor to work out. She figured that if she exhausted herself, she would surely have a good night's sleep. Just as Siyun was punching the sandbag, she heard shouting from the corridor. The sounds weren't too loud or too soft. If she were indoors with the door closed, she definitely wouldn't have heard them. Fortunately, she was in the corridor and could clearly hear the sounds from the stairwell through the door. The noise was quite close, likely from the 11th floor. Remembering the gray figure from earlier and the old lattice venomous gaze, Siyun felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Though she wasn't one to meddle, she admired Li Gang and his sister for standing up for justice today. They knew full well the risks of offending many people in the community, yet they still stepped forward, proving their good character. In this apocalyptic world, such people were rare. Siyun took the slingshot out of space along with the long knife gleamed coldly under the light. She carefully twisted the corridor door open and approached the railing. The 11th floor was chaotic, with loud noises clashing together. There were quite a few people in the corridor, and they were using flashlights to illuminate the situation on the 11th floor. Peering down with the aid of the light, Siyun saw a dozen people blocking the corridor door on the 11th floor, confronting the siblings. A group of masked individuals brandished sticks and weapons, shouting loudly. The sounds of shouting and chaos echoed throughout the corridor. Siyun heard the quick sound of a door closing, likely from neighbors inside the building fearing for their safety. The leading masked man struck the wall with a baseball bat, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Aren't you siblings so self-righteous? Since you don't care for these supplies, why not be sensible and hand them all over? Let us vent our anger today, and well, let the matter slide. Otherwise. Li Gang's muffled voice sounded. Otherwise what? The masked man smiled coldly, as if Li Gang had just told the greatest joke. Otherwise, well, send you siblings straight to hell. Li Wu, unable to contain herself, shouted from behind her brother's back. You think you can match us, you rats from the My brother can take on dozens of you alone. Although he stood tall and straight, Li Gang felt a twinge of uncertainty as he counted the number of people present, unable to help but cough slightly. It's a bit too many. Li Wu patted Li Gang's arm, encouraging him like a little fan. It's fine, brother, I believe in you. All that muscle isn't for nothing. Hearing his sister's flattery, Li Gang instantly felt more confident. He pointed behind him. Stay back. If it turns into a fight, I won't be able to protect you. Li Wu nodded, obediently stepping back. All right then, brother. The crowd, seeing that the siblings completely disregarded them, erupted in anger, swinging their clubs at Li Gang as if they were free to do so. Li Gang positioned himself strategically in the middle of the corridor door. Spotting someone swinging a club, he dodged back, slamming the door shut, and the club struck the door with a loud bang. Those near the door saw Li Gang closing it and instinctively pushed it open again. To their surprise, a cloud of powder burst forth into the corridor. The powder had a pungent scent, causing everyone present to start sneezing. Li Wu quickly collected the basin and rushed back inside. Meanwhile, Li Gang stood like a wall at the door. Anyone daring to charge in would find themselves met with his dual sticks aimed at their heads. He was robust and did not hold back, quickly leaving two leading assailants bloodied and bruised. Li Wu soon returned carrying a basin of water. Whoever dared to approach, she would douse with water. Although the corridor was warmer than outside, reaching -40 degrees, being drenched in water would leave anyone with more than just frostbite. The remaining 8 or 9 people pushed and shoved, none wanting to take the risk. Li Wu, unconcerned, stepped forward and threw the water at the doorway. Several people, caught off guard, began to retreat. The last person lost their footing, falling downstairs. With no water left in the basin, they no longer feared and charged into the corridor with their weapons. Even though Li Gang was formidable, he was outnumbered and soon he sustained injuries. Li Wu attempted to rush inside, but was yanked back by a man who grabbed her hair, causing her to scream in pain. Siyun stood quietly on the stairs, squinting as she aimed for the man's hand. The marble shot out like a bullet, striking his hand with precision. The man winced in pain, releasing Li Wu's hair. Gritting her teeth, Li Wu turned and kicked him squarely in the groin. The man, already in pain, felt another wave of agony hit him below. He hunched over, clutching his groin, and jumped up in distress. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wu dashed back to the room, fetching another basin of water and returning quickly. Those fighting Li Gang were completely unaware of her approach and were drenched, losing their will to fight, shivering uncontrollably. With the group unable to take down the two, they became more aggressive. One person pulled a spring knife from his pocket and lunged at Li Gang fiercely. Li Wu screamed in fright, unsure of what to do. Li Gang was locked in combat with another person and failed to notice what was happening behind him. Just as the assailant thought he was about to succeed, a sharp sound pierced the air. A marble flew straight and hit the assailant's arm, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Li Wu turned her head just in time to see Su-yun coming down. Her eyes brimmed with tears, almost on the verge of crying. Su-yun ignored her. She drew a long knife and joined the fray, each slash targeting vital spots, starkly contrasting with Li Gang's more restrained approach. Li Gang, nearly killed, felt his anger flare. With Su-yun's help, the group quickly fell apart. They dared not leave threats. Hurriedly, they rushed towards the stairs, fleeing in panic. After everyone fled, Li Wu finally ran to her brother to check on his injuries. Li Gang's wounds were not severe, mostly superficial except for one deep cut that needed attention to avoid infection. Li Wu first applied pressure to stop Li Gang's bleeding before rushing to thank Su-yun. Su-yun glanced at the two, her brow furrowing, her expression grim. Bravery without strategy, the compassion of a woman. Li Wu did not understand Su-yun's meaning, but Li Gang did. He hung his head in frustration. "It's my fault, I almost put both myself and my sister in danger." Li Wu appeared younger than Su-yun, having yet to encounter the harshness of the apocalypse. Her every action was purely driven by her innate sense of good and bad. "Take care of yourself." Su-yun sheathed her long knife, uninterested in further conversation, and returned home. Li Wu watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat lost. Li Gang sighed, his head hung low. "Xiao Wu, this extreme cold is unusual and human hearts are treacherous. We must be doubly cautious from now on." The girl upstairs was right. "I will never be merciful again, and I swear to protect you well." Li Wu stared at the blood on the ground, her smile fading gradually as images of a knife plunging towards her brother replayed in her mind. What if the sister upstairs hadn't come down to help them? What would have happened? Would her brother die, and what about her? Li Wu couldn't help but shiver twice, her gaze gradually growing resolute, her hands unconsciously clenching. "Brother, we owe that sister a life." Li Gang nodded. "From now on we must repay this debt." Li Wu agreed, as if she had grown up overnight. By the time Su-yun returned to the living room, it was already past 3 in the morning. She shed her clothes, washed her face quickly, and crawled into bed. Although the country had distributed supplies, there were no heating devices among them. People needed a lot of firewood to stay warm. Su-yun had plenty of firewood and had not left her home for days. During this period, Jung-yi reached out to her once, inquiring about her training progress and whether she had gone up the mountain to gather firewood. Su-yun had enough firewood and found an excuse to decline. To express her gratitude, Li Wu occasionally came to knock on the door, bringing Su-yun some homemade food or necessities. Su-yun didn't even open the door. Li Wu could only take her offerings back in disappointment. The snow had gradually lightened and finally stopped after 2 months of severe cold and snow. Though the snow had ceased, the temperature showed no sign of rising. In fact, it became even more frigid. Originally at -50 degrees, it soon reached -55. Except for those truly out of firewood, nearly everyone stayed indoors, waiting for the next wave of supplies. In her previous life, Su-yun's villa community had been buried in snow within a few days. Su Xiao had long taken her family to hitch a ride and left the city. Su-yun wasn't quite sure how things were in the city at that time, but she felt that this time something seemed different. With food in hand, one feels at ease. As days passed, fewer people ventured outside, all awaiting the next wave of relief supplies. Half a month later, the transport plane appeared once again above the community. This time, the relief supplies distributed were half of what they were the first time. There were no canned goods or rice, only some compressed biscuits and noodles, with each portion containing just a bottle of mineral water. Residents began to feel anxious. To survive, they had no choice but to venture out again in search of supplies. Typically, it was the young laborers of the household who left while the elderly and children stayed behind. Some recognized the pattern and formed a gang, taking advantage of others' outings to break in and steal supplies. Many elderly individuals fought back desperately, only to lose both their lives and possessions. When those who went out returned empty-handed, they were filled with fury upon discovering their homes had been robbed. They too formed groups to pry open their neighbors' doors. Formerly familiar neighbors turned against each other violently, their faces flushed with rage over food, and some resorted to knives, leading to fatalities. A few tasted success and began to form organizations to rob and pillage. The community was in chaos. Half a month later, the number of people gathered in the square had significantly diminished, most of them looking gaunt and haggard. People waited from morning until noon, yet the transport plane never arrived. Those who struggled daily on the brink of death ultimately succumbed to madness. With no supplies obtained, they resorted to stealing from others. Many lunged at those nearby, snatching clothes, cotton shoes, and anything beneficial to themselves. The square instantly transformed into a hell on earth. Siyun stood by the living room window, quietly putting down her binoculars. They had also gone out today, and knowing that the transport plane had not come, Siyun realized that no more relief supplies would arrive. She and the Zhang family, a grandfather and grandson, were the first to head back. They were also the only ones unscathed by the chaos. With a sigh of regret, Siyun began to prepare her lunch. After washing her hands, she took out a bag of ribs from her space, along with some cabbage and vermicelli, preparing to cook 2 warm dishes. Before she had finished cleaning the ribs, Daha and Shaha began barking at the door. Siyun frowned and dried her hands, stopping their barking. Dressed in a military coat, Siyun opened the door. A series of knocks echoed from the corridor. The sound was irregular, as if someone was striking it repeatedly. Siyun had installed a railing on the staircase, so it was unlikely anyone could knock on the corridor door without alerting her. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" The voice outside was unfamiliar. Siyun maintained a stern expression as she pushed open the corridor door. 2 young girls stood outside, awkwardly using a long stick to knock on the door. Upon seeing Siyun open the door, their eyes lit up, and they retracted the stick. "Hello, I saw you found a lot of supplies last time. Could you share some with us? We have money. We have money." Siyun looked at them as if they were fools. "I don't have any." The long-haired girl clearly did not believe her. Pouting, she pleaded, "Please, sister, we'll pay you 5 or even 10 times. Siyun was too lazy to waste her breath and pretended to close the door. However, the short-haired girl thrust the stick in the door gap, looking angry and confrontational. "I told you I'd buy from you, not that I wouldn't pay. We're neighbors, so why shouldn't you sell to us?" Siyun laughed in anger, reopening the door to look at them as if they were idiots. "Am I your mother? Why should I sell to you? Money is worthless now, supplies are scarce, and everyone is on edge. Why would I give you life-saving items?" The short-haired girl was furious, kicking the railing door with a loud bang. "You are so selfish. We are neighbors, so what's wrong with sharing some with us? We'll return it once we have it." Siyun looked at them with disdain. "You aren't missing any limbs, so go out and find your own." The long-haired girl turned red with anger, trembling all over, wanting to reason with Siyun. But she was stopped by the short-haired girl. Though the girl wore a smile, her eyes were filled with malice. "Sister, haven't you heard the saying, a commoner is not guilty, but possessing a treasure is a crime?" Siyun raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The short-haired girl lowered her voice, sounding insidious. "If you're willing to share some supplies with us, that's best. If not, I might accidentally let it slip that you have a lot of supplies here. It won't just be us 2 then." Siyun nodded seriously. "No problem, I'm not afraid of trouble. Come and try if you want to die." The short-haired girl was taken aback by Siyun's response. Siyun couldn't be bothered with the 2 of them anymore. With a bang, she slammed the door shut. The 2 were left empty-handed, infuriated. The long-haired girl tugged at the short-haired girl's arm, momentarily at a loss. The short-haired girl patted her hand as if plotting something. Such threats were ineffective, as Siyun paid them no mind. Though her place was not impenetrable, it was defensible. Anyone dreaming of breaking in to steal her supplies would be sorely mistaken. Having wasted her lunchtime, Siyun's stomach growled from hunger. She opened a package of biscuits, stuffing them into her mouth while boiling water for the ribs. By the time the dishes were ready, 2 hours had passed. Siyun sat with a bowl of rice, enjoying a drama while gnawing on the ribs. Daha and Shaoha drooled with anticipation, sitting nearby waiting for their owner to feed them. Siyun rinsed a few pieces of meat in warm water and tossed them to the 3 little ones. Outside, the cold wind held, the sky was overcast, and the temperature dropped several degrees, now below -60. The city was engulfed in darkness, breeding malice. Siyun stayed indoors, leading a very regular life. Zhang Yi went out a few times and even mentioned the office buildings to Siyun. He used the intercom to inform Siyun that the office buildings they had previously raided were now completely emptied, not even leaving behind wooden furniture. Siyun knew this, but still pretended to be regretful. Listening to Zhang Yi, the outside world was in complete disarray, filled with looters. Even if supplies were found, there was no guarantee of survival in bringing them back. The chaos outside extended into the apartment building. It was unclear who led the charge, but a group began knocking on doors one by one. Whenever no one answered for a long time, they would use tools to pry open the locks. Some households had indeed encountered trouble with no one home, so they emptied the furniture and searched for usable supplies. Some families peeked through peepholes, seeing a crowd outside, and were too frightened to open the door. When they pried open the locks and found someone inside, they wouldn't go too far as they were all residents of the same building, threatening for some food before leaving. Currently, no one dares to kill directly. People still maintain a facade of harmony, hesitant to act too decisively. Soo-yoon has been waiting eagerly for several days, yet no one has come upstairs to trouble her. However, a few threatening little notes occasionally appear outside the fence gate with elegant handwriting that clearly belongs to those two girls. In the beginning, Soo-yoon would open and read them. Later, she simply tore them up. Days passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the bitter cold had lasted for 2 months. Food has been completely consumed, and the conflicts among people have escalated. Previously, robbery and murder only occurred at night with faces masked. Now, whether day or night, there are always people lurking in the shadows, itching to move. The food that could be found around the city has basically been taken. Even the trees on the back mountain are. Because the stairs are equipped with a fence gate and the walls are covered with bloodstains, very few people dare to disturb Soo-yoon, most only taking their frustrations out on the fence gate. After several night raids, the neighbors have learned a thing or two. Seeing the bloodstains, they can guess that Soo-yoon is not to be trifled with. Bullies tend to pick on the weak, and unless they are desperate, no one wants to provoke misfortune. The Lee Gang siblings on the 11th floor have also been harassed several times, and in the end it was Lee Gang wielding a knife that scared the group away. When hard tactics don't work, many start using softer ones. They lead their children from door to door begging for food. Unfortunately, every household is out of rations and no one is willing to share. After receiving no response to the notes sent, the two sisters could no longer sit still. They picked up their sticks and knocked on Soo-yoon's door once more. After more than 10 days of hunger, both of their complexions have worsened considerably. Sister, I advise you to think carefully. The outside is not peaceful. If we spread word that you have supplies, you will become a target. At that point, not only will you lose your supplies, but you might even lose your life. Soo-yoon smirked, and then the long-haired girl gulped nervously and quickly replied, anyway, you live alone. Why not let us in to keep you company? It's better to have company for safety. Soo-yoon coldly laughed and retorted, what? You no longer want supplies. You want to move into my home. The long-haired girl's gaze flickered, casting a guilty glance at the short-haired girl beside her. Yes, we were foolish before. This time we came specifically to apologize. Since we are all girls of the same age, living together would provide some mutual support. Knowing the two had ulterior motives, Soo-yoon didn't expose them. She pretended to think it over and, under their eager gazes, reluctantly nodded. Once the two entered, she quickly shut the door with a loud bang, startling them. Although they were clearly taller than Soo-yoon, they did not move, tacitly standing still waiting for Soo-yoon. Once the two entered, she quickly shut the door with a loud bang, startling them. Although they were clearly taller than Soo-yoon, they did not move, tacitly standing still waiting for Soo-yoon to go first. With a smile on her lips, Soo-yoon took the lead. Just as she inserted the key into the door, a thick hemp rope about the width of 2 fingers descended from above, tightening around her neck. The short-haired girl tugged on both ends of the rope, her smile dark. You finally opened the door, you wretched woman. The long-haired girl, having never seen such a scene, stepped back in fear, stuttering, Ran, now that she has opened the door, let her go. The short-haired girl named Ran shot her a cold glare. Let her go. How much food would we have to go without? Look at her, she seems to have plenty of energy. Are you suggesting we starve? Upon hearing about starving, the long-haired girl immediately fell silent. Soo-yoon had long been prepared. The rope was merely a temporary measure and had not choked her airway. Ran also realized this point, and her eyes wide with fury roared at her incompetent accomplice. Wang Yun, hurry and come help. If we strangle her, we'll have good days ahead. Wang Yun stomped her foot, gritted her teeth, and rushed over. The two of them pulled from either side, trying to strangle Soo-yoon with brute force. Unfortunately, Soo-yoon used one hand to block the rope, while the other hand reached to her waist. A flash of the dagger glimmered, and the rope that had tightened around her neck was instantly severed. The two girls, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Seeing Soo-yoon unharmed, still holding the dagger, Wang Yun trembled in fear. Ran's face contorted in fury. She quickly got up from the ground, rushing to the window to grab a fire extinguisher to confront Soo-yoon. You wretched woman, you really are formidable. Soo-yoon's expression darkened. If I weren't formidable, wouldn't I have been harmed by you? Wang Yun bit her lip, feeling guilty. We can't take all the blame. You were selfish and refused to sell us. This brainless statement completely amused Soo-yoon. Am I your father? The supplies I struggled to retrieve I should sell to you. Taking advantage of Soo-yoon's moment of distraction, Ran dashed over, raising the fire extinguisher to smash it against Soo-yoon's head. Soo-yoon dodged to the side and kicked Ran's knee. Ran stumbled, her leg giving way as she kneeled on the ground, the fire extinguisher clattering to the floor. Ignoring the pain in her leg, she stood up and charged at Soo-yoon like a madwoman. Soo-yoon blocked with one arm while grabbing Ran's hair with the other. Although Lu Ran was pulled off balance, her hands were not idle, instinctively striking at Suyun. Though her punches were swift, they lacked power, feeling more like mere tickles. Seeing Suyun persistently holding onto her hair, Lu Ran became enraged and bit down on Suyun's arm. Suyun would never give her the chance. With a powerful throw, she sent Lu Ran crashing to the ground. Seeing Lu Ran at a disadvantage, Wang Yun gritted her teeth and charged over. Suyun kicked Lu Ran in the abdomen, bending her body backward, making her scream in agony. Wang Yun with long nails scratched a bloody line on Suyun's neck. She bit and kicked, flailing her arms like a madwoman. Suyun had no intention of toying with them. She grabbed Wang Yun's long hair, forcing her down to the ground. With a swift stab, the dagger plunged toward her neck, executed in one fluid motion without a blink. Wang Yun never expected Suyun would actually go for the kill. She only felt a chill at her neck, followed by a warm liquid flowing down. Her hand moved to her neck, staring in disbelief at the blood in her palm. She wanted to scream, but couldn't. Suyun stood up, walking step by step toward Lu Ran. Lu Ran glared at Suyun with fierce hatred, showing no fear. She forced herself to stand and lunged at Suyun with all her might. Suyun quickly dodged, thrusting the dagger, which pierced straight into Lu Ran's abdomen. Lu Ran gasped in pain, stepping back a few paces, but managing to stay on her feet. Her eyes were bloodshot. Disregarding the wound on her abdomen, she lunged at Suyun once again with fierce aggression. Suyun, equally enraged, slashed at Lu Ran multiple times, blood splattering everywhere. Only when they finally breathed their last did Suyun's heart settle. This time Suyun did not deliberately hide the body. By killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, she wanted to show these people that she was not to be trifled with. If they dared to provoke her, they must be prepared to return with their lives. Struggling to drag the body to the staircase, the blood smeared everywhere. As the gate opened, Suyun lifted the body onto the handrail and forcefully pushed it down. The body collided with the railings in midair, producing a series of loud thuds before finally landing on the ground. The noise startled neighbors on every floor, causing many to open their corridor doors to check the situation. Bloodstains covered the handrail, leaving a bewildered group of people in confusion. Before they could comprehend, another body fell from above. Everyone was stunned and many were taken aback. They unconsciously looked up. All they could see was a vague figure standing coldly on the top floor. Aside from the 12th floor's corridor, Suyun ignored the bloodstains in other areas. The bloodstains were gruesome, staining the floor tiles a vivid red, creating a truly terrifying sight. In the past, some had come to Suyun's place to try their luck. After this incident, they would rather stay 8 jong away from her 12th floor, fearing that if she got angry, she might stab them as well. After frequent incidents involving those who went out from the community to search for supplies, many people came to realize the harsh reality. Some proposed ideas and others followed suit. Before long, a male resident was seen mobilizing downstairs with a loudspeaker. He called for the community to unite and search for supplies together. With many people's strength in numbers, several individuals grabbed weapons and headed downstairs. Jung-E contacted her via intercom, saying it's too chaotic outside, there are too many people. It's safer to go out in a group. What do you think? Suyun did not answer directly but countered, are you going? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Jung-E seemed to be discussing with Grandpa Zhang. After a while, Zhang-E's voice finally came through again. Natural disasters don't know how long they will last. If food will eventually run out. You should go. Originally, Suyun did not want to go, but once you stand out, if you don't go out, it will give people the impression that there are plenty of supplies. Go. When they went downstairs, quite a few people had already gathered below, all neighbors from nearby buildings. Among the crowd, several familiar figures were seen. The sharp-tongued old lady from the 7th floor was bundled up in several down jackets, sullenly following a woman in her 40s. Li Gang and Li Wu were also in the line, waving their hands joyfully upon seeing Suyun and Jung-E. Suyun nodded at them. The man organizing was formerly a grid staff member. He wielded a kitchen knife and divided the people into 3 teams. Strong men were arranged at the front and rear, while the elderly and women were placed in the middle of the formation. Once they safely exited the community, they indeed encountered several groups of people on the road. These people were glaring at them yet made no moves. Li Wu curiously asked Li Gang, why aren't these people robbing us? Because we currently have no supplies, Jung-E replied expressionlessly, as if he could see through everything. The group had been walking for over an hour and showed no signs of stopping. A few people were exhausted and approached the leading grid staff member to inquire. The grid staff member hesitated, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, and then spoke quietly. The company I used to work for was 10 stories high. Although there isn't much food, there are plenty of wooden office supplies. After this heavy snowfall, the snow layer is probably only 2 or 3 layers high above it. That area is mostly commercial with few residences. If we are lucky, we should have a bountiful harvest. Upon hearing this, everyone in the group became excited, and they couldn't help but quicken their pace. After walking for another hour in the white world, the leading grid staff member finally stopped. He pointed to the few 2- or 3-story buildings ahead and joyfully exclaimed, "We've arrived." Upon hearing this, people no longer cared about the formation and rushed over like a swarm. Several strong men circled the building and joyfully shouted, "No damage, it seems no one has been inside." The glass of the commercial building was very sturdy, a solid piece. Someone tried to knock on it with an iron rod, but the glass did not budge. Eventually, it took several people working together to shatter the glass. Inside was an office lavishly decorated with a Nanmo desk, a solid wood wine cabinet, and bookshelves and display cases, all of which were burnable. The moment they saw the wine cabinet, the men in the group were overjoyed. Unfortunately, when they opened it, they found the wine bottles were all frozen and the liquid had turned to ice. Even so, some tried to lick the ice, getting their tongues stuck to it. With such a bounty from just one room, everyone became exhilarated. The leading man originally wanted to direct everyone, but seeing that everyone was rushing inside, he couldn't be bothered to say anything, fearing he might end up with less than others. Due to the suddenness of the situation, many people didn't bring flashlights and were reluctant to use the ones they had. Most headed upstairs. Siyun, however, did the opposite. She looked at the dark corridor and went downstairs. Jung-E said nothing and turned on his flashlight, following closely behind her. The Lee siblings exchanged glances and also followed her down. The four of them quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. The lower floors were very dark, where one could not see their hand in front of their face. It seemed to belong to a foreign company. The glass door was locked. After taking a look, Jung-E took out a pair of pliers from his backpack and cut the lock. The office area was large with about 20 workstations. Li Wu dashed in joyfully, holding up her flashlight like a cheerful little bird. Li Gang turned his attention to a nearby office, which was closed. He used brute force to kick it open. Seeing Jung-E walking towards the other side, Siyun headed straight for the manager's office. The office door was unlocked. Judging by the decor and items, it likely belonged to a female manager. On the desk was a green cup with a pink sleeve. On the table lay a stack of documents, beside which was a box of chewing gum and a box of hyen tea leaves. Siyun took out a cloth bag from her backpack and tossed the tea leaves inside. This female manager was probably a foodie. Beneath the cabinet and in the drawers were plenty of snacks, including chocolates, dried fruits, jerky, and 2 boxes of imported coffee beans. In the bottom drawer there were also some dried beef jerky and several bottles of unopened hot sauce. In the drawer of the sofa cabinet there were some beverages and fruit tea mixes. Under the filing cabinet were some instant meals, 2 boxes of self-heating rice, 3 packs of instant noodles, a box of hot and sour noodles, and some packaged pastries. Just this small room filled Siyun's cloth bag to the brim. When she exited, Li Wu was still searching in the office. She had collected quite a haul. On the table at the entrance lay many biscuits, instant meals, and some bottled mineral water and drinks. Li Gang also had his bounty, carrying out a plastic bag. Jung-E had not yet come out, likely still searching. Siyun did not waste time. The adjacent office on her right was unoccupied, so she slipped inside. Li Gang, however, did not move, searching the desk that Li Wu had not checked. Siyun's room was not large, clean and tidy, with only a cup on the desk. She rummaged through everything for a long time, only to find a few packets of instant coffee and 2 cans of Red Bull. Just when Siyun was feeling disappointed, a voice called out from the doorway. Although Li Wu intentionally lowered her voice, it still attracted the people upstairs. The 2 women walked down, cautiously adapting to the darkness, while asking, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Li Wu turned off her flashlight and carefully made her way back. Panting and frustrated, she said, "No, my flashlight suddenly went out and startled me." The 2 women initially thought there was an opportunity, only to realize it was just a dead flashlight, leaving them quite annoyed. "You little girl, can you not make such a fuss? Exactly, making noise in such darkness, who are you trying to scare?" They glanced around with the dim light and found that there was not much supply near Li Wu and her brother, so they cursed and went back upstairs. As soon as they left, Li Wu turned on her flashlight. Excitedly, she rushed to Siyun's side, grabbing her hand and leading her toward the long corridor. Siyun was pulled along by her wrist, having no choice but to follow. There was a lounge on one side of the corridor. The earlier shout had come from here. Li was excited, little face turned red as she pointed at the large refrigerator in the lounge, grinning from ear to ear. "Sister, so we've struck it rich." Siyun's curiosity was piqued by her enthusiasm, and she leaned in to look closely at the refrigerator. The items inside were packed full, each labeled with a name, suggesting that the supplies did not belong to just one person. There were frozen milk, drinks, mineral water, and boxes of fruits, eggs, and vegetables. The items below were even more abundant, including boxes of shrimp, fish, beef, pork, dumplings, glutinous rice balls, bags of sausages, meatballs, and slices of meat. To their surprise, beneath all this there was even a whole chicken. On the cooking counter opposite the refrigerator there were an induction cooker, a rice cooker, and some common kitchen appliances. On the nearby cabinet there were many coarse grains, and the lower cabinet door was open, revealing a half-full bucket of olive oil and some seasonings. Another cupboard contained bags of rice and flour with 5 or 6 unopened bags, along with 2 rice barrels that were also 8 full. In the corner of the lounge there were boxes of mineral water and drinks. What excited Li Wu the most was that there were also several boxes of instant food stacked on top of the mineral water. Siyun quickly scanned them: braised beef noodles, flat noodles, hot and sour noodles, and turkey noodles. With so many supplies, it seemed this company was considerate enough to allow employees to cook in the lounge. Li Wu was jumping with excitement, and she called in Li Gang and Zheng Yi. They were also surprised to find so many supplies in the lounge. Their faces lit up with joy. Even Zheng Yi's perennial poker face softened considerably. There was so much that the 4 of them filled 10 bags, but still didn't fill them up completely. The larger items were impossible to carry away. Li Wu looked at the bags of rice and flour with teary eyes, then reluctantly glanced at the boxes of drinks and mineral water, her heart filled with pain. They had already filled several bags outside, and it was impossible to take everything. The group exchanged glances, all at a loss. Having stayed too long, they risked being suspected by the people upstairs. After pondering for 2 seconds, Zheng Yi suddenly stood up, grabbed 2 bags of rice, and walked toward the room at the end of the corridor. Although Suyun did not understand his intentions, she instinctively followed suit. She grabbed the remaining rice and went after him. The Li siblings exchanged glances, took the remaining noodles, and followed suit. At the end of the corridor there was a public restroom with a sizable exhaust vent. Zheng Yi dragged a stool from a nearby office. At his height, he could barely reach the vent when standing on the stool. Li Gang, being slightly taller, seemed to understand Zheng Yi's intention. They switched places, and Li Gang climbed up using a somewhat awkward tool to unscrew the vent. There were ventilation ducts above the vent which, although covered in dust, could hide things without being noticed. The 4 of them hid the rice flour and oil up there. To prevent the people above from getting jealous, out of the 20 bags, they only took a few inconsequential items, stuffing the remaining 10 bags into the ventilation duct. Once everything was done, nearly 2 hours had passed. The people upstairs had searched thoroughly, each one carrying bags filled with their own findings. Seeing the 4 of them come up covered in dust, some people laughed quietly. A few curious aunties even stepped forward to sneak a look at the bags in Li Wu's hands. After discovering they were filled with instant food, chocolate, and coffee, they couldn't help but smile. With so much food, they couldn't take too much furniture. The group wore worried expressions, unsure of what to do. However, Zheng Yi took action. He found a 4-corner wooden table, flipped it over, and pushed it out through the window they came in. Once outside, he placed several bags of food he and Su-Yun had found in the center of the table, making it look like a container. This way they took the food back and also got some firewood. To prevent anyone from getting ideas, Zheng Yi returned and chopped some stool legs with a tool, stacking them on top of the supplies, completely covering the bags. Seeing that Zheng Yi's method worked, the group began to follow his example, searching for similar furniture throughout the floor. Before long they paired up and all crawled out. The return journey took a whole hour longer than the trip there. By the time they got home, the sun was nearly setting, and they encountered several groups of people lurking around. After finding they were all just pieces of furniture for burning, they remained still. After all, food was hard to come by, but there were still plenty of burnable furniture and wood, so there was no need to risk their lives for something easily obtainable. Once safely home, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Each person felt a sense of having survived a disaster. The leading grid worker symbolically asked everyone if they agreed to share the supplies. Soon someone stood up to disagree. Each person had received different items. Naturally, some were better than others, and no one wanted to share. Seeing that everyone disagreed, the proposal had to be abandoned. Fortunately, everyone had their gains, and there was no opposition. After dividing the firewood, everyone happily went home. Only Su-Yun and her 3 companions remained at the base of Building 50. The items had already been divided earlier, with each bag containing the same weight. Zheng Yi and Li Gang split the firewood into 4 portions, with Su-Yun and Zheng Yi each taking 1 portion, and the Li siblings taking 2. Once everyone had left, Li Wu whispered excitedly, "When are we going back?" Zheng Yi glanced at the group, his brow furrowed. Many people have gone today, and quite a few have flashlights at home. Knowing there are supplies, they won't stop until everything is emptied. If you're not tired, just in case, I suggest we go tonight. Li Wu rubbed her sore legs, thought about the hidden food, bit her lip, and endured. I agree. Seeing his sister agree, Li Gang nodded as well. Siyun had no objections. After all, she often After everyone agreed, Zhang Yi reminded them, "Well, leave a little later tonight. The temperature difference at night is significant, so make sure to add some warm clothing." As everyone was preparing to go home, Zhang Yi called out to Li Gang. He first carried his items upstairs and returned hurriedly 5 minutes later holding a walkie-talkie. Li Gang, who had been a soldier, was quite familiar with walkie-talkies. After finding the right channel, he smiled and headed home with Li Wu. Siyun opened the door but hadn't settled in yet. 3 little creatures rushed over, showing their cuteness and dispelling all of Suyun's fatigue. The stove was nearly out and the temperature in the room wasn't very high. Fortunately, Suyun had prepared a heater for the little ones when she left, otherwise they would have certainly caught a cold. Knowing she couldn't use tools tonight, Siyun quickly ate and found 3 chew sticks for the little creatures. She made the stove warm again. As the temperature rose, drowsiness set in. After setting an alarm for 10 o'clock, Siyun fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly, hardly dreaming. The alarm rang for quite a while before Siyun reluctantly crawled out of bed. She was wearing polar ocean boots, among the warmest boots in the world. Even with such warmth, her daytime excursion had left her quite cold. This time she had prepared heating pads in advance, placing them inside her boots over her socks to keep her feet warmer. She was generous with herself, applying over 10 pads before layering her clothing in 3 layers inside and outside. By the time she was fully bundled up, it was nearly impossible to recognize her. Just as Suyun was about to set off, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Li Wu's delicate voice came through. "Sister Su, my brother and I are ready. Have you put on your clothes? Let's go downstairs together." Suyun responded with an and opened the door to step outside. The Li siblings stood at the gate, bundled up like 2 gorillas. Suyun wanted to laugh, but looking at her reflection in the mirror, she felt that laughing at them would be like the pot calling the kettle black, which seemed pointless. The 3 of them lowered their voices and slowly descended the stairs. With no internet and no electricity, the cold weather had driven most people to bed early, leaving very few awake. Although the blizzard had ceased, the wind was strong, its roar drowning out all other sounds. When the 3 arrived downstairs, Zhang Yi was already waiting. He stood in a shadowy spot like a stone statue. To avoid being seen, the group lowered their bodies and moved along the edge of the building. Fortunately, the snow had compacted, making it similar to walking on asphalt aside from being slippery. The 4 moved quickly and soon exited the community. This time Zhang Yi was leading the team. His memory seemed excellent as he guided the 3 to the tall building they had visited during the day. Suyun gripped her long knife tightly, anticipating encounters, with looters remaining on high alert. To her surprise, the group was not very diligent and had returned home to sleep early. The 4 found the broken window and skillfully climbed inside. They didn't rush to grab the supplies they had stored away, but instead proceeded down the hallway. It was quiet inside, and the next floor had the same type of offices, which left Suyun uninterested. Li Wu, however, was quite excited and dove into the lounge. Unfortunately, this lounge was not the same as the one she had hoped for. Aside from a coffee machine and coffee beans, there were only some honey for mixing with water and sugar cubes. This left her disappointed for quite a while. On this floor, Li Wu and Li Gang searched while Zhang Yi and Suyun moved down to the next level. The next floor was filled with offices with more tea but less food. There were also some packs of cigarettes and Hein liquor. After exchanging greetings with Zhang Yi, Suyun wandered downstairs. The air became thinner as she descended. If the glass hadn't been broken, every security door on each floor would have been closed, which could have led to suffocation. This floor was a phone company handling phone complaints for various businesses. Deflated balloons hung on the walls and encouraging phrases were written on the whiteboard. Computers and telephones were placed on desks with discarded script templates scattered across the tabletop. Suyun had little interest in the scattered snacks. There was plenty of food in her space, and she could plant and raise animals, so unless in special circumstances, she didn't want to exhaust everything. After simply picking up a few items, she went downstairs. Suyun quickly swept through the building, searching for items of interest. The remaining 3 were diligently searching for supplies. After swiftly finishing each floor, Suyun returned with 3 bags of items. There were too many things hidden during the day, and the actual quantity they could take was limited. After bringing the items down, they divided them into 4 portions based on quantity and heads. The whole chicken was given to Suyun. Zhang Yi couldn't cook, and the Li siblings were kitchen novices. After discussing, they decided to hand it over to Suyun. Everything was transported outside. This time there was no need for clumsy methods. Zhang Yi assembled the makeshift cooking vehicle, placing the heavy items inside, while the 3 of them each carried 4 lighter bags, beginning their return trip. Due to the wind, their return speed was quicker than their arrival. Within an hour and a half, they had already entered the community. The 4 did not speak, quietly returning downstairs. Zhang Yi found a shadowy corner to dismantle the vehicle. Once the vehicle was dismantled, they each returned home. Soo-yoon had more items and Lee Gang helped her carry the rice, so the three made it back in one trip. By the time they returned to the warm home, 5 hours had passed and dawn was approaching. Soo-yoon tiredly put away the items, drank a bowl of hot ginger tea to ward off the cold, and comfortably burrowed into her bed. She slept until 2 in the afternoon. Hungry, Soo-yoon felt her stomach touching her back, and after eating a large box of takeout, she finally felt better. Not long after being full, the walkie-talkie buzzed. Lee Woo urged everyone to look out the window. Soo-yoon had been sitting on the sofa drinking milk tea. Hearing Lee Woo's reminder, she stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. There were quite a few people downstairs. Judging by their clothing, most were from the group that had gone out together yesterday. Many of these individuals bore some injuries. Unlike yesterday's jubilant atmosphere, the furniture they carried was in disarray, and the bags were torn apart, with some individuals even empty-handed. A few men had blood on their knives. They must have been robbed. Those who retrieved their belongings were anxious to return home to rest, while those whose items were stolen were cursing and blocking the way. No one wanted to suffer losses, leading to a standoff between the two groups. The woman on the first floor had her supplies stolen, covered in dirt, standing awkwardly at the front, stretching out her arm to block those trying to sneak away. We all went out together. The supplies should be shared equally. The man who was stopped pushed the woman away while tightly hugging the package in his arms. You lost your supplies, so it's your fault. Why should we share with you? As soon as he finished speaking, others immediately echoed. Exactly. Didn't we each take our own? The pushed woman staggered slightly, her face flushed with anger. She furiously drew a fruit knife from her pocket, aiming it at the dissenters. We were all robbed together. Why should we be the ones to lose supplies? You all are thriving while I can't survive. I'll let no one live. Seeing her draw the knife, the crowd retreated as if avoiding a flood. A few neighbors who had also lost supplies picked up steel pipes, their intentions clear. The organizer, noticing the situation was escalating, awkwardly stepped out from the crowd. He tried to mediate, saying, "We are all neighbors. We still need to go out together to gather supplies. Otherwise, let's just split today's haul." Those who had initially felt relieved were now displeased. Why should we? It's not like we stole anything. Yeah, these things were hard to find. Why should we give them away for free? Their indifferent attitude successfully ignited the conflict. The crowd shifted from insults to shoving, ultimately turning into a chaotic brawl. The supply bags were ripped open, scattering their contents across the ground. Some took advantage of the chaos and began to loot. A few, driven mad by greed, drew knives. In just a few minutes, the fighting escalated into bloodshed. The white snow on the ground was stained red as some escaped with their loot, while others closed their eyes forever. In the end, only a few frozen corpses remained. Many stood trembling by the window, watching the scene unfold. The intercom, which had once been filled with chatter, fell silent. Even the usually cheerful Lee Woo fell silent. Such scenes were familiar to Soo-yoon from her past life. She felt no surprise, her heart entirely unperturbed. The food brought back from the building was not stored in her space, but piled on the kitchen counter. The afternoon was not busy, making it the perfect time to cook. Among the frozen vegetables were green beans, eggplants, and potatoes. Soo-yoon cut a piece of fresh meat, soaked a bundle of vermicelli, and prepared a hodgepodge stew. The whole frozen chicken looked quite plump. Soo-yoon soaked some red mushrooms, diced some potatoes, and simmered a small chicken with mushrooms. The chicken should have been shared among 3 families. After thinking for a moment, Soo-yoon found 2 disposable containers and divided the cooked chicken into 3 portions. She picked up the intercom to contact Jung-e. Jung-e thought for a moment and had Soo-yoon come up to the rooftop. After Soo-yoon put on her clothes, she pushed open the glass door to the rooftop. Jung-e stood on the rooftop holding a dark object, and when he saw Soo-yoon appear, he signaled for her to keep her distance. Soo-yoon felt a bit confused and instinctively stood under the awning. In the next moment, a sound of slicing through the air was heard. A metal grappling hook latched onto her railing. Jung-e instructed her step by step over the intercom on how to tie the pulley, creating a zip line between the rooftops. After setting up the zip line, Soo-yoon tied a bamboo basket to it. After stuffing the cooked chicken into the basket, she tugged on the rope, and the basket slid swiftly toward Jung-e's rooftop. After Jung-e took the contents from the basket, he gave Soo-yoon a thumb up from afar. After being fascinated by the zip line for 2 minutes, Soo-yoon carried another portion of chicken out of the house. In the corridor, it seemed someone was knocking on the door. Amidst the banging sounds, there were low voices of conversation. Furrowing her brows, Soo-yoon walked down and opened the gate just in time to see the Lee Woo siblings opening the door. Outside the corridor on the 11th floor stood a man and a woman. The man was bundled up tightly with only his eyes visible. The woman beside him had a pale complexion, heavily made up, and was visibly frozen. She wore a light purple down jacket that wrapped around her delicate figure, and Soo-yoon could smell the cheap perfume from a distance. The man roughly pushed the woman, his voice dripping with mockery. Brother, wanna have some fun with a woman? I guarantee she's a good woman. I just give her some food and you'll have a great time, as she's got plenty of skills. The woman shrank back, clearly unwilling. Her reaction displeased the man, who slapped her fair face, leaving 5 red fingerprints. You wretched woman, if you don't sell yourself, do you want me to sell myself? You don't want your child to starve, do you? The woman's previously blank eyes suddenly lit up at the mention of her child. Her lips trembled, her eyes brimming with tears as she gritted her teeth and leaned forward. Big brother, I can do anything. I promise to be obedient. Can you give me something to eat? The child is still small. Li Wu is still just a newly adult child, as she couldn't bear to look at the woman and then glanced anxiously at her brother, feeling a bit lost. The clumsy Li Gang had never witnessed such a scene. He was at a loss. He didn't know whether to push the woman. Su-yun slowly approached and casually threw the lunchbox to Li Wu. Startled by the sudden addition in her hand, the Li Wu siblings finally noticed Su-yun on the steps. The two of them looked at Su-yun as if she were a savior. The man, annoyed by the interruption, impatiently said, "Are we going to play or not? If not, don't waste time, or we still have to go to the next place." Before the Li Gang siblings could speak, Su-yun replied, "Let's play." The man turned to look at Su-yun with interest, saying, "Oh little girl, have you matured? Do you know what your good brother is talking about?" Su-yun smiled gently and trotted up the stairs. A moment later, she came down holding a plastic bag. The contents weren't much, but if rationed it would last for a few days. The man's eyes lit up, pushing the woman forward and grinning as he reached out to grab it. Su-yun did not hand it to him, but threw it to the woman behind him. The man frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" Su-yun leaned against the wall, grinning. "I never said to play with her." The man stepped forward in disbelief, pointing to himself. "You mean to play with me?" Su-yun nodded with a smile. The man glanced at Su-yun's figure, rubbing his palms together. "Such a good deal. Then I won't hold back." Li Wu, seeing the man move closer, couldn't help but speak up. "Sister Su, do you have such heavy tastes?" Li Gang quickly covered Li Wu's mouth, looking at Su-yun with a hint of confusion in his eyes. The woman holding her belongings trembled. She looked at Su-yun with worry, her eyes filled with gratitude. Meanwhile, her husband stepped closer to Su-yun, leering, "Little sister, how about we go have fun at your house? Or, do you want something more exciting? We can have fun right here." Su-yun tilted her head, beckoning the man to come closer. The man approached without suspicion, taking a few steps forward. Just as he got close to Su-yun, she suddenly moved swiftly, pulling off his hat with her left hand and striking him with her right. That slap was delivered with full force, instantly swelling the man's face. Before he could react, Su-yun jumped up, grabbed his hair, and landed 3 quick slaps. The man saw stars, his teeth rattling. "How was that? Fun, right?" He grinned, trying to pry Su-yun's hand away. Su-yun didn't give him a chance, landing 2 punches directly to his eyes. After the blows, the man looked like a panda, his head swollen like a pig's. He moaned and raised his fists to strike at Su-yun. She stepped forward, standing on one leg between his legs, her knee thrusting upward, hitting him in the lower body. The man let out a piercing wail, bending over, hands clutching his groin, cold sweat pouring down from the pain. This series of events left the 3 people nearby utterly stunned. Li Wu's eyes sparkled like 2 heart shapes. She was like a fan meeting her idol, stomping her feet and screaming. Li Gang instinctively recoiled, clenching his legs. As a man, at that moment he felt a chill in his groin. Seeing her husband being beaten, the woman felt no sympathy. Her eyes were filled with the thrill of revenge. "Sister Su, you are just too cool." Su-yun rolled her eyes and pointed to the lunchbox in her arms. "It's cold, let's go heat it up. You're so capable both in combat and cooking. Sister Su, can you be less rigid about gender roles?" Seeing Su-yun frown, Li Gang hurriedly pulled his infatuated sister into the house. "You're so capable both in combat and cooking. Sister Su, can you be less rigid about gender roles?" Her voice was soft yet clear. "Thank you." Su-yun did not turn back. She waved her hand dismissively. "No need to thank me, it's a trade, not charity." The woman watched Su-yun's disappearing figure, her expression suddenly resolute. The man, trembling, reached out, trying to get the woman to pull him up. But the woman did not move. She looked coldly at her former partner as if he were a stranger. Yanking at her pant leg, the woman frantically beat the man's body until she was too exhausted. Then she picked up her supplies and trudged down the stairs. Su-yun watched all this from the corner. Humming a tune, she went home. After disinfecting her hands, she dove into the kitchen. The chicken on the stove had gone cold, a layer of grease floating on top. Sighing, Su-yun reheated the chicken and stew before bringing them to the living room. The stove was blazing, warming her as she sat. After casually finding a TV series on her tablet, Su-yun enjoyed her dinner. The 3 little ones had grown quite a bit and were eating more. The 3 to 4 month-old puppies were the most mischievous, especially the huskies. The two huskies were full of energy every day. If not for the space to run, Soo-yoon's living room would have been completely destroyed. After the last bloody incident, no one dared to organize teams to search for supplies anymore. The neighborhood was silent both day and night. Every day was busy for Soo-yoon. She either worked in the space or practiced her slingshot and combat skills. Occasionally Lee-woo would use the intercom to act cute, but Soo-yoon ignored her. Another week passed, and as people's supplies ran low, some finally organized to go out searching. Early in the morning, Soo-yoon was practicing punches when the intercom in the corner suddenly beeped. After answering, Lee-woo's sweet voice came through. "Sister Soo, I didn't want to disturb you, but..." Soo-yoon wiped her sweat and replied irritably, "Spit it out quickly, or I'll hang up." Hearing she might hang up, Lee-woo panicked, her mouth running like a machine gun. "You should go check. That woman from last time has been sitting in the corridor for a week waiting to see you every day." Soo-yoon frowned, putting on her clothes and walking out. Outside the gate there were two figures, one big and Soo-yoon did not open the gate but stood inside. Hearing the footsteps, the woman turned around in delight, awkwardly smiling at Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon squinted at the woman. "I have no supplies to give you." The woman unconsciously scratched her pant leg, biting her lip. She trembled and said, "I'm not here to ask for supplies, AI. I want you to teach me some skills." Soo-yoon was taken aback by her response and curiously asked, "Do you want to learn skills from me?" "What skills?" The woman pressed her lips together, suddenly serious. "I want to learn to kill to protect myself. I want to safeguard my daughter in this man-eating world." Soo-yoon lazily leaned against the wall. "Why do you want to learn from me?" The woman stared intently into Soo-yoon's eyes. "I know you have skills and the ability. Last night I saw you fend off those people." Soo-yoon suddenly realized, "You were the one who dealt with the bodies and blood in the corridor." The woman shyly lowered her head. "I wasn't doing it for you. I was afraid of revenge affecting innocent bystanders." Her honesty made Soo-yoon's impression of her much better. "Those injuries on your face." The woman smiled dismissively. "My husband did this. It's nothing, he's hurt worse." Soo-yoon remained expressionless. "A person's heart is inscrutable. Oh, why should I teach you? What do I..." The woman stood up straight. "I'll give you my life. I'll work for you in the future, going out to find supplies. As long as my daughter can live, I would willingly die for you now." Soo-yoon frowned. "Your life is worthless to me." At that moment, the woman closed her eyes in resignation, suddenly feeling lost, not knowing how to live with her daughter. Just as the mother and daughter were about to head down, Soo-yoon spoke again. "I can give you a chance to grow stronger, but I won't trust you, won't help you, nor will I share supplies. Whether your daughter survives or not depends solely on you." The woman turned in disbelief, clenching her fists. "Thank you, Miss Soo." Suddenly the door to the 11th floor corridor swung open. Lee-woo shyly stepped out, shaking like a little dog, looking at Soo-yoon with longing. "Sister Soo, I heard everything. Please take me with you." Soo-yoon rolled her eyes. "We need a punching bag. Do you want to play that role?" Lee-woo grinned foolishly. "No problem, you can hit me 1,000 times, and I'll treat you like my first love." Soo-yoon shook her head, looking at Lee-woo as if she were a fool. "You're crazy." Lee-woo didn't care about Soo-yoon's opinion as she looked at Lee Ching and her mother, who were preparing to move into the corridor, feeling a pang of sympathy. After a brief discussion with Lee Gang, they cleared out the guest room and lent it to the mother and daughter. Lee Gang somehow found a pile of materials banging and clanging, sealing off the area for him and Lee-woo with steel, removing the door of the nanny room, changing the lock, and installing it. With that, although the mother and daughter moved in, the area was divided into two independent halves, allowing both sides to live without disturbing each other, while enhancing security. Since Lee Ching and her daughter moved into the Lee-woo family, the corridor on the 11th floor has become a training ground. Lee Gang, a retired soldier who has trained in boxing for several years, easily teaches Lee-woo and Lee Ching some basic moves. In order to improve herself, Soo-yoon practices sparring with Lee Gang every afternoon on the 11th floor. At first, Lee Gang felt hesitant to go all out. After being ambushed a few times by Soo-yoon, he gradually started to loosen up. Although she ended up with bruises all over her body each day, Soo-yoon's growth was remarkably rapid. Besides Soo-yoon, the most diligent one was Lee Ching, who was like a tireless robot, cherishing every opportunity for sparring in addition to her own training. Her originally delicate skin gradually toughened, and she went from merely taking hits to being able to fight back. During this time, people in the community began organizing outings again. After the last outing experience, the organizers gave everyone a heads-up in advance. Regardless of how many items they found, whoever discovered them would have them evenly distributed upon return, and only those who agreed could join. Soo-yoon had plenty of supplies and did not wish to go out at all. Although Lee Gang and his sister had shared a good amount from their last outing, their consumption was also high, and after counting their supplies, they decided to sign up. Lee Ching also signed up alongside them. After advising her daughter, she locked the little girl in the bedroom. A group of people left the community in a grand procession with more participants than the last time. After watching the commotion for a while from the floor-to-ceiling window, Soo-yoon returned to her space. The rabbit's belly was getting bigger and it was about to give birth. Lacking experience in this regard, she laid some hay in the rabbit's nest and prepared some fresh vegetables. The fertilized eggs she had placed in the chicken coop had successfully hatched. A dozen chicks scuttled through Soo-yoon's enclosure, chirping excitedly. Soo-yoon hurriedly returned to work adding some wood before managing to catch the chicks. She had already harvested a batch of lettuce from the garden and a new crop had grown back. In a few days, she would be able to harvest again. With time to spare, Soo-yoon cleared a patch beside the lettuce to plant other vegetables. After selecting seeds for a long time, she finally chose radishes and tomatoes. Thinking of the yield and taste of potatoes, Soo-yoon also selected some sprouted potatoes. After cutting them into quarters, she mixed them with wood ash and buried them in the hole. Having completed her farming tasks in the space, it was nearly noon. In the kitchen, Soo-yoon rummaged around, found 2 frozen persimmons, and took a piece of fresh beef to make a stew. The stew was sour and savory, with a rich meat flavor paired with Sprite. It was filled with happiness. She did not waste the remaining vegetables. Instead, she prepared a large bowl of rice to feed the 3 little ones. In the afternoon, the team that had gone out to search for supplies returned in a flurry. Some were carrying furniture and firewood, while others brought cloth bags, appearing to have had a modest haul. The group found an open space and dumped all their items on the ground. After counting heads, each person received an equal share of the items and returned home quietly. Seeing Lee Woo and the others return, Soo-yoon put on her clothes and prepared to ask about the situation outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as she went downstairs, she spotted a suspicious person. The man was standing outside the corridor door on the 11th floor, peering inside through the crack of the door. Although he was wearing a hood, Soo-yoon recognized him by his attire as Lee Ching's husband. Hearing footsteps above, the man visibly panicked. He took a few steps back before daring to look up. Seeing Soo-yoon, he broke into a sweat, holding a wooden stick defensively in front of him, stammering as he spoke. "I am here to find my wife." Soo-yoon remained silent, merely gazing coldly at him. Under Soo-yoon's intense stare, the man's throat moved as he continuously swallowed. He turned sideways, clearly ready to flee at any moment. The first to come up from downstairs was Lee Gang. He carried a pile of firewood, his face not flushed nor out of breath. He was a bit taken aback upon seeing the man, then frowned in disgust. Lee Woo followed closely behind Lee Gang and noticed him at the same time. Instinctively, she blocked Lee Ching behind her. Lee Ching, seeing the two stop, looked up the stairs and locked eyes with the man whose gaze was shifting. The moment he saw Lee Ching, the man suddenly gained confidence. He spewed a stream of vulgarities and lunged at her, attempting to grab her arm. Lee Gang set down the firewood to help, but before he could act, Lee Ching had already taken action. She placed her bag on the ground and executed a shoulder throw on the man. They were standing on the stairs, and this move sent the man tumbling down the steps. He cried out in pain. After successfully landing the throw, Lee Ching revealed a rare smile, picked up her bag, and headed upstairs without looking back. After giving her a thumbs up, Lee Woo opened the corridor door, and the 4 of them entered one after another. As soon as they entered, Lee Woo's mouth did not stop recounting the day's route and encounters in a rapid-fire manner. Originally in high spirits, the more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes as she looked out the window. "Do you think it's really the end of the world?" Although Soo-yoon had the answer in her heart, she remained silent. The room fell into a brief silence. Lee Gang soothingly ruffled his sister's hair, saying, "It's all right, I'm here, I'll protect you." Lee Woo chuckled at Lee Gang's words, pushing his hand away. "You can beat people, but what if the other party has a weapon?" Lee Gang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly slapped his thigh, excitedly startling Lee Woo, who was sitting beside him. "What are you doing?" Lee Gang's face was flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. "I know where there are weapons, but it's too far away and probably buried under the snow by now." Upon hearing weapons, Soo-yoon's eyelids twitched and she cautiously asked, "Are they guns?" Lee Gang nodded. "I liked guns when I was in the army. After retiring, I got a membership at a live-fire shooting range. Whenever I felt the urge, I would go there and shoot a few rounds. I'm quite familiar with the place, but it's located on the hillside of Musung Mountain, and I don't know if it has been buried now." Lee Woo's eyes lit up. "With weapons, we won't be afraid even if there are many people." Lee Gang sighed. "With this much snow, it's definitely buried. The mountain roads are hard to navigate, and if the disaster passes, it won't be a small problem. Let's wait and see." Unintentionally spoken words resonated in Soo-yoon's mind, and she carefully remembered all the information, planning to find an opportunity to visit. After chatting for a while, Lee Ching approached with a bag of noodles. She pushed the noodles in front of the 3 somewhat shyly, saying, "Do you have any nails? I want to trade some." Li Gang scratched his head rummaging through the toolbox for a while before handing over some long and thick nails. He returned the noodles to Li Qing without taking any. However, Li Qing spoke seriously, items should be exchanged fairly. A fair trade ensures that we can stay together for a long time without resentment. Li Gang thought for a moment and felt Li Qing's reasoning was sound, so he accepted the noodles. Li Qing borrowed a hammer from him, found a stick of similar thickness, and began to hammer the nails in. Quickly, a simple spiked club was completed. Preoccupied with thoughts, Su Yun frequently made mistakes during practice, and Li Gang noticed her distraction, leading to an early end to the training. Su Yun hurried back home. After rummaging through everything for a long time, she finally found the city map at the bottom of the cabinet. Musonghan is located at the southernmost part of the city, and even by car it would take at least 2 hours to get there from her current location. From Li Gang's few words, the live fire shooting range should be situated halfway up the mountain. The heavy snow had buried the original path, but fortunately her gear was complete and she could give it a try for the sake of the firearms. After quickly finishing dinner and stuffing a few mischievous kids into her space, Su Yun began preparing for her outing that night. The items in her space were too cluttered, and after searching for a long time, she finally gathered all the outdoor gear. Following a climbing video and picking and choosing, she finally had her equipment ready. Although it was only 6:30, the sky had already turned completely dark. It was just the right time for Su Yun to head out. There was not a single passerby in the community. Most of the people who went out to scavenge for supplies had returned home in the afternoon. Even lone wolves wouldn't venture out in the dead of night. Furthermore, the temperature at night was low, making it much safer than during the day with fewer dangers. To minimize noise and increase speed, Su Yun had already put on her helmet, early changed into a full set of skiing gear, and glided out of the community on her snowboard. Unlike the tranquility in the community, as soon as Su Yun stepped out, she was targeted by a few individuals. They spotted her snowboard and, disregarding their footing, rushed towards her. Su Yun quickened her pace and quickly pulled away from them. Chased by the cold wind, the group was soon out of breath, reluctant to let go of the tempting prey wanting to pursue her, but unable to catch up, they could only stand in place and curse wildly. Su Yun headed south, evading several waves of malicious pursuers. It wasn't until she was far from the residential area that she found a sheltered spot to stop. After confirming that no one was around, Su Yun stowed her snowboard back in her space and brought out her snowmobile. With the roar of the engine, she sped away. The biting cold wind felt like sharp blades cutting through her clothes and slicing into her bones, chilling her to the core. Due to the intense cold, Su Yun moved slowly, and after 2.5 hours, she finally reached the foot of Musonghan. Musonghan is the tallest mountain in the city. Due to its picturesque scenery, it was developed for tourism decades ago and is now a well-known climbing destination within the province. Although Su Yun had never been here, she had seen it several times in travel promotional videos. Unfortunately, buried under heavy snowfall, the once magnificent mountain gate had long since vanished. All that remained was a massive structure blanketed in white snow. Su Yun parked her vehicle at the foot of the mountain, leaning it against the slope. After shoveling snow to cover the entire car, she carefully examined her surroundings. The asphalt road that originally led up the mountain had long been buried. To ascend, she would have to find her own path. Su Yun turned on her headlamp, tightened her climbing suit, and secured her climbing shoes. Her climbing pole was the best available, with a jagged tip and densely packed small spikes that would dig into the ground to prevent slipping. With the protection of her goggles, Su Yun could see the conditions of the snow-covered mountain more clearly. Dense trees were half buried in snow and half exposed, and with her left hand holding the pole and her right hand grasping branches, Su Yun quickly began to climb along the edge of the forest. The cold wind rushed into her lungs with each breath, causing Su Yun to cough uncontrollably. For safety, she climbed slowly, only daring to take the next step after firmly planting her foot. After about 2 hours of climbing, a black stone over a meter high appeared in front of her to the right. It seemed to have inscriptions, but unfortunately they were covered by the snow and wind. Curious, Su Yun approached and tapped the stone with her climbing pole. The snow on top fell away, revealing a beautifully carved character. Compared to the steep slope she had been climbing, the terrain here was noticeably flat. Su Yun glanced behind the black stone and saw that the tree seemed to have been intentionally cleared away, with stones resembling a wall at the edges. A gust of wind blew in, raising a layer of snowflakes, and on the white ground there were several black protrusions. Walking on flat ground was effortless, and Su Yun quickly moved closer. She used her shovel to dig through the nearby snow, revealing a pointed top of a European-style building. The color of the building's stone walls was beautiful, and its European style piqued Su Yun's curiosity. She poured melting agent on the pointed top and began to dig along it. Soon a window appeared before her. With no one nearby, Su Yun didn't hesitate and swung her shovel to shatter the glass. After waiting for about 10 minutes for the air inside to circulate, Soo-yoon finally crawled in. This was a building in European style, appearing to be a villa. The room where Soo-yoon landed was an attic set up as a study by the owner, and the space of several tens of square meters was filled with bookshelves. The books were very diverse, covering all types. Inside there was a sky blue desk with several documents and a desktop computer on it. The carpet under the desk was quite luxurious, appearing to be very expensive. Soo-yoon opened the door, revealing a long corridor with several beautiful oil paintings hanging on the walls. At the end of the corridor was a spiral staircase, and Soo-yoon descended the stairs. The little girl looked about 6 or 7, timidly diving into her mother's arms at the sound. The woman had wounds at the corners of her eyes and a purple mouth, clearly having been beaten. The room was beautifully decorated with large floor-to-ceiling windows and purple curtains embroidered with unknown flowers, looking stunning. This room seemed uninhabited, with nothing except furniture inside. There were 2 rooms on the right side, and Soo-yoon entered the first one. This was a nursery with blue puppy wallpaper on the walls. In the center of the room stood a cream-colored crib with several adorable toys hanging from it. The room contained diapers, baby food, milk powder, and a water bottle, along with several sets of brand-new baby clothes. Soo-yoon exited and opened the door to the second room. This room was the master bedroom, designed as a suite and furnished very luxuriously. In addition to 2 walk-in closets, there was an office area and a makeup area. Inside was a dazzling array of items. Judging by the brands of clothes and watches, it was clear that this family was either wealthy or of high status. Passing through a screen, the bedroom lay beyond. On the enormous solid wood bed, a pile of thick comforters was stacked with something bulging beneath them. Beside the bed was an iron bucket that did not match the decor. The bucket was filled with black ashes. Looking at the bulging comforters, Soo-yoon felt the hair on her back stand on end. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, she had seen her fair share of dead bodies, but being in the dark, she still felt fear towards the unknown. Unconsciously, she moved her feet closer to the edge of the bed, fearing that something might suddenly emerge from beneath the covers at any moment. The more her mind wandered, the more frightened she became. Unable to resist, Soo-yoon reached out her hand towards the comforter. The quilt felt icy to the touch, devoid of any warmth. Though there was an inkling in her heart, witnessing it truly stirred her emotions. Beneath the layers of quilts lay 3 cold corpses, the young parents and their newborn child. The heavy snowfall came unexpectedly, the temperature plummeting rapidly as the thick snow buried the house, growing denser and suffocating the air. They did not perish from the cold, but rather from the suffocation of burning charcoal in a closed space. Soo-yoon let out a barely perceptible sigh and covered them with the quilt once more. The mistress had many pieces of jewelry, yet none of exceptional quality. After Soo-yoon tossed them into her space, there was not a ripple of change. With ample space, her appetite for more grew. After emptying all the items from the 3rd floor, she descended to the 2nd. The 2nd floor contained an elderly person's room, decorated in an antique style with furnishings that exuded a sense of age, and on the bed lay another deceased elderly woman. After collecting her things, Soo-yoon entered the adjacent nanny's room. A stiff corpse lay on the floor, her arm outstretched as if seeking help. Soo-yoon glanced at the doorway and gently closed it again. The 1st floor featured a vast living room furnished with the latest models of furniture and appliances. Particularly striking was the central sofa set, understated yet luxurious in its depth, which Soo-yoon immediately coveted. After securing the living room, she eagerly rushed into the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with an abundance of food, with both the refrigerator and freezer brimming. The mistress must have been someone who truly loved life. Her refrigerator was quite large, with all the food neatly categorized and even labeled with dates. Soda, drinks, mineral water, milk, coconut juice, all packed tightly in the fridge. The fresh produce section was also well organized, making it immediately clear what was available. Soo-yoon flipped through briefly, noting a dozen varieties of vegetables along with some boxed fruits and cakes. What surprised her the most was the refrigerator being stuffed with high-quality ingredients. Fish, maw, cordyceps, sea cucumbers, 5 grade, imported bird's nest, Australian grade 10 snowflake, steak, French foie gras, Japanese wagyu beef, American bluefin tuna. When Soo-yoon looked further down, she unexpectedly found some emperor frogs. Besides these high-end ingredients, there were also 2 free-range chickens and a free-range duck frozen in the 2 freezers. The portioned and boxed meats left Soo-yoon amazed. All the ingredients were carefully selected and evenly cut. The further she dug down, the fresher the ingredients became. Soo-yoon contentedly tossed the refrigerator along with the freezer into her space. The kitchen was large, with many cabinets. She rummaged through all the cabinets, discovering numerous treasures. Exiting the kitchen, Soo-yoon headed straight for the wine cabinet. Unfortunately, it was all shattered glass. The 1st floor also had a multimedia room and a small storage room. The master of the house must have been very indulgent toward his wife, as the small storage room resembled a mini supermarket stocked with all varieties of snacks and trendy foods. Soo-yoon was dazzled, her fingers itching to grab a bag of chips, eating while collecting. After clearing the downstairs, she returned to the top floor. The oil paintings were taken down, the bookshelves were moved away, and from today onwards the beautiful carpet would also bear the surname Soo. When she climbed out of the window, the entire villa was left with only the low-bearing walls. Humming happily, Soo-yoon returned to the steep slope, continuing to climb upward. By the time she found the shooting club covered in snow, dawn was nearly breaking. The club was situated on high ground with only half buried in the snow, while some areas remained exposed. Soo-yoon checked her watch. It was already past 2. It seemed she needed to find a place inside the club to adjust herself. Just as Lee Gang had said, this club was quite large with numerous shooting ranges. Not knowing if anyone was inside, Soo-yoon did not dare to rush in boldly. Instead, she circled to the back and carefully observed through the glass. Typically, such places would have security personnel. She wondered if they had evacuated before the heavy snow sealed the mountain. After peering through binoculars for a long time, Soo-yoon circled around to the back of the training ground. The training ground was semi-enclosed. Entering from this angle would be stealthy, and if anyone were present, they would not easily be detected. As the lights swept across the target area, Soo-yoon noticed. Not only were there firearms here, but surprisingly there were also bows and crossbows with several bolts embedded in the target. Soo-yoon turned off her headlamp, bent down, and crept closer to the training room. The training room was completely dark with no hint of light. The absence of heating indicated that the room was unoccupied, prompting Soo-yoon to cautiously push the window. To her surprise, the window was unlocked and swung open easily. After retrieving a small flashlight from her space, Soo-yoon finally got a clear view of the room's layout. This appeared to be the finance office, with 2 desks facing one another and a safe over a meter tall in between. Fearing to alert anyone, Soo-yoon did not disturb any furnishings. Instead, she silently moved to the door and opened a small gap. Outside was pitch black, and judging by the silhouette, it seemed to be a long corridor. Soo-yoon concealed herself in the darkness, quietly slipping out. The shooting club was sizable, with 2 floors in total, the first floor for shooting and the second seemingly for meetings. Before closing for the night, the firearms would likely be secured. Where exactly they were kept could only be discovered slowly. After circling the first floor, she found no one. Soo-yoon located the stairway and cautiously ascended to the second floor. The decor on the second floor was much more luxurious than that on the first. It particularly resembled the private rooms of a club. Each room on this floor had a different name. However, they were all quite similar, filled with auspicious phrases. After cautiously exploring for a while, she surprisingly found no one. It seemed as if this place had been abandoned. A sense of foreboding rose within Soo-yoon. In the face of the apocalypse, everyone understood the importance of firearms. Since Lee Gang knew about this place, many gun enthusiasts must also be aware. If someone were to arrive first, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? After turning the overhead light back on, Soo-yoon began to search room by room. Each suite on the second floor had a view of the shooting situation below. Besides complete sets of sofas, each room also had a snack cart. Soo-yoon found the sofas too dirty to collect, but she thoroughly cleaned out the snacks. After going through a dozen or so suites, she found nothing but some snacks. Soo-yoon found the sofas too dirty to collect, but she thoroughly cleaned out the snacks. After going through a dozen or so suites, she found nothing but some snacks. At the end of the corridor was a private office. From the sign, it seemed to belong to the owner. Soo-yoon approached and twisted the doorknob, but the door did not budge. It was locked. Since no one was around, her temper flared. Retrieving a large hammer from her space, she swung it around, motivating herself as she did 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small hammer, 80, 80, 80. After her relentless efforts, the door lock successfully fell off. Satisfied, Soo-yoon kicked the door open and stepped inside. The room was a suite with an office outside, a bedroom inside, and a bathroom. The owner of the shooting range has a wide range of interests, and the office walls are adorned with an array of weapon collectibles. Antique tang swords, bronze crossbows, dual-colored swords, Damascus knives, samurai swords, and daggers dazzled Soo-yoon's eyes. She tiptoed and took a dagger off the shelf. The sheath of the dagger was engraved with beautiful patterns, the blade, already sharpened, glinting coldly under the headlamp's light. Soo-yoon held it in her hand. It was slightly heavier than a normal dagger, clearly a fine piece far superior to the one she currently possessed. Below the shelf were numerous antiques and ornaments. Antiques held little value in the apocalypse, but the jade ornament piqued Soo-yoon's interest. The ornament was carved with a cabbage glistening emerald green, appearing exquisite and translucent, its color so vibrant it seemed as if it could drip, clearly worth a fortune. After admiring it for a while, Soo-yoon reluctantly tossed it into her space. A white mist appeared for a few seconds and then vanished without a trace. With no time to ponder this subtle change, Soo-yoon continued her collection. Besides tossing all the weapons into the space, she also gathered the antiques. At worst, they could serve as decorations. After all, there was plenty of space. On the wall opposite the shelf hung several beast heads, all appearing to be genuine, and in the middle of them was an old hunting rifle that seemed no longer usable. As she reached for the beast heads, her feet felt soft. Soo-yoon looked down to find a bearskin carpet soft to the touch and remarkably authentic. In addition to the bearskin, there was also a tiger skin on the chair by the desk. It seemed the owner of this place was quite extraordinary. Putting aside the bearskin, just this tiger skin alone, without proper provenance, would be illegal. If the skin wasn't inherited from ancestors, the source would be intriguing. The office desk was very clean with only a few monitors, nothing else. In the cabinet behind the desk were numerous fine wines and cigars along with a stack of packaged cigarettes. Soo-yoon opened it for a look and couldn't help but click her tongue. These white wines were no longer considered mere alcohol, they were luxury goods. Each bottle cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Luckily, the cabinet's glass was thick enough, and the wine bottles were frost-resistant, otherwise they would have frozen and cracked like regular wine. Soo-yoon found a wooden box from her space and carefully stored the white wines into it. The cigars were all foreign, she didn't smoke, so she couldn't gauge their price. Tobacco was a hard currency in the apocalypse, whether normal cigarettes or cigars. Soo-yoon swept them all into her space. The desk drawer contained many items. There were several luxury mechanical watches, diamond-studded pens, and some documents. On the coat rack beside the desk hung 2 mink coats. After emptying the entire office, Soo-yoon pushed open the door to the bedroom behind. A faint fragrance lingered in the room. Aside from a large carved wooden bed, there was a row of connected wardrobes. In the corner was a dressing table, which besides women's cosmetics had an exquisite jewelry box. Next to the dressing table stood a safe that looked exceedingly complex, likely containing extraordinary items. Soo-yoon stood in front of the safe for a long time, finding no way to open it, so she tossed it into her space. The jewelry box was an antique, intricately carved. Upon lifting the lid, Soo-yoon found it filled with treasures, diamond rings, gold ornaments, watches, jade bangles, necklaces, all packed to the brim. The bedding on the bed was neatly arranged as if no one had lived there for a long time. In the right bedside cabinet were a charger and facial masks, along with some stimulating toys that made Soo-yoon's face flush. In the left bedside cabinet there was half a box of cigarettes and several nice lighters. The lower cabinet was locked. Soo-yoon took out a small hammer from her space and easily smashed it open. At the moment she pulled open the drawer, her heart involuntarily raced. Inside was a handgun and a magazine. Next to the handgun lay a set of keys. Soo-yoon picked up the handgun to test its weight. It was heavy, but she felt exhilarated. This trip had not been in vain. Her haul was plentiful. In a row of wardrobes nearby there were clothes indicating that the owner of this place had been living here for a long time. It was unclear why he left during the early days of the apocalypse. After collecting everything in the bedroom, Soo-yoon entered the bathroom. There were stacks of toilet paper, new shampoo and conditioner, men's shaving supplies, and women's cosmetics. She took everything usable. By the time she came out of the office, it was already 4 in the morning and dawn was approaching. Soo-yoon hurried downstairs to search the first floor. In the middle of the first floor was the reception hall with 4 self-service beverage machines on either side and 2 rows of sofas for people to rest. The central office area offered membership services, and there was also a points gift shop nearby. Gifts had to be exchanged with points. The items inside were dazzling, including various kitchen appliances and small electrical devices, as well as complete sets of ceramic bowls and toys. The quality of items depended mainly on how many points one had. After sweeping through the hall, Soo-yoon searched from left to right. There was an archery area, a quiet zone, 3 outdoor shooting ranges, and 4 indoor ranges. In the archery area, Soo-yoon discovered many crossbows and arrows, happily collecting them. She also gathered a few detachable targets to keep for training back home. On the right side of the first floor, there were only 3 areas: a lounge hall, a self-service dining area, and a billiard hall. The billiard hall contained 6 tables. Soo-yoon didn't know how to play, so she dismantled them for firewood. The lounge hall featured a massive screen, usually used for movies. The hall was furnished with many sofa beds adjustable in height. Soo-yoon hesitated for a long time. There were too many people lying around, which made her somewhat disdainful. Fortunately, they were all made of wood, and after thinking it over, she decided to collect them all. The self-service dining hall was very large, able to accommodate hundreds of diners. The tables had marble tops and the stools were wooden, giving a high-end appearance. The kitchen inside was spacious with 4 or 5 freezers, not to mention several enormous refrigerators. There were also a few boxes of vegetables and fruits on the ground, frozen under low temperatures. The refrigerators and freezers were all stocked. One freezer was filled with seafood and shrimp, another with beef and lamb, while the remaining two were a chicken freezer and a pork freezer. The contents were comprehensive and clearly labeled. The refrigerator contained no special items, just vegetables and fruits that were prone to spoilage. Only after storing everything did Soo-yoon realize that behind the large kitchen was a private chef's kitchen. The items in the private kitchen were scarce, only 2 expensive preservation refrigerators. The preservation refrigerators were equipped with batteries. Nearly 3 months into the apocalypse, they still operated on minimal power. Soo-yoon's eyes lit up, rubbing her hands together. She opened the refrigerator door like unboxing a blind box. She wasn't disappointed. Inside were black truffles, blue lobsters, abalone, foie gras, caviar, steak, Lafitte, salmon, Iberico ham, and butter crab, along with matsutake. What nearly made her scream was the presence of the king of pork, the hidden fragrance pig. The owner surely lived a lavish life. Before dawn, the outside was pitch black, and after a night of toil, Soo-yoon felt sore and exhausted. Such an important item as a weapon could not possibly be placed in an outdoor shooting range. Therefore, the storage room must be somewhere in this building. Soo-yoon took out a steaming bowl of rice noodles from her spatial storage, the scalding broth driving away the chill from her body. After replacing a few heating pads, Soo-yoon began to move again. There weren't many hiding spots on the second floor. The decoration style was clearly only open to VIPs, and firearms needed to be collected daily, making it reasonable that they were kept on the first floor. Soo-yoon conducted a thorough search of the first floor. Combining the layout of the second floor, she discovered a clue. The 2 indoor shooting ranges next to each other had inconsistent scores. Soo-yoon measured the indoor and outdoor spaces with her steps, and surprisingly, there was a difference of 5 steps in width. It seemed that the hidden chamber was right between the 2 shooting ranges. The left shooting range had an empty area against the wall with no obstructions. It could not possibly be the right shooting range had an ammunition supply area near the wall, which was brightly decorated with fake vines obscuring the view inside. Soo-yoon walked over and tugged at the door, which was locked. It seemed this was the place. After trying 5 keys, she finally unlocked the door. Inside, it was very dark and the space was small, only about 10 square meters. Along the walls were rows of display cabinets with clearly marked prices on various items. Earmuffs, ear plugs, decorative bullets, toy guns, and crafts made from bullet casings. In front, there was only a counter with cigarettes and a variety of bottled water and drinks. Soo-yoon exerted great effort to move one of the cabinets slightly. Shining a strong flashlight inside, she found that there was no door behind the cabinet. Could it be that she was mistaken? Her enthusiasm extinguished, Soo-yoon slumped down on a chair. In such a small space, where could the entrance be? There were no walls and the ceiling was impossible. It couldn't possibly be beneath her feet. Soo-yoon laughed at her own thoughts and instinctively kicked the carpet in front of her. As she lifted a corner of the carpet, a reflective surface different from the floor appeared before Soo-yoon's eyes. Not bothering to rest, she crouched down and yanked the carpet aside. Indeed, a locked iron door appeared before her. Soo-yoon examined the keyhole for a long time and found the closest key to insert. It fit perfectly. Below was pitch black with a staircase leading down. Soo-yoon turned on her headlamp and cautiously. The underground space was small with wooden boxes on both sides. Soo-yoon opened one box to inspect. It was filled with packaged bullets. On the opposite side of the underground space, there was another staircase leading up. After storing the bullets, Soo-yoon walked over. The 2 locks were similar and the key patterns resembled each other, so she quickly found the matching key. When she opened the door and climbed up, it turned out to be an unfamiliar room. The room was not large, around 20 square meters. Inside were several cabinets neatly arranged, all filled with the hot weapons Soo-yoon had longed for. Italian Berettas, German Heckler Koch AKs, sniper rifles, and handguns. Soo-yoon had always admired snipers, and her first choice was also the sniper rifle. To her surprise, holding a real gun felt so heavy, at least 8 or 9 pounds. She aimed for a long time, but still felt that a handgun was more suitable for girls. The number of guns wasn't too many. Each model had only 5 or 6, while there were relatively more handguns compared to rifles. Besides the guns, there were also many matching bullets. Bullets are something that benefits from abundance. After storing the cabinets and bullets in her spatial storage, she noticed a safe in the corner. The safe looked identical to the one upstairs. Unable to open it, she simply tossed it into her spatial storage. After collecting everything, when Soo-yoon returned along the same path, the sky was already bright. Looking at her watch, it was already 7 in the morning. Walking back to the community during the day was too dangerous, so Soo-yoon planned to hide here until nightfall. After a night of tossing and turning, feeling both sleepy and tired, she casually found a room on the second floor and slipped inside. The room had a good position, allowing her to see the shooting range and the situation downstairs. To keep warm, Siyun found an iron barrel in her spatial storage, lit some fuel stuffed in some firewood, and after it burned brightly she threw in some coal. This place was much colder than her home. After burning for almost half an hour, she finally felt some warmth. To prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, Siyun dared not close the room door. After pushing 2 sofas together, she spread out a thick blanket. She chose the thickest duvet, piling 2 blankets on top of herself to ward off the cold. In this unfamiliar environment, she couldn't sleep soundly. Whenever she closed her eyes for a moment, she would wake up in a fright. The entire morning passed in a half-dream, half-awake state. At noon, Soo-yoon added some cold, drinking ginger tea with pancakes, warming her stomach. In the afternoon, Soo-yoon walked around the building again. Feeling restless, she took down the remaining targets. Guarding the stove, she soon felt drowsy, and before she knew it, night had fallen. Just as Soo-yoon was restoring everything in the room to its original state, she suddenly heard several voices conversing downstairs. Soo-yoon reacted quickly, hiding the stove in her spatial storage and darting into the corner of the room. The footsteps downstairs were chaotic, and it seemed there were more than just 1 or 2 people. Soo-yoon's current position was not good. To avoid them coming down, she had to pass through the first floor. Fortunately, this group of people did not come upstairs, but began talking downstairs. Carefully closing the room door, Soo-yoon slowly moved to the window, peeking through the gap in the curtains. Downstairs in the shooting range stood 6 or 7 men bundled up tightly, each holding a flashlight as they shone it around. One of the smaller men kept glancing nervously with the light of the flashlight. "Brother Chin, do we really have to listen to that Zhao guy?" The man called Brother Chin spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "We're all men who dance on the edge of a blade. How could a little businessman hope to control us? It's simply a fool's dream." "Then why don't we just take care of him?" The smaller man gestured at his neck. The man called Brother Chin clearly found this amusing and slapped the smaller man's head. "Are you foolish? Without him guiding us, how would we find this place? Didn't you hear him say there were guns here? With guns we are kings, and he won't be able to do anything to us then. Brother Chin is wise. Once we deal with Zhao, we can have some fun with the women around him." After hearing the smaller man's words, the others became excited. "Don't worry. If I eat meat, you all can at least have some soup. Once I'm done, you can play freely." Their conversation was interrupted by a flurry of chaotic footsteps. The men exchanged glances and quickly fell silent. 4 people walked in from the entrance. The leading fat man was supported by another man as he approached the group. Once inside, the fat man relaxed his body and sat down heavily on the ground. The man and woman behind him were also panting heavily. The beautiful woman took several minutes to catch her breath. Soo-yoon carefully distinguished through their flashlights, noting there were 9 people downstairs, 8 men and 1 woman. She wondered what kind of weapons they had. If they had guns, it would be troublesome. After resting for 10 minutes, the fat man signaled to the person next to him to help him up. He pointed to the staircase leading upstairs. "Brothers, my office is upstairs, and there are many luxurious rooms. Let's rest upstairs tonight." The leader named Chin smiled and blocked the fat man. "Boss Zhao, there's no hurry about resting. What about the guns?" The fat man pulled the woman close, brushing away his arm. "Don't worry. You won't be shortchanged. It's too dark tonight to fetch the guns. Let's talk about it in the daytime tomorrow." Although the leader named Chin looked displeased, he still raised his hand to let 2 people pass. Seeing the crowd leave the main hall, Soo-yoon quietly moved the window aside and stepped onto the air conditioning unit. She carefully closed the window and pressed her body against the wall. The wind outside was strong and she could hardly hear their conversation. After about 10 minutes, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed down the staircase. The fat man, sweating profusely, rushed downstairs, hurrying towards the indoor shooting range. Soo-yoon counted the number of people and realized everyone was downstairs. She quickly opened the window and climbed back. The room door was open, indicating that a few people had searched the 2nd floor. Soo-yoon dared not turn on the light. Using the moonlight, she located the staircase and cautiously descended. The flashlight beams were all directed to the right side of the corridor. She silently passed through the main hall and hid outside the 1st floor railing. She found all the firearms missing, leaving the fat man stunned. A few henchmen conducted a thorough search of the entire building. Besides a few worn-out sofas on the 2nd floor, there was nothing left. The fat man collapsed on the ground, screaming that it was impossible. The woman was so frightened that she cried loudly, burrowing into the fat man's arms. Originally, the henchmen were too afraid to do anything to the 2 due to the firearms. Now that the firearms had lost their value, their true colors were immediately revealed. Brother Chin dragged the crying woman up and pulled her into his arms. When the woman tried to struggle, she was slapped twice and immediately became obedient. Fat Zhao dared not voice his anger. He curled up, seemingly trying to hide himself. Unfortunately, sitting on the ground like a mountain of flesh, it was impossible not to attract attention. Brother Chen sighed, waved his hand, and two people immediately came over to drag the fat man away. Fat Zhao let out a pig-like scream. "Brother Chen, spare my life, I beg you." Brother Chen pinched the woman's chin, smiling coldly. "What else do you have worth keeping besides your worthless flesh?" Fat Zhao knelt on the ground, tears and snot flowing. "Brother Chen, I have money. I have plenty of money in my bank card. As long as you spare my life after the snow disaster passes, I'll give you whatever you want." Brother Chen seemed to find this hilarious. Money is just waste paper now. What use is it? Do you think him a fool? Fat Zhao's eyes darted, and he crawled forward a few steps. "Don't you want guns? I do this kind of business. I know where to find them. As long as you spare my life, I guarantee I can get you guns." Hearing that there were guns, Brother Chen became interested. He pushed the woman aside and squatted down in front of. "Tell me, where are the guns? As long as there are guns, I can spare you a way to live." Fat Zhao stammered. "I have a villa at the foot of the mountain buried in snow. As long as I take two brothers there to dig out the snow, we can get the guns." Brother Chen stared at Fat Zhao for a long time, suddenly grinning. "You little rascal aren't lying to me, are you? You don't want to run away, do you?" Fat Zhao awkwardly smiled. "Brother Chen's men are all top-notch. With my weight, how could I possibly outrun them?" Brother Chen pondered for a moment and pointed at the two men on the periphery. "You two follow Boss Zhao. If you find the villa and the guns, bring them back to me. If Boss Zhao tries to run, take him out immediately." Seeing Brother Chen make a throat-cutting gesture, Fat Zhao trembled in fear, his legs going weak. As Fat Zhao was about to leave, the woman began to struggle fiercely. "Zhao, go, please take me with you." Fat Zhao looked at the woman, crying like a rain-soaked pear, a flash of reluctance crossing his face, but he comforted her instead. "Lunan, it's your fortune that Brother Chen has his eyes on you. Many want you, but can't have you. You should serve the brothers well in the future." Lunan looked incredulously at Fat Zhao's face, frozen in place. Her face flushed. She suddenly stood up and gently leaned against Brother Chen. "Brother Chen, don't believe Zhao. He didn't intend to give you guns at all before he tricked you here. There used to be a gun in his bedroom, and he wants to use it to seize power and threaten you to work for him." Fat Zhao looked at Lunan in disbelief, shouting hoarsely, "You ungrateful wretch. I treated you well, and you actually betrayed me." Lunan smiled, gently leaning in to kiss Brother Chen. "Mutual appreciation. Let's not speak so harshly. You aren't a good person either." Brother Chen pulled the woman into his arms, his expression growing even colder. He raised an eyebrow, giving the two men a look. The two men received the signal, one on the left and one on the right, and began to drag the fat man away. Fat Zhao stumbled as they pushed him, yet he dared not resist, only able to follow down the mountain in the Climbing the snowy mountain was not easy, and going down was even harder. The slope was steep, and with branches to help, it was still barely manageable. Going down was impossible. The snow was slippery, and there were pits everywhere, making it difficult to take even a few steps. The two men felt unlucky for having been assigned such a task, complaining all the way, completely unaware of Suyun's footsteps. Suyun carefully hid behind a tree, descending slowly, surprisingly faster than the three men. Their target was the villa, which should be the place she encountered while climbing the mountain. It appeared there was a villa area, not just that one building. However, with the heavy snow, it had long been buried. Moving slowly, by the time the three men arrived at the villa area, Suyun had already hidden herself. Fat Zhao stood by the rocks, estimating the general location, and picked up a shovel to start digging. The other two quickly came over to help. The three quickly cleared the roof. There were windows on the top floor, so they didn't worry about entering the house. One of the men swung the shovel and smashed the glass into smithereens. Zhao Panzai took the lead, hurriedly diving inside. Two lackeys, fearing he might cause trouble, followed closely behind. Suyun crept to the window, peering inside, but it was pitch black and she could see nothing. Just as her frozen feet began to tingle, two gunshots rang out nearby. The sound of the shots was deafening, causing Suyun to feel a tremor beneath her feet. Since Zhao Panzai could operate a shooting range, his marksmanship must be exceptional. Suyun felt uncertain about confronting him directly. Silently, she turned back, concealing her footprints while hiding behind a nearby tree. After about 20 minutes, a plump figure crawled out from the broken window. He gasped for breath, holding a gun and cautiously shining a flashlight around. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he spat on the ground and picked up some branches to cover the broken window. Suyun hid behind the tree, keeping an eye on his movements. She thought Zhao Panzai would descend the mountain alone, but to her surprise, when he reached the intersection, he climbed straight back up without any hesitation. After he vanished from sight, Suyun slipped to the broken window, kicked aside the branches, and cautiously crawled inside. It was utterly dark inside, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her. Holding the gun, Suyun switched on her headlamp and carefully moved forward. The layout of this villa was identical to the one she had previously raided. Including the attic, there were 4 floors in total. Zhao Panzai truly knew how to enjoy life. The attic was equipped with a European-style heater and opposite it was a gigantic round bed, which Su-Yun touched with her hand. Such a playful design it turned out to be a waterbed. The corridor was long with numerous animal specimens hanging on the walls. In the absence of light it appeared quite eerie. As soon as she stepped onto the stairs a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. The further she descended the stronger the stench became. 2 corpses were found in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, one sprawled at the foot of the bed, the other next to the door. Their bodies were still warm and blood pooled on the floor. The room was lavishly decorated with the finest furniture and appliances. In the corner of the master bedroom was a safe, its door ajar. Zhao Panzai must have taken the gun from inside. Su-Yun leaned in for a closer look. Besides cash there were also jewelry and gold inside. He hadn't expected to have someone tailing him. The safe store was left open. Yet upon reflection, in today's world these gold and silver treasures were less enticing than a loaf of bread. It was a stroke of luck for her. After clearing out the safe, she finally had the time to assess her surroundings. Zhao Panzai had no sense of aesthetics. The room's decor and style resembled that of a clueless nouveau riche. Describing this villa as resplendent would be an understatement. After emptying the room, Su-Yun turned the 2 corpses over. Aside from the fruit knife in their hands, they surprisingly had no other weapons. Su-Yun curled her lip and began a thorough search. Although the furniture was rather useless, the quality was excellent. All the appliances were brand new and had hardly been used. The kitchen was stocked with plenty of ingredients, including rice flour and cooking oil. There were also many cigarettes and alcohol stored in the warehouse. After robbing everything, Su-Yun gleefully crawled out. Checking the time, it was already 1 a.m. Zhao Panzai was probably nearing the shooting range by now. Su-Yun followed the footprints she had made earlier, clinging to sturdy branches as she climbed back up. The 1st floor of the shooting range was completely dark. Su-Yun hid in the shadows looking up. The upstairs private rooms had flickering flames and faint sounds of conversation. Through the gap in the curtains, she clearly observed the situation inside. 2 half-naked corpses lay on the ground. Su-Yun scrutinized their faces closely. As she slowly opened the door, letting it close with the faintest sound, the noise did not attract the attention of the people next door. Su-Yun gradually pushed open the window, stepping onto the air conditioning unit standing on the cement windowsill outside. It was the infamous Chen Laoda and Lu Nan. Zhao Panzai sat on the booth in the private room playing with a handgun. 4 men trembled and knelt on the floor, quietly pleading for something. Zhao Panzai's mouth moved, seemingly inquiring. The other 3 men directly pushed a small man forward. The little man was terrified and clung to Zhao Panzai's leg, begging for mercy. Zhao Panzai had a broad smile, his eyes squinting into slits. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shot the little man in the head. Blood sprayed out, splattering everyone in the vicinity. The other 3 men fell silent, not daring to lift their heads. Zhao Panzai wielded both threats and kindness, and the 3 quickly nodded and stood up. 1 man dragged a corpse outside. After they left, Zhao Panzai let out a sigh of relief, placing the gun beside him and bringing his hands close to a metal bucket, seemingly trying to warm himself. Su-Yun returned to the room, listening to the sounds in the corridor. Seeing the 3 men drag the corpse downstairs, she turned the knob and slowly walked toward Zhao Panzai's room. Zhao Panzai never expected anyone else aside from their group. His hand moved away from the gun, seeking relief for his frostbite. The moment he spotted Su-Yun, it was already too late for him to reach for his gun. Fearing that he might not be dead, Su-Yun stepped forward, grabbing the gun in her hand. Zhao Panzai's throat let out a gurgling sound as he twitched a few times before falling still. A slingshot. The diamond-shaped bead shot through the air, striking Zhao Panzai right between the eyes. Zhao Panzai's eyes widened in shock as he slumped back against the chair. The 3 men downstairs finished dealing with the corpse and were heading back upstairs. Hearing their footsteps, Su-Yun quickly hid by the door, waiting for them to enter. The first man who entered noticed something was off. Upon seeing Zhao Panzai dead, he reached for a dagger. Su-Yun would not give him the chance. She raised Zhao Panzai's handgun and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, striking the man in the head. The man collapsed instantly. Seeing the 2 men at the door realize something was wrong, they turned to flee. Su-Yun couldn't care less about the pain in her hand. She grabbed the gun and chased after them. She shot one on the stairs and another at the entrance of the 1st floor. Confirming that they were all dead, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and wrapped herself tightly before descending the mountain. The path down the mountain was treacherous. By the time she reached the foot of the mountain, it was already 330 am. After searching for a long time, she finally found her snowmobile. She initially thought she could finish everything in one night, but unexpectedly it dragged on for 2 days. No matter how she tried, the snowmobile wouldn't start. She had no choice but to abandon it and switch to another. For many people's biological clocks, 4 or 5 in the morning was the most tired time, and they slept the soundest. With no one around, there was no road robbery. Siyun encountered no one along the way and smoothly arrived at the entrance of her community. The snowmobile was loud, so she dared not ride it into the complex. Instead, she carefully slid in on a sled. Having not returned home for 2 days, she missed her little nest greatly. The inside was icy and cold. Having not burned a fire in 2 days, it felt like an ice cellar. Siyun lit the stove, added some coal, and once the temperature rose, she shed her clothes and contentedly lay on the sofa. With a firearm in hand, her heart finally settled. Having a gun added an extra layer of security, making it easier to survive in the apocalypse. However, her marksmanship was truly lacking. She had never touched a gun in her past life. This was her first time. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to practice. After replenishing her food supplies, Siyun also caught up on sleep. Thus her days passed one after another. During the day, she either went downstairs to train with everyone or worked in the fields. Occasionally, she went out with others to scavenge for supplies, also to throw off suspicion. The competition between communities was becoming increasingly fierce. Food outside was becoming scarcer. Teams sent out to gather supplies returned later and later, with the death toll steadily rising. After 5 months of extreme cold, most people had adapted to the temperature. Just when no one held any hope, the temperature began to rise quietly. From -55 degrees to -53, -50, and -48. Sensitive people began to notice, and many quietly discussed that the apocalypse was about to end. At night, the intercom suddenly crackled to life. Jung-yi rarely spoke, but he reminded the weather is abnormal. The temperature seems to be rising. Be cautious, as so much ice and snow melting could lead to flooding. It's beneficial to stock up on clean snowmelt. Li Gang and his sister looked troubled, and Li Qing's expression was grim. After everyone thanked Jung-yi, they began to consciously collect snow. Just a few days ago, only the 11th floor went down daily to collect clean snow. In the blink of an eye, others began to follow suit. With more people involved, everyone reacted. The clean snow in the community was becoming increasingly scarce. Many people began shoveling ice to bring home. In just a couple of days, the temperature rose from over -40 degrees to over -30 degrees. Many people started shedding their clothes, and some even cheered, thinking they could soon return to normal life. Unlike the gloomy weather during the extreme cold, the sky began to brighten everywhere, was shining brightly. The temperature rapidly increased, rising from over -30 degrees to just over -10 degrees. Snow began to melt, and the ice surface started reflecting light. More and more people ventured outside, shedding their outerwear and frolicking on the ice in sweaters. It's finally over. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. We survived, we survived. More and more people joined the revelry. Many put aside past grievances and embraced each other, crying tears of joy. Others ran wildly on the ice, releasing long-held stress. Siyun had no time to watch the celebration outside. She hurriedly dismantled the stove, packing the uneaten food into her storage space. Others were unaware, but she knew deep down. The extreme heat was about to arrive. In her last life, after 5 months of extreme cold, the extreme heat had come suddenly. The melting snow turned into flooding. The city became a vast ocean, and the drainage system was completely paralyzed. If the extreme cold allowed for searching for supplies, and snow could be melted for water, then extreme heat would isolate people on one island after another. After dismantling the stove, Siyun quickly tore off the insulation film from the windows. The insulation boards were also replaced with sunshades. The sofa still had blankets, and the bedroom was already fitted with a cool mat. Remembering the terrifying temperatures from her last life, Siyun couldn't help but shiver. She took out the cooling machine and fan, connecting them to the power storage. At night, Siyun replaced her thick quilt and fell asleep. In a daze, she felt drenched in sweat, as if she were in a sauna. She kicked off the blanket and tore off her pajamas, feeling slightly more comfortable. When she woke up, it was already morning. The sunlight at 6 a.m. was even brighter than at noon. Everything began to develop in an abnormal direction. Siyun quickly got up, changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and took out the thermometer. It read 23 degrees indoors and 35 degrees outdoors. Just yesterday, it was below zero, and after one night, they had directly entered summer. Siyun hurried upstairs. The rooftop was completely wet. She rushed over, moved the flower pots, and cleaned the clogged drain filled with mud, and the water gradually decreased. While the outside was noisy, a heated argument was also taking place in the corridor. The lower floors began to flood. In the blink of an eye, the water was over a meter deep. A disbeliever stepped onto the ice, and the ice instantly shattered. The man screamed as half of his body fell into the icy hole, but fortunately someone beside him reacted quickly and pulled him up. A family on the first floor frantically salvaged supplies while arguing incessantly. The speed of the melting ice and snow was incredibly fast. In less than a morning, the first floor was completely submerged. Soo-yoon quickly returned to her bedroom and turned on the fan, feeling somewhat more comfortable. The temperature continued to rise, and by noon, it was already over 30 degrees indoors, while outdoors it reached 42. The air was scorching hot. Over the intercom, Lee Woo was fanning himself while shouting, "I'm dying of heat." People opened all the windows they could, but felt not a hint of wind. The earth felt like a steamer radiating heat. Soo-yoon sat in front of the cooling machine with a fan blowing on her, finally feeling a bit of coolness. She took out half a chilled watermelon from her storage, hugged it close, and with a spoon in hand began to dig in comfortably. To cool down, Soo-yoon opened all the windows on the 12th floor. The noisy sounds from downstairs surged into her ears. After eating half the watermelon, Soo-yoon still felt hot inside. She grabbed an ice cream and walked to the window to munch on it. The outside ice surface was extremely slippery and becoming thinner. The dark currents beneath were surging, making it look as though everything would soon turn to water. After the morning, no one dared to step onto the ice anymore, fearing that a small mistake could cost them their lives. It was so hot on the top floor that Soo-yoon cracked an egg on the rooftop floor, and it quickly cooked. With the hot weather, various insects began to emerge. Soo-yoon installed a mosquito net in her bedroom and placed 2 bottles of insecticide on the bedside table. After some thought, she also covered all the drains in the house with stones. As night approached, the last bit of ice melted. The entire city had turned into a vast ocean. Soo-yoon used binoculars to look into the water, which was filthy and filled with all sorts of debris. Floating corpses and colorful garbage bags were everywhere. After it was completely dark, although the temperature had dropped, it was still very high. Soo-yoon ate a bowl of cold noodles while blowing a fan. She hugged her tablet and watched a show for a while before falling comfortably asleep. Early in the morning, Soo-yoon was awakened by the noisy sounds from downstairs. Snacks floated in from somewhere, rising and falling with the accumulated water. Some keen-eyed individuals crouched on the windowsill, extending rods to fish out snacks, while others, unafraid of danger, jumped directly into the water. Those who could swim showcased their skills, some clutching children's swim rings, others holding onto wooden boards. 2 older brothers even plunged into the water with empty basins, coughing and nearly drowning. Taking advantage of the morning sun that wasn't too harsh, Soo-yoon went up to the rooftop, ready to make use of the garden. The water on the rooftop had been drained, revealing the muddy ground. After a simple tidy-up, Soo-yoon chose a few of her favorite vegetables to plant in the rooftop garden. Due to the accumulated water, the noise downstairs continued unabated. The melting snow had caused the water to rise to the 4th floor. Families still surviving on the lower floors were knocking on doors one by one. Their demands were not high, they just wanted to stay in the hallway. Naturally, the neighbors on the upper floors were unwilling as a crowd gathered at the entrance, making it inconvenient to enter and exit, not to mention the lack of security. Who knows if they would try to pry open doors at night. The two sides argued endlessly, with sounds of broken windows, doors smashing, and curses, neither side willing to back down. Soo-yoon, infamous and protected by a barred gate, was not afraid of others coming after her. However, it was difficult on the 11th floor as people had started knocking on her door since midnight. Since she had no place to sleep, others shouldn't expect to sleep either. Lee Gang had come out several times with a knife to scare them off, but even after closing the door there were still persistent disturbances. With the weather warming up, a foul smell was faintly wafting through the air. Everyone understood that the water was not drinkable. In extreme cold, people could still go out to search for supplies. Now that everything was submerged, going out was impossible, and for survival they would eventually have to take action against others in the same building. Sitting and waiting for resources to deplete was not an option, especially since supplies were already limited. Many people began to create makeshift travel tools, preparing to venture out for a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, most were unreliable and fell apart after only a short distance. Just as Soo-yoon was preparing a seafood feast for herself, the intercom crackled to life. Jung-hee said, "I know where there might be a rubber boat and supplies. Are you going?" Before Soo-yoon could reply, Lee Gang and his sister excitedly shouted, "Yes, we must go." Lee Ching then reminded, "But how are we supposed to get there?" "In 10 minutes, get ready to head downstairs." There were not many people in the hallway, only 3 households, and they gathered on the 6th and 7th floors, eyeing Li Wu and Suyun with unfriendly gazes. The eyes of these people were filled with anger and resentment. There was no one at the window on the 5th floor, and a few bloated corpses floated in the water outside. When Li Wu saw this up close, her pale face turned white, and she couldn't help but vomit. Suyun examined the opposite side and quickly spotted Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt with his pants rolled up high, revealing strong legs. He stood on a makeshift wooden boat, gradually approaching the window. Li Gang was the first to step out. Being heavier, the wooden boat shook violently a couple of times as he got on. Next were Li Wu and Suyun. With 4 people, 2 in front and 2 behind, each occupying a corner, the wooden boat stabilized. Seeing them paddling away, someone at the window gleefully shouted, "With such a thing you want paddle far, it'll fall apart soon." Once on the makeshift wooden boat, Suyun took a closer look. 2 large wooden boards were secured with 4 tires underneath, and the connection points between the boards were locked with an unknown steel buckle. She tugged at it with her hand, finding it very secure. Zheng Yi glanced at her action and explained, "This is a golden steel buckle, it won't come loose easily." Suyun awkwardly retracted her hand, feeling a sense of guilt, as if caught in the act. The 4 of them paddled forward together, following Zheng Yi's route. From the nearby residential buildings, many people were watching them with hawk-like eyes, and some attempted to swim over. As soon as someone approached the range of attack, Li Gang would raise the wooden board and strike like a whack-a-mole. The city was surrounded by water, making it hard to distinguish directions. Zheng Yi simply surveyed the surrounding buildings and was able to point out the direction they needed to go. The wooden boards floated and sank, yet showed no signs of capsizing. After paddling for over an hour, a building suddenly appeared on the open water ahead. Most of the building was submerged, with only the upper floors visible above the water. Suyun looked at the rooftop of the building, where a row of red characters caught her eye. Lonting Hot Spring Water Park. This water park covered a large area consisting of 2 combined buildings. On the left was a glass building housing indoor hot springs and a water park, while on the right was the Hot Spring Hotel for lodging and bathing. The group paddled closer and found the nearest window to smash. The first to climb in was Li Wu. After securing the rope of the wooden boat, the remaining 3 entered in an orderly fashion. They were now inside the Hot Spring Hotel. They didn't linger in the hotel, hurriedly heading towards the water park. The area accessible on the 1st floor was already submerged. To get across, they could only jump down from the observation deck on the 4th floor. Following the floor signs, the 4 quickly found the observation deck. The water here was deep, submerging the entire water world, with only a few thrilling water slides poking above the surface. Due to the enclosed nature, the contents inside had not drifted away with the current. On the water's surface, various items floated. Drinks, goggles, swimsuits, life jackets, swimming rings, paddling duck boats, water volleyballs, wooden tables and chairs, benches, inflatable valves, earplugs, flippers, a hodgepodge of items, dazzling to the observer. Zheng Yi said, "I've been to this hot spring. There's an indoor lazy river that uses rubber boats. We can go down and fish for some luck." Li Wu and her brother exchanged glances, took out their goggles from their bags, and jumped in one after another. Although Suyun had prepared rubber boats and speedboats in her space, this was an inland city far from the sea. Who would keep such things at home for no reason? Regardless of whether she found them this time, her rubber boat had already served its purpose. In the future, when she took it out again, no one would doubt it. Zheng Yi threw his bag on the ground, took off his shoes, and jumped in as well. Suyun walked down the stairs from the platform. Due to the rising temperatures, the water inside was warm. She dove deep, aiming for the nearest life jacket. The orange life jacket was very conspicuous in the water. Once Suyun grabbed it, she immediately put it on. With the buoyancy of the life jacket, she conserved a lot of energy. She began to pay attention to the floating items around her. The 4 were far apart, making it difficult to see each other's situations. Whenever she encountered something of interest, Suyun would push it into the water, secretly tossing it into her space. For items she wasn't interested in, she would simply push them away. While she was holding onto 2 swimming rings, trying to grab a 3rd life jacket, Li Wu called out from a distance. The 4 quickly swam towards Li Wu's direction. Sure enough, a girl who loved to laugh wouldn't have bad luck. Li Wu was dragging a rubber boat and gave a thumbs up to the 3. It was difficult to board the boat in the water, so Li Wu pushed the rubber boat while Li Gang pushed the duck boat, heading towards the steps of the observation deck. Zheng Yi, wearing the life jacket, pointed to the left. "I'll search the left side, you search the right side. The rubber boat might not be inflated, so search carefully." Suyun acknowledged and swam to the right. After searching for about 10 minutes, she discovered 2 uninflated rubber boats floating just a meter away. Suyun grabbed one with each hand, swimming towards the shore while calling out to Zheng Yi. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yi was not far behind her, also holding an inflatable rubber boat. With this, the 4 had found 4 boats, more than enough. The siblings Li Gang and Li Wu on the steps were also busy during the time Zheng Yi and the others searched for rubber boats. They had pulled up quite a few items. A collection of miscellaneous items. Everything was tossed into the duck boat. The yellow duck boat was a four-seater paddle boat commonly found in parks and water parks. Li Wu tied the inflated rubber raft to the back of the duck boat. The remaining 3 uninflated ones were stuffed into the duck boat's cabin. The hot spring hotel was large with plenty of usable supplies. The 4 stopped the boat below the steps and returned to the hot spring hotel. Only 4 floors of the hotel were above water. Zheng Yi and Li Gang searched the upper 2 floors, while Li Wu and Su Yun searched the lower 2 floors. Su Yun greeted Li Wu and went up a floor to start searching. This floor was the entertainment level, featuring an arcade, a media room, a massage area, a computer city, and a chess and card room. The arcade's machines had long lost power, all displaying black screens. Su Yun looked at these machines, finding them similar to those she had collected last time. The media room had several rows of single sofas with nothing of value. The only gain for Su Yun was in the computer city and the chess and card room. The computer city had a water bar stocked with bottled water, drinks, instant noodles, and some sausages. Su Yun filled 3 bags to the brim. The chess and card room had a vending area containing boxed tea leaves and a lot of cigarettes. She collected some and filled another 4 bags. When she headed downstairs, Li Wu was already waiting at the escalator. Seeing Su Yun carrying so many items, she hurried over to help. Zheng Yi and Li Gang had not come down for a while, indicating they must have found good things. Li Wu returned empty-handed as her floor consisted of changing rooms and bathing areas. The changing room was empty while the bathing area had a few bottles of shampoo, but not much left, and they were all off-brand, so Li Wu didn't take them. When Zheng Yi came down, Li Gang still hadn't shown his face. He was carrying quite a few items, most of which were water and instant noodles, along with some disposable slippers and towels. Li Gang was the last to come down. He had the most items with a total of 6 bags and still hadn't finished packing. It turned out he had searched the food and rest area. The food area was divided into 2 sections, one for individual orders and the other for self-service. Li Gang searched around, collecting a bounty of supplies, still not even a tenth of the whole floor. After hearing Li Gang's description, the remaining 3 ran upstairs. Sure enough, the self-service area was vast with the kitchen full of food. Li Wu took out a few bags from her backpack and dove into the kitchen. Su Yun began searching in the individual order stalls. There weren't many individual order shops here, mostly snacks. There were rice noodle shops, hamburger shops, fried skewers, and noodle shops. As she moved from place to place, Su Yun found quite a few good items: rice flour, oil, hot pot balls, bundles of rice noodles, dried chili meat, minced meat, and plenty of skewers. After packing up over a dozen bags, she had managed to store everything. Li Wu and Zheng Yi's haul was no less than hers. Zheng Yi was even dragging a gas cylinder. With their bags full, smiles beamed on everyone's faces. The duck boat couldn't hold so many supplies, so they distributed some to the rubber raft. Before the other 3 could react, Zheng Yi had already smashed the glass of the water park with a breaking tool. The little yellow duck flowed out with the current. The return journey was not smooth. There were always attempts to come and snatch supplies. A wooden boat was discreetly following behind with ulterior motives. With no one weighing down the boat behind them, several people stretched out their rods to hook supplies. Seeing the situation turn grim, Su Yun tightened the rope of the back boat, flipped over, and stepped onto the rubber raft. The people inside the house saw Su Yun opening their rods and began to push hard against her in an attempt to knock her into the water. Fortunately, Su Yun was quick on her feet and dodged several times. With favorable winds and currents, they returned quicker than when they came. As they approached the community, the boat behind them caught up. On the boat stood several men with fierce looks in their eyes. They were all armed, and as the distance closed in, they jumped into the water with a splash, swimming towards Su Yun and the others. Seeing the situation turn dire, Li Gang and Li Wu quickly grabbed their weapons. Zheng Yi stopped the boat, jumped over with a wooden board. As one of the men swam over holding a knife, he barely surfaced before Zheng Yi struck him on the head. Blood spilled. When the leading man saw his companions suffer, 2 clever ones held their breath, swimming around the rubber raft, one cutting the rope between the 2 boats. She wanted to see clearly this time whether Mu Nanqing and Zhou Ming, that shameless pair of adulterers, could still live as comfortably as they had in her previous life, without her space, and without the Mu family. Su Yun squinted at the water's surface and pulled out the slingshot from her backpack. Even the strongest needed to breathe, as she didn't believe they could stay underwater forever. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a man surfaced on the left side. Su Yun showed no mercy, launching a marble with a hook that struck him right in the head. The man screamed in agony, struggling in the water for a long time, staining the surface red. But soon he sank. Another man, seeing his companion die, desperately thrashed about trying to swim back. Soo-yoon had no intention of letting them go. She aimed her slingshot and shot at the man's back, hitting him. The man screamed, yet his movements did not stop, thrashing his arms, rapidly hiding behind the wooden boat. Having sustained such a severe injury and soaking in such filthy water, even if he survived, he would not come out alive. Just as Soo-yoon prepared to check on Jung-ee's situation, the rubber raft shook beneath her feet with half of Jung-ee's body hanging off the raft. He held a dagger dripping with blood. Seeing that Jung-ee was fine, everyone felt relieved. Lee Gang found a rope on the little yellow duck and retied it to the rubber boat. After the earlier incident, the neighbors on both sides of the street were terrified and no one dared to covet the supplies anymore. The four of them smoothly entered the community. The water area in the community was much easier to navigate than outside with a steadier current. The group paddled and soon arrived at the foot of Building 50. Hearing the splashing water, many people came out to see what was happening. When they saw that the group had returned safely with so many supplies, they all felt envious and eager to rush over. Jung-ee steered the little yellow duck, trying to get closer to the window. Unexpectedly, several people rushed out from the window, some wielding long sticks and others holding kitchen knives, glaring at them. "You can come ashore, but you must give us half of your supplies otherwise. Don't blame us for being rude." Li Wu immediately stood up, hands on her hips, her small face flushed with anger. "Why should we give you the supplies we worked so hard to obtain? If you don't share with us, don't expect to dock. I wonder how you'll get your supplies back then." The male owner on the third floor shook the stick in his hand, grinning smugly. Li Wu was furious, raising her paddle to fight back. However, Soo-yoon jumped over from the rear rubber boat and calmly looked at the neighbors blocking the window. "Are you sure you won't let us through?" The neighbors in the building knew Soo-yoon was not to be trifled with, but now that they held the advantageous position, their fear had diminished significantly. "We know you're strong, but right now you need us. It is not unreasonable for us to ask for these supplies." Soo-yoon did not answer, but raised her slingshot, aiming at the male owner who had spoken. The male owner, unaware of the power of the slingshot, wore a mocking expression. "Who are you trying to scare with a broken toy?" Before he could finish his sentence, Soo-yoon had already made her move. The marble whizzed through the air, aimed precisely at his hand holding the stick. With a sharp pain, the male owner's stick fell into the water, blood gushing out. Seeing the blood, everyone was stunned. As Soo-yoon's slingshot moved left and right, aiming at them, they were so scared that they dropped their tools and turned to run. The male owner trembled with fear, forgetting his hand pain as he hurried back. The window position was instantly cleared. Li Wu looked at Soo-yoon with starry eyes. "Sister, you are my only sister." Soo-yoon rolled her eyes and jumped back into the rubber boat. Jung-ee jumped through the window and secured the little yellow duck to the edge. Li Gang and Li Wu also got busy starting to transport the supplies inside. After moving all the supplies from the little yellow duck, they began to handle those from the rubber boat. After dozens of trips back and forth, they finally finished transporting all the supplies. Using the rubber boat to transport supplies was too troublesome and inconvenient. Jung-ee deflated the rubber boat, leaving only the little yellow duck tied to the window below. To prevent others from coveting their supplies, Li Wu and Soo-yoon guarded downstairs, while Li Gang and Jung-ee made repeated trips upstairs. After all the supplies were placed in the hallway on the 11th floor, they were watched over by Li Qing. On the last trip, all four went up together. The residents in the hallway shrank to one side, not daring to meet Soo-yoon's gaze. In the eyes of these people, Soo-yoon had become a monster who would kill at the slightest disagreement. With their arms full, everyone was excited to see the supplies in the 11th floor hallway. Jung-ee divided the supplies into 4 portions based on head count. Although Li Qing did not go, she also checked the supplies at home. Li Wu and Li Gang each took 1/3 of their supplies and gave them to Li Qing. Li Qing refused, feeling undeserving of unearned rewards. However, Soo-yoon spoke up. "The world will only become more chaotic in the future. Every time we go out to scavenge for supplies, we need to leave someone to watch the house. You take it. This is what you deserve." The door was of average quality, and since the grandfather was older, someone had slipped in and picked the lock recently. He could manage at home by himself, but when he went out to scavenge for the door was of average quality, and since the grandfather was older, someone had slipped in and picked the lock recently. He could manage at home by himself, but when he went out to scavenge for supplies like today, leaving his grandfather alone at home was a safety concern. After thinking for a while, Jung-ee finally spoke. "If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Since we have formed a group, we should lay out the ugly truths beforehand to avoid misunderstandings. In the future, when we go out to search for supplies, one person will stay behind to watch the house, and the supplies obtained will be evenly split. Is that agreeable?" Everyone nodded in agreement, including Soo-yoon. In a world ravaged by disasters, surviving the future trials was not something one could achieve alone. In this new life, she wanted to live a little longer, even longer. People she had to guard against. The secret of her space was something she absolutely could not let anyone know. As long as they could come together, it was not bad to form an alliance. If they were incompatible, they could simply part ways. There was no need to be entangled. After forming the alliance, Li Gang invited Zheng Yi and his grandfather. The layout of the 11th and 12th floors was the same. A floor was several hundred square meters. Dividing it into 3 parts was not difficult. Zheng Yi did not agree, immediately wanting to go back and discuss it with grandfather Zheng. Out of consideration, he did not take his supplies immediately. When he went downstairs, the little yellow duck was still securely tied to the window. Zheng Yi untied the rope and rode towards the opposite side. Siyun did not rush to go home, but instead took Li Gang upstairs. This was Li Gang's first time crossing the fence gate, and he curiously stared at the 12th floor hallway door for a long time. Siyun had come up this time to have him dismantle the door. For safety reasons, she had previously installed a fence door at the elevator entrance. After the power outage, the fence door had lost its value. Since it was just lying around, it was perfect to do a favor and have them install it in the hallway on the 11th floor. It would also provide an extra layer of security. Li Gang was overjoyed to hear that and hurried downstairs, returning with a toolbox. He was surprisingly quick in dismantling the door, as if he had been trained. Seeing Siyun looking at him curiously, he felt a bit shy and scratched his head. When I was in the army, I was obsessed with 2 things. One was practicing shooting and the other was tinkering. If something broke in our team, I was the one who repaired it. After retiring, I took a few years of formal training. Dismantling things is easy. As long as you can draw out a blueprint or provide an idea, I can make it happen. Siyun did not expect the burly Li Gang to have such a delicate side. She thought for a moment and went inside the house. In no time, she brought out the electric net that had been cut during the last night attack. Can this still be repaired? It was damaged during the last night raid. Li Gang's eyes lit up as he reached out to take a look. It can be repaired, and not only that, I can enhance its power. Not wasting any time, Siyun was quite pleased since she did not have many of the electric nets left. A few hours later, the intercom crackled. The Zheng family grandfather and grandson were preparing to move over and needed to use pulleys to airlift the supplies to Building 50. Siyun responded and climbed to the top floor, waiting for Zheng Yi's signal. Soon the grandfather and grandson came up carrying large and small bundles. The bamboo basket could only bear a limited weight, and it took dozens of trips for the grandfather and grandson to finish moving their supplies, which included quite a bit of heavy metal. However, everything was wrapped in black cloth, so it was impossible to see what was inside. Once all the supplies were moved, Zheng Yi collected the pulley, and the 2 of them went downstairs, taking the little yellow duck to Building 50. After getting Siyun's permission, several people took turns to come up and help move the supplies, quickly bringing the grandfather and grandson's items downstairs. The old man was quite sturdy. The extreme cold over the past 5 months had not made him thin, but instead lively and energetic. He and Li Gang hit it off immediately, both fond of tinkering. Li Gang thought his tools were sufficient, but he was surprised to find that old Zheng had even more tools. The 2 chatted for half a day, rationally planning out the 11th floor. They made the most of all the materials and actually created 3 independent spaces that could be done without disturbing each other. One was an old hunter who loved to tinker, and the other was a repair expert who enjoyed playing with guns. They talked about the structure of houses and mountain traps, gradually developing new ideas. The 2 had already begun to brainstorm traps to set up in the hallway. The group busily worked back and forth, hammering and tinkering, and finally completed the house matters before nightfall. After watching the commotion for a while, Siyun returned to her home. Having experienced her previous life, she was a person with very low feelings of security. Her house was her shell, and she would not allow anyone to step inside. Having the secret of her space made it easier for her to act alone, so even with Zheng's family grandfather and grandson, she would keep them at bay. Since Zheng's family moved and the training resumed, Li Gang spent all day with old Zheng researching this and that, neglecting to train Li Wu and the others. This task naturally fell to Zheng Yi. He was merciless, making Li Wu cry from exhaustion on the first. Siyun also increased the intensity of her training, not only physical fitness and combat training, but even her slingshot technique was pointed out by Zheng Yi. The little yellow duck was only tied downstairs for 1 day, and by the next morning it had vanished without a trace. She did not know if it was because the people in the building had gone out to scavenge for supplies and had not returned, or if someone outside had dragged it away. Li Gang sighed for a long time, filled with reluctance. But there was no solution. That thing was too big and could not be brought indoors. It was impossible to have someone watch it 24 hours a day. If it was lost, they could only accept it. In these days, Siyun was busier than the others downstairs. She trained with everyone during the day and returned to her space at night to grow fruit trees. Fresh fruit would eventually be consumed. The time from planting fruit trees to bearing fruit was too long. It was best to plant them early to have a continuous supply of fruit. Soo-yoon bought quite a few saplings, but she had no idea what kind of trees they were. There was no indication on them. She could only rely on fate. Soo-yoon selected a dozen saplings and planted them along the edge of the vegetable garden. The three little ones had grown quite a bit after a few months. The two huskies were quirky and playful, while the small orange had transformed into a chubby little one, adorably plump. Aside from food, she was too busy to take time to play with them. With so many things happening, she wanted to ensure their safety. Soo-yoon planned to raise them in her space long term. A week after the extreme heat appeared, a severe conflict erupted in the hallway. It started due to hygiene issues. A group of people blocked the doorway, eating and drinking, which naturally created a smell. They even threw all their waste into the water. The smell coming from the water grew increasingly disgusting, with a stench lingering and challenging everyone's nerves. Those who were blocked wanted to go out but feared for their safety and could only sit idly by. They went from initially not bothering each other to mutual complaints and eventually ended up in a physical fight. The noisy commotion lasted for a day, resulting in 2 deaths and 4 injuries. Soo-yoon had no time to deal with the noise downstairs. She was focused on studying the recipes for high-end food. The wild boars could not eat fine bran, but she could turn ordinary ingredients into exquisite dishes. After obtaining those precious ingredients, she found herself a bit hesitant. In the end, she simply fried 2 pieces of steak. The weather was too hot, and even a little movement made her sweat. Soo-yoon, feeling lazy, skipped training and lay on her bed with a fan, taking a nap. Just as she was enjoying her dream, the intercom crackled to life. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one intercom, Soo-yoon would have definitely smashed it. It was Jung-e contacting her, asking her to come downstairs. Realizing something was amiss, Soo-yoon washed her face and hurried downstairs. Everyone on the 11th floor was standing inside the fence, while outside 2 smiling men stood. Soo-yoon had some impression of them. They should be from the 6th floor. The 2 men did not beat around the bush. They got straight to the point. "We are here to seek your cooperation." Lee Woo, being straightforward, asked, "What kind of cooperation?" The 2 men exchanged glances and, after confirming no one was around, lowered their voices. "We know where there are medications, and there are quite a few. However, we do not have a boat. If you are willing to provide a boat, we are willing to provide diving equipment, and we can split the retrieved medicines 50-50. The group exchanged glances. Jung-e spoke, "How can we trust you?" The older of the 2 pulled out a crumpled business card from his pocket. Lee Woo took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Jung-e. Soo-yoon stood behind Jung-e, clearly reading the words, "Manager of Shinhwa Pharmaceutical Group, Fong Ko. I am responsible for coordinating the medications for all chain pharmacies." The last batch of medications arrived the day before the extreme cold hit. Because the temperature dropped rapidly, the pharmacies closed for the holiday, and the medications were not sorted or stored. They are all in the back hall of the pharmacy. The closest one to us is the pharmacy at the community entrance. "So your meaning is that we go to salvage and split the profits 50-50? Fong Ko nodded, continuing, "The bottled medications won't be damaged by water, and even though cardboard packaging might be ruined, the tablets inside will be fine. As long as you provide the boat, we can make a substantial haul. In a post-apocalyptic world, nothing is more valuable than medicine. It is a lifesaver. Unlike food, no one would deliberately hoard medications. Every household would have at most a little cold medicine and fever medication. These are precious commodities that are hard to come by." The group looked at each other, and their intentions were unspoken. With a unified opinion, both sides quickly reached an agreement for cooperation. Soo-yoon and the others would provide the boat, while Fong Ko and others would provide diving equipment, splitting the retrieved items 50-50. After Fong Ko and his companion, Lefli Gang frowned with concern. "They're not trying to set us up, are they?" Jung-e shook his head. "I don't think so." At this moment, Lee Ching suddenly stood up. "I will go with you tomorrow. I used to be a doctor and am familiar with medications." At the entrance of the community, the water flowed rapidly, more than 10 meters deep. Those diving into it not only needed experience, but also required good physical strength and lung capacity. Fong Ko brought only 1 person, while Soo-yoon and her group had 5. To retrieve the medication, 7 people filled 3 rubber boats and set off at dawn. Fong Ko had only 3 diving gear, while the others needed to assist and remain vigilant. To Soo-yoon's surprise, Fong Ko's diving equipment was quite comprehensive. In addition to the diving mask, there were also headlamps and oxygen tanks. Seeing Soo-yoon staring at the oxygen tank, Fong Ko felt a bit proud, saying, "This was a past hobby of mine, and I never expected it would come in handy at a time like this." With experience and familiarity with the location of the pharmacy and the situation of the medications, Fong Ko was determined to dive. The other 2 would have to make a choice from Soo-yoon's group. Zhang Yi was the first to grab a set of equipment, declaring, "I trained in the military before, I can handle this." Another person, Li Gang, was next in line, realizing that the pharmacy's door was locked and that prying it open underwater would require significant strength. 3 men would have a better chance. Unexpectedly at this moment, Li Qing stepped forward, saying, "I used to enjoy diving as well, and as a doctor I have experience with medications. Let me go." Aside from Fong Ke, Li Qing was the only one who understood pharmacology. No one could match a doctor's knowledge of suitable medications. Once confirmed, the 3 donned their gear, tied ropes, strapped on their oxygen tanks, and under Fong Ke's guidance submerged into the water. The people on the boat were unaware of the underwater situation and could only remain cautious. Few people were still able to travel, most lacked means of transportation on the water. Though swimming rings could keep one afloat, no one knew what. Few people were still able to travel, most lacked means of transportation on the water. Though swimming rings could keep one afloat, no one knew what lay beneath the surface, and very few dared to take their chances. As a result, 10 minutes passed without a single person appearing. Li Gang began to fidget, frequently checking his watch and monitoring the rope. What's going on? It's been 10 minutes and there's been no sign of life. Siyun, however, had confidence in them, or more precisely in Zhang Yi. This man was mysterious and skilled. Prying open doors and locks should be a simple task for him. Just when Li Gang was feeling anxious, something white suddenly surfaced in the murky water. Suyun squinted her eyes and reminded Li Wu, "Here they come, be alert." Li Wu tightened his grip on the net, his eyes fixed on the water's surface. With little movement around them, Suyun put away her slingshot, retrieving another net. Indeed, Suyun was not mistaken. Soon various items began to float to the surface. Condoms, vitamin C tablets, ointments, medical supplies, boxed medications, pregnancy tests, masks, cotton swabs, functional drinks, bottles of disinfectant, large bottles of laundry detergent, oral solutions, and masks, seemingly all items near the cash register of the pharmacy. As the items drifted in greater numbers, Li Wu and Suyun quickly became busy. There was no time to bag them. They poured everything they retrieved directly into the cabin. Seeing no one around, Fong Ke's brother set down his axe and joined the salvage effort. Li Gang, feeling anxious, pointed at the drifting items, slapping his thigh. He pulled the rope with one hand while the other busily collected items close to the boat. Soon one cabin was filled to the brim. They began to toss items into the second cabin. After about 10 minutes, the scattered medication boxes started to dwindle and Li Wu could handle them alone. It seemed they had indeed found the batch of medication Fong Ke mentioned. Gradually, several more boxes floated up. Through their cooperative efforts, none of the boxes were lost. It's the boat. Fong Ke's brother was quite adept, immediately reaching out to retrieve it. The cardboard box was heavy and waterlogged. After adjusting his grip a couple of times, he finally managed to haul it onto the boat. It seemed they had indeed found the batch of medication Fong Ke mentioned. Gradually, several more boxes floated up. Through their cooperative efforts, none of the boxes were lost. The small boxes of medication varied in number, and Li Wu was kept busy. In the gaps between salvaging boxes, Suyun occasionally lent her assistance. After about 10 minutes of busyness, the splashes in the water suddenly increased. The first to surface was Li Qing. She looked utterly exhausted, clinging to the edge of the rubber boat, too fatigued to climb aboard. Li Gang had Fong Ke's brother hold onto the rope while he helped pull Li Qing up by her arms. The second to emerge was Fong Ke, who was in a similar state as Li Qing, nearly unable to speak from exhaustion. Li Gang rushed to the third rubber boat, which had fewer supplies, and pulled Fong Ke aboard. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yi finally surfaced. His condition was much better than the other two. He climbed onto the second rubber boat by himself. All 3 rubber boats now had people on them, and they began to hurriedly pack the scattered medication boxes into bags. After waiting in place for another 5 minutes, ensuring that no more medication boxes were floating up from below, they began to paddle back. To avoid attracting envy, Fong Ke took 3 dark bed sheets from home and covered all the medications on the 3 rubber boats. Once everything was concealed perfectly, the 3 rubber boats headed back. Each person held glinting weapons in their hands, while the neighbors in the building gritted their teeth in frustration, but dared not approach, only able to curse quietly from their windows. The return journey was smooth, leaving 3 people to watch the boats, while the other 4 moved supplies upstairs. Grandpa Zheng stood at the doorway on the 11th floor, holding a kitchen knife in one hand while grasping Li Qing's daughter with the other. The elderly man and the child looked at the medications with great seriousness. The last trip was made with all 7 people going upstairs together. As previously agreed, they would split the items evenly. Fong Ke intended to collaborate with everyone again, offering some of the surplus medications and miscellaneous items to the group. After dividing them into 2 portions, 2 individuals wrapped them in bed sheets and went downstairs. The remaining items were divided into 6 portions, 1 for each person. Even after being split into 6 parts, the quantity of medications was still quite considerable. Each person received a large box. While distributing the medications, Li Qing hesitantly spoke up, "Could I trade some adult medications for children's medications?" The others had no children, making this exchange a sure win. Soon Li Qing managed to swap for quite a few children's medications. After Li Qing spoke up, Zhang Yi also chimed in, offering some anti-inflammatory medications in exchange for some anti-hypertensive and anti-diabetic drugs. Everyone was very satisfied with this outing, and even Su-Yun appeared quite relaxed. After bringing the medications home, Su-Yun took a brief glance. There was a wide variety of items, but everything imaginable was included. In addition to the common medications found in pharmacies, there were also many drinks and promotional gifts from pharmacy events. Laundry detergent and lingerie wash were in such abundance that one person received several bottles. Su-Yun opened a can of Red Bull, sipping it while carefully examining the pile of medications on the floor, frowning. The pharmacy's medicines should be more than just these. With limited stamina and oxygen, they cannot open the counters and cabinets. There are definitely more potions inside than on the shelves, and it would be a pity to soak them in water. Thinking of the diving equipment and oxygen tanks in her space, Su-Yun's spirits were lifted. Lacking skills, she relied on her lucky charm with the space as a loophole. She could change oxygen tanks at any time and even rest in the space. Since she was going out, she might as well aim a bit higher. Su-Yun opened her tablet and found the pre-downloaded map, carefully checking it. The nearest shopping mall was a 20-minute drive away. However, the nearest gold shop was only 10 minutes away. The time she could stay in the space was too short to permanently escape the apocalypse. Being able to stay in the space indefinitely was the key. Currently, her time in the space was less than 3 hours. It seemed that achieving the wish of 24 hours required a massive fortune. With the intention of going out at night set, Su-Yun began to arrange her day's tasks reasonably. Near noon, she made stir-fried cauliflower with meat, cooked sweet and sour potato shreds, and steamed some rice. The temperature was so high that simply stir-frying 2 dishes made her sweat profusely. After blowing cool air in front of the air conditioner for a while, she finally felt better. With green tea and ice cubes, Su-Yun increasingly admired her own endurance. Now she could eat while watching forensic TV dramas without changing her expression. He liked her. Su-Yun enjoyed all of it, maintaining a balanced diet. In the afternoon, before Li Qing came to knock on the door, Su-Yun had already gone downstairs with her slingshot. Zhang Yi stood on the yoga mat without changing his expression, clearly indicating he wouldn't go easy. After handing the slingshot to Li Wu, the two began their practice. Experience speaks volumes. Many of Su-Yun's moves were learned from Zhang Yi. He could always anticipate her intentions the moment she raised her hand, blocking her attacks in advance. Exhausted, Su-Yun was panting and hadn't landed a single blow. Instead, she found herself at a disadvantage against Zhang Yi. By the time training ended, it was already night. Her black short-sleeved shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin. After changing clothes, Su-Yun filled a wooden tub with water and enjoyed a relaxing bath. The water temperature was not hot, pleasantly cool and refreshing. After washing off the sweat, Su-Yun made a bowl of cold noodles sprinkled with sesame sauce, accompanied by cucumber strips and fried peanuts, devouring it all. At 6 in the evening, the sky had already darkened. After setting an alarm, Su-Yun fell into a deep sleep. Before the alarm rang, she was awakened by a piercing scream from outside. Since the temperature rose, people stopped burning firewood, leaving the city dark at night. The noise came from the building across the street. It was too dark. Even crouched at the windowsill, she still couldn't see anything through the moonlight. The screams continued for 5 minutes, followed by the sound of a splash. Even without seeing the situation, she could guess what happened. The survival rule of the apocalypse is survival of the fittest. There's no way around it. After such a commotion, Su-Yun lost her sleepiness, turned off the alarm, and checked the time. It was 9 o'clock at night. Since she was awake early, it was fine to leave early. After stretching her muscles, Su-Yun cautiously turned the anti-theft door. The corridor door outside was open and the gate wasn't locked. After going down to the 11th floor, she carefully opened the gate and quietly descended the stairs. 2 families lived in the corridors of the 7th and 8th floors. Fortunately, they slept in the corridor, and to prevent others from coveting their supplies, they closed the corridor door every night. This arrangement conveniently allowed Su-Yun to go out. When she reached the 7th and 8th floors, she lowered her voice and indeed heard faint conversations. Su-Yun didn't listen closely and quickly descended to the 5th floor. The corridor on the 5th floor was empty, and she hid in a spot where the people couldn't see her, then swiftly entered the space. The diving equipment was swapped from the space. After changing, she cautiously looked out the window. It was very dark outside with limited moonlight, and the pitch-black water had a chilling and eerie feeling. Soo-yoon swallowed hard, not daring to turn on the light at this moment. She stepped onto a stool, sat on the windowsill, and dipped her feet into the water, sliding in smoothly. Her entry into the water was very quiet, not attracting anyone's attention. The water was dark, and she could see nothing with her hand. Under the pressure of the water, Soo-yoon felt a moment of regret. After diving down a couple of times to confirm her depth, she finally turned on her headlamp. A professional diving headlamp was indeed much better than an ordinary one, at least it illuminated far. All around her was water, and there were no debris in the deep water. Soo-yoon looked to the left and could see the submerged buildings below. Following her route, she swam straight out. All around her was water, and there were no debris in the deep water. Soo-yoon looked to the left and could see the submerged buildings below. Following her route, she swam straight out. She timed herself and swam to the pharmacy she visited during the day. The underwater city was like a giant beast of the deep sea, intimidating to behold. The pharmacy's door was open and Soo-yoon dove in. Inside, the counter was indeed locked and the medicine boxes floated at the top of the glass. The wooden counter behind was also locked as Soo-yoon pulled at it and managed to create a gap. Light streamed in, revealing stacks of medicine boxes. Opening the counter underwater would cause the boxes to float away, washing the medicines away. To save time, Soo-yoon stored all the cabinets in her space. After swimming around and finding nothing else, Soo-yoon slipped back into the space. With 5 minutes of oxygen left, she needed to change to a new tank for safety. After changing the oxygen, Soo-yoon exited the space, floated up, and her head broke the surface of the water. Across the entrance's shop was a second-hand car trading market. The market building wasn't tall, with one floor above the water surface. This place had been searched countless times and was long empty. Soo-yoon swam towards the second-hand car trading market. She grabbed the window frame with both hands, removed her fins, tossed them into the space, and climbed in over the wall. After resting for a while, Soo-yoon took advantage of the darkness to place the watercraft she had bought earlier on the water surface. She turned off the oxygen, removed her mouthpiece, and flipped onto the jet ski. Starting the throttle under the illumination of her headlamp, she drove out. The sound of the jet ski was not small. To avoid attracting attention, Soo-yoon didn't dare to rev the throttle and moved at a low speed. During the day, there were few people searching for supplies, and at night there were even fewer. After 10 minutes of riding, she arrived near the gold shop without encountering a single person. She carefully docked the jet ski next to a nearby high platform. Initially, Soo-yoon thought this was a high platform, but as she got closer, she discovered it was a residential building. However, this was an old building completely submerged underwater, with only a small part of the roof sticking out. After getting off the jet ski, Soo-yoon carefully observed her surroundings. There were no buildings above the nearby water, and the closest one was a shopping mall, which didn't provide any visibility of this area. After safely storing the jet ski in the space, Soo-yoon put on her mouthpiece, turned on the oxygen, and prepared to dive. Under the beam of the headlight, the underwater situation became vaguely visible. Next to the street beneath the old residential buildings, there were numerous shops. As the light shone, the words on the sign faintly reflected. Soo-yoon carefully looked at them: Hangzhou Soup Dumplings, Mingyu Auto Repair, Authentic Anhui Noodles, De Jie Dumpling House, Meifeng Flower Shop. Soo-yoon swam forward little by little. After passing this building, there was a road, and further ahead, more residential buildings. The shops below were largely similar, including a wholesale ice cream store, a skewered food shop, a clinic, and a small grocery store. After swimming for a full 5 minutes, the situation of the shops finally changed. The decoration of the houses ahead was noticeably much better, with the shops boasting luxurious entrances. After passing several restaurants, Soo-yoon finally found what she was looking for on the sign: Jojo Fu. Below the red sign was a huge rolling shutter door. Frowning, Soo-yoon took out a large crowbar from her space. Fortunately, the material of this rolling shutter door was PVC. Although it looked well made, its strength was insufficient. As Soo-yoon swam beneath, she inserted the edge of the crowbar into the gap. Due to buoyancy, she couldn't exert much force to push down. Just when she was at a loss, she suddenly remembered her space. Scanning through her space, she indeed found what she wanted: a massive black stone from the mountaintop. Although she was unsure of the stone's weight, it was more than enough to press down on the crowbar. She took the giant stone out from her space, positioned it carefully, and placed it on the crowbar. The massive water currents caused Soo-yoon to be pushed back several meters. The mud in the water churned, and after waiting for a full 5 minutes, it gradually became clear. Indeed, with the added weight, the rolling shutter door opened. Soo-yoon stored the stone and took out a pair of cutting pliers. After much effort, she managed to break the door lock. Jojo Fu was decorated extravagantly with most of the decor in gold, making Soo-yoon's heart flutter. The counters were all empty, as the staff had put everything into the safe before their shift ended. Better safe than sorry. Soo-yoon collected items from the shop entrance all the way to the back storage. until she tossed a safe taller than a person into her space. Just as expected, a thin layer of white mist rose in the space, the mist not being as thick as the last time. However, even a fly's leg is meat, as long as it can upgrade it's better than nothing. Satisfied, Soo-yoon quickly floated to the surface and swam back the way she came. After climbing onto the rooftop, she lay there for a full 10 minutes to regulate her breathing. Checking the time, it was already 12:30. With a few hours left, she should have time to return to the nearby shopping mall. The shopping mall was to the right of the jewelry store. If she rode a jet ski, she could arrive in about 10 minutes. Using the above water reference points to identify her route, she had to make a large detour before finally locating the mall. The mall was a national chain brand 6 stories high with only 2 floors above water. Soo-yoon rode her jet ski around and discovered several damaged areas. It seemed that this place had been searched multiple times during the extreme cold. A sense of foreboding nagged at her. After securing the jet ski, she climbed in through a larger broken window. The mall was vast, yet when the headlight shone it appeared exceptionally empty. This floor sold clothing, and almost everything inside had been cleared out, leaving only muddy footprints and a few stripped mannequins. Soo-yoon sighed and ascended the stairs. The upper floor contained furniture and appliances. Very few pieces of furniture remained, and the only appliances left were a couple of bulky refrigerators. After collecting a few decent refrigerators, she went downstairs. At the escalator going down, there were many items bobbing up and down, all made of plastic. Clothes hangers, disposable cups, children's toys, plastic baskets, and an assortment of miscellaneous items cluttered the entire floor. All these items had one thing in common. They were inedible and useless. Soo-yoon bit her lip and checked her oxygen tank. The newly replaced tank still had 25 minutes of oxygen left, so she didn't need to change it for now. After sweeping the items floating on the water's surface into her space, Soo-yoon dove in headfirst. Following the stairs downwards, the lower level was half a supermarket and half a jewelry specialty shop. The supermarket was almost entirely empty, with only the shelves floating near the ceiling. Soo-yoon swam 2 laps but found nothing. The jewelry section had a few hairpins and bracelets floating in the water, but they were too scattered to waste oxygen on. After a quick glance, Soo-yoon descended to the lower level. The food court downstairs was stripped of tables and chairs, and the refrigerator was empty. After surveying the entire floor, only 2 usable gas tanks remained. The first floor had many jewelry stores, most of which were brand names lined up together with more than 20 stores. There were shops selling jade as well as those specializing in gold. The doors of these stores had all been smashed open. The wooden cabinets had been dismantled, leaving the counters empty. The safes beneath the cabinets were all locked, with the smaller ones missing. The larger, heavier ones remained in place, their locks pried open, violently marked with scratches. Unfortunately, the safes in these jewelry stores were bank-grade, making them very difficult to crack open. Soo-yoon smiled as she stuffed the unopened safes into her space. Aside from these, in the counters there was basically a safe over a meter tall behind each store, which was Soo-yoon's target for being here. She tossed over 20 oversized safes into her space. Indeed, the space once again filled with thick white mist. The mist was dense, making Soo-yoon's heart flutter with joy. After robbing the jewelry store clean, Soo-yoon circled the first floor and unexpectedly discovered a few displayed Jeep cars in the lobby. Although these waterlogged cars could be repaired, they were prone to issues. Soo-yoon glanced at them regretfully before swimming back along the stairs. After shaking around the 3rd floor, her 25 minutes of oxygen was nearly depleted. This time her haul was quite substantial, and the dense mist in her space had yet to dissipate. By the time she returned home safely, it was already 3 in the morning. Thinking about upgrading her space, she was completely wide awake. Taking advantage of the darkness, Soo-yoon closed the window panels and turned on the air conditioning. The desk lamp in the room wasn't too bright, and with the window panels the outside couldn't see into the room at all. Recalling the 2 safes at the shooting range, Soo-yoon became interested again. She placed the 2 safes in her bedroom and began guessing the codes. After 3 attempts and errors, she could only rely on brute force to dismantle them. Fortunately, she had plenty of tools. After using a laser cutter to remove the outer iron casing, she surprisingly found a thick stone slab inside. The stone slab was very sturdy. Soo-yoon wielded a hammer and hammered for a full hour before finally breaking a large hole in it. To her surprise, inside the large hole was another layer of steel plate. The multiple layers of protection sparked Soo-yoon's fighting spirit. She took out an angle grinder and sparks flew. Finally, she managed to break open the safe. Inside were several layers of, besides the red Mao Zedong notes, there were actually a lot of foreign currencies. This money is hardly better than waste paper, and Soo-yoon disdainfully tossed it aside. The second layer, however, was quite interesting, containing 2 handguns. Soo-yoon picked them up for a closer look. One was an American Glock LC-9S, and the other was a silver M1911. Both handguns were compact, especially the Glock, which seemed almost tailor-made for Soo-yoon. Aside from the handguns, what delighted Soo-yoon most was the bottom layer. This layer not only contained gunpowder, but also surprisingly had over a dozen grenades. Recalling the various wildlife protection products in Zhao Fatty's home, this guy must be a poacher. However, all of these items were a bargain for Soo-yoon. With the experience of opening the first safe, Soo-yoon proceeded to the second one. The contents of the second safe were much more chaotic, with a stack of documents on the first layer. As Soo-yoon had guessed, aside from engaging in international poaching, Zhao Fatty was also involved in smuggling. He had rented several houses with warehouses on the outskirts of the city. In the warehouse of the house, besides smuggled animal products, there were also firearms and special drugs. Once the floodwaters completely evaporated, it seemed like a trip to this warehouse would be necessary. The second layer contained a suitcase full of renminbi. In her previous life, during the floods, the government had set up 5 temporary supply points within the city. People could exchange supplies using cash, gold, medicine, and some metal materials. Other items were less convenient, but cash was the quickest means of transaction. At that time, she could use cash to exchange for some gold. Food exchange was also possible. After all, her space was like an insatiable beast, consuming gold, but never filling her stomach. At the very bottom layer, there was a submachine gun and a box of bullets. This was a valuable find, and Soo-yoon delightedly played with it for a while before putting it back into her space. As the sun rose, the temperature inside the room soared. The air conditioning unit dripped water outside and made noise. Just in case, Soo-yoon turned off the air conditioning and switched to a fan. Fortunately, the room still had plenty of cool air, and combined with the fan, it wasn't too hot for a short time. Breakfast was simple: an oil pancake, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of warm tofu pudding. Having eaten and drank to her fill, she took a shower. Soo-yoon lay down on the cool mat, and within 5 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. This sleep didn't last long, as she was awakened in less than 2 hours. The sound of an engine from a speedboat could be heard outside. Along with the engine noise, there were waves of cheering. Soo-yoon opened her bleary eyes and rolled to the window. Rubbing her eyes, she looked down. A few speedboats were approaching, and aboard them were armed soldiers. They held guns in their hands, and the cabin was filled with box after box of supplies. The trapped residents were questioning, some begging for help, while many others cheered. The soldiers had changed drastically since the beginning of the apocalypse. The aura of ruthlessness around them was even stronger. They remained indifferent to the residents' cries. The leading officer stood in the center of the cabin with a megaphone, saying, "These past few months have been tough for everyone, and we've had our share of difficulties. The country is preparing a base, which is soon to be operational and will be open to everyone. This time we are here to deliver supplies for the last time. There are enough supplies to last a week. After a week, there will be 5 trading points in the city open to residents who can exchange supplies using cash, gold, metal materials, and medicines. Specific times will be notified by drone." After the officer finished speaking, he ignored the inquiries from others, waved his hand to signal the distribution of supplies. Each person could receive 1 portion, and they would come 1 building at a time. Soo-yoon quickly got out of bed, slipped on her sandals, and grabbed a dagger before heading out. Everyone from the 11th floor had already come out. Upon seeing Soo-yoon, they all smiled and descended the stairs in a group. Many people had already gathered at the window downstairs. Most had pale faces and thin bodies. At that moment, Soo-yoon realized that there were still many survivors in their building. The box wasn't heavy, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. Everyone wore cheerful expressions. When it was Soo-yoon's turn, the soldier distributing supplies exclaimed. Then he tugged at the officer in the middle. The officer finally noticed Soo-yoon staring at her for a while before suddenly smiling. "Little girl, do you remember me?" Soo-yoon gazed at the officer's face for a moment before exclaiming, "You're the soldier who was in charge of snow removal." The officer's face had aged considerably, and Soo-yoon didn't recognize him at first. "Thank you very much for the frostbite ointment you gave us last time. Those 10 tubes of ointment saved our entire squad from a lot of suffering." After speaking, he took out a black cloth bag from behind him and handed it to Soo-yoon. "This is a token of gratitude from our squad for you." Soo-yoon hesitated for a long time, but the officer didn't give her a chance to refuse. He placed the bag on top of Soo-yoon's box. The young soldier beside him, still innocent, smiled and urged her to accept it. Soo-yoon thanked them and stepped aside. The distribution at the building quickly concluded, and the young soldier waved at Soo-yoon as the speedboat soon sped away. Soo-yoon felt a warm feeling in her heart. Holding her belongings, she went back up with the others from the 11th floor. When they parted, she exhaled visibly. "Are you still training in the afternoon?" Soo-yoon waved her hand, declining Jung-e, and went up to the 12th floor alone. The contents of the box were quite simple: a big bag of compressed biscuits, a bottle of water, a small bottle of disinfectant, and a pack of diarrhea medicine. Frowning, Soo-yoon looked at the disinfectant and diarrhea medicine. It seemed that diarrhea-type infectious diseases had already appeared somewhere. People consuming contaminated water for a long time combined with a lack of food and vitamins made it no surprise they were falling ill. Setting the box aside, Soo-yoon opened the black bag. It contained far more than the box. There were 2 cans of meat chocolate biscuits, soon to expire, ham sausages, a bag of salt, a box of medicine, and 2 bottles of water. Clearly they had put in effort. The chocolate and ham sausages were noticeably old. After carefully storing these items, Soo-yoon bit into a ham sausage and ate it in a few bites. The space still had a layer of mist, quite thin, indicating it would soon upgrade. Not needing to train in the afternoon, Soo-yoon sliced some cured meat and stir-fried it with chili, then took out a portion of cold noodles and mixed it with seasoning. Chilled watermelon juice poured into her stomach, dispelling the irritating heat. After washing the dishes, Soo-yoon glanced around her space. The white mist dissipated, revealing her space before her. Soo-yoon scanned around with her consciousness stunned. She unconsciously shook her head, unable to believe it, and scanned again. This time she truly believed that a big surprise had appeared in her space. Behind the towering mountains, the original white barrier had vanished, revealing an endless expanse of blue surging waves. It is indeed a genuine ocean. Standing on the fine soft sand, the sea breeze brings a refreshing coolness, and various shells are scattered across the beach. The retreating tide has left many surprises among the rocks. Flower crabs scuttle about, hiding beneath the sand, while starfish cling to the rocks, resembling an oil painting. Barnacles have covered the wooden stakes, their surfaces sharp like blades. Soo-yoon dug through the sand and uncovered several white clams. She gently pried one open, revealing its plump flesh. In the nearby little stream, there are some small shrimp, octopuses, and a few small fish. Holding a bamboo basket, Soo-yoon happily became a beachcomber. Strolling and pausing, she collected a good amount of seafood. This upgrade has allowed Soo-yoon to rediscover her space. It seems like a miniature Earth, gradually changing with each upgrade. The sudden appearance of the ocean jolted her senses. After collecting a full basket of seafood, she finally took notice of the changes in her space. The courtyard's palace has doubled in size, looking even more majestic. The original 3 towering mountains have transformed into 5, rising like the 5-finger mountain that pressed down on Sun Wukong. The mountains are lush and undulating, with waterfalls appearing among the rugged rocks, brimming with vitality. Although the lakes haven't increased, fish occasionally leap from the water. On the concrete stone bridge, 12 stone pillars have appeared, each carved with the 12 zodiac animals. The giant python at the bridge's entrance subtly shows signs of transforming into a dragon. The pasture has doubled in size, and the newly built fences occupy less than 1/10 of the area. The land has doubled in size. The vegetables previously planted are lush and look delicious. The vacant land, due to several rounds of free purchases, is nearly full. Now there's double the space available. The pregnant female rabbit had not been checked on for several days due to ample feed. Upon revisiting, Soo-yoon discovered that several pregnant rabbits had given birth to adorable fluffy bunnies. Soo-yoon dared not touch them, fearing that the mother rabbit might harm the bunnies if she detected her scent. She spent the entire afternoon busy with farming. She caught 2 fish, fed the livestock, and built a luxurious nest for the 3 little ones, expanding their activity space. After harvesting a batch of freshly grown lettuce, Soo-yoon watered the vegetable patch. The fruit trees have sprouted green leaves, showing a chance of survival. The 3 little ones followed closely behind Soo-yoon, assisting her with her chores. Soo-yoon found some chewing sticks and snacks to toss to them. The wooden corridor at the entrance of the courtyard is greener than before. Soo-yoon took some fresh fruits and sat by the stone table. Upon looking up, she noticed the grapevines were laden with clusters of grapes. The grapes are currently small, and their variety is unrecognizable. She hurriedly watered the grapevines, fearing that the grapes might not grow. Amidst her busy activities, Soo-yoon lost track of time. It wasn't until the space pushed her out that she realized she had spent a full 5 hours within. For dinner, Soo-yoon enjoyed seafood. After cleaning it, she steamed it in a large pot, preserving the seafood's original flavor. The 2 fish she caught were cleaned and prepared as grilled fish. After the apocalypse, this was a rare moment of relaxation. With the protection of the 11th floor, it felt like an extra layer of security. The food was ready, the night was just right, and cold beer paired perfectly with seafood. The newly released comedy movie had Soo-yoon laughing so hard her stomach hurt. After a hearty meal, her face flushed and she collapsed onto the cool mat, dozing off in a daze. After a night of drunkenness, when she awoke, her head felt like it was about to explode. She took a shower to wash away the alcohol. Su Yun resumed her monotonous routine. Farming, training, sleeping. A week passed swiftly. Just as people were unaware of when the drones would appear, the assault boat appeared again. This time it didn't bring food, but rather many inflatable rubber boats. Though the quality of the rubber boats seemed average, they were large enough to seat 6 people with ample space for supplies. To prevent competition, only one person from each household could go to purchase supplies. Food was limited and each person could buy enough provisions for 3. It revved its engine, making a circle around the community, distributing 1 rubber boat to each building. It informed the residents of the nearest shopping store. 6 households went out at a time, as Su Yun's group was the second batch. Since everyone had rubber boats, after knowing the location, a few of them discussed and decided to paddle over themselves. 1 person from each household went to the final group, consisted of Li Gang, Li Qingzheng, Yi, and Su Yun. Li Wu, frustrated for not being able to snatch Li Gang, dragged Li Qing's daughter into the house. Grandpa Zheng promised to make popcorn for 2 people, which made Li Wu smile. While other buildings were still inflating, Su Yun's boat was already nearing the community's exit. The nearest shopping point was not far, taking about 10 minutes to reach. There were many inflatable boats on the water, all of the same model. Most people on the boat looked haggard, holding weapons and cautiously observing their surroundings. The apocalypse had occurred too quickly and people had no opportunity to withdraw cash. Most were carrying metal materials and gold. The shopping point was set up on an abandoned platform. The platform was large, over 1,000 square meters, surrounded by wooden stakes where people could tie their inflatable boats. All along the way there were armed soldiers, and no one dared to rob or obstruct them. Thus most people arrived safely. A huge tent was set up on the platform, bustling with noise and chatter. When Su Yun and her group arrived, there was hardly any space left to dock. Unfamiliar with the situation, she didn't dare to take out cash and instead observed the surroundings carefully. The tent was specially made in blue with numerous support points inside. There were many staff members at the exchange counter. Next to each staff member stood an armed soldier. Contrary to what people expected, the food available for exchange on the platform was very limited. Most of it consisted of daily necessities. The best food was canned goods, meat, fruit, and vegetable cans, limited to 3 bottles per person. There were many staple foods available: rice flour, milk biscuits, compressed biscuits, instant noodles. Canned goods cost $100 per bottle, while rice and flour were $100 per pound. Biscuits were slightly more expensive at 200 yuan per pound, while compressed biscuits were 300 yuan per pound. Rice and flour were limited to 10 pounds per person, biscuits to 5 pounds, and compressed biscuits to 2 pounds per person. Each person could only buy 3 packets of instant noodles. Many voiced their doubts, but upon seeing the dark guns they fell silent. Su Yun had enough cash on hand. Others also had ample cash, and everyone exchanged for a substantial amount. The area was too large, and after obtaining their food, everyone dispersed on the spot, agreeing to meet back at the inflatable boat half an hour later. Su Yun began to wander aimlessly. There were many items available for exchange on the platform. Toilet paper was the second most scarce item, and a long queue had formed. Su Yun glanced over. It was 200 yuan per bundle. The price of medicine was exorbitant, especially for anti-inflammatory drugs, which cost 2,000 yuan per box. There were not many people at other stalls. Most had spent their money on essential items. Su Yun strolled around and stopped at a stall selling seeds. Unlike the seeds from before, the vegetable seeds here were developed by a new base, some being cold-resistant and others frost-resistant. The prices of the seeds were low and hardly anyone showed interest. Su Yun bought some as well, spending a total of 100 yuan. In addition to seeds, there were also vendors selling livestock, including chicks, ducklings, and young rabbits, with people lacking food who would buy young livestock to raise. Even at low prices, no one inquired. Soon half an hour had passed. A few people gathered again. Aside from Su Yun, the others had their arms full. Li Gang was attentive. In addition to toilet paper, he bought sanitary napkins for Li Wu and some tools for himself. Li Qing spent all her money on her daughter, purchasing a few fairy tale books and dolls. Zheng Yi bought the most items and, surprisingly like Su Yun, also bought some seeds. In addition to seeds, he also purchased young chicks, ducklings, and rabbits. He bought 4 rabbits in particular, placing them in a bamboo basket. Li Gang pointed at the rabbits, saying, "What are you buying these for?" "It's a waste of food. It's getting hot. We can go up the mountain to cut grass to feed them." Rabbits reproduce quickly and can serve as meat. Li Gang and Li Qing exchanged glances, regretting not buying any. Due to the swift shopping, there weren't many people returning. Soon the 4 of them paddled back to the community. Li Wu eagerly watched from the balcony and rushed down as soon as the boat appeared. The weather was hot, and the floodwater that had reached the 5th floor had evaporated to the 4th floor and a half. It seemed that in about 10 more days it would evaporate completely. The 5 of them carried their items and collected the boat. Li Qing walked at the back. Just as they were going from the 6th floor to the 7th, a shadow rushed out. Quick-witted, he grabbed Li Qing and dragged her toward the corridor door. Li Qing was startled and in a moment of daze had already been pulled far away. Once she regained her senses, she dropped the items in her hands and began to struggle fiercely. After months of training, she had long since shed her ineffective fighting style. Without any items in her hands, she quickly gained the upper hand. With one leg stepping back, she exerted force and threw the person who was pulling her away. As the man stood up groaning, everyone could finally see that the sudden attacker was none other than Li Qing's husband Wang Bin. "Mom, what are you doing? Hurry and come help me or she will run away." Wang Bin shouted frantically at the corridor door. It was softly pushed open and a thin, dark-skinned old lady emerged. She looked at her son with concern, placed her hands on her hips, and stood in front of Li Qing. "You calamity star, you've gotten bold enough to hit your husband. I advise you to hurry and come back with Wang Yaoao, or I will have my son divorce you." Li Qing, upon hearing this, seemed to hear a joke. "I have already divorced your son, you two can leave now." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's mother-in-law's face turned red. She cast a glance at Li Gang and Zheng Yi on the steps, her tone suddenly rising much higher. "Oh, that's why you moved out. All this fuss to find 2 adulterers. No wonder you want to separate from my son, you shameless harlot." Li Qing's eyes filled with rage. "Watch your mouth. Filthy people see everything as filthy. I live uprightly far better than your son, that scoundrel who sells his wife and daughter." Wang's mother's gaze wavered as she argued back. "What do you mean by selling a wife and daughter? Listen, you shameless woman, hurry and bring back Wang Yaoao, and I can persuade my son to spare you." Li Qing's eyes turned red from anger. "Get lost. From now on, let the bridge be the bridge, and the road be the road. If you come to bother me again, I will kill you." Seeing Li Qing serious, Wang Bin shrank back, feeling guilty. He straightened up, but his voice was much softer. "We're not divorced yet, and I have a share of the money. If you give me the items and Yaoao, I won't bother you anymore." Li Qing replied, "You and your mother have never cared for my daughter. Why should I give her to you?" Wang's mother raised her chin. "Because she is from our Wang family." "Huh, now you say she is from your Wang family. What did you say when she was born? Girls are useless, girls are excess. You even named the child Yaoao, which means premature death. There is no grandmother as cruel as you in the world." Wang's elderly mother, feeling guilty, took 2 steps back. She pointed at Li Qing, her voice trembling. "I don't care, hurry and hand over the items and the child or I will fight you." Li Qing rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. "Come, I will take a step back and share your surname." The old lady was provoked and rushed over to slap Li Qing. Li Qing was quick, she dodged the slap and pushed back. The old lady, already thin, was shoved and directly fell to the ground. She did not expect Li Qing to dare to lay hands on her and began to throw a tantrum while lying on the ground. "Oh no, the daughter-in-law is hitting the mother-in-law." Seeing his mother pushed down, Wang Bin panicked and rushed over regardless of everything. Li Wu and Li Gang wanted to help but were stopped by Li Qing. "I can handle this kind of beast myself." Wang Bin raised his fist, pretending to hit Li Qing's face. Li Qing grasped Wang Bin's outstretched wrist, twisted it backward, and with a crack, Wang Bin's eyes filled with tears from the pain. Knowing he could not let it go easily, Wang Bin became ruthless. He ferociously turned his head and suddenly drew a dagger from behind his waist, lunging it toward Li Qing's chest. "Shameless woman, die." Li Qing did not expect him to suddenly pull a knife. Although she avoided the attack, she was still constrained. Wang Bin was vicious, thrusting the knife at her vital points. Li Qing was forced into a passive defense, feeling extremely frustrated. Wang's elderly mother saw her son gaining the upper hand and mocked. "No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than my son. Son, kill her. I will find you a better one later who can guarantee to bear you a son." Wang Bin responded with a grin, his expression particularly arrogant. Suyun originally did not want to interfere, thinking everyone should solve their own problems. But now that Li Qing was unarmed and clearly at a disadvantage, she hesitated for 2 seconds, considering grabbing a slingshot. Just as she reached out to grab it, Zheng Yi shook his head at her. Suyun was puzzled, but he gestured with his chin for her to look at Li Qing. At first, Li Qing was a bit flustered in her evasion, but gradually she began to gain mastery. Her speed increased, and before Wang Bin could injure himself, she snatched the knife from him. Wang Bin was hit on the arm by Li Qing, causing a numbness in his hand, and the dagger changed hands. Li Qing showed no mercy towards those who wished to kill her as she seized the dagger and plunged it fiercely into Wang Bin's chest. Wang Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that his once timid wife truly dared to commit murder. He clutched his chest, taking 2 steps back before sliding down against the wall to the ground. Old Lady Wang trembled as she witnessed the scene, her legs shaking as she stepped back, scrambling down the stairs while shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Li Qing did not even glance at the dying Wang Bin and picked up the plastic bag on the floor, rushing upstairs. Grandpa Zhang held Wang Yaoao as they stood on the stairs of the 11th floor listening to the commotion, looking down with concern. Upon seeing Li Qing, Wang Yaoao released Grandpa Zhang's hand and dashed over. The soft, adorable child wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, her eyes moist. Mommy, did Grandma and Daddy hit you again? Does it hurt? Yaoao will blow it for you. Li Qing's previously indifferent expression suddenly cracked, and she trembled as she embraced her daughter. Baby, from now on we will no longer call you Wang Yaoao. You will take my surname and be named Li Anan. Mommy hopes Anan will always be safe. Li Anan nodded vigorously, her tender little hand wiping away Li Qing's tears. Mommy, don't worry, Anan will definitely be safe. Not many people came to buy supplies at the temporary supermarket had been open for a week. Suyun originally planned to exchange cash for gold. Unexpectedly, there were armed soldiers patrolling the entrance of the temporary supermarket, and after shopping, one would immediately be driven away, making it impossible to complete the transaction. After realizing the reality, Suyun only went once and did not return. However, she frequently visited the 11th floor, where several people paired up and went out every day. Suyun then became the one who stayed home reading fairy tales to Anan every day. A week passed and the floodwaters had receded to the 2nd floor. The temperature remained high, but with ample food people became lethargic and the neighborhood felt much safer. On the day the temporary supermarket closed, people brought back news from the base. The base was currently under construction, urgently needing talent in various fields, and those with skills could enter the base to live early. This was undoubtedly fantastic news. Living at the base meant no more fear, not to mention a guaranteed livelihood and increased safety. Many people were eager to sign up. The skills required now were vastly different from before. The base mainly recruited electricians, repairmen, carpenters, builders, welders, doctors, and so on. Various office clerks who previously worked in the office were the first to be eliminated. On the first day, the registration office opened. The 11th and 12th floors held a meeting together. Living at the base had many inconveniences, and Suyun had enough supplies and did not plan to go. When Li Wu learned that Suyun would not go to the base, he immediately supported her with both hands. For reasons unknown, the Zhang family grandfather and grandson also gave up on living at the base. Only Li Qing remained somewhat tempted. As a doctor, she could have a promising future at the base, and with the protection of soldiers, Anan would be safer. Everyone understood Li Qing's intentions and did not stop her. As a surgeon, she was precisely the talent the base urgently needed, and she practically passed the registration immediately. On the day she left with her child, everyone gathered for a meal. Suyun brought a piece of cured meat and contributed some dried vegetables. Li Gang and his sister provided rice and vacuum-sealed sauerkraut. Zhang Yi brought sausages and canned meat. A group of people gathered in the hallway of the 11th floor to bid farewell to Li Qing and her daughter. Before the floodwaters evaporated, Suyun and the others did not go out again. She was busy every day either planting or harvesting vegetables, clearing fields to grow various vegetables she liked aside from tomatoes, potatoes, and lettuce. Suyun also planted eggplants, peppers, and beans. She grew many fruits as well, especially her favorite watermelons, planting a full acre. The little rabbits that were born earlier had all grown up. Suyun was surprised to find that the mother rabbit who had just given birth half a month ago was pregnant again. After checking the book, she discovered that rabbits have 2 uteruses, allowing them to seamlessly connect and give birth to a litter every month. To reward these rabbits, Suyun generously fed them plenty of cabbage and carrots. Aside from the rabbits, the most prolific creatures in the space turned out to be the quail. In the glass house, not only were there quail eggs daily, but they also nested and hatched chicks. Since the sea had emerged, Suyun enjoyed the freedom of seafood. She calculated the tide schedule and frequently went to the shore, bringing back fresh and delicious seafood. After several days of busy work, the floodwaters finally evaporated, leaving only mud and debris on the ground along with some corpses of giant creatures. The stench was unbearable, with large flies and mosquitoes buzzing everywhere. After nearly a year of turmoil, many households had their doors and windows pried open, making it impossible to prevent the invasion of mosquitoes. Li Wu cursed the mosquitoes daily over the intercom. With the water gone, many people felt that the apocalypse had passed, and some began to leave the city to find relatives in the countryside. Others left early and returned late every day in search of lost family. Suyun did not feel relaxed because the flood had disappeared. Instead, she felt restlessness. She remembered that in her previous life, after the flood, there had been a surge of rats. Hordes of rats swarmed from the sewers, riverbanks, and various crevices. These rats had red eyes and were much larger than ordinary rats. In addition to gnawing at food, they would also bite humans, causing many deaths due to rat attacks, and quite a few injured people contracted epidemic hemorrhagic fever, plague, and rabies. Rats carry a large number of bacteria in their mouths, especially these seemingly mutated rats, which are extremely terrifying. A single bite could be fatal. The rat plague in her previous life was too distant. At that time, she was not in the city, but in the suburbs with the Sioux family. The suburbs had very few rats and their doors had protective measures, so they were not significantly affected. The horrific events of that time she learned from others. Now she was in the city right in the center of the rat outbreak. Although her house was secure, Soo-yoon felt extremely anxious. In addition to checking the doors and windows, she also focused on inspecting the sewage pipes. Although stones were placed on the pipes, they were not safe. The number of rats was so large that it would be easy for them to dislodge the stones and enter the house, so it seemed she needed to prepare early. After thinking it over, Soo-yoon went downstairs. Although she could not clearly tell the 11th floor about the impending rat plague, she could subtly guide everyone. Unexpectedly, as soon as Soo-yoon hinted at it, Jung-e picked up the conversation. He recounted several cases of natural disasters from previous years and analyzed the risks and benefits after disasters. Then he seriously warned everyone that he suspected the filthy environment could provoke a rat infestation. Soo-yoon did not expect Jung-e to know so much about natural disasters and became a listener. After realizing what she was worried about, Grandpa Jung and Lee Gang exchanged glances, and the two immediately guaranteed that they could solve the problem of rats coming from the underground pipes. Hearing about the impending rat plague, Lee Woo turned pale. Everyone's faces were grim. Besides needing to prevent mosquito bites, they also had to guard against rat attacks. Everyone started to get busy. To seal the sewers, they needed cement and some concrete. These materials were not available at home, only places that sold building materials had them. Currently, the city was in disarray, with people everywhere searching for supplies and relatives. After some discussion, they decided to go out at night to look for useful materials. Staying home to guard was Lee Woo. Knowing that rats might appear outside, the little girl was understandably distressed. Even after sealing all the pipes in the house, she was still very scared. The weather was hot, so many people chose to go out at night. As several people exited the house, many others were still searching outside. The city was in ruins, giving off a post-war feeling. Water, electricity, and internet services were unavailable, and it seemed that normal life would not be restored for a long time. People were terrified of hunger, and as long as the situation allowed, they searched for supplies without stopping. Grandpa Jung frequently bought tools and was very familiar with the steel market. He led the group, taking advantage of the moonlight to set off. There were many shops along the road, most of which had their doors pried open. Even hardware stores had been looted, with many tools that could harm people taken away. The shops were deserted, and Grandpa Jung and Lee Gang also chose to enter 2 of them. Each brought out some scattered materials. Soo-yoon took a look and saw nails, light bulbs, water pipe valves, and some materials she could not identify. Although these items looked like junk to Soo-yoon, they were treasures in the eyes of Grandpa Jung and the others. The old and the young felt as if they had struck gold, beaming with joy. Most of the people who came out at night to search for supplies were armed, moving in groups of 3 or 5, keeping a lookout for each other. With Grandpa Jung leading the way, the group quickly reached the steel market. The steel market was large, and most of the storefronts had been pried open. Several large material supermarkets had their doors tightly shut, and their windows had been smashed, indicating that they had also been visited. When Soo-yoon and the others arrived, a few jeeps were parked at the entrance of the largest steel shop, with some soldiers carrying supplies out of the shop. Seeing this from afar, Grandpa Jung shook his head and pointed to another small path. I had an old buddy whose family dealt in building materials. I got a lot of supplies from him, but his shop is small and unmarked, so only regular customers can find it. Let's go check our luck there. Several people nodded, and with Grandpa Jung they turned left and right, entering an alley. The alley was deep, dark, and the houses had long been abandoned, with plenty of foul-smelling sludge on the roofs. When Jing-e's flashlight flashed, Soo-yoon even saw a bloated corpse on the roof of a bungalow. The body had swollen and rotted, with white maggots wriggling around. Had it not been for her previous experience granting her immunity, Soo-yoon would have almost vomited. After walking for about 5 minutes, Grandpa Jung finally stopped in front of a crimson door. It was a large courtyard with many faded characters on the windows. Soo-yoon carefully discerned and could only vaguely recognize the words hardware. Grandpa Jung looked at the courtyard and sighed, his once straight back now hunched, seeming to worry about the safety of his old friend. Jung-e patted the old man's back and pried open the big door. Inside the courtyard was a mess filled with garbage. There were many materials Soo-yoon could not name on the ground, as she only recognized colored steel and wire. Lee Gang's eyes brightened. He was familiar with the items here, but unfortunately they were too heavy to carry back. The 3 large tile-roofed houses had people living in the middle one, while both sides were warehouses. Grandpa Jung did not look at the warehouses, but hunched his back and led the way into the main house. Jung-e followed, worried. Li Gang understood the purpose of their outing and dove into the warehouse to start searching for what they needed. Siyun had no idea how the two would manage and could not help at all. While no one was paying attention to her, she went into another warehouse. The warehouse was large and dark with a damp fall odor. Turning on her flashlight, Siyun carefully searched around, finding only construction materials. She kept her eyes on the door while her hands busily collected various building materials. Just as she was about done collecting, a familiar light slowly approached. It was Grandpa Zhang. The old man seemed to have been crying, his eyes red. His voice was hoarse as he instructed Zhang Yi to get the materials he needed. Siyun glanced at Zhang Yi, who also looked unwell, and subtly shook his head. From his expression, Siyun guessed something was amiss. There must be a corpse of Grandpa Zhang's friend in the main house, otherwise this cheerful old man wouldn't be so sad. After finding the necessary items, Li Gang and Li Wu carried them while Siyun and Grandpa Zhang lacked the strength and could only help by carrying some tools. Before heading back, Zhang Yi placed the items on the ground and instructed everyone to wait before turning towards the pickup truck. After talking for a few minutes, he returned. On the way back, many people eyed them with ill intent. A few others followed closely behind, brandishing baseball bats and whistling at Siyun. Before Siyun could react, Grandpa Zhang was furious. He puffed up his beard and glared, grabbing a shovel as if to confront them. No one had the foresight, everyone thought that disaster had passed. Seeing Grandpa Zhang like this, the few little ruffians did not dare to be too arrogant. After cursing a few times, they turned and left. After returning home safely, neither Grandpa Zhang nor Li Gang slept. The two of them held their tools and began discussing. Siyun went upstairs to take a shower, turned on the electric fan, and comfortably fell asleep. That night she had a long dream. In the dream there were reed rats. These rats hid in the darkness, silently watching her. Every step she took they followed. This directly frightened Siyun awake. The morning temperature was not too high and outside was somewhat noisy, with many people taking advantage of the coolness to search for food. Not many survived in the community. Some had either gone to the base or returned to the countryside to find relatives, making the entire community appear quite desolate. Due to the nightmare, Siyun woke up early with little appetite. After eating a pie, she could not bring herself to eat porridge and tea eggs. Before 7 o'clock, the intercom lit up. Knowing that Siyun had woken up, Zhang Yi asked her to come downstairs. The 11th floor was in disarray with tools scattered everywhere, making it nearly impossible to move. An old man and a young one were working hard on the electric fence. Unlike what Siyun had bought, their modified electric fence had smaller gaps. Grandpa Zhang and Li Gang had not slept all night. They mixed the cement and sharpened the wooden wedges, trying them out on the 11th floor. The pipe opening was too large to seal tightly. With both methods proving ineffective, the group felt like ants on a hot stove, scurrying around in circles. Li Gang squatted in front of the tools he had picked up yesterday, scrutinizing them carefully for a long while. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and picked up two white objects. Siyun leaned over to take a look and was astonished to find they were glass glue and quick-drying agent. Upon seeing this, Grandpa Zhang's eyes lit up. He patted Li Gang on the shoulder and said, "Young people have sharp minds." The old man then strolled downstairs with his hands behind his back. Before long he returned with several bricks in his arms. He measured the pipe opening and adjusted the bricks to be of equal size. Li Gang opened the glass glue and applied a thick layer on one side of the cut bricks. As the brick was pushed in, the glass glue on one side stuck to the pipe wall while some gaps appeared on the other side. Li Gang continued to fill it, and soon the entire pipe was sealed tightly. Seeing it was effective, everyone began to divide tasks. Li Gang and Grandpa Zhang sealed off the 11th floor while Siyun took Zhang Yi up to the 12th floor. The kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom were all tightly sealed wherever there was a hole or a place to crawl in to prevent rats from coming up from the corridor. Siyun brought in the power supply box and covered the crowded electrical grid in the corridor of the 11th floor. The 11th floor had not been renovated, and the glass and security door were from the original construction. It could hold off a few people, but resisting a massive tide of rats was clearly a challenge. If the 11th floor fell, it would be detrimental to Siyun. It could hold off a few people, but resisting a massive tide of rats was clearly... The corridor door on the 12th floor had been reinforced and was extremely sturdy. The security door was thickened with 3 layers, and the glass was bulletproof, additionally reinforced with steel plates sufficient to block rats coming from the corridor. Without a second of hesitation, everyone gathered all the supplies and hurriedly went up to the 12th floor. Siyun had prepared everything beforehand, and the interior was not much different from the 11th floor. The only difference was that they had a bit more supplies. After placing the supplies in the living room, the two groups chose the guest room beside Siyun. Grandpa Zhang and Li Gang didn't stay long and quickly rushed downstairs. The two discussed for a long time, thinking of many traps to set up on the 11th floor. Siyun, out of curiosity, followed them downstairs. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was quite shocking. Two inept craftsmen were acting like Zhuge Liang. The old man and the young boy let their imaginations run wild, crafting traps quickly and viciously. By the time they finished setting all the traps, it was already noon. Everyone ate something casually and returned to their rooms. Knowing a rat plague was coming, no one had slept well, bustling around almost all night. Once they relaxed, everyone began to snore after a while. Meanwhile, Suyun couldn't sleep with someone nearby. She rummaged through her belongings to take out her binoculars. There were many people outside, most of them searching for supplies. Suyun held the binoculars for a while, suddenly realizing something was off. She focused on the opposite riverbank and noticed pedestrians running quickly, some collapsing to the ground. Suyun was startled and quickly stood up, moving to the window to observe carefully. In the distance, the lakeside shimmered under the sun, reflecting a warm yellow. Suddenly, the lakeside began to darken as if the water had turned black. As Suyun adjusted her focus and looked closely, her scalp tingled. What seemed to be black water on the lake was actually a mass of rats. Countless rats were swimming across from the opposite bank. Suyun rushed to the door and was about to knock on Zheng Yi's door when it opened from the inside. Zheng Yi held the binoculars, looking grim. Grandpa Zheng followed behind him, also pale. The two ran towards the rooftop while Suyun went back to call Li Gang and his sister. Li Gang and his sister were just falling asleep when they were suddenly jolted awake by the door being pounded on. Seeing Suyun's pale face, they all realized what was happening. They followed Suyun up to the rooftop. The group peered over the edge of the rooftop, watching the tide of rats in the distance. Li Wu was so frightened she froze, not daring to move. Li Gang gulped, his face pale as a ghost. Soon the massive tide of rats moved closer from the opposite bank. The sewer openings, garbage piles, and underground entrances were all swarming with rats. They drilled into any hole, biting anyone they encountered. Their spread was rapid. Some people searching for supplies began to run back. How could a person's legs outrun rats? Once someone fell, a swarm of rats climbed over them. Suyun watched helplessly as a man was reduced to a pile of bloody bones. They pounced on one person after another. The city was filled with screams. The sheer number of rats was overwhelming, climbing over each other as they piled higher. Everyone watched in horror as building after building was covered by the swarm. Before long, the dark mass of rats reached the entrance to the community. Suyun stepped back a bit and shouted, "Hurry, get inside." Zheng Yi pulled Grandpa Zheng towards the house. Li Wu was so scared she couldn't move, even forgetting to cry. Li Gang ran a few steps away, then realized his sister hadn't moved and quickly returned to carry Li Wu inside. The last one to enter was Suyun. She took the remote control and raised the long-used steel cover. The entire rooftop was tightly wrapped up, resembling an inverted fish tank. After sealing the rooftop door tightly, the group went downstairs. Suyun pressed the switch, and all the steel plates outside the windows came down with a clang. The steel plates blocked the sunlight, leaving the entire room dark. Suyun pulled out the power supply box from the bedroom and connected the lights to the socket. Once the lights turned on, everyone relaxed a bit. Grandpa Zheng lit a few torches. Li Gang handed out shovels to everyone. They all stood in the living room silent. Outside screams could be heard, sharp and piercing, causing anxiety. Suyun moved to the security door and listened carefully to the sounds in the corridor. Unfortunately, the 3 layers of doors were still too thick. No sounds could be heard. Zheng Yi opened a small gap in the security door and the two pressed their ears against it. The corridor was filled with the sound of countless footsteps and numerous squeaking noises. Soon chaos erupted on the lower floors. The sounds of painful screams, banging, and cursing surged one after another. Moments later, a crackling sound of electricity suddenly echoed down the corridor. Then a foul odor of burning wafted up. It seemed the electric grid was working and the rats coming up were being electrocuted. Zheng Yi, gathering his courage, opened the door. The corridor was dark and the once clear glass windows were crawling with countless rats. There were so many rats pressing against the glass. Fortunately, Suyun had installed the thickest bulletproof glass at that time, and there wasn't a single crack in the glass. The rats outside couldn't get in and everyone felt a bit more at ease. Zheng Yi carefully looked down from the corridor door. The electric grid on the 11th floor was completely dark. The upper area was filled with the charred bodies of dead rats. The electric grid was still operational for now, but it clearly wouldn't hold out much longer. Suyun exchanged glances with Zheng Yi, carefully closing the door. As they turned back, they suddenly heard a dense sound of squeaking rats. Following the sound, they realized it was coming from the elevator shaft. Everyone had secured everything except for the elevator shaft. Although the elevator door was thick, there were many gaps, and if the rats managed to squeeze in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing them staring at the elevator shaft, Grandpa Zheng quickly reacted. He hurried inside, dug out a bucket of gasoline, and brought it out. The old man stared intently at the elevator door. Before long, rat paws began to appear through the gaps in the elevator door. Especially from the gap below, they could even see rat heads. His expression turned cold on the spot. "Niece, you had better think carefully. The family enterprise is of great importance." With a determined bite, Grandpa Zheng opened the entire bucket of gasoline and poured it into the gaps. After emptying the entire bucket, he tossed it aside. He ferociously pulled out a lighter. Zheng Yi pressed his hand down and shook his head. "Setting a fire is too dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, we mustn't do it." The elevator door began to twist and deform under the pressure. It felt as if a strong man was pounding on the door with his fists. Zheng Yi frowned and pulled the others back. Li Gang, holding a shovel, cautiously stepped out. Fortunately, the elevator door was quite sturdy. It took a full 10 minutes before a corner was bitten open. Outside the fist-sized round hole, there were swarms of dark rats. One rat discovered the gap and squeezed through, immediately followed by countless others. The group swung their shovels, striking at the dark mass of rats. Each swing flattened a rat, but unfortunately, despite their efforts, they couldn't match the speed of the rats and could only retreat to the house while fighting. Quickly, they found themselves at the door. Li Gang gritted his teeth and ran inside, bringing out all the adhesives, super glue, glass glue, anything sticky. Grandpa Zheng held a torch to scare them while Zheng Yi and Su Yun swung their shovels. With just a bit of space left at the door, Li Gang opened all the glue and squeezed it onto the floor. The group retreated behind the glue to see what would happen. Unexpectedly, Li Gang's plan worked remarkably well. Instantly, a layer of rats was stuck, squeaking and struggling to escape. The rats behind them, stepping on the ones that were stuck, began to surge forward again. With no way to retreat, they could only close the 3 layers of security doors and retreat back inside. Inside, it was quiet with no sounds of rats climbing. Zheng Yi went to the bathroom to listen carefully. Fortunately, they had blocked well. No rats had climbed up the pipes. Su Yun ran upstairs, and the glass door on the rooftop was clean with not a single rat in sight. It seemed the steel cover was worth the investment, effectively blocking the rat swarm. After checking the entire house and finding no leaks, Li Gang slumped onto the sofa. "That was too terrifying. I've never seen so many rats in my life." Grandpa Zheng, being older, was out of breath and slumped on the sofa for a while before sighing. "When I was young, I encountered a rat plague, but it was never this severe." Zheng Yi didn't sit down. He stood in the living room, his ears perked, carefully distinguishing the sounds of the rats. Su Yun also remained standing, looking through the peephole. The 3-layer peephole was too blurry to see outside clearly. However, from the sounds outside, it seemed the rats were gnawing at the security door. Li Wu was completely petrified, curled up on the sofa with her head in her arms, shaking all over. Everyone understood her reaction. After all, everyone has something they are particularly afraid of. Screams and cries for help echoed one after another. It took a full 2 hours for the outside to gradually quiet down. This time, the death toll in the city was several times higher than during the extreme cold. The entire city was nearly emptied. Many who survived were seriously injured. Most had been bitten and left maimed. Many people's toes had been bitten off. After the rat disaster, the Black Death spread, taking another group of people. The city was engulfed in panic with an overwhelming atmosphere of death. That night, no one dared to sleep. The group stayed in the living room until dawn the next day. Afraid the rat swarm had not left, Su Yun didn't dare to open the door and the steel cover, but rather opened the steel plates outside the window. Once the steel plates retracted, warm sunlight streamed in. The group crowded by the window to look down. The outside was already devoid of rats. The streets were empty, with only some human remains. Li Wu took a glance and covered her mouth as she ran into the bathroom. After confirming there were no rats outside, Su Yun layer by layer opened the security doors. Only the outermost layer of the security door showed somewhere. The other 2 doors were completely fine. Outside, there were quite a few rat carcasses. Li Gang's glue trap was quite effective, with several live rats stuck on it. The ones still alive were quickly dispatched by Li Gang. The group was busy. They blocked the broken elevator door and dealt with the rat carcasses inside the corridor door. The electric grid was no longer functional. It couldn't be damaged any further. The power supply box was intact, but unfortunately it had run out of power. They cleaned, burned, and disinfected. By the end of the day, the corridor was finally restored to cleanliness. The 11th floor had protection and traps set up along with the electric grid's defense, which resulted in minimal damage, and no rats had entered the house. The group took advantage of the daylight to move back. After the rat-tied people were terrified, most went to the base. Even if it meant exchanging items for qualifications or doing labor, it was still better than dying. The losses at the base were significant. Fortunately, they had used fire attacks in advance. The food remained relatively unharmed and personnel casualties were light. Only many buildings were damaged, wasting a lot of materials. To prevent the Black Death, military helicopters dropped a considerable amount of medicine throughout the city. The remaining survivors rushed to grab them. Although the drop points weren't far, neither the 11th floor nor Suyun ventured out. The risk of the Black Death spreading was too great, and they had sufficient medicine, so it wasn't worth the risk. 1 week after the rat disaster, the sweltering weather suddenly turned cool. The temperature, which had been close to 50 degrees, gradually dropped to the 30s. Just when people thought the extreme heat had passed, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy clouds obscured the sun, and a cool breeze filled the air. Many people rushed outside, crying tears of joy, believing it was finally going to rain. To their surprise, heavy rain did not come. People looked up at the sky in confusion, not understanding why. As everyone felt disappointed, something began to fall from the gloomy sky, not the anticipated rain, but rather a hailstone after hailstone. With the hail falling, the temperature dropped sharply from over 30 degrees to 20 degrees. The hailstones also grew larger, starting from small sizes to increasingly larger. Many people standing outside were struck by the hail, bloodied and fleeing for cover. As the hail intensified, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the darkened sky, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rain that washed over the entire city. The filthy and chaotic streets were cleansed by the torrential downpour, revealing their original colors. The rooftop was pounded by the hail, making a loud thudding sound, with hailstones the size of fists falling to the ground. They appeared crystal clear. This hailstorm lasted a whole day before finally stopping. Many facilities on the roads were damaged, old car windows shattered, and the already battered exteriors were pockmarked. The scorching sun did not last for 2 months before the daylight turned dim. Every morning the air was thick with yellow fog, the weather stifling, and the temperature soared back to 40 degrees. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Suyun was acutely sensitive to natural disasters. Her heart felt restless, always sensing that something was about to happen. She had not experienced this massive hailstorm in her previous life. Everything in this life seemed different from the last. A mouse plague, a massive hailstorm. Could it be that another disaster was about to descend? Feeling uneasy, she had no appetite for food. Suyun held a telescope, meticulously observing the situation outside. White smoke was rising from the street manholes, and in the distance large bubbles were emerging from the once calm water surface. The previously vanished mice were scurrying chaotically across the streets. The wind outside was strong, carrying a strange scent in the air. It felt eerily similar to the moments before the great earthquake in her previous life. But Suyun remembered that the earthquake in her last life occurred in the 4th year of the apocalypse, and now it was only the 1st year. The violent earthquake caused buildings to tremble violently and collapse with a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, roads fractured, and everywhere was filled with the booming sound. Recalling the events of her previous life sent chills down Suyun's spine. Better to be overly cautious than to be caught off guard. While packing everything in the house into her space, she used the intercom to alert everyone on the 11th floor. The mouse plague hit the day before yesterday, and yesterday there was a whole day of hail. The current situation outside resembles the moments before an earthquake. A major quake is likely coming. After nearly a year of interaction, everyone knew that Suyun never joked. Everyone, gather your supplies and what you need to take. It's best if we leave the building and find an open space. Zheng Yi and Li Gang were both soldiers. They had been trained and had participated in earthquake rescue efforts. They were well aware of the signs preceding an earthquake. Sounds of hurried packing echoed from across the hall. At the same time, Zheng Yi's voice came through. The water in the lakes has turned murky, the mice outside seem agitated, and the weather is abnormal. It looks like Suyun's guess is correct. This is a sign of an impending earthquake. Hurry up and pack, we need to leave now. At the same time, Zheng Yi's voice came through. The water in the lakes has turned murky, the mice outside seem agitated, and the weather is abnormal. It looks like Suyun's guess is correct. This is a sign of an impending earthquake. Hurry up. She left only the corridor door to prevent others from noticing. When she went downstairs, the 11th floor was still busy organizing. Li Gang and Grandpa Zheng had a lot of tools, and both were reluctant to leave anything behind, wanting to take it. Suyun felt anxious and spoke firmly. Is it more important to take the tools or to save our lives? Hurry up. Without waiting for a response, she dashed downstairs. The entire neighborhood was filled with densely packed buildings. If her guess was correct, the earthquake would not be minor. Under a strong earthquake, these buildings would crumble in an instant, crashing to the ground. To survive, they needed to find a spacious open area. Suyun had not been downstairs for 2 minutes when hurried footsteps came from behind. Li Gang and Li Wu reached her side first. Grandpa Zheng was not fast, so Zheng Yi dragged the supplies down first. He assembled the picnic cart, and several people piled the supplies onto it. To speed up the journey, Li Wu and Li Gang pulled the cart while Suyun carried a backpack and dragged a bundle of supplies wrapped in a bedsheet, leading the way. Zheng-yi, on the other hand, carried Grandpa Zhang on his back, moving swiftly. Their unusual actions caught the attention of those around them. Everyone greedily eyed their supplies. Only the residents of Building 50 were anxious. There was no way around it, as Su-yoon and her group were too strong. Whenever something happened, they were always the first to react. In the wake of the mouse plague, some in the building were dead or injured, yet they had escaped unscathed. Fong Ku, who had fished for medicine with Su-yoon, stood on the balcony, watching the backs of the departing group, biting his lip. He hastily packed supplies, taking his wife, child, and younger brother, and hurried downstairs. Once one person moved, everyone followed suit. The residents of the neighboring building were bewildered, but also began to move. Su-yoon and her group were unaware of the effect they were causing. The few of them exited the neighborhood, searching for a larger open space. In the city, every inch of land was precious, and suitable places were almost non-existent. It was Li Wu who reacted first. Let's go to the school. Every school has a playground. The playground is huge, and the foundation is solid. It's just a 10-minute walk to the first city high school. Time was of the essence, and no one dared waste it or question the decision. Li Wu led the way, and the group began to jog. The first city high school was large. The electric gate at the entrance had long been broken, lying like a pile of scrap metal. The school was deserted, the windows of the teaching buildings shattered, indicating that countless people had searched for supplies here. There was no time to observe, the group ran towards the playground at the back. The playground was vast, far from the teaching buildings, and even if the teaching buildings collapsed, they would not be affected. Almost as soon as they stood still, the sound of a helicopter buzzing overhead reached them. A massive loudspeaker blared, almost waking the entire city. Su-yoon looked up, and not far above them was a military helicopter. Attention all survivors, please quickly evacuate to an open area in the wild. A major earthquake may occur at any time. The repeated announcements continued for over 10 minutes. The once peaceful city suddenly came alive. On the desolate streets, more and more people began to appear. Some carried backpacks, some carried bags, and some didn't even have time to put on shoes. Many were terrified and ran without a clear direction. Through the fence, many noticed Su-yoon and her group in the center of the playground. They immediately ran in from outside the school. Just as the crowd was bustling, the ground shook violently, and everyone looked in surprise at their feet. The vibrations beneath their feet grew stronger, and the tremors intensified. The crowd began to sway, and many fell to the ground. The teaching building before Su-yoon swayed from side to side. The broken glass shattered, and the window frames began to deform. The massive structure collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ground began to crack, and the surrounding buildings crumbled like tofu, breaking into pieces. Concrete beams snapped, bricks fell, and rebar bent and deformed. A tremendous force seemed to want to tear the entire earth apart. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear. The area was filled with ruins and debris. The cracks that tore apart were spreading rapidly, splitting the playground in two. Many of those who had fallen let out screams, and as the ground shook, they fell into the fissures. The chasms continued to widen, bottomless. The severe shaking began to lessen just as people stood up, thinking the earthquake had ended. The earth emitted a rumbling roar. It was as if a giant monster beneath the ground was ready to burst forth, swallowing everyone whole. Moments later, an even stronger tremor struck. Towering buildings collapsed with a loud crash, and thick dust enveloped the ground, blinding people's eyes. Cracking sounds echoed beneath their feet. Some areas of the playground rose while others sank. Zheng-yi was shouting something, but it was too noisy for Su-yoon to hear. It wasn't until a large hand grabbed her hand, handing her a thick rope, that she realized what was happening. Su-yoon reacted quickly, tying it around her waist. The group huddled together on the ground like skewered candied fruit. Su-yoon took out 2 daggers from her backpack. The package had long been lost, and with 1 dagger in each hand, she forcefully plunged the tips into the ground to stabilize her swaying form. Li Wu, who was close by, saw Su-yoon's actions and also took a dagger to imitate her. After completing all the farming tasks in the space, only 3 hours had passed. Outside, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and night was approaching. At that moment, no one noticed the pain. All attention was focused on the earthquake. Although Su-yoon was also scared, she remained calm, as she had her own trump card. In a life-and-death crisis, if absolutely necessary, she could only hide in her space. Fortunately, the tremors were subsiding, the swaying lessened, and finally the earth returned to calm. One by one, people stood up from the ground. The playground had split apart, revealing a giant chasm in the middle. The city that had once been filled with towering buildings was now devastated. The prominent landmarks had vanished without a trace, and the city, built of steel and concrete, had turned into a wasteland. This earthquake was at least of magnitude 10, with devastating losses, and the number of survivors drastically reduced. Humanity seemed like harmful cells on the earth being exterminated by nature. Those who were still alive trembled all over, some broke down and cried, while others approached the edges of the cracks searching for lost relatives. Li Wu knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The once lively and cheerful girl had become utterly fragile. Li Gang's face was pale as he sat on the ground in despair. At that moment, humanity had witnessed the power of nature. Siyun didn't know how to comfort them and simply remained silent. She searched through the rubble for lost supplies. Surviving a disaster, the entire playground fell silent. People stood there at a loss, unsure of how to face their future lives. Grandpa Zheng gazed at the distant mountains, tears streaming down his face. Child, there's no home left. What will we do from now on? Zheng Yi patted the old man's stooped shoulder, sighing deeply. The once smooth road was now uneven, littered with broken bricks and debris. People gradually returned to their former homes, but in the end there was nothing left but ruins. The supplies that had not been retrieved were swallowed by the earth. Fearing aftershocks, no one dared to search and no one was willing to gamble their lives. Based on the situation in her previous life, Siyun had always thought she would live in a spacious flat for 4 years. Unexpectedly, only a year into the apocalypse, her safe house had collapsed. For a moment, everyone was at a loss about where to go. Li Gang looked at the collapsed neighborhood and hesitantly spoke up. Let's go to the base. There are soldiers there along with supplies and water. At the very least, we can survive. This was not just a suggestion, but the only way forward. Everyone nodded except Suyun, who remained silent. Zheng Yi looked at Suyun. Aren't you going? Suyun shook her head. I will go, but not now. You go ahead. I have a distant aunt in Lin City. I want to look for her. Knowing they would part ways, Li Wu became tearful again, gripping Suyun's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Grandpa Zheng patted Suyun's head, instructing Zheng Yi to accompany Xiaoyun. Grandpa will wait for you at the base. However, Suyun refused before Zheng Yi could speak. The roads are treacherous now with landslides. I don't know when I'll be back. You're older and need looking after. I can manage on my own. Grandpa Zheng wanted to persuade her further. Zheng Yi, however, pulled Suyun aside. It's not safe now. There might be aftershocks and the roads are in disarray. People are unpredictable. I advise you to wait until it's safer before searching for your family. Suyun shook her head. I've made up my mind. I can protect myself, so don't worry. Seeing Suyun's stubbornness, Zheng Yi frowned, unable to do anything but sigh. He took out a heavy black cloth bag from his large backpack. The bag felt weighty in his hand. He blinked, pointing to the bag. Take this. It can serve as protection if you encounter danger on the road. Suyun received it and immediately guessed what was inside. She pushed the bag back. I have a weapon that Grandpa Zheng hid in my old home. It's enough for protection. You should keep this for yourself. Seeing Suyun's insistence, Zheng Yi shook his head in resignation, putting the bag back in his backpack. The location of the base was well known. Survivors were like shabby refugees, moving in groups away from the city. Passing through the suburbs, Suyun and Zheng Yi bid farewell. With different directions, they would ultimately part ways. After reminding her to return soon, Li Wu reluctantly left with her brother. After bidding farewell to everyone, Suyun pulled out a map from her space. She had no aunt and was not headed to Lin City to find relatives. Apart from the arms in the suburbs, she planned to return to the deserted city. Beneath the ruins of the city lay countless treasures of gold and silver. These treasures were her only way to escape this world. To permanently distance herself from the apocalypse, only her space could achieve that. The destructive power of the earthquake was immense. The bungalows in the suburbs had already been reduced to rubble. She wondered if she could still find the arms and supplies hidden beneath those houses. Since she was set on harvesting the city, these items naturally could not be overlooked. Siyun glanced at the map, roughly traced a direction, and left the main road. The destructive force of the earthquake was immense, turning the entire city into a wasteland, making it difficult to discern locations using only a map. Leaning against the mountains, Siyun barely found a village on the outskirts of the city. Due to the earthquake, the warehouses had collapsed with the doors buried under metal sheets, making it impossible to see inside. Half of the courtyard wall had fallen, and not knowing the exact location rented by Zhao Pengzi, Suyun could only observe house by house. The village was small with about 30 households. After the water evaporated, the ground was covered in mud and debris. Unlike the high-rise buildings in the city, the collapsed structures were unrecognizable. The bungalows had low ceilings and still retained some of their original appearance. Since there were a few warehouses inside the courtyard, the area occupied by the houses should be considerable. Suyun strolled from the entrance to the end of the village, stopping when she reached the third-to-last house. This house had a large courtyard measuring over 1,000 square meters. 2 cowsheds on the left had collapsed. On the right side of the main house, there were several old-looking warehouses. Due to the earthquake, the warehouses had collapsed with the doors buried under metal sheets, making it impossible to see inside. Half of the courtyard wall had fallen, and Su-yoon stepped over the abandoned bricks and stones to enter the courtyard. There was more than one warehouse in the dilapidated courtyard. There were 5 warehouses, each over 100 square meters. Due to the collapse, the conditions inside were unclear, so Su-yoon crouched down and shined a powerful flashlight inside. The first warehouse contained a jumble of items. Under the flashlight's beam, many farming tools and some dry hay for feeding cattle could be vaguely seen. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing of interest, Su-yoon hurried to the second warehouse. This one hadn't completely collapsed, and some conditions inside were still visible. It was quite empty, damp, and contained nothing. The third and fourth warehouses were the same. There was nothing inside at all. Just when Su-yoon thought she had chosen the wrong house, the fifth warehouse showed unexpected changes. The fallen roof had lifted the straw, revealing boxes underneath. These boxes were made of wood and sealed tightly. Su-yoon attempted to lift the metal sheet. Unfortunately, despite using all her strength, she couldn't budge it an inch. To obtain supplies, Su-yoon climbed onto the roof of the warehouse, using a cutting machine to create an opening before jumping inside with her flashlight. Contrary to Su-yoon's expectations, the level of destruction inside was not severe. To prevent collapses caused by aftershocks, she quickly transported 2 large stones from her space as soon as she entered. Placing 1 stone on each side to support the roof and avoid damage from the earthquake, Su-yoon ensured safety before approaching the boxes. She brushed off the weeds on top of the boxes and lifted one forcefully, but it did not budge. It had been nailed shut. Su-yoon pried for 5 minutes with a crowbar before finally opening the first box. Inside was a piece of ivory. The ivory was pure white and glossy, clearly treated. Following suit, Su-yoon pried open 4 more boxes, all containing specimens of wild animals. The last one surprisingly contained the pelt of a Siberian tiger. These people were truly without scruples. After collecting all the boxes into her space, Su-yoon began searching within the cramped area. According to Zhao Pengzi's letter, there was likely much more inside this warehouse. Besides firearms and contraband, it seemed there were other illegal items as well. After a thorough search, she discovered a recessed round hole beneath a few boxes. The hole was square, large enough for a hand to reach inside. Su-yoon pulled on it, surprisingly lifting up a small square door. Below the door was a large lock, poorly crafted yet quite intimidating in appearance. Su-yoon rummaged through her space and pulled out Zhao Pengzi's safe. Last time she searched, she had seen a key inside the safe. Judging by the shape of the teeth, it matched the keyhole perfectly. Indeed, the key slid smoothly into the lock. She tried turning it to the left. Click. The door actually opened. Su-yoon chambered around in her handgun before daring to pull open the basement door. Beneath it was an opening just wide enough for a person. It was dark inside, with the air carrying a musty smell. Su-yoon switched her flashlight for a headlamp and climbed down the ladder. The space below was large, measuring at least 500 square meters. Unlike the warehouses above, the earthquake had not caused any damage to the space below. Su-yoon pressed against the wall and took a closer look, discovering the reason. Zhao Pengzi had spared no expense. The space was almost entirely made of pure steel, no wonder it had not deformed. The area of over 500 square meters was filled with boxes and oil drums. Su-yoon approached an oil drum and sniffed. It was gasoline. Based on their placement, the boxes were divided into 2 sections. Su-yoon pried open one box. The one on the left contained firearms, while the one on the right held not only the remains of smuggled animals, but also many potions that were not available on the market, leaving her curious about their origin. In addition to these, the basement also contained many traps used for hunting. The traps were stained with blood, clearly indicating frequent use. After a quick glance around, Su-yoon collected everything into her space. Fearing aftershocks, she did not dare to linger and hurriedly left the basement. With the city destroyed and the safe house compromised, she had nowhere to go. Before the apocalypse, she had once obtained a recreational vehicle for free. Now it proved to be useful. For safety, Su-yoon left the village and headed towards Musong Mountain. Musong Mountain was remote. Even before the apocalypse, few people visited, and after the apocalypse it had become a solitary mountain. Halfway up the mountain there were villas, and at the summit there was a shooting range. Even after the earthquake, there was an open area where she could park her RV. The road was bumpy, filled with rubble. Su-yoon did not dare to ride her motorcycle. It took her 2 hours on foot to reach the base of Musong Mountain. Without the snow, the mountain path was much easier to navigate. After climbing for 40 minutes, she finally reached the villa location. As she had guessed, the villa area contained not just 2 houses, but a total of 10. As the snow melted, it revealed the true face of the villas. Due to the earthquake, the outer walls of the villas had collapsed. Some villas were severely damaged with cracks and tilting. Thanks to their custom construction, the overall quality of the villas was excellent, and not a single one had collapsed. Soo-yoon took a quick look and climbed up to the top of the mountain. In contrast to the villas, the shooting range had become a complete ruin. Only the former target field had survived intact. The shooting range was spacious enough to park several RVs. Having gone a day without food and filled with anxiety, Soo-yoon felt both hungry and tired. After parking her RV in the open area, she crawled inside. When she ordered the RV she had anticipated this day, the RV she rented was the best. It was spacious and fully functional. After plugging in the battery, it was even more comfortable than her home. The air was stifling, so Soo-yoon turned on the air conditioning and quietly enjoyed a moment of peace. Dinner that night was quite lavish. A bountiful feast of braised chicken feet and rice. The tablet played a situational comedy. Without the protection of multiple doors, Soo-yoon tossed and turned, unable to sleep. There was an ever-present sense of unease. To alleviate her anxiety, she let out 3 little companions. Months had passed, and the 2 huskies weighed over 60 pounds, fluffy and large, looking particularly safe. Little Orange had grown into a big orange, lazily lying on the RV's booth, stretching. The 2 dogs sniffed around, their ears twitching as they listened for a long time. Finding nothing suspicious, they jumped onto the bed and snuggled with Soo-yoon. The bed in the RV was small. The 2 large dogs hopped up and took up half the space. Soo-yoon felt hot and placed 2 cool items for them. Only then did the 2 little ones reluctantly get off the bed. It was a night without incident. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Soo-yoon took the dogs down the mountain. She wanted a new safe house, and the villa area was a good option. As soon as she exited her space, the dogs ran wild all over the mountain. After warning them not to run off, Soo-yoon entered the villa area. Among the 10 villas, only 3 had no cracks. Soo-yoon walked around the exteriors of these 3 houses. The walls showed no significant damage, and the houses appeared to be intact, though she was unsure about the interiors. Soo-yoon chose the one in the middle, pried open the door, and stepped inside. The decoration of this house looked quite high-end. The interior decor leaned towards a European style. The items inside were somewhat disorganized. The furniture had all been moved, and many items had fallen to the ground, likely due to the shaking from the earthquake. Soo-yoon strolled around the 3rd floor. There was no one inside. The house had likely been occupied before the apocalypse, as it contained many everyday items. After the snow melted, it flowed directly down the mountain. The interior had not been flooded, and its condition was far better than the houses below. What delighted Soo-yoon the most was the small storage room. It held not only rice flour and cooking oil, but also plenty of snacks and puffed foods. There were drinks and bottled water in various flavors, though it was unfortunate that many were nearing their expiration date. The refrigerator emitted a foul smell, and Soo-yoon dared not open it. She stored it in her space, planning to find a chance to dispose of it far away. After swapping out her own refrigerator and freezer, Soo-yoon connected it to the power supply to keep it running. Having chosen this villa, Soo-yoon commenced extensive renovation work. She first went up to the rooftop and laid down solar panels. She then began to rebuild the collapsed stones of the outer wall little by little. Fortunately, all 10 villas were independent with their own walls, surrounded by empty houses. It was hard for anyone to notice this particular villa without close observation. Soo-yoon took a piece of paper from her space and wrote down the conditions of the villa. Combining various tools from her space, Soo-yoon devised a plan to renovate the villa. Besides the original walls, she planned to build another wall. She had several electric fences in her space, enough to cover the exterior. Although the project was a bit large, it was better than losing her life. Remembering the mousetraps that Grandpa Jung and Lee Gang had set up last time, Soo-yoon also planned to place several traps around the villa area to deter intruders. There were several surveillance cameras in her space that could be installed on the walls, allowing her to monitor the situation outside at any time. With electric fences, walls, cameras, traps, and 2 little dogs, it wouldn't be hard to detect anyone approaching. With external security established, the villa itself also needed to be fortified. The villa's security door was good, not inferior to her own. To enhance security, she installed her 2 security doors as well. There were no glass pieces of the same size, so this was the only option. After cleaning the front and backyards, Soo-yoon surprisingly found a small vegetable patch. The patch was not large, but sufficient for one person. She could plant something here when feeling bored. The special seeds she had purchased were just right for planting here. After the 2 dogs patrolled the mountain, they happily ran back. Soo-yoon fed them some water. That night, she didn't dare stay in the villa and continued to sleep in the RV. In her previous life, aftershocks lasted a long time. Although it hadn't happened in this life yet, to live longer, she had to be prepared. Without back-and-forth hassle, the RV was set up in the villa's yard. With a yard and electric fence, Soo-yoon slept soundly that night. The renovation of the villa continued for a week. During this week, Soo-yoon did not descend the mountain and was completely unaware of the situation below. She searched the nearby empty villas. The harvest was substantial. Besides food, what delighted Soo-yoon the most were the luxurious jewelry pieces. Stuck in her thoughts, when she thought of jewelry and luxury items, the first thing that came to mind was where to sell them. In truth, valuable items were often stored in the homes of the wealthy. For instance, in these 10 mansions, each household had many fine treasures. Soo-yoon even discovered a bracelet worth millions. Truly astonished her. It seemed she needed to seek out those jewelry stores. The rich districts couldn't be overlooked either. Over these 7 days, the villa area had transformed completely. For safety and to avoid drawing attention, Soo-yoon gathered many large stones from her space. The stones were piled haphazardly along the path, completely blocking the villa area from behind the stones. If someone were to come up the path, they would see nothing of what lay behind the stones. Additionally, many shards of broken glass were installed atop the villa's outer wall. The glass shards were sharp and a hand would be cut if touched. The outer security was basically complete. Soo-yoon then began the interior decoration. Since she planned to stay for a long time, the rooms needed to be arranged comfortably. She had to like it. In the bedroom, Soo-yoon chose the master bedroom on the second floor, where she could see the situation in the yard from the balcony. All the previous furniture in this room had been removed by Soo-yoon. Everything had been replaced with items she had acquired for free from the mall. A European-style large bed, a beautifully patterned vanity, light blue curtains, a white solid wood bookshelf, and a pink wardrobe all exuded a fresh and unique style. The bedside machine was convenient for watching dramas. Being the only person in the mountains, she was not afraid of others overhearing, even if she made some noise. Big Orange was very satisfied with the house, strutting around like a cat and settling on the cat tree Soo-yoon had prepared for it. The 2 dogs naturally knew how to guard the house, patrolling and marking their territory around. With a safe house established, Soo-yoon pulled out the downloaded map. Besides marking the locations of jewelry stores, she also highlighted several well-known affluent areas. After resting for 2 days, she could go out and try her luck while checking the situation outside. While familiarizing the dogs with Musong Mountain, Soo-yoon unexpectedly discovered a fish pond. The fish pond was at the foot of the back mountain near a local village. It was managed by the villagers and many fish fry had been released. During the extreme cold, it had frozen over, and after the intense heat, some had been washed away. It was uncertain whether any fish remained. Soo-yoon watched the pond for a long time and indeed spotted some fish, but she felt a bit disappointed. Besides the lack of fish, there were some small animals on the mountain. They hid in the woods, occasionally making sounds. The 2 dogs had keen ears. They often dashed out chasing across the mountains, only to return empty-handed. The devastating impact of the earthquake was far more severe than Soo-yoon had imagined. The city lay in ruins, a scene of utter desolation with hardly a place to step. Landmark buildings were obliterated, and standing amidst the rubble, it was impossible to discern directions. The hope of making a fortune shattered. Soo-yoon silently prayed to the heavens for some reward. Walking along the debris for half an hour, she encountered no one. Such a city was utterly uninhabitable. Survivors had all gone to the base. The dilapidated city was completely abandoned, with the occasional wind blowing swirling dust into the distance. Soo-yoon felt a pang of sorrow. Even after experiencing a lifetime, she still felt uneasy. Following the map's indicators to several locations apart from the collapsed massive slabs, the conditions inside were completely invisible. Although no one was around, it was still too terrifying to move the slabs during the day. It seemed she could only act at night. Resolute, Soo-yoon walked a bit further and finally stopped at the commercial center. She found an empty spot, pitched a tent, and crawled inside. It was too hot outside. After walking all that way, her throat was parched. Her body felt sticky and her clothes were drenched in sweat. With the tent providing shade, Soo-yoon entered the space, took a shower, drank some cold beverages, and comfortably enjoyed a bowl of fried sauce noodles. Soo-yoon took a fan and cautiously returned to the tent. The tent was just as she had left it. Clearly no one had come by in the past few hours. Soo-yoon pulled out a lounge chair from the space, fanned herself while reading a novel. As she became engrossed in the book, night fell. After tossing her things back into the space, Soo-yoon put on a miner's lamp. Outside it was gloomy and silent. Soo-yoon arrived at the ruins of the largest commercial building in the city center, carefully surveying the situation. The slabs and building materials were piled high, reaching 2 or 3 stories. The commercial building had an underground parking lot, and the upper slabs had fallen down below. As Soo-yoon touched the slabs, they instantly vanished, leaving a piece of abandoned building material on the empty ground of the space. As expected, Soo-yoon felt invigorated. Her hands moved swiftly, quickly clearing most of the building materials. As she descended, various items soon came into view. Billboards, mannequins, brand new clothes, smashed appliances, tables and chairs, counters, everything was there. The first floor of the entire building was several thousand square meters with all sorts of goods. After several rounds of searching, she only managed to take what people needed, and most supplies were still buried in the rubble. After moving a massive stone slab, the situation underneath improved significantly. People could now crawl in to see the situation. After surveying the area, Soo-yoon took advantage of the darkness to slip inside. The chaos below was filled with a jumbled mess of cement and stones. Being underground, the structure was quite sturdy. Although there was compression during the earthquake, the damage was not as severe. Many items had fallen to the third level below. The slabs were not very sturdy, and Soo-yoon treaded carefully, with each step fearing any danger. As she climbed back and forth, she did manage to find some rewards. In addition to finding 2 safes, there were several cars wedged in tight spaces. There were sedans, jeeps, SUVs, and even a luxury SUV. The top sedan was severely damaged and could no longer be driven. The other vehicles showed signs of wear, but their functionality should be intact. Each car was filled with gasoline. It seemed that they belonged to shoppers from that day. Besides gasoline, there were also ornaments, water, and various odds and ends. Soo-yoon tossed the undamaged cars into the space. She rummaged around like a mouse in the night, weaving through the underground ruins. She collected any food that was intact, unopened clothing, and anything usable, tossing it into the space. Finally, on the second underground level, she discovered an entire floor's worth of gold and jewelry stores that had fallen. 7 or 8 jewelry stores had fallen along with the slabs. If it weren't for the dazzling decorations reflecting the light, Soo-yoon would have thought it was a restaurant. Realizing it was a jewelry store, she rubbed her hands together and moved closer. The counters had been flattened by the fallen stones. Beneath the wooden debris, a corner of a small safe was exposed. During extreme cold, the jewelry store had been buried in snow. During extreme heat, it had soaked in water, making it less likely to have been raided. Worried about missing anything, Soo-yoon simply collected the discarded cabinets into the space. She tossed back large slabs, small cement pieces, and any items associated with the jewelry store. After thoroughly searching the entire area, the space indeed did not disappoint, as a faint white mist began to rise. Besides gold, silver, and jewelry, she lacked for nothing else. After collecting the safes, Soo-yoon immediately climbed back to the surface. The ground was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Aside from the light from her headlamp, the entire city was devoid of any illumination. Soo-yoon threw the collected slabs and debris back into the space, pressing them down on the rubble. No one would ever expect that a treasure had been sought after beneath. The commercial building moved too slowly. It was much easier to search the villas of wealthy families. Determined, Soo-yoon began to head towards the picturesque affluent district. Although referred to as the affluent area, it was more accurately described as a suburb. The wealthy villa district was built in beautiful mountain and water locations. These people were rich and did not care about the cost of fuel. In choosing residences, they preferred locations with beautiful scenery, fewer people, and no disturbances. Thus, most picturesque areas around the city were developed into villa communities. Though the Soo family had some reputation in cities, they couldn't compare to these true big shots. The villa of the richest fool was located near the botanical garden in the distant mountain villas. It seemed necessary to pay a visit. The roads were not suitable for driving, so taking advantage of the night, Soo-yoon walked a long way. It wasn't until she had traversed most of the city that the road conditions improved. Although the asphalt road was already full of potholes and many sunken areas, it was free of abandoned debris. If she rode carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. Soo-yoon took out the motorcycle from the space, revved the engine, and sped off. The road was easy to navigate, saving her a lot of time. The distant mountain villa was near the botanical garden at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. In addition to a beautiful artificial lake, there was also a botanical garden. The air was fresh, and at the mountaintop there was a helipad and a golf course specifically built for the wealthy. Luxury was the main theme. By the time Soo-yoon reached the foot of Phoenix Mountain, dawn was breaking. Having not slept all night and busy all day, she was already quite tired. She found a flat area in the woods at the foot of the mountain and took out her RV. The air conditioning was set to 23 degrees. With her dog keeping watch, Soo-yoon comfortably fell asleep. When she awoke, it was already afternoon. Using the gas outside the RV, Soo-yoon prepared a sumptuous lunch for herself and her dog. The dog had chicken breast and boiled eggs. Soo-yoon had minced eggplant over rice. After satisfying her hunger and enjoying the air conditioning, she finished reading the book she hadn't completed yesterday before putting away the RV and her dog. This place was not far from the villa. Riding the motorcycle took only 10 minutes. Soo-yoon put on her helmet and sped off against the backdrop of the setting sun. The houses in the villa district were much better than those in the city. The materials built with real gold and silver were solid. Out of more than 20 villas, only a small portion had collapsed. Most villas only exhibited cracks, broken windows, and tilting issues. As long as she searched carefully, the chances of collapse were minimal. This area had either been buried by heavy snow or soaked in water. After finally seeing the light of day, it had now encountered an earthquake. No one paid any attention. After tossing her motorcycle at the entrance, Soo-yoon pushed open the door of the first villa. The door originally had an electronic lock, looking exceptionally secure. Unfortunately, the earthquake had damaged the walls, and the door had become deformed, offering no protection at all. She opened the door with hardly any effort. From the outside, it looked magnificent, and from the inside, it was even more spectacular. The hundreds of square meters of garden featured rockeries, ponds, streams, and wooden bridges, creating a distinct Jeong and water town ambience. The external decor was antique, and there was a gazebo behind the villa. Leaning against the gazebo, one could enjoy the view of the verdant mountains beyond the courtyard walls. One could even feed fish from the courtyard. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was entertaining. After admiring the surroundings, Soo-yoon returned to the main entrance of the villa. Although the villa's walls were cracked, the security door showed no signs of damage. Soo-yoon took out welding materials and exerted great effort before finally getting the door open. If Soo-jao's villa was worth 1 star, then this villa was worth 5 stars. Although it had been soaked, the interior decor was not to be underestimated. The hall was magnificent, with a high wall behind the sofa carved with a landscape painting. Soo-jao had once inquired about such carvings. Commissioning a master would cost over $1 million. The pearwood tables and chairs carried a natural wood fragrance, and although they had been soaked, there were no signs of cracking, clearly exceptional pieces. The chandelier in the hall hung down, dazzling and brilliant, especially when illuminated, resembling flowing water. The pearwood tables and chairs carried a natural wood fragrance, and although they had been soaked, there were no signs of cracking, clearly exceptional pieces. The chandelier in the hall hung down. Passing through the luxurious hall, there was a dining room of several dozen square meters. In the center of the dining room stood a huge round table made of marble, cool to the touch. Beyond the dining room, there was a Western kitchen and a Chinese kitchen. The kitchen area was larger than the entire size of an ordinary house. The solid wood cabinets, various appliances, and a massive electric refrigerator looked very expensive. Soo-yoon rummaged through the cabinets. Although they had been soaked, the unopened bags of rice and flour were all wrapped in plastic and remained undamaged. Opening a dozen cabinets yielded many treasures. Unopened condiments, bags of premium black fungus, silver fungus, and daylilies, jars of traditional Chinese herbs, dried vegetables, dehydrated seafood, packaged vermicelli, barrels of salad oil, olive oil, pearl rice, Thai jasmine rice, and packaged black rice were all collected. Next to the kitchen was a warehouse of over 30 square meters. The walls were lined with shelves, all crammed with food. There were huge vacuums of ham-dried cured meat, fresh pork, boxes of donkey milk, cheese, boxes of white truffles, jars of civet coffee, British coffee beans, small jars of caviar, broken cocktails, spoiled steaks, unbranded olive oil, and many swollen food items with unknown contents. In addition to these high-end ingredients, there were fresh pork, boxes of donkey milk, cheese, boxes of white truffles, jars of civet coffee, British. There were many puff snacks and beverages, various dairy products, and foreign snacks, including many trendy foods that had not expired. After tossing everything into the space, Soo-yoon began exploring the first floor again. Aside from the public restroom, there was a guest room and an elevator on the first floor. The lower level had a massive media room filled with snacks and rotting fruits. There was also a gym, a study, a tea room, and 2 maids' quarters. On the second lower level, there was a children's play area, a wine cellar, a huge living room, and a bar. The basement had several cars parked on one side and a massive indoor swimming pool on the other. After collecting all the usable items and furniture she liked, Soo-yoon went up to the second floor. The second floor had a hall similar to the ordinary hall, with a huge television and a circle of sofas. To the left were 2 bedrooms, and to the right were a study and a large bedroom. All these bedrooms were suites, allowing one to stay indoors all day. Soo-yoon focused her search on these bedrooms. In the left 2 bedrooms, one was for children and the other was for the elderly. Originally, Soo-yoon did not plan to search the children's room carefully. Unexpectedly, there was an antique jewelry box in the children's room. The moment Soo-yoon opened it, she almost cried out. It was filled with jewelry. These pieces were exquisitely crafted, all carved in cartoon shapes. Regardless of the carving price, just the materials alone could purchase a house in the city center. Soo-yoon cherished it for a long while before reluctantly tossing it into the space. Looking at the photo on the table, the room had originally belonged to a delicate little girl. The entire room was designed in a pink princess theme, with all the clothing being hand custom made. Soo-yoon smacked her lips before exiting and entering the elderly room. Unlike the princess style, the elderly room was antique, with all furniture made of solid wood. The wardrobe was full of various kipeos and mink fur. Underneath the vanity there was a safe, and on top of the vanity were 5 or 6 jewelry boxes. Soo-yoon picked one up and found it heavy. Although the jewelry in the outer boxes was precious, it was not extravagant enough to be surprising. It seemed that the real treasures were in the safe. Without any effort, she opened it. Soo-yoon reached out to touch it, and the safe directly entered the space. As the safe entered, the space changed dramatically, once again shrouded in white mist. It seemed this trip was exceptionally worthwhile. This one safe was worth the power of more than a dozen jewelry stores. After sweeping the jewelry on the table into the space, Soo-yoon also collected the mink coat. These kipeos appeared to be of high quality. Even though they were secondhand, they might be useful for trading in the future. Soo-yoon simply tossed the entire wardrobe into the space. The other room on the second floor belonged to a boy. The walls were painted with Ultraman, and the room was filled with sports equipment. Soo-yoon searched around, and aside from jewelry, there was nothing valuable. It seemed this family raised their son poorly while pampering their daughter. The little boy's room yielded little reward. Soo-yoon ascended the spiral staircase, arriving at the master bedroom on the top floor. The entire third level housed only one room. The lady of the house truly knew how to enjoy life. The massive bathroom featured a heart-shaped bathtub that could accommodate 2 or 3 people, causing Soo-yoon's face to flush with a mix of embarrassment and imagination. The entire third-floor room was divided into several areas: the male host's office area, the female host's dressing room, and 2 exquisitely decorated walk-in closets, beyond which was the bedroom. The silk bedding set remained soft and comfortable even when wet. In the female host's wardrobe, evening gowns occupied half the space. Soo-yoon pulled open the glass door, revealing a collection of high fashion. The various evening dresses adorned with gemstones conjured images of women swaying gracefully at a gala. Even the smallest treasures were worthwhile. Soo-yoon couldn't resist the allure of the jewelry on the clothes and hastily tossed them into her space. High-end cosmetics, expensive watches, and a safe hidden behind the wardrobe were all taken. Once again the space filled with white mist, which, judging by its intensity, was even thicker than that of the old lattice room downstairs. Tisk, it seems the son is quite the romantic. His wife's jewelry is far more valuable than his mother's. After clearing it all out, Soo-yoon felt satisfaction as she began to stroll around the male host's closet. The suits were impressive, but unfortunately she couldn't wear them. There were plenty of watches, but they offered little help to her space. After circling around a few times, Soo-yoon still couldn't locate the male host's safe. Could it be that this man stored everything with his wife? After rummaging through the closet with no success, Soo-yoon stormed into the study, nearly dismantling the entire room before finally discovering the safe behind a painting. This safe was exceptionally well-crafted, standing taller than a person and embedded in the wall, making it difficult to spot without attention. Knowing she couldn't open it, Soo-yoon didn't waste time and simply took it away. Indeed, it contained jewelry, and the white mist thickened further. With a surge of energy, she scoured 5 villas overnight, tossing one safe after another into her space, yet she still hadn't leveled up. It seemed that the space's appetite for jewelry was growing daily. Exhausted from searching, Soo-yoon decided to take a break in the yard of a villa, enjoying breakfast with her dogs while relishing the comfort of the air conditioning as she drifted into sleep. Uncertain how long she had slept, Soo-yoon was awakened by low whimpering sounds. Instinctively, she rolled off the bed, a dagger already gripped in her hand. The dogs perked up, alert, and focused on the door of the RV, seemingly listening intently. Seeing Soo-yoon awake, the 2 little creatures rushed over, a hint of unease in their movements. After putting the 2 little ones back into her space, Soo-yoon turned off the air conditioning and cautiously leaned out to look through the window. The wall obscured her view of the situation outside the villa. The dogs' ears were particularly sensitive. Their restlessness suggested that someone was approaching. Soo-yoon carefully exited the vehicle, tidied up the RV, and slipped into the villa. With a pair of binoculars in hand, she carefully observed through the bathroom of the master bedroom. Sure enough, she spotted a group of people at the entrance of the villa complex. There were about 30 people in this group, predominantly men. Most carried weapons, pushing and shoving the women in front of them, their expressions ferocious. The man at the forefront was a burly figure, easily weighing around 300 pounds, swaying as he walked. He clutched a gun in one hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, seemingly cursing under his breath. In the post-apocalyptic world, this was the first fat person Soo-yoon had seen, causing her to frown. Surviving without food in such times was one thing. Being well-fed and hefty was quite another. Firstly, they must have ample resources. Secondly, they possess strong means of self-defense, or they wouldn't have survived to this day. Perhaps they were simply tired from traveling. This group occupied only the outer 3 villas and did not venture deeper. Only 2 minions wielding cleavers circled around the villa complex. The 2 were heavily sunburned and soon returned after a brief search. Soo-yoon stealthily followed behind them, climbing up the water pipe. It was hot, and all the windows were open. The master bedroom on the third floor was unoccupied, allowing Soo-yoon to slip inside. Using the reflection in a mirror, she observed the situation in the hallway, discovering it to be empty before descending to the second floor. The hall on the first floor was chaotic, filled with curses and cries. "Boss, this villa is just as you said. It withstood the earthquake. Looks like our brothers are in for a treat." "I was here before you were even born," the fat boss replied sharply. "You're right, boss. What do you plan to do with these women?" A lighter clicked, followed by a puff of smoke. Soo-yoon shifted her position, crouching behind a flower pot, managing to catch a glimpse of the situation in the center of the living room. The fat boss sat on the sofa like a mountain of flesh. Upon closer inspection, a long scar ran across his face, making him appear exceptionally terrifying. As he puffed smoke, he waved his hand. The most observant minion immediately seized a girl and shoved her forward at the fat man's gesture. The girl in her early 20s was painfully thin, but her beauty was still apparent. She let out a scream as she fell hard into the arms of the scarred man. The impact jiggled the fat man's flesh. The girl struggled to rise, but the scarred man offered her no chance, forcefully grabbing her by the hair and pulling her into his embrace. The scarred man's grip was strong, causing the girl to cry tears of pain as she sobbed loudly, kicking her legs in desperation. This action seemed to provoke the scarred man. He slapped the girl hard across the face, sending her flying. Blood trickled from her mouth as she curled up her legs, attempting to crawl away. Yet the scarred man stood up, straddling the girl's frail body, delivering slap after slap to her face until she finally lost consciousness. No one dared to speak among the minions surrounding the girls in the living room, trembled, terrified they might be next. After venting his fury, the scarred man let out a few lewd chuckles. "They're all our brothers. Take these girls away. Do as you please, just don't kill them." A chorus of cheers erupted among the men as they gathered around the girls, each grabbing one or two, dragging them out of the living room. The girls attempted to resist, but faced inevitable beatings. They wanted to huddle together, yet they were unarmed and could not resist the beasts, allowing themselves to be dragged away. Soo-yoon furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Alone, she couldn't save everyone. To rescue them, she needed a foolproof plan. Hearing footsteps upstairs, Soo-yoon quickly dashed to the third floor, climbed out the window, and slid down the water pipe. She crept along the base of the first floor where the curtains of the maid's room billowed out. Soo-yoon retrieved a lighter from her space and quietly ignited the curtains. To intensify the flames, she grabbed a stack of paper and tossed it beneath the wooden dining table. Sure enough, the fire spread rapidly. The scarred man on the first floor soon caught the scent of something burning. He fired a shot out the window, the loud noise quickly attracting all the minions. "Stop messing around to find out where the fire is and check if there's anyone nearby." Having their plans interrupted, the minions were visibly annoyed. Armed with weapons, they began searching the house. Following the smoke, someone soon located the source of the fire. The scarred man glanced at the maid's room and sneered, "Looks like we have a guest." "Brothers, dig 3 feet into the ground and find this mouse." "Yes, boss." They clambered out of the villa, weapons in hand, spreading out across the entire complex. Meanwhile, Soo-yoon climbed up the water pipe to the roof of the villa, swiftly entering her space. Let them search. Even if they search until flowers bloom, they won't find her. While sipping cold drinks and doing farm work, Soo-yoon also found time to eat. With an hour to spare in her space, she exited. She nestled in the shade of the roof, carefully observing the situation below. For 3 hours, the group continued to search, prying open doors of all 20-odd villas. Soo-yoon set up a cushion, hiding in a visual blind spot, sipping her drink and watching the spectacle. If it weren't for the loud crunching of her sunflower seeds, she might have munched on several bags. After several hours of fruitless searching, the scarred man's face turned sour. Aside from the unconscious woman, the others had all been locked up. Due to safety concerns, they didn't split up, but instead moved into Villa number 3. Clearly, this boss valued his life, fearing harm would come to him. Soo-yoon observed them carefully. They carried no food or water, indicating they had another hideout. Seeing it was mealtime, she found it hard to believe they weren't hungry. Indeed, as night fell, several people from the villa stealthily exited, carefully observing their surroundings to avoid detection. Soo-yoon slid down the water pipe, crawled through the grass, and climbed over the garden wall. She cautiously followed a few individuals, keeping a close watch on their movements. To her surprise, they had means of transportation. Each person had a bicycle. Though old and damaged, the tires were still usable, making them rideable. Soo-yoon's legs couldn't keep up with the bikes. Fortunately, the routes suitable for cycling were limited. Using a shortcut, she overtook the group, hopped on a motorcycle, and rode to the next intersection. She determined that the road ahead wasn't suitable for riding and guessed they weren't heading into the city. Sure enough, at the intersection the group turned toward the mountain path of Phoenix Mountain. There was only one way up and down Phoenix Mountain. Soo-yoon was no longer in a hurry, leisurely hiding in the grass as she followed the group up the mountain. The mountain gate was large, but unfortunately it had collapsed during the earthquake. It took a full 2 hours to climb from the base to the middle temple. Soo-yoon was fit and quick, taking a brief rest to drink some cold water, while the men, having nothing, painfully endured the heat. Phoenix Mountain is a renowned Buddhist mountain consisting of the lower temple, middle temple, and upper temple. They are named for the different altitudes at which these 3 distinct temples were built. Upon reaching the lower temple, the group was out of breath and hurried toward the temple entrance, where a large red door was secured with a lock. A tall, thin man opened the door, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Confirming no one was present, he finally unlocked the door. As he opened his mouth to say more, Moonanchi waved her hand and cut him off. Second uncle, this inheritance was left to me by my parents, not having quenched their thirst. Their faces looked much better. They sat for a moment on the steps at the entrance, enjoying the breeze. After cooling down, they dashed back. Knowing their hideout, Soo-yoon naturally did not follow. She kept her eyes on the group of minions until they had moved far away, then hurried back. The lock was large and appeared sturdy. Soo-yoon took out a cutting tool and with a few swift movements destroyed the lock. It was dark inside the temple, and as soon as she entered, she found a row of guest rooms. There were more than 10 guest rooms on either side, while the opposite side contained rooms for worship filled with stone statues of Buddhas. Walking through the temple at night felt eerily ominous. Soo-yoon casually pushed open the first guest room on her right, discovering it was where the monks stayed. The seemingly ordinary room appeared unremarkable. Stepping out, Soo-yoon opened the second room. This one was a storage room filled with various items, boxes of biscuits, mostly mineral water, and plenty of dried vegetables. Raising an eyebrow, Soo-yoon felt fortunate, having indeed stumbled upon their hideout. Given the circumstances, was it too much to take a little from the thieves? After collecting several boxes of biscuits and mineral water, Soo-yoon picked up bundles of dried vegetables. They seemed to be homegrown, carrying the scent of sunlight. Dried green beans, dried potatoes, dried cauliflower, dried sweet potatoes, dried radishes, and dried chili peppers, each in substantial quantities. After soaking in water, they could last a long time. After happily placing them in her space, Soo-yoon opened the second guest room. The Phoenix Mountain area is also a tourist destination with several supermarkets from the foot of the mountain to the summit. It seemed all had been emptied by these people. In the 10 or so guest rooms, nearly everyone had something of value. Although there were no fresh vegetables or fruits, there were plenty of puff snacks and beverages, which was better than coming up empty-handed. After clearing it out, Soo-yoon bowed to the Buddha and hurried down the mountain. When she returned to the villa area, the scarred men had already begun their meal. The room was illuminated by candlelight and wisps of smoke wafted up from the villa. Monkey, did you encounter any issues while fetching the supplies? The man known as Monkey, who led in the afternoon, chuckled in response to the scarred man's words. Boss, don't worry. We rode our bikes. No matter how capable those few are, they can't catch up to us. Exactly, boss, have no worries. I listened closely. There was no sound behind. I guarantee our stuff is safe. The scarred man leaned back, pulling the woman beside him into his arms and roughly groping her. That's good to hear. The woman, cradled by the scarred man, stared blankly ahead, untouched food before her face and body mottled with bruises, like a shattered porcelain doll. Men occupied every room of the villa, some eating, others chatting. Outside, only a handful patrolled, shifts changed hourly. Around the entire perimeter, just 2 men idled, lazily fanning themselves, while making perfunctory laps around the villa. Their knives hung uselessly in sheaths stuffed into their pockets. To me, that fire might have ignited spontaneously. This infernal heat makes anything plausible. Our boss is just too cautious. Leaves us brothers sweating out here for nothing. Our newly captured women. Absolutely intoxicating. Had it not been for that damn fire, we'd still be lost in blissful indulgence. What say we? You want to end up like those monks? The rejected man shuddered violently, shaking his head like a frantic drumstick. A grim memory silenced them both instantly. Soo-yoon crouched motionless in the tall grass, gathering 2 vital pieces of intelligence. The women were imprisoned in the basement, and the monks of Fongwang Mountain had been slaughtered by the scarred man's gang. She'd found only their food stores on Fongwang Mountain. Judging by the scarred man's bearing, they likely concealed additional weapons, perhaps even carried them. If so, her approach would become infinitely more perilous. Seizing an unguarded moment, Soo-yoon slipped through the kitchen window into the villa and concealed herself beneath the lowest curve of the spiral staircase, a pitch-black, muddy hollow no one ever entered. Time bled into deep night. Exhausted after hours of searching, the men dispersed. The scarred man waved dismissively, ordered patrols upheld, and dragged the numb woman upstairs to the 3rd floor. The moment their leader vanished, the underlings sprang to life. A few clapped shoulders and descended together, others, utterly spent, collapsed onto the living room couches and slept. Capture the king to topple the army, and the scarred man carried a firearm, making him the most dangerous man in the villa. After slipping out the kitchen, Soo-yoon did not rush upward. Under moonlight's silver veil, she darted to the basement's ventilation window and peered inside. The cramped chamber teemed with girls, all young, trembling, huddled tightly in the farthest corner. When Soo-yoon tapped the glass, the girls recoiled like startled birds, nearly shrieking aloud. Seeing a stranger, a girl, the short-haired one at the center, swiftly hushed the others. She hurried forward, straining to pry open the vent. Time was scarce. Soo-yoon denied her the chance. From her belt, she drew a pre-prepared cutting tool and carved a perfect circular aperture in the glass. The short-haired girl proved quick-witted. She caught the falling pane silently. Not a whisper escaped. Soo-yoon had no time to rescue them. A survival demanded self-liberation. The vent was too narrow for an adult to crawl through. Fortunately, Soo-yoon had brought several daggers and now slid them one by one through the circular opening. Gratitude shimmered in the short-haired girl's eyes. Her lips moved soundlessly, shaping the word thank you. At that very instant, raucous voices erupted outside the door, men descending. Soo-yoon melted away from the vent, abandoning concern for the basement. Evading patrols, she donned custom-soled shoes and scaled the villa's rear drainpipe to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor layout matched those villas she'd previously scouted, hundreds of square feet in all. Though the bathroom door stood open, layered partitions between bedroom and lavatory obscured everything within. Barefoot, Soo-yoon landed without a whisper. Sliding sideways from the bedroom, she crept toward the master suite, yet heard no expected sounds. Only the grating rasp of sawing wood. Frowning, she paused behind a wooden screen, peering through its slats. The woman lay supine on the rug, eyes vacant, expression hollow. The scarred man labored heavily, sawing furiously at the 4 ornate bedposts of the European-style canopy bed. 3 posts already lay severed on the floor, only one remained. His gaze burned with manic obsession, glancing repeatedly at the woman on the floor, eyes feverish with bloodlust and perverse devotion. Once the final post fell, he discarded the saw and retrieved thick black ropes from a nearby stool. With practiced precision, he knotted the ropes into grooves he'd carved into the bedposts. Clearly, this was no novice's handiwork. With everything secured, he lunged forward, dragging the woman upright with savage glee. He tore viciously at her tattered garments. Then, using the cold metal buckle of his belt, he clamped it tight around her wrists and ankles. The icy bite of metal jolted her nerves awake. She thrashed wildly. Her resistance delighted him. Grinning, he crooned, cry, struggle, writhe. If you lie there like a gutted fish, what pleasure remains? Her teeth sank deep into her lower lip, blood welled, tracing crimson paths down her chin. He seized her jaw with brutal force and bit down hard upon her cheek. She cried out in agony, thrashing harder still. His grip left a livid, tooth-marked bruise. Soo-yoon clenched her fists, her pistol gripped tight, knuckles white. The scarred man was unervingly vigilant. Even now, his left hand never strayed far from his holstered gun. One misfire and both she and the woman would die. Once the woman was secured, he strode toward a side table. Soo-yoon shifted her stance and finally glimpsed its contents, while nauseating implements. Every object was designed to torment. He sifted through the arsenal, selecting a whip-like instrument, then advanced slowly toward the bound woman. His obese frame wobbled with each step, flesh quivering like gelatin. And then, just as he lowered the gun momentarily to begin undressing, Soo-yoon glided forward, silent as mist. Before the woman's wide, disbelieving eyes, she brought a heavy porcelain vase crashing down onto the scarred man's skull. His focus had been utterly consumed by his captive. He never sensed the blow coming. In that stunned instant before unconsciousness claimed him, his head snapped back, eyes wide with raw animal terror. Then, like a collapsing mountain, he crashed lifelessly to the floor. Soo-yoon approached the bed, dagger drawn. Suspended midair, the woman flinched violently at the gleam of cold steel. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for pain, but none came. Her bonds loosened as she tumbled softly onto the plush mattress. Blinking up in disbelief, her parched throat rasped, "Thank you, you saved me." Soo-yoon ignored her. She scooped up the scarred man's pistol and tucked it into her pocket. Then she wrenched his head sideways, ready to slit his throat. But the woman lunged forward. "Don't kill him." Even Soo-yoon's formidable imagination faltered. "What do you mean, huh? Are you trying to save him? Killing him like this is too merciful. He slaughtered so many of our sisters, I won't let him die." Her reply intrigued Soo-yoon. She studied the woman with quiet intensity. Then what do you intend? Could I ask a favor? What favor? The woman pointed to the leather restraints on the bed. An eye for an eye. A lash for a lash. Soo-yoon stared at the mountain of flesh on the floor and broke into a cold sweat. Let's be honest, that weight, it's impossible. The woman said nothing. Her seething hatred transmuted into raw, unstoppable strength. She heaved the scarred man onto his stomach and dragged his upper body toward the bed. Soo-yoon admired such ferocity. She holstered her pistol and stepped forward to lift his legs. It took Herculean effort, nearly wrenching her own spine, to haul him fully onto the mattress. Soo-yoon withdrew from the center stage and settled calmly onto the opposite sofa, not out of voyeurism, but principle: leave one root uncut and the weed will bloom again. Should the woman falter, Soo-yoon would deliver the final mercy. No chance, not even a breath, would be granted to the scarred man. Yet the woman proved mercilessly resolute. Within 10 minutes, not a single inch of the scarred man's body remained unmarred. The table overflowed with torturous instruments, 20, perhaps 30, many lethally sharp. The woman showed no hesitation, applying each with chilling precision. Twice the scarred man awoke screaming, only to be overwhelmed by pain and sink back into oblivion. His mouth was gagged, muffling his cries to guttural whimpers. Tears streamed down his cheeks, stinging fresh wounds as he convulsed. The woman watched unmoved. Borrowing Soo-yoon's dagger, she methodically sliced thin strips of flesh from his body. Soo-yoon shivered uncontrollably. Truly, a master of depravity. Earth is too perilous. I wish to return to Mars. As Soo-yoon observed, chaotic footsteps thundered toward the door. The bedroom door shook violently under heavy rhythmic pounding thud-thud-thud. The woman trembled, her gaze sharpening like a blade fixed on the entrance. Clutching her dagger, she whispered urgently to Soo-yoon's savior, "Please flee. I'll hold them off." Soo-yoon waved her off, signaling calm. "Boss, are you all right? Something's happened downstairs. Someone armed the girls. We've got wounded brothers." "We've confirmed it." A woman passed weapons through the vent. "Boss, say something. Boss, is everything secure up there? Boss, open the door. Monkey brother, is something wrong? Let's break it down." Amid the clamor outside, the bedroom door swung inward. Men surged in and froze, dumbfounded by the sight before them. Bound to the bed wasn't the captive, but their own leader. "Monkey brother, this." The man called Monkey brother stared dazed. He knew his boss enjoyed elaborate games, but never imagined this level of spectacle. So stunned were they by the grotesque reversal that Soo-yoon sat unmoving on the sofa for long moments before anyone noticed her, by which time her pistol was already leveled at them. Not one gun, but two. Soo-yoon sat relaxed, legs crossed, smiling faintly as she surveyed the cluster of men. The first to react was the underling standing to Monkey Brother's left. That single shot struck terror into the rest. They scattered like startled crows, only to find the bedroom door already slammed shut behind them. The woman who'd entered with their boss now brandished a dagger, a feral wolf guarding her den, lashing out at any who dared approach. Desperation unlocked terrifying power. She fought with frenzied abandon. No one dared close in. Trapped between wolf and hunter, the underlings scrambled toward the windows instead. Soo-yoon had no interest in playing cat mouse. She raised her pistols and fired, each round striking a vital organ. Dozens fell in seconds. Those still breathing met swift final bullets to the head. Crimson soaked the carpet, pooling across the floor. The woman stared at Soo-yoon, laughing, sobbing, her mind unraveling at the seams. Soo-yoon frowned, then strode over, disgusted. She seized the woman's arm and delivered two sharp, stinging slaps. The sharp report snapped the woman from her hysteria. She touched her burning cheek, dazed, bewildered. Soo-yoon spared no sympathy. Pointing toward the scarred man on the bed, she demanded, "Will you do it yourself, or shall I?" The woman followed her finger, and her gaze cleared, sharpening into lethal focus. Gritting her teeth, she spat, "I will." Her first stab missed the vital mark entirely. Soo-yoon almost interjected. But the woman plunged the blade again and again, dozens of times, until the scarred man resembled a blood-soaked sack. She withdrew the dagger, breathless. No finishing blow required. He was beyond death. She rifled through the corpses of the underlings, no firearms, only crude blades. Soo-yoon collected them all and cast them aside. Finding nothing useful, Soo-yoon descended. As expected, the women's chamber door was locked and barricaded from within. Pushing yielded no result. At the sound of approaching footsteps, a voice snarled from inside, "Back off, or I'll slit a hostage's throat." Soo-yoon rolled her eyes. "Then go ahead and kill them. I don't know them, and besides, they just betrayed me." The captors hadn't anticipated Soo-yoon's utter indifference to the women's fate. For a heartbeat they faltered, unsure how to threaten further. Soo-yoon gave them no time to think. Driving both feet into the door's lock, she shattered it with 2 precise kicks. The lock bent, then the door swung inward unaided. Inside, a dozen women huddled on the bed clinging to one another. 2 men stood guard, one gripping each woman's hair daggers pressed to their throats. The blades gleamed against pale skin, threat unmistakable. Soo-yoon didn't even glance their way. Twin shots rang out. As the men collapsed, their blades nicked the girls' necks, blood bloomed, and terrified screams erupted. With threats gone, the girls rushed forward to comfort the wounded. The short-haired girl, who'd caught the dagger earlier, approached trembling, then bowed deeply. "Young lady, thank you. You saved us all." Soo-yoon regarded her coldly, voice glacial. "Who betrayed me just now?" Several women exchanged glances, not daring to speak up. The short-haired girl stepped forward, her eyes scanning the 2 injured girls with malice. The 2 girls were extremely delicate, surrounded like stars being worshipped, with everyone worrying about their wounds. When they saw the short-haired girl stepping forward, a sweet-looking girl beside them shrank back. Her doe-like eyes flickered between the faces of the 2 injured girls as she subtly tugged at the sleeve of the short-haired girl, seemingly warning her. The short-haired girl glanced back, biting her lip, her brows furrowed. The words she almost spoke remained unuttered. Soo-yoon cast a disdainful look at the crowd, asking, "Is no one going to speak?" The injured girl seemed provoked by Soo-yoon's gaze. She pushed the person in front of her aside and stood up with her hands on her hips. "What do you mean by betrayal? Don't say it so harshly. We're all students just trying to protect ourselves when threatened. What's wrong with that?" Another injured girl also stood up, rolling her eyes at Soo-yoon while clutching her wound. "Are you still looking for trouble? I haven't even dealt with you yet." Hearing this, Soo-yoon was amused and raised an eyebrow. "Me? What trouble do I have?" As the girl tried to step forward to argue, the girl beside her quickly intervened, saying, "Wu-ching, stop talking, she saved us." Wu-ching suddenly moved, delivering a loud slap to the face of the girl who tried to dissuade her. "Shut up, you have no right to speak." The struck girl had red-rimmed eyes, biting her lip, and said nothing. Soo-yoon looked at the 2 girls who were making a scene and then glanced at the others. Indeed, there was something different about them. These 2 girls were noticeably plumper than the others and looked cleaner, their clothing resembling what one would wear before the apocalypse, likely indicating they had no concerns about food or clothing. Wu-ching, seeing the other girls fear her, laughed arrogantly. She took a few steps forward and stood directly opposite Soo-yoon, her slender fingers poking forcefully at Soo-yoon's shoulder. "It's just what I said to Hina. What can you do about it? Do you know what status we have?" Soo-yoon narrowed her eyes, staring at the pale hands like a venomous snake. "What status?" Hina stepped forward, patting Wu-ching's shoulder. "Hey, why waste your breath on this country bumpkin?" Wu-ching covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes filled with malicious provocation. "If I tell you, it might scare you to death. My dad is the logistics minister of the base, and Na-na's dad is even more impressive. If you want to enter the base, kneel and admit you were wrong, and we'll take you back and make you our dog." Hina giggled and mimicked a dog's bark at Soo-yoon. Surprisingly, her imitation was quite lifelike. Soo-yoon's smile didn't fade. "So it was you who betrayed me just now?" Wu-ching poked at Soo-yoon again, saying, "Yes, it was us. What can you do? We haven't dealt with you yet. Do you think you can cause us trouble?" Soo-yoon was too lazy for idle chatter. In a flash, she seized Wu-ching's outstretched finger and forcefully bent it back. Before Wu-ching could react, a heart-wrenching pain emanated from her finger, causing her to scream and frantically pull her hand back. "You bitch, what are you doing? It hurts. Let go, let go." Hearing her curse, Soo-yoon not only didn't let go, but instead increased her grip. Seeing her friend in trouble, Hina naturally couldn't just stand by. She rushed over, intending to pull Soo-yoon's hair. Soo-yoon raised her leg and kicked forcefully at Hina's abdomen. A pampered young lady like her had never endured such humiliation before, causing her to stagger back and sit down hard on the ground. "You dare kick me? Do you still want to enter the base? Just wait, I'll have my dad kill you." Soo-yoon raised her hand, causing Hina to immediately close her mouth, though she glared fiercely at Soo-yoon. Seeing Hina suffer, Wu-ching quickly shouted to the stunned crowd, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you want to go back to the base? Hurry up and come save me." The other girls, seeing Soo-yoon act this way, didn't dare approach. Hearing Wu-ching's threat, they were at a loss. The short-haired girl pulled the sweet girl standing in front of the crowd, clearly siding with Soo-yoon. The beaten girl bit her lip. "You should apologize. Maybe the sister will forgive you." Wu-ching glared fiercely at them all, spitting on the ground. "Apologize? Only if I die." Soo-yoon tilted her head with a grin, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Wu-ching's forehead. "I've never heard such a shameless request in my life. Since I'm kind-hearted, I'll fulfill it for you." As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced Wu-ching's head, splattering blood far and wide. Wuching never expected Suyun to kill her just like that. Her eyes widened as she fell straight to the ground. The sudden turn of events was too quick. The crowd reacted with screams. Suyun frowned and shouted, "Shut up, you're giving me a headache." With Wuching dead before her, Hina was so scared she wet herself. She crawled backward in a panic, repeatedly begging, "Sister, I was wrong, please let me go." Suyun squatted down, gripping Hina's chin. "TSK tisk, weren't you supposed to be good friends? Why are you just plastic sisters? Your friend is dead, go down and listen to see if she apologized to me." Hina stared at Suyun in terror, her eyes fixed on the black hole of the gun drawing closer. The next second, the smell of gunpowder filled her nostrils as she collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. 2 people dead. Suyun's image immediately transformed from a savior to a murderous demon. A group of girls backed away in fear, with 2 even throwing up on the spot. Suyun pinched her nose with one hand, rolling her eyes as she walked out of the house. Everything that happened inside was clearly visible to the women outside. Unlike the fear of others, there was a strange excitement flickering in their eyes. Suyun had no time to ponder the thoughts of others. She strolled back to the living room, rummaging through the sofa's fabric bags, and found a bag of nearly expired braised beef noodles. The villa had no electricity, but there were plenty of dry branches outside. Suyun exited the house, collected some firewood, built a simple fire pit, and hung a copper pot to boil water. Because of these people, she hadn't eaten for a full day and night. Unable to bear the hunger and not wanting to use her space in front of everyone, she could only make do with one meal. Fortunately, instant noodles are something one longs for when not eaten for a long time. Suyun enjoyed her meal with great enthusiasm and delight. Perhaps the aroma of the instant noodles was too enticing, as all the girls went upstairs, standing in the first floor hall watching Suyun feast with yearning. The bag that the monkeys brought back was right on the sofa. They merely watched, not daring to reach out. They were afraid of provoking Suyun and being killed. Suyun couldn't be bothered with them. After finishing her meal and feeling satisfied, she adjusted her clothes. It was almost dawn. She needed to find a safe place to sleep. Seeing Suyun ignoring them, she walked toward the villa's exit. 2 figures rushed out of the villa in a hurry. One was the short-haired girl, the other was the abused woman. The woman nervously rubbed her palms, finally working up the courage to call out to Suyun, "Where are you going?" For these 2, Suyun surprisingly felt no aversion leaving. "Can you take me with you?" The woman's face flushed, alternating between red and white, a bit embarrassed to ask. "I can cook for you and I can wash clothes. I'm not afraid to kill either, just let me tag along and I'll do anything you want." These words sounded strange to Suyun. "I can cook, wash clothes, and kill without batting an eye. Why would I bring along a burden?" The woman's face turned pale as she lowered her head, staring at her toes, falling silent. The short-haired girl beside her initially wanted to persuade Suyun, but swallowed her words upon seeing the woman falter. Seeing the 2 stop talking, Suyun did not give them another chance. She leisurely exited the villa and headed toward a few villas she hadn't searched yet. The door locks of these villas were similar. Suyun opened them with ease and got inside in just a few minutes. Unlike the ancient-style courtyards, this place was filled with modern touches. The main house of the villa had large floor-to-ceiling windows, and the courtyard featured a swimming pool with lights designed in an unconventional but elegant shape. There were several lounge chairs in the yard, leaning awkwardly to one side. After admiring them for a few seconds, Suyun felt her eyelids growing heavy. She locked the villa door and skillfully headed upstairs. The large bed on the 3rd floor was heart-shaped and had a bouncy feel. Suyun removed the bedding and replaced it with her own. After bringing out the cooling agent and electric fan, as the fan began to whir, Suyun felt as if she were alive again. She returned to her space for a shower, washing off the grease, then comfortably lay down on the cool mat. She slept for a whole day. When she finally woke up, the sky was already darkening. Suyun ate a box meal and drank a glass of chilled watermelon juice. Feeling refreshed, she began to move around the house. The owner of the villa was quite young from the photographs. He resembled a domineering CEO from a novel when dressed in a suit. Since she was on the 3rd floor, Suyun started her search there. The spacious master bedroom was simple and straightforward, but the bedside cabinet was locked. With a firm swing of her hammer, Suyun broke in. The moment she opened the drawer, Suyun was left speechless, staring at the ceiling. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upward as her hand unconsciously landed on a stack of photographs. In the photographs, one subject was the villa's CEO owner, and the other was a handsome boy wearing cat ears. Suyun's mind warned her not to look, it might lead to trouble. Despite her mind telling her to stop, her hands kept moving. The more she flipped through, the more excited she became, her cheeks reddening. Finally, she tossed the photos into her space, patting herself reassuringly. "Suyun, you're not wrong. One must experience everything to grow." The drawer contained too many forbidden items, far too varied to describe without risking censorship. As a fujoshi, Suyun only took the photos, daring not to touch anything else. Another drawer opened easily. Besides some glasses cases and tie clips, there was nothing else. The dressing room was filled with items, with watches occupying 3 full drawers, all premium brands. After collecting the watches into her space, she examined the suits. The style was good, and the quality was excellent, but unfortunately she couldn't wear them. She could only take them for trading. After thoroughly searching the floor, she found no significant treasures. How could such a big CEO not even have a safe? Could it be hidden? Considering this possibility, Suyun paused for 2 seconds in her descent, then turned back. Having searched many similar rooms, Suyun could quickly discern the spatial proportions. Standing by the bed, she carefully examined the entire room. Indeed, she could calculate a 10 square meter difference, tossing out unnecessary items into her space. After half an hour of rummaging, Suyun finally found the entrance to the secret mechanism. The eagle on the bookshelf was movable. Sliding the eagle's head to the left, the bookcase indeed retracted. The secret room was pitch dark. Suyun turned on her headlamp and squeezed inside. There was a small bed inside with various amusing toys hanging above it. Suyun rubbed her eyes, feeling her face heat up as she turned in another direction. Sure enough, on the other side of the wall there was a hand safe. The safe looked very upscale and appeared valuable. Suyun excitedly touched the safe's surface, saying, "Come on, Mama, we'll take you home." As soon as the safe was stored in her space, a layer of white mist enveloped it. Suyun was very pleased with this outcome. She happily went downstairs and began a thorough search. There were some finds in the kitchen, but the other guest rooms were empty. Only one guest room had evidence of occupancy, judging by the clothes it should belong to a college student. Apart from proper clothing, Suyun was surprised to find some outfits that seemed only to exist in anime. She was like a curious child, flipping through them and exclaiming in wonder. Finally, reluctantly leaving for the next room. After searching the entire villa, besides the safe, there were no surprises. Under the cover of night, Suyun snuck into another villa. As she walked over, she casually glanced and noticed that the female students had not left. There was some light in the villa where the incident occurred. She wondered what they were doing. Not that she cared. Only searching for resources could bring happiness. That night, Suyun searched 6 villas, only stopping when the sky began to brighten. Too lazy to make her bed again, Suyun returned to the CEO's villa, had her fill, and crawled into bed. Her days and nights had been reversed for 4 or 5 days. Only after devouring the entire villa complex did Suyun's space level up. Besides expanding its size, a rainforest appeared in the corners of the space, looking mysteriously enchanting. The time spent inside increased from 5 hours to 6. In a good mood, Suyun praised these wealthy people profusely. After a day's rest, she adjusted her biological clock and prepared to leave the villa area, heading back to Musang Mountain. Just as she passed the main gate of the villa complex, 2 military transport vehicles suddenly appeared on the bumpy road. At the sight of the vehicles, a group of girls suddenly emerged behind her. The military truck rolled over the worn road, coming to a crooked stop at the entrance of the villa complex. The first soldier to disembark held his gun, cautiously observing the crowd. Upon seeing a group of defenseless female students, his expression noticeably relaxed. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Was the distress signal that appeared in the sky last night sent by you? A barrage of questions immediately drew a cacophony of responses. The disorder was broken by the officer from the lead vehicle. He got out and fired a shot into the sky. Once everyone fell silent, he pointed at the short-haired girl at the chaotic noise made it impossible for him to piece together the events, so he furrowed his brow and clapped his hands, saying, "Don't rush, one at a time." After a brief pause, the crowd moved closer, surrounding the soldier and chattering incessantly. The disorder was broken by the officer from the lead vehicle. He got out and fired a shot into the sky. Once everyone fell silent, he pointed at the short-haired girl at the front. "You speak up." The short-haired girl named Chui Mu spoke clearly, quickly explaining the sequence of events. It turned out that these girls were freshmen from Sea City University. Aside from the 2 girls who had been killed, the rest of the girls were all from other provinces. They were classmates from the same department. During the extreme cold, Wu Qing's father leveraged connections to have someone bring his daughter back during the first distribution of supplies. Also brought back was Hina. They lived in the same dormitory and had a good relationship. Wu Qing persuaded her father to allow these girls to return to the base. This group of girls were also the first survivors taken in by the base. Usually the 2 girls would flaunt their authority, using their father's position to pressure others. Anyone who disobeyed them would be driven away or starved. If there was any resistance, they would be met with beatings. Their outing this time was also because of Hina. After the earthquake, survivors from outside flooded into the base, reducing the danger outside. Hina's home was right in the villa area. Having been pampered, she had not changed her clothes much since living in the base, nor did she possess any jewelry or cosmetics. It was unclear how she had convinced her father. Her father arranged a pass for her and called 2 individuals to escort them out to search. Unexpectedly, on the very first day out, they encountered the scar-faced man. The 2 men escorting them were killed. They were also taken back to Phoenix Mountain by the scar-faced man. He and his gang arrived in a frenzy after hearing about the villa area from Hina and Wuqing. It was also at this time that they encountered Suyun. The short-haired girl did not mention Suyun regarding how they were rescued, but fabricated a non-existent man instead. All the blame for both saving and killing was placed on this imaginary person. It seemed that this group had pre-arranged their testimonies. No one raised any objections. After understanding the situation, the leading officer appeared troubled. It seemed they were on a mission, and returning a group of girls would undoubtedly delay their progress. If they did not take them, they feared for the girls' safety. After much contemplation, the officer gritted his teeth and decided to take everyone to the mission site. After completing the mission, they would bring the group of female students back to the base. Suyun initially did not want to involve herself, but a sudden refusal would only attract attention. After all, her appearance still resembled that of a fragile girl. Leaving alone at this moment seemed. With no other option, Suyun boarded the truck with the group of female students swaying and leaving the area, heading towards an unknown direction. On the road, taking advantage of the distraction, Suyun moved next to Cui Mu. How did you send the signal? Why didn't you use it when you were captured by the scar-faced man? Cui Mu's face went pale due to the bumps of the vehicle. The flare was given to Hina by her father, originally hidden in her backpack, but after she was captured, the backpack was searched and taken away. After you saved us, we found the backpack on the 3rd floor and saw the flare. With the mystery resolved, Suyun no longer had any questions and returned to her seat obediently. The road conditions were poor, with frequent stops and the need to clear stones. Suyun leaned back in the truck, resting her eyes. Throughout the day, the soldiers distributed supplies to them. Compressed biscuits and bottled water. It was sufficient to stave off starvation, but not particularly tasty. After a day and night of travel, the sealed truck offered no view of the outside world. It was not until the sound of crashing waves filled the air that the vehicle finally came to a halt. Upon reaching their destination, the officer ordered the soldiers to set up camp. The group disembarked, hardly believing their eyes. Sea City was not a coastal city, yet several nearby cities were close to the sea. Based on their speed and distance, this place was likely J City. Suyun was not unfamiliar with the city. She had even visited the seaside here with her mother in her childhood. She remembered there being a mountain by the sea. Could it be that the earthquake altered the crust, causing the mountain to disappear? Once everyone had disembarked, Suyun realized that there were more individuals in the long convoy than just soldiers. There were also several scientists with graying hair. They took out maps and binoculars, meticulously observing the coastline, pointing at the maps and arguing loudly. With differing opinions, their faces flushed as they argued. The officer beside them peered through his binoculars at the sea, his brow furrowed, his expression serious, as if worried about something. The campsite was situated far from the coastline on the hillside of a desolate mountain. This location allowed for a view of the seaside situation, while also facilitating a quick retreat in case of danger. The chosen position was clever, yet it gave Suyun an unsettling feeling. Did the country discover something, which is why it dared not approach the coast? With soldiers patrolling the area, Suyun could not pull out her binoculars and had to squint her eyes to gaze at the sea. After watching for a while, she suddenly gasped in realization. The color of the seawater seemed different from before the apocalypse. Though she rarely went to the seaside, she had traveled there a few times. The TV often aired promotional videos. The sea near the shallow waters usually reflected blue, but now the water clearly appeared dark. The ocean seemed to have lost its life, presenting a scene of utter desolation. This feeling of lifelessness was unsettling, instilling a sense of anxiety. 10 minutes later, the scientists' argument began to wind down. Several soldiers donned heavy protective gear, carrying a briefcase, and drove down the mountain. Suyun used the excuse of needing to use the restroom to slip into the desolate woods, running towards the hillside. After stopping for a long time on the hillside and confirming no one was behind her, she took out the binoculars from her space. The military-grade binoculars had a high magnification, allowing her to see everything happening at the seaside. Suyun's gaze followed the jeep all the way to the coastline. Aside from the soldier acting as the driver, the other soldiers all got out of the vehicle. They moved their heavy bodies closer to the sea. The box contained various test tubes. The group busily collected samples, quickly filling the box. Just as they were on their way back, an unexpected event occurred. A massive shadow descended from the sky, attacking the soldiers. The speed was too fast. Suyun barely caught a glimpse when one soldier was yanked into the air. Gunfire erupted instantly by the seaside. What Suyun saw the camp naturally witnessed, and battle vehicles quickly drove towards the shore. This time there was no time to don protective gear. A dozen soldiers quickly joined the fight. Amid the chaos, Suyun finally saw what kind of monster attacked the soldiers. It was a few gigantic monstrous birds. Their claws were sharp and their wings stretched over a meter long. The eyes of these birds were blood red and their beaks were sharp. Even with the soldiers in protective gear, they were still injured by the pecking. These creatures were quite sensitive to the sound of gunfire. After the shots rang out, the monstrous bird that had grabbed the soldier let go. The soldier fell from a height of over 10 meters, uncertain of his fate. Though the monstrous birds released their grip, they did not fly away. Instead, they circled in the air, seemingly searching for another opportunity to attack. The soldiers huddled together, guns raised against the monstrous birds. Whenever the soldiers moved, the birds would dive. The shout startled Suyun. She turned around and nearly screamed herself. It turned out that those monstrous birds had appeared in the sky above the camp without anyone noticing. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, flapping their wings as they dove down. A girl who had just emerged from the woods was instantly snatched into the air. The scream had come from her. Surrounded on all sides, the soldiers quickly raised their guns, but unfortunately the bird carrying the girl flew too high, and using their weapons could easily harm the girl. Suyun put down the binoculars and took out a crossbow from her space. Her position was not far from the monstrous birds, and there was a chance she could save the girl by shooting with the crossbow. Taking advantage of the bird's distraction, Suyun strung the bow and shot in one fluid motion. Hearing the sound of the wind from the arrow, the bird sensed something was wrong and attempted to fly higher, but the weight of the girl held it back. Just as the monstrous bird was weighing its options, the crossbow bolt had already reached it. With a soft thud, the entire arrow embedded itself in the bird's body. It struggled a couple of times before falling with the girl. After shooting the arrow, Suyun immediately changed her position, concealing herself among the dead trees as she slowly made her way back to the camp. As she expected, the officer's binoculars remained at the spot where she had just stood. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and returned to the camp in time. The camp was in chaos. The scientists, under the protection of the soldiers, hurried into the vehicle. The girls huddled together in the tents. Due to fear, the tent was filled with screams. These monstrous birds seemed to be very sensitive to sound. Two monstrous birds circled above one tent while another had already dove down. There were over 20 soldiers remaining in the camp. Some were protecting the scientists while others were engaged in combat, leaving only 2 soldiers to guard the group of girls. They saw the birds diving and quickly opened fire. Unfortunately, these birds were very agile. At the moment the guns fired, they immediately changed positions, making it difficult to hit them. After diving back and forth several times, they seemed to have figured out the trick. Soon the tent was left in tatters from their onslaught. A group of girls squatted in the tent, covering their heads, their voices nearly hoarse from shouting. Suyun squinted, staring at the monstrous birds as memories flooded back. In her previous life, these birds had not entered the inland. It seemed they could only live by the sea. Perhaps people had already found ways to deal with the monstrous bird. What could it be? After pondering for a long time, Suyun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She hugged her head, lowered her body, and cautiously ran towards the officer. When she was 5 steps away, she finally spoke up. If they are animals, there must be things they fear. Should we ask the scientists what birds generally fear? Upon receiving Suyun's reminder, the soldier seemed to have also reacted. He hurriedly ran to the truck, apparently speaking with the scientists inside. Before long, he returned with 2 soldiers holding torches. The moment the torches appeared, the diving monstrous birds suddenly halted. Their red eyes fixated on the torches, seemingly filled with fear. Seeing that the torches were effective against the monstrous birds, soon soldiers began to prepare them. In no time, over a dozen torches were lit. The air was filled with the smell of burning gasoline. The birds, unable to gain an advantage, flew to a nearby cliff, reluctantly gathering together. Seeing them fly away, the soldiers continued to make dozens of torches until each person had one before stopping. The chaotic battle between humans and birds came to an end, and the soldiers began to clean up the camp. The fallen girl was gravely injured. The medic examined her for a long time before shaking his head. The sharp claws of the monstrous birds had already embedded themselves in the girl's body. With 7 or 8 massive penetrating wounds, she was already on the brink of death. Falling from over 20 meters high, there was little hope for her survival. Amidst the sobs of the girls, the injured girl passed away, permanently buried on this desolate mountain. The monstrous bird that had been shot with an arrow surprisingly did not die. Despite its serious injuries, it glared fiercely at the people around. One soldier crept around from behind, binding the monstrous bird's beak and claws with rope. Only after it struggled in vain did the group dare to approach. After studying for a long time, no one could name the monstrous bird. A frightened scientist was invited by the soldiers. He frowned, crouched down, and began to closely observe the monstrous bird. When he looked at its beak, the scientist took 2 steps back. His face turned pale, seemingly unable to believe his conclusion. After some thought, he took out a pair of gloves from his pocket and began to investigate carefully. He alternated between prying open the monstrous bird's beak and examining its claws. After repeating this for more than 10 minutes, he finally confirmed his suspicions. It turns out to be a seagull. The moment the word seagull left his mouth, everyone was stunned. Normally, seagulls are about 5,070 centimeters long and weigh around 700,1000 grams. This monstrous bird looked nothing like a seagull. The monstrous bird stood over a meter tall, weighing no less than 60 g. If it were a seagull, then its size had been magnified several dozen times. Out of respect for the scientist, no one questioned this answer. The officer's expression darkened. He ordered someone to bring a box and moved the monstrous bird into a transport box. While others doubted the scientist's claim, Su-Yun was unwavering in her belief. In her past life, there were indeed animals that mutated. However, compared to other countries, they suffered the onslaught of mutated beasts. The people of Huagua, however, were quite different. They almost wiped out the mutated animals. After research, it was found that the meat of the mutated animals was tender and had the effect of enhancing physical abilities. Strange birds attacked the shore, and the scientific activities proceeded at a very slow pace. Some soldiers protected the scientists, extracting samples by the sea, while others guarded the camp. Torches burned from dawn to dusk, not daring to slacken. The group of pigeons, magnified hundreds of times, stood guard nearby, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. The stalemate lasted about a week. On the last day of sample collection, the strange birds suddenly became restless. Seeing the seagulls in such a state, they all felt heavy-hearted. Just as the group was puzzled, a scientist with binoculars took a step back and almost fell to the ground. Seeing the seagulls in such a state, they all felt heavy-hearted. Just as the group was puzzled, a scientist with binoculars took a step back and almost fell to the ground. The tide is abnormal and the sea level has obviously dropped. As he spoke, others didn't understand, but the faces of several scientists turned pale. They scrambled for the binoculars, each face looking grim. Although the officer didn't understand, he felt very tense, saying, "Zhang Lao, stop keeping us in suspense. What happened?" The elderly man with white hair put down the binoculars, cold sweat streaming down. He had no time to deal with the officer and hurriedly lay down on the ground. With his ear close to the ground, he placed a finger on his lips and shushed. Seeing his action, everyone lowered their voices, not daring to breathe. The old man listened carefully for a while before suddenly standing up anxiously. "Quickly call the sampling personnel back, start the vehicles, forget the tents, we need to leave the seaside now, a tsunami is coming." As Zhang Lao spoke, the originally clear sky darkened and heavy black clouds blew in from the deep sea towards the city. The wind began to pick up and the muggy air gradually cooled. The sudden change alerted everyone that the tsunami was indeed coming. The officer used the walkie-talkie to warn the scientists and soldiers collecting samples on the shore. They were closer to the coast and noticed the problem earlier. By the time they contacted them, they were already driving back. The camp was in chaos, with the tents and food left behind apart from the samples. Everyone boarded the vehicles. Unfortunately, before they could start, the ground began to shake. Under the violent tremors, dead trees were uprooted, leaning in all directions. The road was already congested, and it was now even more difficult to move. Su-Yun sat at the back of the truck, snatching the binoculars from the soldier next to her, looking towards the coastline. The waves that originally crashed against the beach quickly retreated, and minutes later they had receded several hundred meters. Su-Yun's scalp tingled and her legs felt weak. In her previous life, she had always been inland and had never experienced a tsunami. In this life, by some twist of fate, she was this unfortunate. "Drive fast or we'll all die." Su-Yun's loud voice stimulated everyone's nerves. Dead trees blocked the road and several soldiers got out of the vehicles to quickly clear the obstacles. The convoy sped down the mountain like arrows released from a bow. With the vehicle facing the seaside, people soon witnessed a horrifying scene. The sea surface surged with monstrous waves, producing deafening roars as the raging winds howled in. The ocean formed towering sea walls, with tsunami waves reaching heights of over 100 meters, almost touching the sky. The rocks battered by the waves were visibly shattered. The giant waves surged towards the coast. In the waves, Su-Yun even saw several cargo ships. The cargo ships were like toys in a child's hand, easily tossed into the air. The enormous whales faced with such a massive tsunami could only drift with the tide swept away in the waves. The girls were already scared silly, staring blankly at the shore. The officer's urging echoed in every walkie-talkie. All vehicles pressed the accelerator to the floor. If they could outrun it, they would live, if not, they would die. Since it wasn't the epicenter, the damage caused by the last earthquake wasn't severe. Among the towering buildings, there weren't many obstacles on the road. Once the vehicles entered the city, their speed increased significantly. Even so, the waves still closely pursued them. Fortunately, the tall buildings provided some shelter, facilitating their escape. Just as everyone began to relax, gradually a rumbling sound emerged from the buildings at the city's edge. The immense force of the tsunami struck the structures. One by one, the buildings fell like dominoes. No matter how fast the vehicles moved, they could not run the wave. When they reached the high-rise buildings in the city center, the waves were already within reach. The officer ordered everyone to abandon their vehicles. Everyone ran towards the tallest building. Thanks to the post-apocalyptic situation, the doors at the bottom of the building were all open. A group of people hurriedly rushed into the building, running towards the rooftop. Soo-yoon was at the back. Noticing that no one was paying attention, she quietly changed direction and ran towards another stairwell. Her golden finger was the key to her survival. Unless absolutely necessary, she could not let anyone see her. By splitting up, she could sneak into the space at any time to save her life. While her mind was racing, Soo-yoon's feet were not idle. She quickly ran upstairs, not even taking the time to look down. 10th floor, 20th floor, 25th floor. By the time she reached the 20th floor, the seawater had already flooded in, soaking her clothes completely. Soo-yoon dared not think or look back, her mind solely focused on 3 words: run upwards. This building had over 40 floors, and if she reached the top, there should be a glimmer of hope. After a year of training, Soo-yoon's physical fitness was excellent. In the most dangerous moments, one could always unleash their potential. It wasn't until she reached the top floor that Soo-yoon noticed her fatigue. Panting heavily, she kicked open the rooftop door and finally had time to look back. When the seawater reached the 39th floor, it began to gradually subside. Soo-yoon patted her pounding heart and sat down on the ground. Just as she was gasping for breath, the rooftop door next to her suddenly made several banging sounds. Soo-yoon leaned in to take a look. The rooftop door next door was locked with a huge chain hanging on it. No matter how hard the people inside tried, they couldn't open it. Through the glass, the leading soldier saw Soo-yoon. His eyes lit up as he urgently called out, "Miss, quickly open the door. There are people drowning inside." Soo-yoon hid to the side, took out an axe from her space, and fixed her gaze on the chain. The chain was thick, and one axe strike didn't have much effect. Soo-yoon's palms were numb from the vibration, and after chopping several times, the chain finally broke. The moment the rooftop door opened, a group of people surged out like a package about to burst. They all collapsed onto the rooftop. After opening the door, Soo-yoon felt her strength was completely drained. She tossed aside the axe and staggered towards the edge of the rooftop. The rows of high-rise buildings ultimately withstood some of the tsunami's force. The skyscrapers no longer collapsed, but were submerged under the seawater. The flowing seawater carried various debris floating throughout the city. With the danger gone, everyone collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud. Soo-yoon walked around and chose a flat concrete area to lie down. The waves of the tsunami continued, but thankfully each wave was smaller than the last, posing little threat. Soo-yoon lay on the ground, gazing at the dense black clouds, feeling as if her body was falling apart. After resting for a while, the officer came over to thank Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon was too lazy to lift her eyelids. She waved her hand, turned over, and continued to rest. Fortunately, the temperature was high and people's clothes dried quickly in the wind. Without food, most people were resting to conserve energy. Only the officer wore a worried frown, occasionally checking if the water in the corridor had receded, then staring at the water by the rooftop, sighing. A group of people stared, and Soo-yoon had no way to prepare a meal for herself. She could only endure. Unexpectedly, the woman she had saved last time quietly approached. Taking advantage of others' inattention, she stuffed a piece of compressed biscuit into Soo-yoon's hand. Soo-yoon raised an eyebrow, glanced at the woman's sincere eyes, and ultimately did not refuse. Seeing Soo-yoon accept it, the woman smiled and moved to sit aside. With her stomach growling, Soo-yoon didn't care whether it was dry or not, and quickly devoured the biscuit. Although the compressed biscuit was filling, this one piece truly couldn't solve much. Soo-yoon stared at the group of people, her hunger making her stomach touch her back, and she even thought somewhat maliciously, if the door hadn't opened, I would be eating well and enjoying myself without suffering. After saying everything, it was better to simply close her eyes and rest. A day and a night passed, and the seawater had lowered from the 40th floor to the 20th floor. It seemed that in 2 more days the seawater should recede significantly. After the water decreased, the officer organized a group of people to search for supplies. This place had been searched countless times and no food was found, but some clothes and bedding were discovered. After 2 days, everyone could finally get a good night's sleep. After dispersing to stay in the building, Soo-yoon casually found a room. She closed the door tightly and took 2 buns, wolfing them down. The buns were vegetarian, lacking much flavor. She gulped them down one by one, leaving no trace of scent in the room. After eating her fill, Soo-yoon comfortably fell asleep. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of surprised voices. The water had lowered to about 2 meters. Due to the tsunami, many fishing boats were floating in the city. The officer organized those good at swimming to pull the nearby fishing boats over. Even during the attack by the strange birds, he had contacted the base using the radio. After learning they had encountered a tsunami, the base sent helicopters over. Unfortunately, the seawater in the city had not receded. The rooftops of the high buildings were not suitable for landing. The base notified the officer to organize personnel to go to the city's edge and find a piece of land that wasn't submerged. After the boats were pulled back, everyone was frantically boarding. Soo-yoon quietly hid at the back. After checking the number of people, she took the opportunity amidst the chaos to hide back in the building. Only after the 2 boats gradually rowed away did Soo-yoon emerge from the darkness. It was a pity not to search for supplies after coming to the city. Although the strange birds looked odd, their meat should be good. With the seawater receding, Soo-yoon planned to hunt some. The meat of the strange birds fed to the 3 little ones might cause them to mutate. The entire city had experienced multiple calamities, leaving virtually no survivors. The empty city lay before her like a giant cake, and Soo-yoon was ready to make her move. With the seawater not fully receded, she casually found a room and had a big feast. After binge-watching television for 2 days straight, she only stepped out of the building once the seawater had completely receded. The post-tide city was quite astonishing. Starfish the size of small dogs clung to the walls. A more than meter-long sea fish rolled in a broken car. Seaweed floated in the puddles on the ground. The enormous crabs ran in all directions, startled by Soo-yoon's movements. Soo-yoon took out a tang knife from her space, smiling as she began to slaughter. She tossed the killed seafood into her space, not planning to eat them just yet. This life was different from the last. These mutated seafood had to wait for scientists to finish their research before she could eat. She picked and chose along the way. The mutated seafood Soo-yoon killed piled up high enough to fill an entire courtyard storage, yielding a bountiful harvest. Just as Soo-yoon was weaving through the streets, a huge shadow in the distance caught her attention. Soo-yoon took out her binoculars to take a look and smiled as she quickened her pace. It was a giant ship washed into the city by the waves. The cargo ship crashed into a building due to the inertia of the seawater, embedded like a decorative piece. Soo-yoon quickened her pace and soon reached beneath the giant ship. Next to the ship were some large characters painted on it. Ocean freight. The ship was tall, and after circling it, Soo-yoon felt a bit at a loss. Fortunately, the giant ship was connected to the building. Soo-yoon squeezed in through a damaged section of the building, found a broken staircase, and climbed up. After climbing up 8 floors, she finally reached the position of the ship's deck. She tied a rope to the abandoned rebar. Soo-yoon descended rapidly to the top of the deck. The deck was large and the structure looked quite complex. Soo-yoon had no time to study these as she dashed towards the hatch. The hatch was locked and couldn't be opened from the outside. Soo-yoon took out a welding machine and cut a large hole in the hatch, then used a hand drill to get inside. It was pitch dark inside, and a strong smell of seawater filled the air. It was extremely damp. Soo-yoon shone her flashlight around and discovered mold spots had appeared inside the ship. It seemed to have been corroded for a long time. Since the apocalypse began, it had been over a year. In extreme cold, extreme heat, earthquakes, and tsunamis, the presence of mold was not surprising. Soo-yoon walked deeper into the cabin. The frontmost room on this level was the bridge. The door to the bridge was locked and a foul odor wafted out. Soo-yoon frowned. She was very familiar with that smell. It was the stench of decay after a person died. In the sweltering heat, the originally frozen corpses began to decompose, and just imagining the scene made Soo-yoon uncomfortable all over. It wasn't that she was afraid to look, it was just that the stench was overwhelming. After giving up on the bridge, Soo-yoon wandered around the same floor, avoiding rooms that had any smell. The extreme cold came swiftly. It was much colder at sea than on land. The crew members had no chance to save themselves, almost instantly freezing into ice sculptures. There were basically no excess supplies on the ship. After searching around, Soo-yoon found that there was almost nothing on this floor. She followed the cabin downwards and discovered the crew's lounge. The smell in the lounge was even stronger. Even if there were some snacks, most were expired and rotten. Soo-yoon simply skipped the lounge and searched the back rooms. Many rooms contained machinery from the cargo ship, which Soo-yoon didn't understand, so she directly overlooked them. The ship's kitchen was large and the tables and chairs were clean. When the incident happened, they should have still been in darkness. There were quite a few broken bottles on the ground which looked like they had frozen and shattered. Nearby there were some deformed beverage bottles scattered on the ground. Siyun picked one up and found it was still fine with a shelf life of 24 months, 10 months until expiration. Grape juice, apple vinegar, sea buckthorn juice. She casually wiped it off, opened a bottle of sea buckthorn juice, and poured it into her mouth. It was very sour.